but also not flexible enough sometimes as well.
Right.
So the great thing with the Juki, which I think people hopefully do appreciate on there, and it's something that we're really proud of as well, is we look at the 100% mechanical sewing system first, and then we chuck some stuff on with it to play with afterwards.
Amazing.
So yeah, certainly the key thing is the quality of sewing. So even as a beginner, you used to get to appreciate that quality, but as an advanced sewer, you know you're going to really use that quality for obviously all different types of sewing, fabrics, etc. Then without giving you the hassle, the frustration. So it does cover all areas, but obviously because of the higher price on that, certainly as a first machine, it is a considered purchase. But buy the right machine once and you've got it for life. So
well, one of my things that I used to always talk about, because I used to do I used to be a colour analyst and help style people and
wonderful.
stuff.
Yeah.
But what we always used to say, and I know this sounds a bit different, but it's not different, is we used to say it's much better to buy one really great outfit than 4 that are budget and then they fall apart anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
but
that's
also,
what I see about this.
And you say you've got those then outfits which you don't really appreciate, or as you say, you don't feel comfortable necessarily when you're going out of it, and it's having the right machine. When you sit at it, you've got to feel comfortable. You don't want to put yourself off certain types of sewing, certain types of fabric. You want to know, and obviously we've got an hour together to play with, so hopefully within that,
of course,
we can sort of show. And what I do is I've got loads of fabrics to play with, and all sorts of, whether it's upholstery, whether it's fine shears, so it's whether it's for dressmaking, bridal, bag making, got some nice leathers and vinyls to go through as well. So we can really put it through its test. And this is where the people at home, they sit there and think, oh, I don't really want to sew that because I know my machine doesn't like it, or they avoid doing certain jobs. So having a machine like that straight away is going to hopefully expand your sewing and less frustrating as well. So,
amazing. Well, let's also talk about, because we're in our birthday event, here we go, this is my effort this morning, because we're in our event as well, we have got a free gift which we're going to give you as well. If you make a purchase on this show, it's a 1/2 metre of Moda fabric, which is just delicious. Also, don't forget about your £6 off. So if you're an existing customer, you'll get another £6 off if you make this purchase. And we've got it on 3 flexi buy pays instead of 2. So there you go. What I like to say to people when we're talking about, because we're going to be honest about this. Yes, it's considered a purchase, but once you get it, it's like, this is for life.
That is the thing. It's once you say with different, I'm going to say with different tools at home and different appliances at home, it's sort of very frustrating where certainly we've all done it, I think, well, I'm not really going to use it that much, so I don't really justify spending too much money. And then you end up buying something which you don't use at all because you don't like it. So so that is the thing. It is an investment. And I always hark back, because I've been with the company now 35 years. And obviously going back 35 years ago with machine engineering, you got more, obviously, a well-built, very solid machine. And if you look sort of that age era going backwards on there, everything was built that little bit different. Obviously, people get used to more of a disposable society today. So things are built at a price, you use it, you abuse it, you chuck it in the bin. Well, with Juki, we don't do that.
No.
We supply over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines.
Wow.
We build a machine to work, we build a machine to last, and hopefully we build a machine that the people love using.
Absolutely.
So, and I know certainly, well, when I came in last night setting up, Trish was here.
I know.
It's using, and obviously, she hasn't just got one Juki, she's bought a couple of Jukis now. Again, she really does appreciate that quality. And obviously using it on TV as well, the last thing you want is that machine not performing properly.
Indeed.
And and obviously with me standing here, these are my machines, I use them inside out, no problems. But even when your guests, other guests then are using the Jukis and hopefully seeing at home and obviously watching what Trish is doing and they're appreciating then just that performance. So rather than just me saying how good they are, it's lovely that obviously you've got the other demonstrators using them as well. So it's
100%.
brilliant.
So I think what we should do, because I know it's early in the morning, I think we should whiz through what we get in the machine, if that's okay, and then go straight to the
do some
demo.
sewing and the sound and the feel and everything else on there.
So
absolutely brilliant.
What are the extras that we get down here?
Right, with the machine itself, as we can see, it comes with a nice large extension table.
Indeed.
So all on there. Obviously that will then just come off. So it just sits there. So we then got the 3-arm flatbed facility on there. It then also then comes with your accessory tray. So on here as well, so I'll just turn it the right way on there.
Right.
We can see in this accessory tray, we have then our range of utility feet. So it comes with then all for your overlocking, for your hemming, for your buttonholes. That is all included in there. If I take that out as well, you've got a separate storage area underneath. So it's sort of in there, so it really does keep it nice and compact.
Amazing.
And then also that will then slide onto the machine to then double up as a flatbed as well. So that just clips on in, you've got your standard arms, so you've got the 3 beds on there, which is really nice.
Yeah.
You've also then, with the extras, being the DX7 itself, we did put the full package on there. So you've got all your free motion feet, your walking feet, your 1/4 inch feet.
Right.
So whether you are then quilting, whether you're patchworking, obviously using the awkward fabrics as well, so you've got your walking feet, as I say, on there. So you do get a good range, a nice array of accessories. You get your knee lifter, multifunctional foot control as well, so it will cut the threads for us, it will reverse, which again I'll show you that shortly on there. Nice hard cover, as we see illustrated on there, so
Indeed.
it's sort of there with the pockets in the front, so it just carries all the bits and pieces, which is nice.
Yeah.
And then as a bonus, we have put the bonus pack with it as well. So I think you're advertising it's about £100 worth of feet. I know I sort of said before, I've gone through it, and there's some feet we use more than others, and
Right.
I know obviously for the different feet that we sell, which gets asked for the most on there. So I've actually gone through and tailored the actual package. It's actually about £150 worth of extras.
We're just
with
looking
it as
at
well.
it now.
That's it, which actually we can see appear on there.
So this is a Brucey bonus, as you were. So let's reiterate again. This is over £100 worth of goodies that you at home are not paying for.
That's exactly it. Yeah, and they're useful attachments. It's not just something we found laying around, chuck it in with bias binding attachment. Very useful. I've got a few samples on here, on there. Narrow zip foot for piping. Which is very useful, certainly for inside corners, outside corners. Roll hem feet, gauging feet. So we've got the 1/4 inch feet with the guide on as well, free motion. Yeah, it's just a whole sort of selection really, whatever type of sewing you actually want to do.
Yes.
It's there for you, but also the great thing about coming with it, the encouragement to say, try something else, try something different.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So no, it's coming with the package that way, so absolutely great.
Amazing. So if you do want to go to this, so what I would say is, again, I know it's a considered purchase, but we have got it on 3 flexi buys. I would say for somebody in your family that is wanting to start sewing and doesn't want to get the budget, but they would like this, club together. I always think that's quite nice. You know, if you've got brothers, sisters, let's put 50 quid each.
That's it.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, just to say, it's to help out. It spreads it out as well, which is nice. So, yeah.
So you can spread the cost. 3 payments of £499 and some change. I think it was 97 pence there. But 50 quid each, if you think about it like that, pop it in as a nice little tidy up, if you know what I mean. And then you can get somebody something that they really want, and this is meant to last. And also, of course, we're talking about the quality, the amount of things this thing could do. I think we should see this in action
Just
now.
get it running, let's do it. So even though, say, with the machine, there's sort of a lot of people say, oh, we're jukey with the performance of it, then is it difficult to use? What extra, obviously, like within the industrial performance machinery, so people look at so many variations on there. But at the end of the day, it is set up as a standard sewing machine. Very, very easy to use, very easy just to get on and go. So underneath the lid, as you straight away you can see, we've got a few hundred stitches there to play with as well, which is nice. So
just a few hundred.
Just a few hundred on there, but the great thing about it, we've got then the selection of buttonholes, selection of overlocking, selection of stretch stitching. So it's not all creative, decorative, but as you can see, we've got hand effect quilting on there, lettering, numbering, alphabets. So it just gives us a little bit of everything to play with. Something I do sort of point out, and I feel quite strongly about it as well.
Okay.
Within the sewing system, because a lot of people say, is it an embroidery machine? My straight answer to that is no, it's not. It's a creative machine. Okay. So, and the difference is...
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like,
what's the difference on there? And then basically, when you look at an embroidery machine, it's full set computer. You can program it, plug in cartridges for different patterns, designs, press start, walk away, and just let it get on with it.
Right.
Set embroidery. This doesn't do anything like that.
Okay.
Because the difference is, once you go to an embroidery system machine, you actually change the sewing aspect to a certain degree. With the Juki, obviously, number one, if it doesn't do straight stitch well for everything, forget it. It's not good enough for us. So we want the basics of performance first. So, and this is why when people sort of ask of it, at the moment we're sort of 7mm zigzag feed. There's some machines that go wider than that. We will not do that. It's because, again, the wider you go, the more chance of puckering, the less chance of it feeding it straight.
Right.
We're using industrial-style feed system, so it's a box feed system on here as well.
What does that mean?
So, basically, it's the way it travels the fabric through.
Okay.
So, with most domestic machines, they have what they call an elliptical feed.
Yeah.
So, basically, it comes
You're
up...
so knowledgeable.
Thank you. Well, again, I hope I sort of go in too depth into it.
No, I want to know.
A lot of this is where people sort of look at the machines. They always look at the fancy bits first.
Yeah.
Again, I started off as an engineer within the business. So I learnt the inside before I learnt the outside. And so going back sort of, you say, all those years ago, as I started saying about the build quality, how I've seen it change over the years. They use so much more plastic in places and things like that. Going back to then the DX series on here, full metal hook system in there, full box feeds are very strong, so it carries, it travels very well. So it's the sort of thing, when you get on it, you can appreciate the engineering side, you can hear it, you can feel it, or hopefully you can as well anyway. But let's get started on it, and I'm going to let you show. So conventionally, just setting it up, first of all, we're just going to wind the bobbin. So the thread just sits on, and then we're just going to take in our accessory tray. We have our bobbins, like so.
Okay.
And then the nice thing with that, the bobbin winder is completely independent, so I can actually sew and wind at the same time as well. Again, those industrial features on there, which makes life a little bit quicker and easier. So, but threading and winding the bobbin is arrowed and numbered, so it's just very simple. Round number 1, number 2, then it goes across to the bobbin.
So is it beginner friendly, all of this?
That's the nice thing about it. It's all arrowed, it's all numbered, so it's very simple to follow on there. Obviously, with that as well, it does come with a very nice instruction manual. So it's not just like a flimsy leaflet, it's not a download, it's actually a proper book on there as well. So then once I do that, all I do is engage the bobbin winder, and it just winds. So there's no declutching mechanisms, I haven't got to fiddle with anything, it will just do. The capacity will fill up, and then it would auto lock off when it's finished, or obviously I can take it off when I feel I've got enough on there, so we can just use that to start off with. So, and then actually threading the machine, again, nice and simple, very simple. Follow the arrows and numbers. Number 1, again, number 2, down number 3, up to number 4, over the take-up lever, down to number 5. And then we have got the built-in needle threader as well, which is number 6, number 7. Number 8 is a little thread cutter just on the side.
Amazing.
So again, it cuts the tails off. And then on the side of the machine, there's the lever. And all we do is just firmly push that down, let go, and there you go. Threaded the needle for us.
So if you've got bad eyesight, it's fine.
Well, this is it. This is sort of that bad eyesight on there. It's certainly making my life a lot easier as well. And the drop-in bobbin system, 100% jam-proof system, fully self-lubricating, so it looks after itself very well.
Really? Wow.
So we just drop the bobbin in. Again, there's arrows and numbers on here, so it's very simplified. So down number 1, down number 2, cuts off on number 3. Again, we're left with that tail, and then that's the bobbin set. So literally what we can do now is just get on and sew. So I just grab a piece of fabric.
Do you know what I like in this too, if you don't mind me doing another,
please do,
lifestyle comparison, is that when I first got together with my other half, he needed to buy a new car and he really wanted a convertible.
Yeah.
And I said, no, you need to be more sensible, you need something. So he got a car that actually he didn't like as much.
Really want, yeah.
Okay, and then when that finally died, I said, actually, just get the convertible.
You let him have the convertible.
Yeah, but I feel like it's the same sort of comparison. Don't go for a budget machine
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm
Well,
saying?
very much so. Again, as we sort of go back to what we said before, you go to the wrong machine, you're not going to enjoy using it as much on there, or it's going to put you off sewing, or it's going to restrict your sewing.
Yeah.
And it's, in a reference, it's like anything really. If you've got something you don't really want to be with, you're just not going to use it as much.
That's right.
Where people are really then appreciating, you say, just literally right now, just press start and run. How smooth, quiet. It is running. Believe it or not, it is running at the moment.
No way!
Yeah, but that's...
Oh,
again,
it's like an electric car.
but then I can then just put my foot down, give
Yeah.
it more to its variable speed. I can use it with or without the foot control. I've got speed control on the machine as well.
Oh,
So I can
tortoise
produce,
in the hair.
That's exactly it. So I can do it up to 1,000 stitches a minute.
Wow.
So even on full speed, as you can see, it doesn't vibrate, it doesn't move, and it is just a lovely machine just to get on. And every time I stop at the moment, I've got auto pivoting. So I stop, the foot lifts,
Yeah.
I can just turn, foot down, away we go again.
That is so clever. And what fabric have you got there? What
At the
material?
moment, I've just got a little bit of, it's 100% cotton, it's
Yeah.
quilted, what we call a quilted sandwich on
Okay.
here. So,
No worries.
again, it's just very, very simple just to get on. I haven't got to play with anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it really is just a very smooth. And that's the sort of nice thing about it. If you enjoy using something, you're going to use it more
Mm-hmm.
on there. Also, I want to say about the multi-function foot control. I'll just pick this up.
Yes, please. Let's
So
have a look at that.
at the front with the blue pad is our normal accelerator. So I press that, then it's going to give you a variable speed.
Yeah.
And at the back, which I usually have my heel on, and it is basically what we call a heel back. If we were to press it, it now cuts the threads, stops, brings the needle out, brings the foot up, and it's now just tied it off completely.
Blimmin' heck, look at that engineering. That is fascinating.
Again, just that industrial styling as well,
Yeah.
because it is something you do every time you sew. You
Yeah.
cut your threads, you remove your fabric, so
Yes.
why not make it easier?
How long
So-
have Juki been going for?
Juki themselves is now just, it was, because of lockdown, I keep forgetting, it's now 82 years.
Wow.
So, yeah, so they're not a new company.
Well, no, but that's the testament, isn't it?
That's exactly it, because a lot of people sort of, who are Juki, how big are they? They've always been here. Most people know them for their industrials, but say they were actually very first domestic manufacturing. So
Right.
before they actually got into the industrials, but
Right.
because their industrial side has really, well, you say over 40% of the world manufacturing machines, people now have appreciated what they're doing to their domestic machines. So where some companies have gone the embroidery system,
Yes.
these have gone the full sewing system to make that the best it can be, rather than all the fancy little frills and bits which you use occasionally.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to pure sewing, 90% of your sewing is basically straight stitch, and you
Yeah.
want to know whatever type of fabric I pick up. So I've gone literally from, you say, the cotton sandwiches on there, denim. I can
Okay.
literally just go straight to denim. I'm not going to touch anything at all, but with that, I'm just going to do like a side seam. So it's a triple fold, like so. So just like you was having a seam on a pair of jeans or something like that. I'm going to
Yeah.
pop that under.
What's... well, let's watch this and then I'll ask you the question.
That's what you can ask at the same time, no problem.
Well, I was going to ask about what's the warranty that we've got with this?
So you've got a full 2-year warranty,
Yeah.
and that's complete. We'll fall back to base. We look after it completely there as well. Any problems, any queries, that's obviously how much we rely on our machines.
Yeah.
So there's no problems on that. Also, we do have a lot of helplines. We've been speaking to so many people and that, because like 90% of the time with a new machine, rather than actually a fault or problem with the machine, it's just a user just getting used to it.
Yeah.
And as I was speaking to so many people, just happy to pick up the phone, we'll talk
that's
to you on that. Obviously, we can do it live as well. So, yeah, absolutely no problems. The backup service, our classrooms are going to be open again soon as well. So I'm literally just going to sew down.
How quick is this? Amazing.
That is just 3 layers of denim, which, to be fair, most machines will cope with quite easy on there. But straight through without touching anything. It's very, just giving you that sort of double seam or triple seam on there.
Yeah.
But with that, obviously, most machines absolutely should cope with that without a struggle. But the problem is, that's not a finished item or anything like that. Or if you do it, jeans, and certainly with a lot of them when you're turning them up, you're then doing a fold, but also then you're doing a double fold on there as well.
Yes.
So on there, you haven't just then got 3 layers, you've got then 9 layers of denim,
Wow.
back down again, so you've got quite a lump. And this is where most machines just won't sew it.
Do we
they
need
struggle.
to change the foot?
Again, nope, I'm not going to change the needle, I'm not
Wow.
going to change the foot, I'm literally just going to pop that under,
Okay.
and away we go again.
So that's 9 layers.
There's 9, well, it goes from 3 to 9 to 6. So it's sort of up and down. I'm not going to force it through, I'm not going to help it through. I'm just going to let the machine do the work. So as it goes through, I'm just keeping the fold, the lump down, but again, I'm not going to push it, help it. It doesn't bang, it doesn't murmur. Straight through, cut the threads down, foot up, needle out, and away we go.
Amazing.
So if we look at that on here, I know we can see the thickness of that there. You say you've got 9 layers of denim from up and down sort of lumps and bumps, so it's quite a jump there as well.
Yeah.
And again, this is the sort of thing, with a machine, as soon as you start having to help the fabrics and push it through, really you shouldn't be doing it, because that's when you know you're going to end up breaking needles, bending, and obviously causing damage, which is not good that way.
Absolutely.
So the machine doesn't want to take it on its own, then also helping and forcing it through, you're never going to get an even stitch, because you're restricting it, pulling it, pushing it, so the quality of stitch is not going to be there either.
That's
so
very
obviously
impressive.
with the machine just taking it, and this is what people are again really appreciating. So from that, but literally then I can go on, and you say, I know we're working together for the first time. I really do bring some awkward fabrics. I don't just stick to calico.
I was going to say, like, there's silk, there's organza, there's all sorts.
Exactly. This is then going into a real fine sheer chiffon.
Because are they quite slippery?
It
I know
slips,
silk
it
is
moves,
slippery.
it catches, all on the place on there. Most people will avoid just try sewing this full stop on there. So, but what we can do, again, I'm not going to touch anything else at all. I'm just going to pop that under. Down again, we can then just put foot down. So again, let the machine do the work. I'm not going to help it. I'm not going to. All I'm doing is just keeping it, obviously guiding it straight.
That is
just through the ends, cut the threads again. Needle out, foot out, and then. So we can look at that. Obviously, I'm using a completely contrast of thread on here.
No worries.
So you can actually then see how it stands out. But if we can look at that, you can see no puckering, but the main thing is obviously the seam. When you open that seam up on the inside, that it is perfectly flat. It hasn't pulled it, it hasn't puckered. And these are sort of where people, when they look at a new machine, they straight away, how many stitches it got, what is that, and oh, I don't need all of those stitches. Well, what I say to people is say, the stitches are a bonus, they're the free. Is because to make a machine with 10 stitches in, to be fair, it doesn't cost any difference to make a machine with 300 stitches. Because it's just a bigger program in there. But what changes in the aspect of the machine is the sewing system. The strength, the power, the motor, the feed system, the tension systems. And you can say, I've gone from quilting to denim to sheer. And again, you don't have to play with the tensions. I have no adjustments on there. And this is where, yes, it's a considered purchase, but for beginners, it is very, very good that way. But obviously, the price point is usually a bit higher for beginners. But if you do invest in it, then it's not going to put you off sewing. Straight away, you're going to hopefully fall in love with sewing because it's going to do what you want it to do on there, rather than having to say, oh, this machine is ruining fabrics, it's chewing this, or I can't then do certain jobs. So again, like with things like bag making and that as well, where you are using then upholstery fabrics, something a lot stronger, and then even things like vinyl, real tough upholstery vinyl. So caravans, bike seats, boats, anything like that. It really is a strong fabric on here. So with something like that, again, I'm just going to do like a seam, so it's a triple fold. So again, really not just a single layer on there, straight through. Again, underneath, extra high clearance on the foot as well, so I can lift and double lift. So for those thicker fabrics, quite easily goes under, and again, foot down, and away I go. So again, the machine sounds exactly the same. It just takes it through exactly the same on there. Cut the threads, foot control. Needle out, foot up, and away we go. And,
amazing.
And that also on here. So again, if we just look on that, the perfect stitch again, sort of underneath. And it is very, very strong.
It is. So I am so impressed. Right, so with this, you haven't changed the setting, you haven't changed anything, you haven't changed the foot, you haven't changed the needle. and you've gone from the thinnest possible material to the thickest possible. So please do check out your baskets. We are 10% of the stock gone already. We've got it on 3 flexi buys for you. So please do check out your basket. You've got all of the additions. Again, Gary, would you mind just talking through? Obviously, we get our fantastic Juki machine, who are... They're leaders, aren't they? They are leaders.
Thank you. Yes, they really are on that side of it. As you say, whether it's the domestic, whether it's the industrial, also innovation as well. They were very at the beginning, certainly, with things like underbed trimmers and things like that. They brought it to the domestic market on that. So yeah, they have led the way for many years on there. But again, they haven't fallen into that trap of that mass production of just stack them high, sell them cheap. That's just not what they're about on there. So. But it's with the machine, with the basic accessories, and I'm calling them basic accessories. You do get your overlocking foots, your blind hem foot, your buttonhole foots. You've all got patterning foot, free motion foot, gauging foot, walking foot. So you get a nice selection of creative feet there as well.
So you get an overlocking foot as well.
Yeah.
So you don't need to buy an overlocking machine.
Everybody needs an overlocker.
All right, fair enough. No, I've had a go on one a couple of times.
Yeah, the overlocking is certainly a lot better. If you haven't got an overlocker, it really does a fantastic job. Yeah. But I will say, anybody with an overlocker, once you've got an overlocker, that's it. You never look back because it does a completely different job on there. Okay. So, but compared to a varied zigzag or anything like that, no, the overlocking is very good. And on there, we have got different variations on overlocking as well. So
good.
Whether it's then for jersey, whether it's fleece, whether it's just woven, we have then got, I think it's 6 variations on overlock stitches, so to cope with the different finishing you want. So no problems at all there. Blind hemming as well, very nice on the blind hemming side. So again, it's those jobs where people do find a bit awkward. This just takes it and enhances it. For instance, one of the ones is the buttonhole. And a lot of people get sort of put off with buttonholes. It's one of those things where when you're doing buttonholes, it's usually one of the last things you do on a garment. And if you've made a mess of it, it's not good. And obviously, because it's on the front of your garment as well, it stands out more than most other stitching as well, which is usually hidden inside or something like that. And some people avoid buttonholes completely. Some people, again, put fake buttonholes on there. We have now developed a sensor system buttonhole. Okay. This looks a lot worse than what it actually is. There's quite a contraption there. But what it actually does, with a lot of machines now, they will measure the button. So I'll just take a button and I'll pop it into the back of the foot. So it will measure that button and then do the buttonhole to that size of button. Okay. That's, to be fair, that's not new. It sounds good. Again, coming into the machines, you're sort of seeing a few of these for the first time, and it is a very good system. But the difference is, when you do a buttonhole with most machines, it does it to the size of the button, but the problem is it doesn't take an allowance of thicknesses and seams. So when you do a buttonhole on most garments, it's not just 2 layers. You've got several layers, you've got interfacing in there as well. And this is where a lot of buttonholes systems now, when it gets to a certain point, it either then misses stitches or it's not as even. So what we've done is we've done a sensor buttonhole, so it doesn't just measure the button for you, it senses the type of fabric. So even going up and down the thicknesses, it will keep the continuity there perfect. So what I'm going to do, just going to plug this in. Okay. So to change the feet, nice and easy, this is the button at the back of the foot. We just press that, and then that will just drop the presser foot off, like so. So that just comes off.
Very easy.
And then to pop it back on again, all we do is we line it back up with a bar. So let's see which way we're doing. Just a bit forward there. And that then just clips into place, and then just plugs into the side of the machine as well. Okay. So very easy. But once we've got onto buttonhole, so I just put the standard buttonhole on there for starters. So it's all done by touchpad on the front. And the nice thing about, if you want it just as a basic machine, I'll just close that down. On the front of the machine, what you see, straight stitch, zigzag, blind hemming, buttonholes, it's just your utility sewing. So it really is very easy. Yep. Once I select my stitch, it will then preset the length for me, preset the width for me, which I can completely override as well. Yeah. So, but I'm just going to leave that as standard on there at the moment. And then what I'm going to do, let's just take a piece of fabric.
You've got so much under there.
I've got lots of fabric under here, but we're not just, again, when you do things like buttonholes and that, doing it on a piece of cotton calico, very easy, shouldn't be any problems whatsoever. But let's do it on some wool. So we've got a nice sort of thick wool on here, and this is usually where the buttonholes can have a problem, is because you've not just got your fold, you have then got a triple fold on there. So that's usually what your button band is on there. So with a lot of the machines, when you get to a certain, in between the band, you've got then different layers, 2 layers, 3 layers, back down to 2 again, and the stitches then can move. But with our sensor system, I'm just going to put that under. So it goes in between the 2 plates, like so.
Okay.
And then once that's set on there, obviously we've got the button in the back to there. I'm actually going to unplug the foot control at this point as well.
Why is that?
So I'm going to let the machine do its complete control itself. It will slightly speed up, it will slow down when it gets to fragile parts. So again, less involvement for yourself, less chance of then, again, going sort of off kilter or anything like that. So popping the foot down. At the moment we've got the green light. If I put the foot back up again, that light will turn red. And it's the same on buttonhole. If I didn't have the buttonhole set correctly, it will let me know I've not got it set correctly.
Good.
So again, it won't do anything wrong that way. So what I'm going to do is say pop the foot back down. The light is green. I'm just going to set it to a slightly slower speed so it makes it easier to see. And then I'm going to press start. So I'm not going to touch anything at all. So it does the end bar.
Look at the thickness of that fabric as
Then
well.
this is it. Again, it's a proper wool fabric. Again, we're not doing it on a flimsy fabric at all. And if you notice, it's not a 4-stage buttonhole. It actually does a 6 or 7-stage buttonhole. Wow. So it's like a tailored buttonhole, so it reinforces it underneath.
Amazing.
So again, we just let it get on with it. So it feeds forwards, back. It does the reverse bar. It will then sew over the end. It will then tie it off. It will stop. Finish there. If I wanted to, which I forgot to do, is program in, so it would have automatically cut the threads and that for me afterwards. I didn't do that, so all I'm going to do is just manually do that. So just the button there, press that, cuts the threads, lifts the foot up.
Oh, but that's still easy peasy.
That's all very, very easy, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then if we have a look at that, there we have one buttonhole. Very, very neat, very easy.
I was going to say, it looks so professional.
Obviously, that's just its standard settings on there, so we've not done anything else. But what we have also got is 15 different buttonholes.
Wow.
Why do I need 15 buttonholes on there? Well, not everybody does, but what's wrong with the options?
Yeah, but I was going to say, that, this is what's really doing it for me. Like I said, I'm a total beginner here. Is about being creative and the quality, and that is what is really coming across with this machine.
Brilliant, thank you.
It's fantastic.
And this is where, well, I think, well, the sound of it, especially where I do, obviously we're getting back to doing some exhibitions now, which is great, being back out there, meeting people again, it's brilliant. And being live, obviously, on TV, it is that sort of thing. Are we dubbing the sounds? Are we sort of that? No, we're on movable benches on here. These are not exactly solid on there. And when we do sort of see people at exhibitions, they just listen. That is that good. It is that, and to me, that's the engineering. That's the bit. If it was all plasticky and rattly, then yeah, I wouldn't want to certainly be on TV saying them anyway. Definitely not on there. But when you sort of really appreciate using a machine that's going to be reliable, which is going to be right, it's going to sound right, it's going to feel right. And this is where, as you say, with a lot of even say your demonstrators and that, they're all moving to the Dukey side on there because again. A lot of start off with, certainly when the embroidery systems that first come out, we got a bit blinkered, oh, this is great, and that, and realised we weren't really using it as much. But because of that system, it took it away from the sewing side. But you just say, with Dukey, that's what we concentrate on first. It's got to be, if it doesn't do straight stitch well, forget it. It's not worth it.
Amazing. Also, may I just talk about as well, so again, we've been saying, we understand this is a considered purchase on a Sunday morning, but we have got it on 3 flexi buys. You've got the machine itself, which is just blowing my mind, to be quite frank. You've got all of your extras, and can we talk about the 100 or so freebies that we are getting?
That's it, yep. So,
£100 worth.
You've sort of quoted, I say, got a few together, put a couple of extras in there, so we know that it is about £150 retail on there. And the nice thing about it being the extras, it's feet I know people use, because it's what I get asked for the most. Invisible zip foot, roll hem foot, gauging feet, so which makes it easier for the patterning. And then we have put some little creative feet in there as well for beading, for piping. So again, hopefully it's things that people put off doing because oh, well, their machine either doesn't like it. So with the creativity side as well, rather than just fancy patterns, the creativity then will allow you, say, we've got some samples on here of the beading, the edging, the piping. So you're not just making a garment, a bag, etc. You're then enhancing it, so finishing it off properly, so it looks a lot more professional. So yeah, so that bonus pack we've sort of got together with it. Hopefully, it's what people have wanted, and that's what they've asked me for.
Excellent.
And combined with all the feet you actually get with it, there's not a lot you can't do.
Amazing. So these are lovely feet here and everything else. £100 worth, and bobbins and all sorts of, £100 worth at minimum that you're getting for free. And as far as we're aware, if you buy it anywhere, the Juki machine anywhere else, I don't think you're going to get these lovely
this
goodies.
is a package we've purely done. It's for yourself.
Excellent.
It is only here. It's literally, I got this pack together. We're Sunday today, aren't we? I was just early morning Sunday. Yeah, so Friday afternoon before I came up to that. I got this pack together. We sort of hand shows a few different ones on there. We've got some samples stitched out as well. So this is unique for yourself on that, absolutely.
Amazing. And also, there's not many places where you can spread the cost. Do you know what I mean? So we've split it in thirds for you, and also we will send it out to you once you've paid that first instalment, so you don't have to wait 3 months to get your machine. You can get it as soon as you've paid that first instalment. Like I said, have a little chat to family members, and friends, and go, do you know, this is what I'd really like for my birthday, or as a little treat, or as something, or even a pre-Christmas present, because sorry, life is hurtling towards Christmas.
Absolutely.
I know, right? And club together and get this fantastic machine. And let me tell you, the person you are buying it for, they will absolutely love you. They might cook you a Sunday roast or something like that. Now, we have got 5-star reviews, and of course, if you're a Freedom member, you're not going to be paying for the postage either. So that's another important point. So this is going to be delivered, if you're a Freedom member, for no extra charge. So, can we talk through the elements that we've got here as well?
Yep. So this is just some of the a few stitch samples. I won't say I did it because
that's all right. Are you all right to show it to camera one?
So
right?
with these, this is all part of the bonus pack on here.
Yeah.
So this one here, we've got the gauging foot. So basically, it just gives us as we can see, the sample on the actual quilt itself was all done with the gauging foot. So I think it sort of speaks for itself a little bit like that. I've also put the open toe applique foot with it as well. This is the clear sole one. So again, there's different variations of this one, but this is the most popular one I get asked for. So again, it just gives you that very clear view, nice, easy to follow. And as we can see, which hopefully I will show you soon, the satin stitch on the machine itself is absolutely fantastic. So that's one or two of the feet that come with it. The roll hem foot. This again, very, very popular foot on there. It just gives you that very narrow roll hem finish on there, which is nice. The concealed zip foot. This is probably the #1 selling accessory, I think, for most machines on there we get asked for. So we have put that with it as well. So for your concealed zips. We also then got the creative foot or beading foot, which will allow you to do cording, beads on there as well. So the machine's quite happy to feed that through with a zigzag. So that's there, part of it. The machine itself does come with a normal zip foot, but we have put what we call a narrow zip foot with it as well. And rather than just zips on here, it's fantastic for piping, edging, because it butts up right against the piping. So you have got that perfect control. Even though with the machine itself, we've got 32 needle positions. So with the foot, it gets so close, we can just fine tune it 0.2 of a millimetre each time. So we have absolutely got it perfectly next. So for piping, it's fantastic that way.
Amazing.
Also, then we've got the stitch in the ditch. And our 1/4-inch foot with the guide, and again our patchwork quilters would absolutely know and love what both of those would do. But again, for people on there who are coming into this may not know, the 1/4-inch foot is a standard seam for most of them when you sort of doing patchwork and quilting. Most books you pick up will all work with a 1/4-inch seam on there. So even though we've got a 1/4-inch seam automatically built into the machine, people do like it with a guide on as well. So again, it's a poplar foot that I'm asked for. And then the in the ditch foot on there, which allows you then to join fabrics together with a creative stitch.
Right.
So that's on there. And then the bias binder. Then
these are great samples.
Again, really, thank you very much. Yeah, as you say, I would like to take credit for it, but I run out of time. So the bias binder on there, so it's again very, very popular foot to ask for, and then the button sew on foot. So again, just that finishing edging and obviously sewing.
Fantastic.
So those are sort of some of the extras that we've got. And you say we've got a few more that we've put with it as well, but I just run out of time for sampling.
Oh, no,
so.
bless you. Now, can we also just very quickly talk about, well, I'll just give the details for the machine, and then I'd love you to, can you demonstrate the scissors? They're cool, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we not demonstrate them? Oh, okay. Well, we can talk around it. Okay, so if you do want the machine, okay, the Juki, it's Juki. Please have a look at the reviews. The reviews are phenomenal. This is an amazing machine. Like I said, it's so much better to get one fabulous machine that is going to last you, and you've got all the extras with it, than four that are cheap, basically cheap and nasty, and don't do the job that you want them to do. And then you think, actually, I should have got the best one. So we've got this on FlexiBuy, 3 payments of £499 and 67 pence, I think. And don't worry, you will also get a free gift as well. You'll get some Moda fabric, 1/2 metre, 559483 is your item number. Now, again, if you've got any questions, send your questions to studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, I don't think I'm telling fibby fibs. Like you said yesterday, that you saw Trisha using them, but I'm sure that Catherine's got one, who's doing the one-day special, by the way. I'm pretty sure she has, and absolutely loves it. Obviously, Natasha.
Yep, again, yep. I think she's got about 4 now.
I know. She's
got
like
a collection of machines there, absolutely.
Right, now, so let's have a look at these electric scissors. Can you talk us through these? I think they're an absolute whiz, aren't they?
Indeed, obviously it's not a Juki product on there,
enough.
but it's something I use all the time in sort of the exhibitions. We've been offered electric scissors for years and years, and we've been offered electric scissors probably retail for under a tenner to £350 and sort of everywhere in between.
Right.
Cheap electric scissors are waste of time. They chew fabrics. Do not, at home I advise, do not buy them as well.
Right.
On that, you can't change the blades on a lot of them. They don't last very long, as you say, and because of the power of them, they end up chewing more than they actually cut. The scissors that we've got here are on the industrial side. They're not industrial scissors, but they're heavy duty.
Yeah.
So you can use them via mains. You've got a chargeable battery with it as well, so you can use it non-main, so it's portable. But it has got a very solid cutting blades on them as well. So I can actually cut through 6 layers of denim, and it will just glide. 6 layers of denim that will glide through.
Yeah.
So soft furnishing fabrics, again, something which is obviously for your hands, which will strain. So they are an investment. I think they're at the moment. I think you've got an offer at 169, I believe.
Yeah, just shy.
Which is on there, which is a good offer on that. So it is an investment, but as we know, also, it's sort of getting that bit older as well, where the hands are not working as well, fingers are not working as well. And then on some scissors which are just not comfortable, especially going through thicker fabrics, it actually causes more pain on there. Those are absolutely brilliant. They it's like butter. It's like
I've
cutting
seen
through
them in
butter.
action.
It is just fantastic. So, yeah, no, it is an investment, but they are brilliant scissors, they are, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, Gary. Right then, you can spread the cost again. We've popped it on 3 flexi buys, so you might want to pop it in with the machine, to be fair, and just really go to town and treat yourself. 3 payments of £56 and 33 pence. Item number is 319738. Now, if you are spending over £60, you can go for flexi order. So let's take a little listen about what that is.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Right then, so we've chatted about the quality. We've chatted about, you know, this is a serious machine. We're just going to see this in action now. All right, so I'm going to hand over to Gary, and he's just going to sew his arm on.
Right, let's have a play. This is, well, hopefully this is it, yeah. Well, it's strong enough, but yeah. So what we've done, well, actually, I'm just going to play with some stitches and show you how easy the machine is to use just to get on. So far, all we've done is use the keypad on the front of the machine. Let's play with some programs on here. So the first button is then for the keypad. The second button then is for our stitching. So this comes up now with our menu, and each pattern selection then has a symbol to it. So what we'll do is choose whichever symbol we want. So I'm going to go into the satin stitch to start off with, which is then illustrated by a scallop stitch on this particular one. So now, using the keypad with numbers on here, whichever stitch I want, I'll just look up this number. So if I want number 68, I then just program in number 68. As it will appear, it set the stitch width for me, 3.5. I want it a little bit wider so it stands out more, so I'm going to go up to just over 5.5. And then the stitch length, we are actually going to do a satin stitch. So at the moment we're on 0.6. It is a stitch I do use. I know straight away I'm actually going to turn it down to 0.4, so it's a smoother satin stitch. And then instead of just doing a satin stitch, what it's going to do is a mitered corner satin stitch. So I'll program this one. So let's put the foot control back in. So I just plug that back in like so. So then with this one, it will start at the point. It will then start to produce then your satin stitch up to just over 5.5 mil at this particular one. I'm then sewing, obviously as long as I want, as far as I want. Obviously if I follow a design, a pattern marked, I've got nothing marked on the fabric at the moment, so I'm just going to sew a line, a really nice smooth applique. But then when I get to the corner, or when I get to the end of that point, all I'm going to do is on the machine I've got a dot button, and that's a finishing button, so I'm just going to press that. I've got my foot flat down still, and it's coming to the end, it's taking it, tapering it down to a point. It will then leave the needle in, it will lift the foot, it's beeped at me, and now I'm ready to pivot. So I'm going to pivot 90 degrees on there, and if I now just then start again, it will now match the taper. So it will then give me that perfect miter corner. And if anybody's trying to do this home without this facility, they know how difficult this is.
Right.
But if we also then, the quality of the satin stitch, it tells me then about the feed. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit, get a few more stitching on that. And then the nice thing about the satin stitch as well, because of the box feed system, I've got full travel. Then if I'm actually then going to follow design, I can move, I can then start doing a applique. The machine itself, it doesn't vibrate, it's not bouncing, it's quite happy, just producing a very, very good quality satin stitch. So I'm just going to stop that, cut the threads. So again, foot up, needle out. And if we just have a little look at the satin stitch on here, we can see this. If we just look there.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
And it's the sort of thing where it seems simple, but as sewers at home, they know if they try and produce a quality satin stitch, it's so difficult on some machines. I have not fiddled, played, and if we look at there, it is absolutely perfect miter corner as well. So it just shows that feed movement, that quality of feed is just fantastic. And then, so that's just, we know that's one of the awkward stitches to do on there, but we've also then got some nice stitches just to play around with. So what we can do is we can just go into the different menus. So again, I can just press the button, go into the creative side. So we've got some decorative stitches in here. So then if I just then choose, say, for instance, 01, I can just pop that down. Again, it just sets stitch length, stitch width, takes care of it. So then away I go. And again, because of the control of the feed, I haven't just got to do it in straight lines, I can manoeuvre. So again, for garment making, going around collars, things like that, I could just be really creative, decorative. Then it's playing around, I can then just move on to the next stitch, move through, I can scan through to have a look what stitches are on there, choose another stitch. Once it's there, I can then just put my foot down again, and away we go. Again, I don't have to fiddle or play with anything else at all, very straightforward that way. And then it's literally just play and play and play all day, just to be that creative.
Is so cool. That's it. I think it gets addictive, really, doesn't it?
Well, that's the nice thing about it, is because it's nice to use. It's, as we said right from the beginning, if you've got something you enjoy using, you are going to use it. And because of that, just cut the threads there, and foot lifts up. So again, we just have a little look. There's just sort of, again, very neat, decorative finishing on here. So it's not trying to overdo. There's some machines out there where they're trying to put so much creativity on a feed system which doesn't perform that well. When you start doing stitches like this on certain fabrics, and again, I haven't just done it on a piece of calico, I've done it on a quilted piece of fabric.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's showing you the performance of the feed, and the stitch is absolutely perfect on there.
Amazing.
So you have got that side of it where you've got lots of stitches and patterns to play around. As you can see, we've got a few samples stitched out already on here. Also, I think we're running out a little bit of time on here.
We've got 5 minutes.
It's brilliant. It does a hand effect, or what we call a sashiko stitch, or a hand effect quilting stitch on here. And it is actually a unique stitch to Juki in the way this one particularly does it. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the top thread off. And then I've got an invisible thread. And a lot of machines say don't even like invisible threads.
No, I was going to say, it's
on there, it's usually fairly horrible to use. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to thread the machine up in exactly the same way. And this is another thing that we're doing as well, where it's not just the fabrics we're playing around with. At the moment, I've used a 40 thickness thread, I've used a 60 thickness thread. I'm going into a full invisible nylon thread as well. And even with all these different threads, again, I'm not touching the tensions, I'm not adjusting anything. The machine itself will just take it. Just take that out again. So
this thread has a different consistency, shall we say?
It's a nylon thread, and it is probably 6 times thinner than most other threads you would use on there. So again, we just take it down behind the guide, so the conventional threading into the needle threader. And then needle threader comes down, through threaded. So even with the springy invisible thread, the needle threader has worked perfectly. We just take that through. So in there. And then with this particular stitch, so at the moment I've got a 40 thickness thread on the bobbin, so it's a heavier weight there than with the invisible thread. So I'm going to go into the quilting section, so which is this symbol on here. So let's just go through on there, just scan through to the quilting symbol, and then this particular stitch, the hand effect quilting stitch, again is number 40 on this one. So just program in number 40. Again, it sets everything else for me. It is a stitch I do like, so automatically I know I'm going to actually make the stitch length longer. So it sets it to 2.6. I'm actually going to take it up to 3.4 on here. And then the way this works, there is a machine out there which does a similar, or which does a sashiko stitch on there. A machine, it only does that stitch, and you pay about £1,600 for that machine to do that one stitch.
Wow.
This is a version, a mock version of it, but if we have a look on here, what it's doing, it does 10 tiny little stitches, which then brings the bobbin thread up. So whatever thread I've got on the bobbin, that's what you're going to see. Then it does that one skip stitch, which is the invisible. So that's what gives you the hand effect. And because also people have got a similar stitch on their machine at home, they'll realise they put the invisible thread on the bobbin and have to work upside down. Obviously we're using it on top, and because of that we've got a constant forward feed, so therefore it hasn't just got to be straight lines. We can follow patterns, designs, absolutely no problems at all.
Amazing.
So
we will have to stop very shortly.
Right, let's just cut the threads on that one, and I'll show you briefly on there. So just obviously very quickly what I've done, and it's these sort of things which it seems quite simple, and I know with the amount of stitching is not a lot, but it's the stitch it's doing which people hopefully will appreciate. Oh yeah, that to get that out of a sewing machine, it is very, very good. And again, the satin stitch shows the feed, the performance. So so these little bits, as an engineer coming forwards, we know downfalls of certain things, and we know people are certainly seeing shows and exhibitions when they come on and say, oh, my machine just won't do that, or it won't do this. And these are some of the features we know other machines have problem with. So absolutely perfect on there. So
thank you, Gary. Well, so you're going to be back at 11.
11 o'clock I'm back, so hopefully you get to play a bit more.
Nice. So please don't wait around for this. It's a fantastic machine. Remember, you've got over £100 worth of freebies with this. If you're a Freedom member, you won't be paying for your postage. If you can spread that cost, we've got 3 flexi-buy payments, and we'll send it out to you once you have paid that first instalment. So we know it's a considered purchase, but you won't regret purchasing this machine. It's fantastic. I'm totally sold on it. It's fantastic. Thank you once again, Gary.
Well, great to work with you. Hopefully again very soon. Thank you.
Lovely stuff. All right, so there's more coming up right after this. One day special. After that, we are celebrating with Daisy and Grace, and later it's Scarlet Rose birthday shindig.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well. On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Oh my goodness, I do need to tell you she's a wanted woman. I don't know who by, but she's a wanted woman. So if you do see her, just make sure you tell the sheriff and keep your head down and keep crafting. Right, oh there she is.
Me? Me?
What?
That wasn't me.
No, it was just on the TV.
It wasn't me.
That's you.
Is it? Oh, that's me.
Okay, I'm a little bit worried about Catherine this morning, a little bit concerned. Don't worry. We do have an hour with her, though. Don't know how much of that you can take, but hopefully you'll be able to take the lot. I don't know where I was going with that. Let's talk about the birthday. We are celebrating 6 years here at the craft store. And guess what? We've put £6 in your account. Yes, we have. And if you haven't seen that already, go and sign into your account. Your £6 will be taken off a purchase of £40 or more. So if you've not spent it yet, it's there for you to spend. Now, we've also got a free gift with purchase on the show, and it is this marvellous stencil, which is Be Weird. I like that. It's quite apt for me, isn't it? Your strangeness is your magic. You've even got the little zuri underneath there as well. Let's turn that around so it's the right way. There you go. Love that. That's your free gift with purchase, anything you buy on the show. But it is all about the one-day special that was launched last night at 6 p.m. We do have some returning favourites, or brand new to you. They're returning to us, but they might be brand new to you. So you can head to the website and you can have a look at all the different moulds that we've got available for you. We'll talk all about zuri, we'll talk all about how you can use the moulds, but let's take a look at the one-day special so you can start checking out your basket. 2 payments of £24.99. So we will split the cost, but we'll send out the moulds to you. Is there an extended delivery on this? No, so we're dispatching these instantly. £49.98, but you can divide the cost into 2 payments. You're saving £10. And within the moulds, you've got 12 impressions. It is an excellent deal. 420147. But a third of the stock has already gone. Now, Catherine, I've got a sample here. I'm going to hold this in my hands so we can see the actual moulds. This is something a little bit different from zuri, isn't it?
It is. We've seen the darker side more recently. We will see more flowers and something a little bit lighter, but there's lots of people that, of course, are following zuri and are loving this sort of dark side of them as well. Do you know, this doesn't have to be particularly dark, though. You can go very grungy, but you can keep it light. You could go with florals with this. You can have a real mix, great for your mixed media. You've got the playing cards here with a very sort of different theme. You can see with the Joker there just coming round.
Wow.
So much detail, but for me, it's as though you've got 2 moulds in one in each of those impressions, because you can use the centrepiece on its own. You don't have to use it as the whole cast, yeah.
So how would you do that? Would you just put the clay or the resin or the hot glue, whatever it is you're putting there, just into the centre part of the...
Yes, and it's very easy to do that as well.
Yeah. And then that will leave you with the playing cards in the background. I think this is a great idea. Something a little bit different. It's a great price too. Now, we do say you get 12 impressions. Let's just take a look at the moulds, because 4 of those impressions are the actual heart, the spade, the club, and the diamond.
They are, the little motifs, that's right, yeah. So you've got, I mean, yes, you have got 4 main impressions in each, or you could argue that there are actually 8, because you can take those centrepieces out separately. But you look at that price, Janice, and you break that down. I mean, I've worked with other mould companies in the past, good quality moulds as well. For one of those, if you would have that as a single mould per card or per impression, you'd be looking at anywhere between £9.99 and probably £16.99 per mould.
Yeah, now that is a great point. And just taking a look at the Joker as well, if you didn't want to use the centre part of the Joker, you've still got the words Joker down the edge, so you could put your own embellishments on top of that. It does work out to be £4.17 per impression. Wow. But then you could take it even further, because you've got the J for Joker, so you've got 2 impressions there. You could look at it like that if you wanted to, and you could have a look at the clubs on each of the cards, and they could be separate impressions as well. And that's the beauty of using the moulds. You could even, I guess, Catherine, just use the edging to those particular designs as well. So these are going to go a long, long way, and you'll be able to do a lot of different projects with them as well. Now, with zuri, let's talk about the quality of the silicone, because this really does make a difference.
It certainly does, and they don't cut any corners whatsoever. This is high food grade silicone as well, so if you want this for your fondant, for your marzipan, for your chocolate, for your fudge, anything edible, then of course you can go with it for that reason. Different set, of course, if you're going to go for both crafting and edible. They're dark chocolate with an edible lustre on them. You can see the detail how it's brought out just with the lustre, can't you?
What chocolate have you used?
Oh, it's It's very nice chocolate.
Oh, is it? It smells like laxative chocolate, to be fair.
It was a very expensive chocolate.
Maybe because it's been left out overnight.
It was a very expensive confectioner's
I can
chocolate.
smell the cocoa in
Can
there.
you?
Yes, I can. But how amazing would these be? And what a fabulous gift to get someone. I think that's beautiful. How about soap?
Soap, wax as well.
Yeah.
Melt your wax in there.
Yeah, you could do.
You could actually apply these around candles if you wanted to do that as well.
Great idea. And ice and jelly.
Yes, because of course, heat-wise,
Yep.
up to 240 degrees, so you can put them in the oven. So if
Yep.
you're using oven-baked clay, or if you want to put something edible in there as well, then of course you can put these directly into the oven. You can also put them into the freezer down to -75. So if you do want to make ice cubes or frozen yogurt or ice cream, you can also use the moulds for those.
That is a brilliant idea. 420147 is your item number. We're getting busy now for your one-day special, but let's take you through the other moulds that we've got. Because you've got that £6 credit in your account, if you've not spent it yet, then you'll be able to spend it on a purchase of £40 or more, which of course is your one-day special. You can take the price of that. Don't pay in flexi payments, because your first flexi will have to be £40 or more. But if you want the £6 discount that you've got in your account, then you just buy it as the total price, $49.98, but you'll be taking £6 off that. But you might want to add some of the other moulds that we've got available for you. Now, these are returning favourites, but they might be brand new to you. And these are large moulds, but again, there's lots of different elements in this. Now, I know we calculated this last time with the different elements, because you can use all the different letters separately as well, not just as machines. You can count those separately, and you can also make different words from machines as well. I know Meg, our producer, I think, how many words did she make that time? Was it over 60?
Oh, I think it was, no, not that many. 19.
Not? Oh, was it? Okay. 19 words. But you can make lots of different words. So think about that. It's a great mould to have. Let me just show you some of the samples here, because you've got the snippability into this, haven't you, Catherine? Not only using it as a major mould, but you've also got the possibility of cutting these down. So you could use that separately, the pipework separately, the steam gauge separately, the owl separately, and that's going to be easy to do by just taking that part of the mould and using it. So it's a good mould to have.
Brilliant mould to have. I love this. And of course you can shape around things as well. Maybe you've got pots or buckets in the garden that you want to sort of change a little bit. You've got various different cogs and things that you can take out separately as well, so you can go very much with the steampunk theme, or just the owl on its own. You could put that into a woodland theme. It is mechanical, but it just looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And remember, if you're going for that, you're going to get your free gift with purchase, which is this fabulous stencil. Apparently, it was 106 words, Catherine.
It might have been
machines.
106 you can make out of it, but Meg didn't find them all.
All right, let's not split hairs. But I was right. I think Ross, our producer, found them all personally.
Did he? He's very clever.
We'll run them through. We'll run through them later. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. See why she's a wanted woman? Right, the next one, we've got a little bit of everything for you, a little bit of everything. And again, you've got lots of different designs in here, and you've got 22 impressions. I think if you're going for your first mould, this could be a very, very good one to go for. $34.99, but divide that by 22, and you've got that price down to each in particular element, which makes it £1.59, which is excellent value for money.
It really is, isn't it? And the name says it all. It's a little bit of everything, because you've got the wings in there, which are very handy. You've got that lovely sort of cameo effect. You've got more cogs. You've got the pocket watch, the moon and the sun together. I love. You've got florals in there. You've got words. And much more besides.
Yeah, you certainly have. Love these. Love the crown. Love all the different flourish elements. Love the love heart with the lock in there as well. A couple of samples to show you here. If you're just using the wings and the lady just there, looks superb. This is what Catherine meant by moulding. So once you've cast in resin or your clay, you can actually mould that. It could be a bracelet, actually. That would be pretty cool on your arm like that, or around a candle. And you can also use your different effects on there. This is actually made up of different clays, which is brilliant.
That's just an air dry clay with an acrylic paint wash.
Very effective, isn't it? Very, very effective. Reminds me of you, that does. I don't know why. But with your mould, you're also getting your free stencil. $34.99, 323-777 is your item number. Right, next up, we've got some more for you. We've got the Butterfly Woman. Was this one of the first moulds from Surrey?
No, it was kind of in the middle, that one.
Was it?
Yeah.
It's a lovely mould, though. It really is.
It was a very, very busy one when we launched it on a one-day special, and it remains popular, actually, this one. It is a lovely, elegant sort of lady, isn't it? She looks very magical. She looks very sort of... She could be strong, she could be stern, she could be magical, but I love the detail in this one. Again, take away the wings if you don't want her as a butterfly. That beautiful leaf in the centre of her dress, you can just take that element out of the mould individually. I've done that before and built up exotic flowers from it, so there's lots you can do with this one as well.
It's stunning. That really does show off the detail that you're getting with your Surrey moulds using that silicone. Fabulous. That's made of resin, I think, but it looks like it's made of metal. Absolutely incredible. 967092, £22.99. Remember, you'll get your free gift with purchase if you're just going for that in the show. It's one gift per person, by the way, so if you did buy last night, can they get another one? I don't know, actually. No, it's just one gift per person. Yes, one gift per person. Right, next up, we've got another fabulous mould here. And again, this is always very, very popular. And it is, well, it's not the unicorn. It's called Lexus, the Urban Horse. And let's just bring this in, because I want to show you the detail in there. Elven, is it? Yeah. Can you see something on Elven, excuse me, which is, it looks like it's mane, but look closely, there's something else, isn't there, Catherine?
There is. It's like a lizard.
Yeah, can you see that just at the top there? That lizard. So you could use that separately as well.
You could. I love this one. This is one of the early ones, actually. This absolutely flew out the door when we brought it for the first time. So much detail in there again. It is beautiful, isn't it?
Wow.
You can see all the muscle tone in the face and everything.
Yeah. You could just look at that for a long time and just keep seeing different things. Absolutely stunning and amazing. £21.99, 635 856. But again, you'll be getting your free gift with purchase. And I can't stand that up because I've broken the stand, so I'll just lay that down flat. Right, next, another item for you. Again, you can use these with chocolates, you can use these with ice, you can use them in the fridge, you can use them in the oven. But if you are going for food, do buy one separately from your crafting. Now, this is a beautiful ornate gate. I've seen you do a demonstration with this where you open the gates up.
Yes, I don't know if we've got that sample. There is a sample somewhere with the gates, but it's not obvious. That's the one, the circle that you've got there. It's not obvious that it is the gate. Not that one, the other one, the circle.
The circle, sorry, yes, that's a square, isn't it? I do know the difference.
Spot the gates.
Yeah, have a look at this. Right, let's have a look. So that's Medusa. Oh, the gates are around the edge.
Yeah, so you don't have to use them as gates at all.
Brilliant idea. £22.99 for your ornate gate. 098616 is your item number, which is brilliant. Right, next up, we have got. Is this our story?
This
is the Zodiac.
Yeah.
This is the Zodiac. This is Scorpio. What star sign are you? Oh, you're Leo.
I'm Leo.
Leo the lion. This is Scorpio. Even if you don't know anyone who is a Scorpio, you've still got elements in here, like the scorpion itself, to use. And the frame.
Definitely. That frame is beautiful as well. Each one of the zodiacs has a different frame, a different poem in there. Again, break them down, as you say. Use the frame on its own. There are ways that you can do that. Just putting clay around the edge and leaving it open so you can put a photograph in there or use it in a scrapbook page. And also, with the scorpion itself, I've taken the tail and the sting on the tail and use those separately. I use that as a stem on a plant. The pinchers, again, you can, totally change it. So don't just see a scorpion.
The legs actually could be flames.
They could be.
Like sticks with flames on. So much you can do with this. But if you do know someone who is a scorpion, can we make and sell with these, Catherine?
You certainly can.
Brilliant. 472967 is your item number. £23.99. Right, we've still got more to show you. We'll be getting to demonstration. I am aware of the time. Right, the top one here, you've got your blossoming wings, not blooming. Can't read this morning.
This-
Blossoming wings. Let me turn this the right way for you.
This, again,
That way.
absolutely flew out when we saw it for the very first time. Now, there is a little image on the packaging. We haven't got a sample, I don't think, in the studio for that one today, but it is stunning.
Yeah, it really is. I do like this one.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I think if you're setting this in fondant icing on a cake or
Yeah.
ice, just clear ice, I think this will be absolutely stunning as a display piece. It's beautiful, it really, really is. And the detail is second to none. So you can see the picture up there. I don't know if we've got a full picture to show you so you can see the detail. We'll see if we can bring it up because it is really interesting to see this one. There you go. We'll show you this. Look at that.
It
That's
is gorgeous.
incredible.
And you can make, you know, you could take the wings off and position them in a different way so it looks like the bird's actually landed rather than in flight. You can sort of extend on that as well. Beautiful flowers in there. You can pick the colour out. It's hard to choose a favourite. You can't choose a favourite with Zuri, but it is definitely in my top, probably 7 or 8.
Is it? Yeah, that is beautiful, isn't it? 053991, £21.99. Now, the next one we've got for you, another beautiful design. You had a little sneak peek of this with the sample I showed you. This is Medusa, so don't look into our eyes for that long, otherwise you'll turn to stone. Great mythical character here. And do we have, yes, let me grab this. I've got 2 samples here. Shall I hold them in my hands to show you? Yeah. Now, this is the one, Catherine, that you set in resin, and we turned it the other way round, and the resin was see-through, and it looked 3D, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Wow, look at that.
But with the resin, you see, you get so much of the crisp detail. You do with the clay as well. We haven't got all the stocks of clay on the show today. We've got some stocks. We've got a bundle, I believe, so we'll look at the clay later. But, you know, whether you're using the clay or using resin, or we even did a little bit of the hot glue last night as well. But for me, if you want the crispest detail, the resin will get every single bit of it.
Yeah, we're just getting closer to this, actually, because it is phenomenal. And the closer you get, the more detail you'll see. So you see now that there are wings at the side of Medusa. You've also got the snakes. I didn't actually see these before, the snake heads. Wow. And then the skin, and you've got another one just there, for example. You've got a little bead just coming down the side there, some little cabochons in her hair. Amazing. And then the feathers at the bottom, and then the cracks on her face.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Because she's turned to stone. But, you know, I wanted that to look as though she was part of the background in a sense, so it looked like a stone wall and she was coming out of the wall. And, you know, you can have it so it's really profound and stands out against the background, or you can have everything merging together. But this is the best thing about Zuri. You'll find so many of the moulds or the texture plates, as I've used there from past shows that we've had. Everything will work together, especially when you do look at the ways that you can break them down.
Yeah, she's stunning. 043117 is your item number, £21.99 for Medusa. Right, we're moving on. Another couple to show you. This one is your Mermaid Whispers. And I think this was really popular the last time we had this on, Catherine.
It sold out the first time so quickly, this one. It's another, I've got to say, it's definitely in my top 8 again, this one. I absolutely love the detail and the movement of her tail, of her hair, the detail in her face. That particular sample there has been done with air dry clay, but look at the detail that it's picked up.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? And again, that manipulation just of her tail there really does bring that movement to life. 051434 is your item number, £19.99. Oh, excuse me, little cough. Oh, I think it's the air conditioner getting to me. Right, moving on. We've got another 4 to show you. This is the Peacock Splendor. The next couple, I think, are some of my favourites, because I do love peacocks, and I do love the, I was going to say ostrich, but it's not. The flamingo that's coming up. So, your Peacock Splendor, absolutely stunning, this one. Again, getting close to the detail, you can see those individual feathers as well. And the peacocks, it just slowly comes up to the head there and the head turning. I don't know if we can get any closer to that, because it is an absolute beauty, isn't it, Catherine?
It is, it's gorgeous. It is beautiful. And if you want to cut away the peacock, and you could maybe even seat the mermaid onto the pedestal there as well. So look at ways you can take this one apart.
Beautiful, isn't it? I love the feathers at the bottom. You could almost just have those separate as well. And that incredible face. Again, have we got a full picture that we can show of this? Again, just so you can see the detail in that peacock. There you go. So you can see the head feathers in there. Absolutely beautiful, even just in the grayscale there. 856727 is your item number. Remember, you'd be getting your free gift with purchase as well. Right, next up, let's talk about that flamingo. It's such a popular, can I say iconic? I don't know. But it's a very, very popular image, the flamingo. £19.99. I think for parties, if you're doing this in chocolate or on a cake, if you are making a cake and you had this in pink fondant icing going all the way around the base of the cake, that would look phenomenal.
It would. Do you know, one of my favourite colour combinations is pink with a nice sort of aqua colour. That would look amazing on a cake.
Yeah,
and look at the body. It's made entirely of beautiful flowers. So again, you can just take those flowers out of the flamingo's body. What I've done with this one is overlay, so almost decoupaged up as well, so you can sort of form the body, make it a little bit rounder but keep all that detail, or just pick out individual flowers as well.
Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it? Can we show a picture of this? Oh, we don't have, but I'll tell you what we do have. We have a finished sample. Let's show you this, because you can see the true beauty and detail with all those flowers. Oh, yeah, that is beautiful. £19.99, 689299 is your item number, and there it is on a mask. Wow, now I'm thinking like a cupcake stand.
Ooh.
Or if you've got a reusable straw,
yeah,
you could attach it to a reusable
you
straw
could.
as well.
That's a good idea. We did at one point, we did put water in this and freeze it. So we did make an ice cube from it as well, because it would be great in a cocktail.
Yeah, that would look amazing. Do drink responsibly any time of the day. How about a mocktail? They're always good. Right, next up, you have got your seahorse realm, or seahorses, because you've got 2, 3, 4 here, in fact. Again, another beautiful, stunning piece for you. Seahorses are always popular. They really, really are. So you've got 4 different images there. You can use that one combined. You can use it separately as well. £21.99. I love the fact that you've got the seahorses going different ways as well. 036051 is your item number. You'll be getting a free gift with that. And then the final one we've got to show you live. Again, you can head to the website and see all these available to you. This is your Minstrel Love.
Another one that sold out very, very quickly when we brought it.
There you go. We don't have many of these. That is beautiful. I love, do you know what? Even if you didn't use the rest of those images, you've got that beautiful wing there.
Yeah, very, very useful, because that's a good size as well.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
Love
in fact, if you did that impression, I wonder if you could make 2 wings out of that by combining them together. Maybe you could. Maybe you'll see that when you get it home. 090-786-2199. You will be getting your free gift with purchase with any of your basket. Check out your basket. Just 1 gift per person. Now, we do have some clay on the show. We've got a great bundle for you that includes your Hearty Soft white clay and your blue, your yellow, your black and your magenta. And you also get your mixing scale as well, which is excellent for getting the right colour. So you put tiny bits of your clay into those circles. It will tell you, it's a guide, it will show you how much to put in each, and then you can start to mix your colours, and that way you're not wasting anything, which is brilliant. And it will also elongate the life of your clay, because it's going to go longer, it's going to last longer as well, because you're only using a tiny bit. 154535 is your item number, £32.99. Fabulous deal, saving £3.64 on that particular set just there. Right, now I know we spent a bit of time going down the counter, hope you don't mind, but there is a lot to show you. But let's get over to Catherine now for a demonstration.
Okay, well, we'll start with the clay, because we've only got the bundle on today, but it's a great bundle because you do get the large block of white clay, you get those colours as well. I didn't really talk through the clay last night in the same way as I normally do. We started with the resin, which is unusual for me, so we'll go with the clay. Now, I have had this drying out, in fact, to a point that some of it's gone a little bit too dry. But I'm quite pleased that I've managed to dry this out in time for this morning, because I forgot my corn flour.
Did
you? And I did, yes, and I normally dust with corn flour. I don't at home, because I get the consistency as I want it with the clay straight away, but I would advise, if you're going with the clay for the first time, dust the moulds with a little bit of corn flour, or talcum powder you can do as well.
Have you not got anything
using
you
the
can
clay?
use? Dandruff in your hair or anything like that? Scratch
No,
your head over a couple
we'll
of
go
molds.
with it. We'll go with it.
Okay.
Now, I am going to use one of the moulds from the One Day Special. This is the Faces of Darkness, and we'll work with the King, I think, on this one. So we'll try working with 1 or 2 different colours. Now, I did something similar last night, but for those that missed the shows, I just want to show how easy it is again, just to work into the centre of the mould first of all. So if you want to take a casting just from that centre area, you can see it's clearly defined. So you can just fill up that centre area with your clay, just using your fingertips to sort of pull in from the edge there, to make sure that, you know, it's nice and tidy around the edge, that you fill in all the area that you want to pick up the detail from. If you want to use that exactly as it is, you can do. You can release this from the mould now, and you've got that impression or that casting just of that inner area.
Now, is it important, Catherine, for somebody using a mould for the very first time, is it really important to get the back, what we're looking at now, flat, or does that not really matter because it's the detail within the mould?
It's the detail within the mould. What I normally say is with clay, fill the mould up and really compact it down. When I'm just working with this area in the centre, I can literally just press that in and I know it's going to pick up that detail. We are going to fill the rest of this, but we're going to do it in stages. Okay. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, do you know what, I wonder if I can do something a little bit different. So I'm just going to almost sort of just using a fingertip, just add a little bit of the clay into that grid work, the little diamonds in the back.
But you're not connecting them?
I'm not connecting it because I'm going to go on the top with something else. So I'm just picking out 1 or 2 areas. Not the whole of it, but you can see how it's almost just sitting into some of those diamonds there, just to give a different colour. I mean, you can go over with your mediums afterwards, you can go over with your metallic paints, with your waxes, you can go over with your paint washes. You've got lots of ways you can bring out the detail once you've done the cast. But I thought, you know, just for this, let's just see how it looks.
Could I show this for Catherine? Because this particular sample shows off the centre and again just gives you a completely different look to your One Day Special. So if you wanted to just use the centre part, so you've got your clubs, your hearts, your diamonds and your spades in here, without using it as a card in the background, I just think these designs are incredible. And it shows you, look at that, with the moths on there and the skull. You've got the snake there with the flourishes. And then you've got the love heart, which again is going to be used again and again and again and again. Valentine's Day, just as a decorative piece as well. So those are from the centerpieces of the 4 playing cards, which again, Catherine, just using that part, you can see you've got some fantastic detail.
You'd certainly have. Now you can build up colour as well. I've just picked up some of the magenta and I'm just popping that into the K for King. So you can use a tool if you find it easier with a tool. I'm just almost pushing that in with a fingertip, making sure it's gone down there and tidy up the edges a little bit. Just by rubbing away, you can clean up the edges of anything. I did do the blend last night. I'm tempted to do the blend again. Shall we do that? Yeah.
What
the blend
do you mean
of
by
colour.
blend, Catherine?
Well, I have done it before, but it's one of my favourite techniques with the air dry clay, and it looks really good. So shall we do it? And then I can explain what it is if you've never seen it before.
Why not? It's your saloon. I keep calling it a salon. But it's your saloon. You do what you like. You waved us in. Now we're in. Do what you like.
Well, I will then. Okay.
But whilst you're doing that, I've got something to tell you at home. Have I? Yes, I have. Oh, the Minstrel Love sold out.
Oh, good choice. Very good choice.
Yeah, very good choice for that. So sorry about that. I'm teasing you now. I'm going to take that away.
Now, I did do a blend last night and I used black, white, blue and magenta. So we're going to do it a little bit different this time. I'm going to go with more of the white because you get all of these in the bundle.
Yep.
So we'll go with quite a large chunk of the white.
Are you measuring this out with the
No.
tool?
No, I'm not measuring it. We can show how to do that maybe at some point, but I don't need to measure with this. Now, this is going to look really odd if you've never seen it before. I'm going to go with a little bit of the blue. Okay, next to the blue, I'm going to go with magenta. Actually, I'm going to separate those for a second. Let's go with a little bit of the magenta, and then we'll go with a little bit of yellow in this one.
Now, if you are watching, you have any anything you've made with any of the Zuri moulds that you've bought from us. You want to send in the pictures. I'm sure Catherine would love to see them, see what you've been up to. You can send the pictures in to the studio@thecraftstore.com. And we also need a cowgirl name for our Catherine.
Oh.
We've done this for all our guests, so we need one for Catherine. So if you can think of one, email in. It is studio@thecraftstore.com. Do you have one in mind, Catherine?
I don't. So this is going to be interesting.
Come up with at home. So the outlaw that is.
Just make it a nice one.
Yes, like Catherine's picture. Where is it? Where's your picture? Everyone
It's right
else.
on the front. I don't understand this. I was told to look as I was being chased, and it's like looking from side to side. And then I'm just like smiling like I'm in a photo booth.
Yeah, I'll probably pick that and show you in a minute. Catherine will just smile you into submission, so to speak. There you go. There she is. The kindest, nicest, sweetest picture of an outlaw you've ever seen. But don't let that smile fool you. I tell you, don't let it fool you.
Oh dear. Right. All I'm going to do now is just start to roll. Now I don't use sort of stripes of colour in a solid sort of line.
Yep.
I make them sort of offset shapes because you don't want the lines to fall together, because you're going to keep folding these over. There are 1 or 2 lumps in the clay, but I'm not going to worry about that. And every time I fold, I'm going to start to roll, and I'm really sort of putting some pressure on here. And I've decided where the colours go, simply because blue and yellow together make green, the blue and the red together, or the magenta together, will make a purple. So the more that I roll this, the more we're going to see that blend coming through.
That's good.
Yeah, the
It's like a
white,
sunset.
it is at the minute, isn't it? And this will take a bit of time, so you might have to do a bit of a recap. But
No, we
once...
just want to watch you roll out.
Okay. Once I get going...
Keep rolling, rolling, rolling.
The more you roll, the more you can see that blend coming through. And the idea of it is, try and get that blend so that you don't see any sort of definite lines, that you get that ombre effect.
Yeah. Do you want me to do a little quick recap?
Well, it might get a bit boring if you're watching me
Can
do
I
this too
ask,
long.
I don't know if we've got any pictures of the one-day special, any images of the mould, so everyone can get a really good idea of the ones they're getting. Did we do that? Yeah, could we show that? Can we? Just stills in the mould. We've not got the graphical images. Okay. Because I just want to give you a really good idea of what you're getting in this particular set, because there are so many different ways of using those moulds. So, for example, let's pick up some samples to show you. First of all, let's pick this one up. Love this one. You can use one of the moulds like this with the Joker as a card, which is fabulous, and it looks really good and it's fun, isn't it? You can manipulate that particular card, so you can put it around maybe a vase or a bottle, for example. You could also make that into chocolate, because your moulds are food safe, but if you are going to use it for any kind of food, do buy one separately. But then you could use the elements of the Joker separately. You don't have to have this centerpiece on there, or you could use the centerpiece separately. So that's one of the moulds. Let me pick up another sample for you. I'll just lean over and grab that. There you go. And you can see your different characters on the card. So you've got your, now I can never say this properly, skeleton? Was it skeleton? Skeleton, yeah. So you've got that there, which reminds me of Jason and the Argonauts.
Actually, it does, doesn't it?
I love that film. And you've got a J there. Let's take this round. So that's your other Joker. The Queen, as you can see here, again, a great little character. I don't know if we can come closer to these so you can see the full detail, because that's where you really do see the beauty of using your Zuri moulds. There you go. Keep coming in. Brilliant. So you've got that mirror image there. You could just use the top part of that. There you go. As we get closer, look at that. Look at the detail that's in there. Quite extraordinary, isn't it? So you could use the top and the bottom separately. You could just use the top part if you want to. And then just turning that round again whilst we're close. Yeah, there you go. Another image, so you could use the crown separately. And on the, is that a crow? It is, like a raven on the shoulder of that. Wow. That's incredible, isn't it? And again, look at the detail that's going into the mould that you've got there. Turn it round again.
There you go, you've got the Joker there dancing away. So beautiful, beautiful detail in there. You can just use the background. Catherine's placed some clay in just the background of some of the moulds in there. A brilliant set of 12 impressions, because you do get the diamond, the club, the spade and the heart separately, as you can see on your set just here. A wonderful, wonderful set of images. Remember, you're getting your free gift with purchase as well, which is your stencil. Be weird. Your strangeness is your magic. Isn't that brilliant? So that's your one-day special, available in 2 payments. It's $49.98 if you want to take advantage of a £6 saving, which you can redeem on a purchase of £40 or more. Or you can split the cost and it'll just be $24.99 today, and we'll get everything sent out for you. Something a little bit different from Zuri, isn't it? 420147. Now, we've got some wax paste for you, which really do bring out the detail on your Zuri moulds. This is very popular. 6 20mm wax paste, $24.99. Give us a call on 01733 62000, or head to the website for your magenta, purple, blue, turquoise, green and graphite. Great little set that is. Great price as well. One more item to show you is your liquid metal. This is also from Pentel as well. Now, I've seen the liquid metal in action. It's fabulous. Oh my days. And it really is like liquid metal. It's not hot or anything like that. Now, it did sell out last night. It's back on extended delivery. Definitely worth going for. You only need a tiny bit because it's very, very effective. £14.99, 134602, and it's dispatched on the 2nd of September. Right, back to Catherine. Right, I could have blended even more, but do you know, it's fine as it is. Now, which side do you like best, Janice?
Go on, let's have a
that
look.
one?
Yep.
Oh, that one. Don't worry about the little lumps in there.
Turn it
That's
over.
Fine.
They're exactly the same.
They're not.
They are.
They're a bit different.
They're exactly the same. Turn that the other way. Right, and now turn it over, but have the red facing the other side. No, turn it over. That's it. They're exactly the same.
I like that side
Okay,
best.
let's go for that side. Why did you ask me then?
So now I'm going to decide which colours I want to see mainly in the background here.
Okay.
Now, so I'm thinking, no, not so much of the yellow. I do like where we've gone from the green into the purple into the red a little bit more. So we'll probably lose a bit of the white on the edge, but that's fine. We're just catching a small amount of the red. What I'm going to do now is lay that into the mould and start to fold in the excess. So as long as I've got the colours in the base of the mould where I want them, then I'm happy.
So those colours that you're folding in won't penetrate through?
No. No. And I'm using the excess to fill up the mould. Now, I might have a little bit too much clay here. What you could do, if you've got a lovely blend still going on that you can't use, is cut that away and use it in a separate piece and use your scrap clay to fill up the background. So on the back, obviously, it doesn't matter what it looks like. I'm going to be sticking this down to something. So there's any delves anywhere, I can just add some extra bits of clay.
Delves, there's a good word.
Delves.
Not heard that word
Haven't
for a
you?
long time. Delves.
Delves. Oh.
Delves. What is a delve?
A delve? It's a delve.
I thought it was like after you've dealt somebody, you've delved them a hand.
No, it's a dealt.
Oh, okay. Like a dive in a dove.
A
He dove into the pool. He dived into the pool. He dealt a hand. He delved a hand.
No, we dealt a hand.
Not delve a hand.
No.
Delve means reach inside a receptacle and search for something.
To me, a delve is like an impression where you sort of...
No, apparently it's getting in there and having a good rummage round.
Well, it is that as well.
It is.
Okay, right, so this is where it is important to really compact the clay down, because I've already got colours in there and I want to make contact now. Now, you can also flip over and press from the other side if you want as well. Sometimes you'll find that your clay will stick to the mat and I'll pull out of the mould, but it may or may not happen, but it hasn't. There we are. Now, I think I'm happy with that. Let's have a look at the reveals. So obviously with the moulds, just flex around the edge. If your clay's too wet and it's stretching with the mould, then, you know, you really want to allow that to dry a little bit longer. Or if you've got your corn flour, that will probably stop that. Yeah, let's
so the
just
centre part
grab
you did
that
in
out.
white.
The centre part was white.
Oh, that's good.
But we will bring the detail out on that a little
I
bit
really
later
like
in one
that.
of the other shows, because it's too wet to do that now. If I try going over the top with a paint wash or some sort of medium, I'm just going to flatten down the detail because it's not dry enough.
So the white bits around the edge, those are the little bits that you put in just to
Yeah.
add the detail. And look at the...
Yeah.
Do you remember Catherine put just a tiny bit of red on the 2Ks? Look how brilliant and vibrant they are. Oh,
That's
that's
effective, isn't it?
very.
So the one that I did last night that has been drying out, again, I haven't brought the detail out on the skull yet, but I went very dark with that. So it was black into the magenta, into the blue. So you've got two completely different ones. Now, if I just put these side by side, just to prove a point, I know I'm on a dark background. In fact, let me take that off and put it on the mat. There is shrinkage on the air dry clay, and you can
Okay.
see there how that has shrunk down, but you do not lose any detail
It's only a
whatsoever.
little bit of shrinkage,
It's only a
though.
little bit, yeah. Overall, if I was to sort of level that up, put that central, you've lost a tiny bit off each edge, that's it.
Now, do you have, Catherine, I'm just having a look at your demonstration area there, do you have every one of the moulds moulded out?
Yes.
Could we have-
Well, I'm saying yes.
I was just wondering if we
We
could...
will have in a second, because
Ah.
we promised
Oh,
some
great.
reveals, didn't
Oh,
we?
fabulous, yes. So you did these last night?
We did these last night. These were
Okay.
poured at 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Before I do the reveal, let me
Yeah.
bring these in, because we haven't had a close look. Now, if we can we look at camera one for these? Because I know we see the effects a little bit more. I'm going to continue working with these. These are the aces of darkness. So
I love
everyone,
that.
look at the detail that's in there. There's your heart.
Oh, that's my favourite. There's something about the Ace of Spades. I
Yeah.
don't know what it is about that image. I love it. That one,
That is your club.
that's the Ace of Clubs.
Yeah. Then we
look at
have
that
the
with the snake
ace
in
of
there.
diamonds.
Oh,
I've used some of the waxes and a
is that
tiny
a dog
bit.
on the top?
A dog?
On the top of the... It looks like a little dog.
Oh.
I think it... It's a little... It's
I
a
can't
little
see the
dog.
monitor. Is it? No,
It's-
it's just flourishing. Oh, it
No.
is a dog.
I think it might
Oh,
be.
it is.
2 eyes, a nose, and little jowly
Yes.
chops.
Oh. Do you know, nobody else spotted that.
So what
well
your little dog is.
done. It
There
does
you go.
actually.
Yeah.
You see, you don't know what you're going to get until you actually take the castings.
Oh,
and the
let's have a
more
look at-
you
oh, you've got
now, there
those-
is something in this one that I spotted that I don't know if you've spotted.
Well, I can see the 2 crow beaks.
That's the one, yeah.
the 2 crow beaks. Okay, let's have another look. Let's see if you can see this at home. It's a good game. I like this. This will wake you up in the morning. Well, I can see teeth. I can see... Oh, is that... It's not a little face. Is it a little face at the
well,
bottom?
the flourishes look as though they're a little
I can see all the
face.
flourishes. So I've got leaves, flourishes.
Yeah, and the
I've-
skull obviously is
I've got the skull. I've got the beaks. Oh, I'm struggling with this one. What else is in there, Catherine?
Well, I think that's enough. I think we've found a lot
okay.
there.
I think we found a lot there.
But what I wanted to point out...
There's something quite mysterious in there.
I was hoping you might spot another little dog or something. But with the crow's beaks, there is a mould that is
Yeah.
coming up, and I know so many people are waiting for this, called the graveyard. And you will see sort of the beaks and the crows in there as well. It's an amazing, amazing mould, and it is coming to us, I do promise
These
you
would be
that.
great for Halloween.
They would. They would.
Absolutely. Right. Are we gonna
Now, I'm
reveal?
going to come back to those in a second, because we are going to do more with them. But yes, we did pour
So this is going
yesterday.
to show us all the moulds that we're
This
getting.
is the resin, yeah.
So this is your one-day special. This was all poured last night. So as we reveal, this is going to show you in detail every single one you're getting.
Yes, and I have absolutely no idea what they're going to look like, because I did different techniques in each one. I promise you, I've not taken these out, so I have no idea until I reveal now how they're going to look. And this is quite a worrying moment, because
Don't worry.
if it's not going to look great.
The exit door's just there.
Actually, I like that one.
Oh, I like that one.
If we can just show that. Now, remember, I'm going to bring out the detail with the waxes,
Yeah.
or, of course...
Is that resin?
that is resin. This is still malleable, so at this point you can still mould that around something. That will continue to cure
So that's
over
the Ace
the
of
day.
Spades.
That's the
Bit
Ace
of
of
Gilder Max
Spades.
on the top of that would look
Yeah,
good.
we will bring the detail out.
That's amazing.
Now with this one, I poured the white resin. It was the clear resin with the resin tint in there.
Yeah.
So that I turned white for the centre bit, and then I just used a little bit of white, sort of rubbed into the base of the mould without filling it up, and then went over the top with some black.
Okay.
So let's have a look at the next one. I've forgotten what I've done with each one till I reveal it now. The next one, yes, same sort of technique. but using a different colour resin. And you can see again where I've rubbed some of that. I'd actually got, there's a little bit, it was white, but I'd got on my glove a little bit of the black resin tint, so it turned it grey in the background, which I quite like.
That's the one with the moths.
That's the one with the moth.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that.
We need to bring these details out with some of the paint.
Oh, I'm loving these backgrounds you've got in there.
Let's have a look at the next one, see what I did with this one. I think this is more, this opposite way around. So this was the black into the base of the mould, and then the white on top. So you've got a complete different background again. You can see how it looks from the other side. Then the next one, what did I do with this one? Oh, it's the black again, but with the pink. So again,
oh, I like that.
So you get that difference in colour. I can't wait to bring out the detail. I love the heart,
That's coming
actually.
home
It's one of
with
my
me later.
favourites. Is it? Let's have a look at this one. So they're the Aces of Darkness.
Yeah.
Now we have the Faces of Darkness.
And with the Faces of Darkness, don't forget you've also got your diamond, your club, your heart and your spade on the side as well that you can use separately.
Yeah. Now, Katie wanted slime green, so that's what we went with. But there was also some lustre powder already into the mould, so it's picked up that. We can bring out the detail of that further, again, with the waxes, or you could go over the top with your clear resin to make it very, very glossy. So I think these, two of these, I think we will lustre powder. Yeah, different colours of lustre powder, just to give a different effect again. So because the moulds are matte, you get that sort of matte look, but it's picking up all the colour there from the lustre. These are the Luscious powders from Indigo Blue. Another one of the lime green, or the slime green, as we called it last night. A little bit more of blue in the way of powder went into this one. So you can see, I like that colour. That looks good, doesn't it? The blue with the green in the background. And then finally, we've got another pink one. I can't remember what colours of powder went into this one, but we'll soon find out. Oh, nice. Oh, I like this one. Oh, this is my favourite.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I like
love
that.
Shall
we put like a bit of silver gilding wax on there?
Shall we go with a bit of wax and a bit
Shall
of the
we?
metal?
Yeah, let's bring
do
it
that.
out. Let's bring
do
it out.
that. We might be able to do more than one, actually. So my waxes, you might have to remind me the colours, because the set I wasn't given a new set, so I've got colours from a previous set.
Right, so in
Some
the
of them
set you get
aren't in.
magenta.
Have I
you
got
get
that
purple,
one? I've got magenta.
blue, turquoise, green,
Green.
and graphite.
I haven't got a blue one. I haven't got a graphite one either. I've got two different greens.
I've just noticed the bunting
Oh, I had a
at the back of
purple.
set. Behind Catherine.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Leanne did that, the new design team member, with all the aces and the faces on there.
And they all look like metal, don't they? But it's been made
It's air dry clay, actually.
air drying clay.
Yeah.
Oh my days! These are. I mean, what you've done, Catherine, is remarkable, and these are simply fantastic and lightweight as well, because it's air drying clay. I don't know who's that under there. Who's that? Who's that outlaw? Love those. Wow, they're very effective, aren't they? Even if they're just in the two colours.
They certainly are. Very nice indeed. Now, I'm using a little bit of the wax, and I'm working with the colours that are underneath. So where the pink is underneath, I'm actually going over the top with a little bit of the magenta, almost dry brushing the wax on. I'm using a brush rather than a fingertip, because I just find I've got a little bit more control if I don't want too much of the wax on there. Let's go with a bit of the purple as well. I wish I'd got the blue one.
Have you not got it?
No, I've not got
sure?
blue, yeah.
Sure?
Yeah, because it is quite a dark blue, unless it's hiding in one of my boxes.
How about mixing the blue and the
I
purple
think that
together?
would have... I haven't got the blue.
Oh, okay.
Let's go with some green
What's
instead.
next to the green? Turquoise.
Yeah,
Mix
turquoise.
some of the turquoise and purple together.
Oh, I like the purple. The turquoise is my favourite, I think.
See how she ignores me, everybody? I make a suggestion just totally overhead.
Just a little bit of the wax to bring out the detail, and then we'll do one with the liquid metal as well.
Oh, I love that liquid metal.
Oh, it's fantastic,
Oh,
isn't
my
it?
days.
You can actually let the wax dry a little bit and then buff it up if you want more of a sheen to it as well. But just adding that tiny, tiny little bit really does bring the detail out. Can we see that?
I've got a
There we
question,
are, look at
Catherine.
that.
So in the moulds, we can use air drying clay, polymer clay, hot glue, resin.
Yeah.
And then if we're using it for food, chocolate and fondant icing, things like that. Wood, I know this is a bit of a weird one. If you poured acrylic paint and let that set, would that work? I don't know why I've just thought of that. No, probably wouldn't.
You'd have to wait a long time for it to dry.
Yeah, you would.
It would work to a point,
But not very good.
but it wouldn't be my
Just a
first
thought.
choice of a medium.
You know, just a thought.
But then again, it's silicone moulds. Give anything a try.
Give anything. How about
Silicone sticks to
pastry?
silicone, but most other things don't.
How about pastry?
Pastry would work very well.
You know, if you're making biscuits, something
Yeah.
like that.
Wow. Yeah.
How
Or
about
a pie.
a pie?
Yeah.
Yeah. How on the top of a pie? These would be
Yeah.
brilliant. How about? I know again, it's a bit of a weird one. Scrambled egg, but it wouldn't be scrambled. Bear with. Bear with. Mix the egg. Mix the egg. Pour it into the mould.
More like
And
an
bake
omelette
it.
rather than a scrambled
Yes,
egg.
and then bake the egg in the oven.
So scrambled eggs just lumps.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, well, it is when you make it.
An omelette, you could put an egg in there.
Yeah,
That
and then
might
it would
work.
set. I don't know. I'm just,
knows?
you know,
Who
clutching the
knows?
straws. Just thinking about feeding my horses.
I just want to do fudge in them. Fudge in the moulds would look amazing.
It would.
It would. Right, we've got the liquid metal, and they're named liquid metal for a reason. Just to prove a point, let me just find
These
something.
are back on extended delivery. They sold out. They're dispatching on the 2nd of September. Not long to wait. It's only next week. £14.99. You wait till you see these being used. Oh, my days. And they'll go a long way.
Yeah, a very, very long way. Now, I'm not going to paint the front of this because I might use it for something else. This is the Astrolabe, I believe, this one. But look on the back there, you've got that resin. Look at the coverage that you get with the liquid metal. Now, what I love about this is not only does it give great coverage and it looks amazing, it dries very, very quickly. But also, it doesn't fill all those little crevices. The more paint you put on something, the more mediums you put, you're going to fill up that detail. This is so fine and thin that it just sort of works beautifully without losing any of the details.
Are
So
you
if
going to use that on the mould?
I'm going to use it almost, I'm going to take off the excess on the back of here now. I've
Okay.
started doing that because I want very, very little on my brush. So I'll just take that away. You can obviously work onto a paper towel or something to take off the excess, but you don't want lots and lots of paint on your brush if you're going to dry brush. And we'll bring out the detail of this particular card now straight away once you see, and I'm just lightly sort of flicking over the top of there. Look how that's bringing that detail out. This is the nearest you'll get to the effect of the images on the packaging, and everybody keeps emailing and saying, how do I get that look?
How do you get that? Yeah.
How do you get that look?
Do you know what? I really like that look. And I
do as
like
well.
what you've done there with the resin in the background, with that black and grey mix. Very effective.
Now that works really, really well. If I can just show this to the front camera again, because I think it will pick up the detail a little bit better.
Look at that.
And that is simply just by going over the top with, of course, that resin there. If I just find another one. In fact, have I got one that's the same? Or
Bet
not?
the love
Maybe
heart would
not.
look amazing in gold.
You see, just with the resin, you
Yeah.
can't really make out that detail, can you?
Are you going to put it
But
on
as,
that?
we can go with a little bit on here as well. I've still got a little bit on the brush. I'm not even going to add any more. Look how you can see the detail just coming through very, very quickly. So you want to make sure that you are almost dry brushing with a totally dry brush. You need the tiniest bit of paint on there. Unless you want that full coverage, then of course you will go with more paint on there. And you know, if you want to go into the background as well, you can do. So on this one, we'll continue with that brush so we can see how that's going to work as well. Because you've got that grid work, you're still going to see that because you've got that detail built into the mould as well. So just building up around the edge there, we can work with that. And if you want to blend colours, you can. So if I decided, oh, actually now I've kind of lost the detail a bit on the front, I want to go with another colour, you can build those layers. These are solvent based, so they're very, very quick
You know the
drying
detail
as
that
well.
we're just seeing there, just down the side of the mould? That's not the paint dribbling down, that's picking up the detail around the edge of the mould as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah, yeah. quite often I do like to sort of just catch the edges with the brush as well.
This looks so effective. These liquid metals
They are
just
amazing.
divine. I'm going to try and get some in between the shows. If there are any left, leave me some, please, everybody.
They are fabulous. Now, something that I did say I was going to work on, and we haven't even touched on it really this hour. I started this last night because we've got I've got the Aces of Darkness here. Well, if I turn it over, you'll see what it looks like on the other side. So I decided to use the reverse of a canvas. I've just put some paint in there. I've used some of the metal through a stencil. So that was the copper from the liquid metal. So sponged on, you can use it with your stencils as well. And I'm going to fill this with resin and encase our aces in there. Now, unfortunately, this still isn't big enough to put all 4 in there. So I've got choices, Janice. I can either go with 3 and use one somewhere else, or I could go with 2 and have 2 on the outer of the frame. I'm going to find something to sort of decorate and hide.
I like if you want to use all 4, I like the 2 on the outside.
Yeah.
If you just want to go for 3, which would look a bit odd because it's a pack of cards.
Well, that's the thing. It spoils it, doesn't it? They would. So shall we go with it like that? Also, that will take less resin because if I start to overlay these together, because that's the other option, you can kind of overlay them, but you can see I'm going to have to use a lot more resin to do that.
Do you know where that would look good? You know, if you were making a tray and then you put resin over the top, and then that would be the tray that you serve your teas and your coffees and what have you on, but they would be underneath the resin. Or if you've, you know, if you've got enough resin, you could make a tabletop with those encapsulated within the resin. Wow. Aren't they absolutely fantastic? Brilliant demonstrations, yet again, from Catherine. And Catherine will be back at 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock today. Remember, any images you want to send in, it is studio@thecraftstore.com. That one-day special, though, we're approaching 40% of the stock gone. It's absolutely phenomenal when you see the detail that you can capture and make and create so effortlessly, so easily, even if you're using it for food as well, like chocolate. If you are, just buy a separate mould set for that. The one-day special you can pay with 2 payments. We can divide the cost into 2 payments. So it's just 20... There you go. Yeah, just under £25 today and £25 in a month's time. We'll send both sets of those moulds to you. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you again at 12.
You will.
We'll see, unless she rides out of town, but I don't think she will. Right, we'll see you in a few moments' time. Right, we are celebrating in a very good, big, huge way with our Daisy and Grace next. Scarlet Rose birthday shindig after that, and then we celebrate with Dukey.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved, they listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Yeehaw! Happy 6th birthday, of course. We are in the middle of our event. It's not just our 6th birthday though, but we'll talk about that in just a few seconds. Right now, so as part of our birthday event, just in case you've been away, we're all doing our staycations, aren't we, at the moment? If you're an existing customer, we are adding £6 to your account. £6 credit. All you need to do is purchase something during this event that is over £40 or more, and then your £6 credit will get redeemed. Now, we're also giving you a free gift on each of the live hours. This is incredible. So you are going to get a fabulous pattern to make this lovely little caddy. How cute is this? Now, this is worth £12.49. Now, it is a while stocks last. And it is one per person, but look at this lovely little caddy. You could use it as a wash bag. You could, if you wanted to. Where are all the bits that were in here? Look, you could put some little paper piecing pieces in there. Isn't that excellent? So it's an extra pattern on our website. Lovely. For the trays. Oh yeah, there's an extra pattern on the website for the trays should you wish, but this is the pattern to make this caddy that you will get free as long as you are making a purchase on this show. Lovely jubbly. Now, without further ado, I have to introduce you to Nicola. It's also Nicola's 6th birthday. Hello, Nicola. So Daisy and Grace has been going for 6 years, or with us for 6 years.
My business has been 6 years, so
Amazing.
I'm a week older than the craft store. Can you believe it? A week older.
Can we just point out, seriously, when I first walked in, I thought this was a real machine, but we are looking at a cake.
I
This
know.
is a cake. Who's made this, Nicola?
Sandeep has made this for me, a lovely lady. She's made this for my 6th birthday, and it's all edible. Can you believe it? Even the little quilt you go shapes and the road, everything is edible. It's amazing.
It is absolutely incredible. Now, I don't know if you've just noticed somebody sneak in there.
Oh,
You've got some flowers.
Oh,
So happy 6th birthday.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, you take them and you enjoy them. They're
Oh,
gorgeous.
that's lovely. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, bless you. So that's on behalf of the craft store. 6 and
thank
6.
you.
All
Yay!
good. Marvellous. Lovely stuff.
Thank you.
Now, I have to tell you, Nicola, we are already busy for these wonderful items. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Okay, so this is our Christmas Delights pack. Now, we've got a few options. Now, in each option, you have got 4 fabulous fat quarters. Oh, look at these. You've got 3 meters of ribbons. You've got charms, buttons. Oh, man. You've got Moda labels. Oh, look at that. And also, I'll show you in a second, we've got 3 patterns as well, so you might get charms like this. What a lovely little pack that you've put together, Nicola.
I really enjoy, I enjoy making all of my things, but I really enjoyed making these packs, choosing the fabrics to go and putting the charms together and the ribbons. So all the ribbons coordinate with the fat quarters, and yeah, I just had so much fun.
Amazing. So look at these beautiful fat quarters. This is our first option. And look at this as well that you've got. Oh, and there's a little, sewn with love little badge.
Yeah,
you get in
they're the
there.
Moda labels. So they're all little labels that you can sew onto things. So, and then the little ribbon sewn with love, and Yeah, it's just, you don't have to use it with the patterns I've provided, but, you know, it all helps to inspire you to get Christmassy. A bit of Christmas sparkle.
So nice, so nice. I'm going to open one out. I think that's, I should do. But, and there's, it's a very nice, subtle little bit of foiling on here as well.
It is, yeah, the gold foiling's on there.
So I just always think it's nice for you to see the size of them. Isn't that great? There you go. Look at that. It's beautiful. I don't know which one's my favourite. Anyway, we've got other options, so hang on. So this one is the presents and the baubles. Lovely. I'll sort that out in a second. Then the next one, we've got stars and snowflakes. Again, beautiful fabric. Oh, and we should say, so the first 4 options are Macawa.
Yeah.
And then the last one that we get to in a second is Moda. But this second one is a Macawa. Beautiful again. I don't know how you choose the fabrics.
This is why there's so many options, Alex, because I got spoilt for choice. I just couldn't choose which ones to go for, so I got all of them.
Don't blame you, don't blame you. So again, don't forget, you'll get all of your beautiful ribbon, you'll get all the different charms. Look, there's some little presents in this one. I can't pick them up. There you go. Lovely. And then you've got, so what's this little panel that we get? Can you see?
So it was a fabric by Moda, and I didn't have much left, but I thought I'd give it with each pack. And they're just little labels that you can cut out and put on. And I'm going to hopefully at some point show you how I stitched them on.
Lovely.
But they're just so cute. I just love them. There's just so the little cute sayings, and some of the projects you'll see that I've put them on later. So they're just so cute.
That's your second one, second option. Third option, we're going nice and traditional now. This is the red and the gold trees. Oh, look at that. And we've got snowflakes as well.
Isn't that so luscious? Oh. It's just like a bit of, they're all luxurious because they've all got a bit of gold. Well, 100%. Apart from the Moda ones, but the others have all got a bit of gold on. They're just delicious.
How many charms do we get, by the way?
A minimum of 6, but it depends how many I chuck in the pack.
That's fair enough.
Minimum of 6. But I put them all together, so I'll just see what goes together and put them in each Christmas Delight pack. So, yeah, minimum of 6 and a minimum of 3 metres of ribbon as well, Alex.
Cool. OK, and then the next one we've got, we're looking at some beautiful red houses and stars. And again, you're going to get your beautiful 4 fat quarters. You've got your ribbons. You've got the charms, and you've got those wonderful Moda labels. And then last but not least, we go on to Moda fabric, which is the snowflakes.
Yeah, the snowflakes are the Moda, but the plains are still Macawa. So the printed ones are Moda.
Right.
But the plain ones are Macawa.
Right, got you. Have I got that mixed up?
No, you've done it perfect. Absolutely perfect, Alex.
Excellent. Now this one, our end one, is already 40% of the stock gone.
Oh, crikey.
I know. Now, and I haven't even touched on the fact, I mean, look at these beautiful ribbons that go with it as well. I haven't even touched on the fact that with each of these lovely bundles that you've put together for us, we get these 3 patterns.
Yeah, 3.
So what are we making then, Nicola?
So the first one is a Christmas applique and foundation paper piece. There's 10 designs in there. So you can use them on your Quilt As You Go shapes, you can use them on cards, you can use them on anything. They're hand drawn by me, so
fabulous.
They're all my little ideas, and I just hope that you love them, because I did a crumb pack a while ago, and everyone loved that. So I thought I'd do something Christmassy.
What's a crumb pack?
Well, it was just using little scraps of fabric and making a bigger piece of fabric. So this is sort of similar principles, but a Christmassy theme. And I just thought the characters are just so cute.
Aren't they? Look how many there are.
Well, there's 10 designs in that pattern. So, yeah, you're getting a big selection.
You are, aren't you? Look at that. Still going, still going. One more. There you go.
My wonky tree.
I like a wonky tree.
So do I.
We should do more things wonky. And then we've also got the pattern for, are they like, do we call them bucket bags?
Oh,
bucket?
they're bowls and pots, really.
Okay.
I thought they'd be great at Christmas to put all your chocolates and satsumas and things in for Christmas. But you can make them all year round. They're great in your sewing room for putting all your scraps in while you're sewing. So you're getting a large bowl, and that one is the pot. The red one's the pot.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can make the little one as well. So they're all from the tumbler, and then they've got different bases.
Amazing.
So yeah, I just
nice.
thought I'd share that with everyone as well.
Absolutely. And then the final pattern that you're getting is to make the cushion.
Yeah, there's a tumbler cushion. There's a 5-inch tumbler cushion and a 4-inch tumbler cushion.
Yeah.
So I just thought they were delicious for Christmas because I like to decorate my house.
Absolutely. Oh, good for you.
And I thought just cushions would be amazing.
Wonderful. All right then. So for any of those options, just £29.99. Item number is 093375. Now, okay, if you want the Moda snowflakes, remember it comes with the charms, and it also comes with that beautiful ribbon, and it comes with the Moda labels. We are 2/3 of the stock gone.
Oh, crikey.
We're only 10 minutes in, so this is flying out the door, absolutely flying. Lovely stuff. All right, 093375 is your item number. Okay, now we've also got a tumbler cushion kit. Here we go. And what do we get in this kit then?
Sorry, I had to fit the giggles in, Alex.
It's all right.
We get a tumbler template, the 4-inch tumbler template.
Yeah.
We're getting the strips of fabric to make the inner tumbler, with strips of fabrics to do the backing. We're getting the ribbon to tie the top and a couple of patches, the Moda patches, and the pattern, obviously, and the tumbler instructions. I nearly left them out. And that makes the 4-inch tumbler cushion that you've got there that I just love.
Amazing. We're just having another look at that one. Perfect.
So that's the 5-inch one.
Yeah.
But that's not the kit. The one is it's just for the silver and grey and white one that you've got on the counter there. That's
Perfect.
the kit. But you'll get the pattern comes with the 5-inch instructions as well.
Understood. Lovely. And it's a lovely bag, beautiful bag. £32.99 is the price. Item number is 164419. Okay, now we are so busy for our Christmas delight. We're going to get cracking with the demos. Please do check out online. We've got lots of 5-star reviews. If you do want to become a Freedom member, really easy for you to set this up. 88888 is the item number, and you can either go online at thecraftstore.com or you can give us a call 01733 60 2000. That is the number. Okie dokie. So first off, I'm going to then hand over to you, Nicola.
Thank you, Alex. So I'm going to start with the Christmas applique and foundation paper piecing. So I'm going to do some applique for you first. So in the pattern, you'll get the pattern sheets. So you get 10 pattern sheets, and I've just taken the little snowman, and I've just cut him out so that I didn't have the rest to interfere with it. So I've got my snowman here, and I'm going to use, for this applique, I'm going to use a Bonder Web. And Bonder Web comes on a paper, and it's got a bubbly gluey side, and then it's got a smooth side. And what you do, you put your paper onto your Santa, and with a pen or a pencil you mark it out. And as you can see, I've put the sections together that are going to be in the same colour. So my hat is going to be red and my nose is going to be red, so I put that on one section of paper. And then likewise I put the bobble on, the brim of the hat and his beard on one section.
Now my lovely,
oh,
can
sorry.
I interrupt?
Of course you may. What's gone?
Well, it's a lovely thing. Yeah, this option, our Moda, that's it. Can't get any more?
No, I can't.
Get any more?
None
Oh,
of them.
gosh.
I can't get any more of any of them.
Bless you. Okay.
Sorry.
The red houses and stars, 2/3 have gone.
Oh, crikey.
And the first one over here, 2/3 have gone.
Oh, my word.
That's habit. We've got a second show later. What are we going to do?
We're going to eat cake.
Excellent. That's the best answer ever. I love it.
We could make tea and just sit and have a tea and cake, couldn't we?
We could. So apologies. I have a feeling, because you know we don't like to interrupt guests, but I have a feeling that I might have to keep pausing a little bit if that's all
Okay,
right.
that's
but I'll
fine.
hand over to you.
That's fine. I don't mind. Thank you, everyone. I'm so pleased that you loved them. That's great. So, where was I? So I've drawn out my pieces on my bonder web, and I've got some fabric here, and I'm going to just stick that. So when you're sticking bonder web, be careful. Make sure you've got the glue side onto the wrong side of your fabric. And when you're drawing it out, don't be tempted to cut out the shape before you've stuck it on the fabric, because you need the paper around to be able to cut it out. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense? I think so. Good. So I'm going to just press that, and with a warm iron, you can press that paper onto the fabric. Be careful, because it's a bit hot when you first do it. And then you can see that's secured to the fabric. Then all we do is, the reason you need that paper is we cut that out after we've stuck that on. So you just follow your line round and cut that out. It's fairly easy. It's quite a nice thing to do. If you've pressed all the bits of fabric, you can sit in front of the telly box and cut them out ready to stick on. So I've cut all the nose is the fiddliest bit because it's so teeny tiny. But if you're not going to use this on a quilt, you could put like bobbly eyes on it instead of embroidering eyes, or you could put the pom-poms as the, you know, you could go mad, and you could use these designs for cards as well if you wanted to. And I have made cards with fabric, actually, with bonder web. And you can cut all the sections out, and you can do this, put it onto card, but you have to have a very low temperature iron, because it can singe the card. So you have to do one and try it on something that you don't mind ruining. So if you've got a piece of card, you could try it out. Just don't burn your card, that's the only thing.
Right.
So you can see I'm getting there with the cutting out. Sorry, this is a little bit like watching paint dry, isn't it, Alex?
They're easy shapes to cut out, though.
They are. I'm feeling a little bit nervous today. I don't know if it's my birthday, because it's the birthday thing on. I'm a little bit shaky.
Oh no, don't you? We could take good care of you. We'll have a cup of tea together afterwards.
With cake.
With cake.
So I got my base fabric, and I'm just going to fold that in half and finger press so that I've got the centre. I don't know if you'll be able to see that, but I can see it, and that's all that counts. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to score the back of the paper with my scissors, because if you try and peel the bonder web from the edges, you'll get frayed edges. But if you peel it from the centre, your edges stay nice and intact. So you just peel the paper away like that, she says. Come on, paper. And then I'm going to fold that in half, and that gives me the rough position of where to put the beard. So that might need to just come down a wee bit, because we've got all the rest to go. And then I've got my face that I've cut out in some pink fabric. I'll peel that away. There we go. And then I'm going to pop that just under his beard a bit, just slightly, just to make it line up. I've got a bit of paper there. And then again, with the trim of his hat, we'll peel that away.
While you're doing that.
Uh-oh.
You are adorable. Okay, so let me get my bearings. So the presents and baubles, that's gone limited. the red and gold trees, and sorry, this one. This one's gone limited. And this one is also limited. So 3 of the 4 options left are limited. And don't forget, you'll get the ribbon, you'll get your mode of labels, that's the word, you get your 4 fat quarters, and you get a lovely selection. Is it like a little lucky dip of a little charm?
Yeah, you'll get the ribbons and the charms. Well, mainly the ribbons will sort of be the same.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if I've got enough. If not, I'll put something up lovely and luscious, the same as one of the ribbons. And the charms will be a mixture.
Yeah, amazing. Great stuff. Oh gosh, no, this is going so quick. Right, red houses and stars. That one is now technically sold out, which means all stock is in baskets. If any bounce back, I doubt it. We'll let you know. I'm going to have a bare counter.
I'm so sorry. I'm really...
Don't apologise.
I'm really good now. I try and make sure that I've got everything, as much as I can have of everything. And it's not working still. I'm so grateful for everyone. It's amazing. Well, shall I go?
Do you want to carry on?
Shall I go back?
Yeah.
So I've laid out my Santa, and I'm just going to press him onto the fabric. And I left his nose off because his nose is the trickiest little bit. So I want to do that once all of the rest of the face is on. And then the nose is the tricky bit. So I'll just score the... And this is where it all goes a bit wrong, Alex, and I muck it up. But hopefully not. Here we go. It's so tiddly tiny that it's a bit tricky to do. But... Oh, I nearly lost it. Let's get a pin. That might be easier. And I just... It's not playing ball. He's got a little red, shiny, glittery nose. And I'm going to just press that, take that to the iron and press that on. How cute is he?
Isn't he?
And if it went wrong, I made one earlier just in case. So, on this, I am actually going to make a little Santa box with this. So I'm not going to be washing this one because it's going to be in a box. So all I'm going to do is sew round the shapes with a straight stitch.
Yeah.
And I've got it. I normally thread my machine up in black so you can see the stitching, but I actually want to use this, so I'm just going to stitch it.
Sure, go for
it.
Okay, while you're stitching.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, pretty much everything. So the only option we've got left now, so all of those options, they've sold out. We've got the stars and the snowflakes. This is the last one. Oh no, and this one's just gone limited as well. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We've still got the patterns as well. We've got other things. I'm just going to do a quick recap and then I'll come back to you.
Lovely.
Lovely. So if you do want this last option, remember you're getting the 4 fat quarters, you've got the lovely charms. Did you, it was about 6, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think there might be a few more than that, Alex, but I can't guarantee. I just decide and throw them in. But you'll definitely get 6. Definitely get 6.
Fabulous.
Sorry, I put my foot on the presser foot while I was talking to you and not looking at what I was doing. But I didn't make too much of an error.
That's good. That's good. So, yeah, you've got your 4 fat quarters, you've got your lovely charms, you've got all those lovely ribbons. 3 metres, I think we said. Yes, excellent.
Yeah, minimum.
Wonderful. And we've also got those lovely labels. And not forgetting the patterns. I'm banging on about the fabrics, but you're getting those 3 sets of patterns. And you're going to get your free gift with purchase, a pattern to make this bag. Isn't that cool? It's a lovely little caddy, and that is worth $12.49, that pattern. So good stuff. Right then, so sorry,
Alex.
Yeah.
I was just going to say it's such a bargain, isn't
I know,
it? Because you're getting a big, like a £12 odd pattern, 4 fat quarters,
Yeah.
3 other patterns,
Yeah.
3 metres of ribbon,
Indeed.
charms. I think I must have been off my trolley when I put that together.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, so 093375 is your item number. Now, the tumbler cushion, we've got some beautiful, obviously you get the patterns, you've got some beautiful fabrics in here, and you have got the pattern. You've got strips, You've got the beautiful fabrics. You've also got the ribbons. And we've also got, hang on one second, the template there. Amazing. But look at these, can we look at these fantastic fabrics? There's some lovely gold flakes in there. Oh, it's stunning. Okie doke, £32 and 99 pence is the price. Item number 164419. Oh, a third of the stock has gone here. And we haven't even looked at this too much. Amazing. Oh, look at that bag. You can make fab. Now, this is another new to date. Now, can I just say these are adorable?
Thank you.
Look at these.
That's so cute, aren't they?
So, Nicola, what do we get in this pack? If you can see which one I'm at.
So we're at the stockings, aren't we?
Yes.
We get 2 fat quarters of those luscious grey and gold fabrics for Christmas. We're getting, I believe there's 3 metres of ribbon as well. We're getting some, we're getting a big reindeer charm and a big snowflake button.
Amazing. There's the reindeer charm. And there is the button. And we're also getting the ribbons. Very nice. And we are also getting the pattern to make. Look at the different sizes we've got here. Hang on one second. Look, we can make this one. And this one's really pretty with the little bit of the ribbon around it. And look, we really did it. So how many can we make?
So from a fat quarter, Alex, you see all the ones you've got there with in the gold and the grey.
This one?
All of those.
Yeah.
We can get those out of 2 fat quarters.
Wow.
If you add your own lining.
Okay.
So the lining's not very important really because you can't see it. On the mini one, you don't have lining at all.
Yeah.
But on the other sizes, you can actually put presents in. And so I added my own lining, which was a plain grey that I had knocking around. But all of those stockings I got out of 2 fat quarters.
Fabulous. Look,
I know.
Still going.
I know. So you get all, I think you get all 4 sizes out of 2 fat quarters, and then you get a few extras.
Amazing. Right, I'm going to count them right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I am a bit of a magician when I put all my templates together, my patterns together. I mean, I used to have to do that professionally to put patterns together to make the least amount of fabric. So you might not get all 9 out because I do really do squish it in.
That's fair enough.
But if you're not confident with cutting, I think you could still at minimum get 6 or 7.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So we've also got 2 fabric choices here. So we've got the gold swirl and the grey house. Oh gosh, half the stock of that's gone.
Oh crikey, Alex, what am I going to do?
We're going to have a cup of tea and eat your cake. And then the second option that we've got here, grey trees, really pretty. Now, tell us about this as well. This is a bit of a breezy bonus.
Yeah, on the pattern. So on the pattern, I've done them. So this is a new stocking pattern. So you.
I'll turn that around.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
So last year, at some point, I can't remember when, I did the hexagon stockings.
Which I've got here.
Yeah. And that sold really well, and everyone's been buying it all year round, I must admit, all year round. And I thought, well, I need to update it. So you get the pattern for the hexagon versions.
Yeah.
And then you get the instructions to make the plain ones.
Yeah.
But then you also get this amazing little mini bunting, and this looks amazing on your Christmas tree or anywhere.
Yeah.
But isn't it the cutest little, I just love little things, and that's just like adorable. I just love it.
do you know what, this would be perfect because instead of tinsel around the tree, because my cat Sorry, it might be a bit early if you're eating breakfast, but my cat, when we used to put tinsel on the tree, she would eat the tinsel and then she'd get sparkly poo.
Nice. Nice.
So this is perfect. She can't eat this.
My cats do play with that when it's on the tree. They do play with that.
At least
I'm
they
afraid.
can't eat it, though.
They don't eat it, but they do play with it. It's not cat proof.
Love that. But that's so Diddy, isn't it? So lovely. Okay, I've got news.
Oh, crikey, don't say that, Alex. It's my next demo.
70% of this option's gone, so we're still all right for a sec.
Good.
We're still all right for a sec. So 70% of the gold swirl. Oh, 75 now.
Oh, no, no. No.
Yeah, we better move on. Okay, details are on the screen. You just check out. Right. Now, we've also got some fabric. We've got some half meters here. Now, what you're going to get is 6 half meters in each set. And we've got 2 options. The first option is the ivory and cream. This is already limited stock.
No. What are we going to do if I can't come back in the second hour?
It'll end up being a happy hour and I'll be on my Todd. That's what's going to happen.
With cake.
Yeah.
I'll leave you some cake.
Thanks. So we've got the ivory and the cream, and they've got a little bit of a pattern on, which
They
may
all
vary.
have, yeah. Well, there's only 8 fabrics in the collection, but you'll be getting 6 of them.
Thank you, yeah. Lovely.
And they're all ditzy prints. But can I tell you where I use them, Alex?
Go for it.
The quilt behind me is brand new.
Oh, okay.
And I used all those creams in this quilt.
Perfect, isn't it?
And this is a 2.5-inch tumbler quilt.
Wow.
And this is brand new. It's brand spanking new, and I love it.
Very impressive.
And it's double-sided. So if I do come back in the second hour,
yeah.
I'll ask the stage crew if we can turn the quilt round so you can get to see the other side.
Amazing.
But this is, I love it. I love it. So that's what I use them in. Sorry, that's where they came from.
No,
So there
that's
was a
fine.
method in my madness, Alex. I didn't just sort of bring neutrals on for the sake of it. I use them in that, and I love a neutral. And I'll shut up now.
No, not that.
I've got verbal diarrhea. No! No, no, no. So
We've still got some white.
Thank you, but thanks.
So again, you'll get the same sort of thing. You're going to get.
What am I going to make my next quilt out of? Now it's all gone.
The white.
Yeah, at the rate it's going, I'm not going to be able to make any more quilts.
There's a poncho over there. You can borrow that.
Yeah.
Now, with the white option, remember you're getting 6 half meters. Sorry about that. Half the stock has gone on this one, £31.99. Now, prints will vary, as we've said, but you'll get 6 of them, 6 half meters. The item number is 730891. Okay, something we've not seen for over a year then.
Yeah.
We'll come on to the Quilt As You Go. Can you talk us through these ones? So these apparently sold out when we first had them.
Yeah, I did them about just over a year ago, I believe.
Yep.
I think it was, anyway, about a year ago. And I brought them, they were brand new, and I've never brought them back to the craft store since then.
Right.
Because I've been so busy with other ones, and I love them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought I ought to bring them back. And I wanted to make this beautiful quilt behind me, so I thought it's a good time to bring them back.
Absolutely.
And they're called a tumbler. And
We've got different sizes?
Yeah. We've got 4 different sizes. And then the 5-inch one also comes with a half tumbler. So the 5-inch is a set. So you get the 5-inch tumbler and you get the 5-inch half tumbler.
Which, I'll just try and pick
Yeah.
up there. So again, you're getting it ever such a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, and I've got a deal for all 4 of them, which I tried to bring the price down.
Brilliant. Now you can get them individually, but if you go for the bundle, you've got a really nice saving on there. So we can make our different sizes. And you've given me a little sample for
I
each.
did, yeah. Well, that's what was on the photograph on the front of the instructions. So I kept them.
Nice. Oh, well, we've got some bunting here.
Yeah. So that, I used the pattern from the Christmas Delights bundle, which I know there's not many left of those. But you can buy the pattern separately if you want. And I use the 4-inch tumbler just to show that you can use the tumbler for bunting. It makes a nice bunting, doesn't it? And I use some of the little shapes on the bunting as well. So even though I've got bigger designs on the Christmas applique and foundation paper piecing, you can use smaller sections of them to create bunting and put it on other shapes.
Amazing, lovely stuff. All right, then you can spread the cost if you want to go for the bundle, and you get a £9 saving. Excellent. Yeah.
Oh,
I think that's
crikey.
right. Yes.
Wow.
It is right. I was like, for a minute, I questioned myself. I was like, yeah, because my eyesight's terrible. But no, £9 off.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah. So you can spread the cost, 2 payments of £27.98. Item number is 045770. Now, if you did want any of them individually, here we go. This is the 5-inch, and it also comes with a half, and that is £24.99. Item number is 408921. Then we have the 4-inch. Now this one is £14.99, 651956. Then we go down to the 3-inch, £12.99, and it's 843564. And then last but not least, we've got the 2.5, and that one is £11.99. Item number is 902817. What are we doing?
I was going to ask you that, Alex.
Hey, no, what are we doing?
I'm going to show the tumblers.
Yeah, good stuff.
But I forgot to say this. I'm going to need to stand up because I want to show how to cut the tumblers. Is that okay?
Yep.
Is that okay?
We'll stay on the overhead, and you go ahead and make yourself comfortable.
So with the tumblers, I get lots of questions about cutting with the Quilt As You Go templates, and all my Quilt As You Go templates come in 2 sections, so this is relevant to any of the templates that I do, but we're doing tumblers today. So from the inner shape, we need to cut 1 in wadding and 1 in fabric, and from the outer template we need to cut 1 in the backing fabric. So when I'm cutting wadding, I've got 2 layers of wadding here, but what I tend to do is I've got a rotary cutter with a very old blade in it. So when it dies from my main rotary cutter, I put that in this rotary cutter, and I use this specifically for wadding, because wadding will blunt the blade of your rotary cutter.
Well, I've never heard that. That's great advice.
Yeah, so if you can run to it, get 2. So this is a really cheap one.
Yeah.
This is my super duper lovely one. So, and this is a cheap one. So I just use a cheap one for my wadding with a rubbish blade, and then it's fine. You're not run into trouble.
Okay.
So that's top tip.
It is a top tip.
Top tip, if you can run to it. If not, just take your blade out of your super duper rotary cutter, replace it with an old blade while you're cutting the wadding, then replace it with a nicer blade when you're cutting fabric.
Got you.
Okay, I'm going to put my goggles on, and I might be able to do this sat down. No, I'm going to stand.
Make sure you're comfortable.
Oh, I've lost my mic now.
Oh, do you need a minute?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Again, I'll just give you the details for the bundle. Have we got the complete? Yes, we have. Lovely. So remember, you're getting your 5-inch with your half, and then you're also getting your 4, your 3, and your 2.5. And look how sweet these are. Look, these little tumblers. So cute. And then, now, with the saving of £9, it means you're only paying £2.99 for the 2.5-inch template, because that's normally £11.99 if you were to buy it on its own. So, again, it's a really good deal. You can spread the cost. 2 payments of £27.98. Item number is 045770. Oh, sometimes I really want you to know about the magic of television. Oh, I'm not allowed.
Oh, can't I do it again?
Yeah, do it again. Just do it again.
So I lost my mic, and I had to move to prove that it was okay.
So go on.
I was going. It's my birthday. I can dance
You
if I
can.
want to.
Yeah, you tell that director. I love that.
But I'm going to cut.
Okay, fine.
And I hope my mic stays there.
All good.
All good. So I've put my inner template on my wadding. I've got my rubbish rotary cutter. Now I'm going to hold it. You've got to be careful with rotary cutters.
Yeah.
On some sewing shows, you can see people, and I'm going to put my blade in so there's no blade out. They go like this. It's totally dangerous.
Well, I've known someone who's
Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
Oh, don't. We won't go there, Alex, otherwise I might feel a little bit.
Okay.
So,
breakfast on.
Yeah. Keep your fingers on the template.
Okay.
Don't go over, because if you go over, you're liable to cut your fingers off. So keep your fingers on your template and well, Janice isn't in the studio, so I can say spider your fingers out like that.
Yeah.
And then you can cut like that, and you're pushing pressure onto the template, and then cut away from you. And you see now I'm going to just move my board round. I'm going to put my fingers back on there.
You can get those rotating boards,
You
can't you?
can.
They're really good.
They are really good. I've worn mine out, Alex.
Have you?
Yeah. So I've just got a normal board. And when you're finished, put your blade back in.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got animals or small children. They're very dangerous, but, you know, they're an essential for us. And there you go. I've cut 2 inner waddings out.
Yeah.
Can I give you another tip?
Yes, please.
So on one side of my cutting board, I use that for wadding.
Right.
Because when you cut, you're going to get little bits of the fluff remain in that cut of your cutting board.
Oh, really?
So use that side always for wadding.
Okay.
So you could always write on your cutting board wadding side, and the other side is for fabric.
That is a brilliant tip again.
Another good. I see I'm full of useless information.
No,
Alex.
it's very good information.
So I'm going to cut. So here's my strips for my inner, and these are those lovely fabrics. This is for the cushion, and I've cut strips, and it's, I'm going over to my, bear with me, I won't be a second. I'm just going to iron that because it's a bit more lumpy bumpy. I'm going to pop that there, and you can see I've been cutting them already, but I haven't lined that up properly, so I'm going to come in a bit, take the lock off my rotary cutter, and I want to get to the outer bits as well, because there's a trick with those too. This one, the blade retracts when you're cutting.
Oh, I see.
When you haven't put your hand on there,
Yeah.
it's inside, so this is a little bit safer, that one.
Cool. Okay.
So there's my, I'm throwing it on the floor.
Fine.
Sorry.
Have we not got you a bin? How rude. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, it's on the floor. Sorry, crew, you're going to have to sweep up after. So that's my inners. I've got my wadding, my inners, and now I want to show you the trick with the outers. Not much of a trick, but it's a little top tip. So I've got my fabric again, and as you can see, I've been cutting them. Now, if you do this without your inner template, you have to put your fingers like this, and it's, with the bigger shapes as well, it's very awkward. If you just pop your inner shape back in there, you don't have to do that, because it doesn't move.
Got you.
So still, that was my little tip. Only a little one, Alex, sorry. Little tip. And you can see I've got 2 layers here.
Yeah.
I don't go more than 4 layers of fabric, because you can end up with distortion.
Okay.
But
What, you mean like the bottom one might move?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
I just like it to be nice. Look, and then because it's my birthday.
You can do what you like.
Sorry, so they're done. So I can sit back down now.
All good, all good.
So we've done the cutting, and then what we do, I'm going to show you what I do with one of the labels. So these are the labels, the Moda labels.
Yeah.
put them the right way up. And what I've done, I've stuck a bit of Bonder web onto the back of them.
Yep.
And all I need to do is, like for the applique, is cut a label out. I've not cut it out very well. Oops. And before I sew my template together, I will score the back again, pull that off. We're going to pop that on there. I want it sort of off centre. I don't know why, because I like things to be a bit quick. And I'm going to press that on. And then you sew that on before you make up your Quilt As You Go template.
Fabulous. Are you all right for me to do a recap?
Of course.
And then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, perfect.
Excellent. We are so busy. Now, the tumbler templates, 40% of the stock has gone here. That's as the bundle. So you'll get the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2.5 inch, and you get the 5-inch half tumbler, which is there. There you go. And then this is the sort of thing that you can be making. They're very cute. I do like the idea of tumbler bunting. I think that's really nice. Nice. So we've got this one. And then here's the bunting. Doesn't that look good? I love that. And we've got stockings and trees, and you can do all sorts of things on there. Right, so 2 payments of £27.98 if you want to spread that cost. You've got a massive £9 saving on that, which is excellent. Item number is 045770. Now, we've also got left, sorry, this is blank because we've sold out of the ivory and cream. We've got the white option left. Now, what you're going to get is a little bit of a lucky dip in terms of the pattern on the fabric, but you'll get 6 half meters of the white, which is really nice to... it's good to break up patterns, isn't it, really? It's always great on quilts. £31.99 was 70% of the stock has gone. 730891 is your item number. Next then we have got some fabulous stockings. Oh, I'm just looking here, I've just got to the counter and I'm like, hang on, something else has gone.
No.
Okay, yeah. So the gold swirl and the grey house are sold out. We've still, I don't ask how much stock we've got left, but we've still got the, what? It's limited, and this one.
Oh, Alex, what are we going to do?
Have a cup of tea and a slice of cake. Right, so we've got this option left, but it is now limited. And you'll get, it's really nice. So you've popped in some assorted ribbons. There's a bit of rick-rack maybe.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely get a bit of rick-rack. Some little diddy rick-rack, which is
cute,
even cuter.
That is really sweet. And then you'll get a nice little charm, and then quite a big snowflake button, which is fab. And then you'll be able to make, because you'll get the pattern as well, so many different sizes of your stockings here. Look at those.
And I thought the various sizes, there's 3 that you actually can put presents in, and the mini one you can't, it's just like decoration.
Yeah.
But the mini one makes really great bunting or decorations on your tree.
Yes, of course.
But the 3 sizes you can put little presents in, so you can make duplicates of one size or have a selection, all different sizes going on your fireplace or on wherever you put your stockings.
Yeah, amazing. All right, so £18.99 is the price. Item number is 914543. Okay, then we've got the tumbler cushion pattern. So, and we can also make the bag, is that right?
No, that's a cushion, Alex.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought
That's
it was
all right.
a bag.
No, I just made it so that you can tie it up at the top. I just thought it was a different way of doing a cushion.
My fault.
You could make a bag if you wanted to put some handles on it. You could.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's up you. All you need to do is put handles on it, and it becomes a bag.
Absolutely. There you go. Perfect. So my fault. I did. So we've got your beautiful strips here. Again, you've got some Moda labels. You've got some wonderful ribbon. And then you've got your 4-inch tumbler template?
Yes, the 4-inch on that one.
Yeah.
So that comes with that kit.
Nice. £32.99. Sorry, I thought it was a bag.
I know. It's sort of that bag shape, but I like a long cushion.
I don't blame you. There you go. Item number is 164419. And then hanging on by an absolute thread is our, oh my gosh, this is literally, it's going to go. We started with 5 options and we've only got 1 left. So you're going to get 4 fat quarters. You've got all the lovely ribbon. You've got those Moda labels, that's the word. And you've got all of your fabulous charms. And then you've got the patterns. So you'll be able to make all of these lovely, I'm going to say like coasters, etc. And you'll be able to make the lovely little buckets. And you'll be able to make the cushion. There you go. Fabulous. So you've got all of those wonderful patterns as well. £29.99. Is this limited then? Okay. Hanging on just by a thread. 093375. Don't forget your free gift with purchase as well. You'll get the pattern that's worth £12.49 to make this lovely little caddy. But that is while stocks last. Back to you, Nicola. We've got 6 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to carry on with my tumblers. Is that all right? Because
Yeah,
we do
all right.
have some tumblers left.
We do.
Also, there's another quilt hanging up that uses a 5-inch tumbler.
Oh, nice.
So
We'll get a shot
I
of
don't
that.
know if, yeah, that's the one. That's coming up. That's a 5-inch quilt as well. So there is also, if you buy something, there's a pattern that you can buy for the 2 quilts behind me,
Yeah.
and a crib quilt in the tumblers, so you could always add that into your basket as well.
Brilliant. I like that.
So that gives you the, yeah, I'll stop waffling and get on with the
You're
demo.
not waffling.
I was, Alex. It was too generous. I was waffling. So I got my backing fabric and I've got it wrong side up. And I'm going to take my outer template and place that on top of the fabric. And I'm going to take a section of my wadding and place that, because I've got the opening in this outer template, that gives you the position to put the wadding and then the main fabric. And then I'm going to put a pin in there. Then I can remove the outer template and I can put that aside, because what we're going to do is going to fold over the bindings of the template. So it's really nice and easy to do. If you're new to sewing, it's a good one because you're creating a quilt as you go. So this is why it's called quilt as you go, because you've got all your layers together, and when you've finished, you join them and that's your quilt done. So you don't have to do any quilting other than what you're doing on each individual section. So normally when you make a quilt, you make a quilt top and then you layer it up with wadding and a backing, and then you quilt it. Yep. Or you pay for somebody to quilt it, which is very expensive. But this you can do, it's all in one go. So as soon as I've made this little tumbler, that is a quilt.
Brilliant.
But then you just join them.
How long did it take you to do the ones behind you?
Well, the 2.5 inch one, there's rather a lot of pieces in that. The one behind me, yeah, this one.
Yeah.
That took a long time. There was 2 of us made that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my lovely friend Steph made all the tumblers and then I joined it. And it is reversible. There's another quilt on the back.
It's amazing.
It's magic because it's quilt as you go. There's 2 different, you can create 2 different quilts in one.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's just amazing. But that did take quite a long time.
I love the reversible things.
I know, it's, you know why? I love them because I've got 2 pussycats and they always sleep on my bed.
Aww.
And so if they make a mess on one side, I just turn it over. and then I get 2 goes out of the quilt before it has to go in the washing machine.
Ah, there you go. See, I'm quite strict actually. I don't allow my cat to sleep in the bedroom at all. She's not allowed in the bedroom.
Oh, well, last night, Alex, I had to fight with the cats for the duvet. I woke up in the middle of the night with no duvet.
Oh, bless.
They'd got it. They were asleep between me and Dave, and they'd stolen the whole duvet. So, yes, sorry.
No, it's all right.
Shall I stop for a second? Oh, what's happened now?
Sorry, I'm just holding this. So the stockings, they're both gone now. In the one in the grey, that's now sold out. Thank you very much, though. It's lovely when we have such a busy hour, isn't it?
I know.
I just feel bad for interrupting you all the time.
No, don't. But you'll need to, because I haven't got anything else to demo. What am I going to do? I was going to do the stockings in the second hour. I was going to do... I
think we're just going to be with tumblers or something.
Tea and cake.
Yeah.
And chat. I'll have to do top tips or something.
Did you know that would be very nice, actually?
Yeah. Well, I've done most of them already.
Because you're back at 1 o'clock, is
1
that
o'clock,
right?
I am, yes.
1 o'clock, Nicola.
Yeah.
With me, we'll just have a little hoedown or something.
Yeah, we'll do some do-si-doing.
Yeah, line dancing.
Line dances, because anybody to be our caller, and we can... Yeah, oh, yeah, we've got a volunteer. Yay! We'll just do some line dancing.
Yeah.
I'll borrow a hat.
Yeah.
I haven't got my cowboy boots on, though.
I don't own those.
You don't?
No, no cowboy boots.
I've got 2 pairs, Alex. I've got a silver sparkly pair.
What size feet are you?
4.
Oh no, I can't borrow them.
Oh, I've got little diddler feet.
You have? I'm like twice the size of you.
No.
Yeah, I've got like size 7 to 8.
My mum's a size 8.
Yeah.
I don't know where I got my little diddlers from, because she wears my dad's shoes.
And as you're probably noticing, we are filling.
Yeah. I could carry on, but I'm sort of, what am I going to do next hour? It's just like I can start with this in the next hour, couldn't I?
Of course you could.
Okay.
Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you.
So just for the last few seconds, right then, do check out your baskets. We've got this bundle left. Yeah, so you'll be able to get your tumblers back by popular demand, because they did sell out the last time that they were on. You've got your 5-inch with your half 5-inch tumbler. You've got your 4-inch, your 3-inch and your 2.5-inch. You've got a £9 saving. It's £55.96, or of course you can spread that cost on Flexi by 2 payments of £27.98. ISIN number is 045770. So we may or may not, Nicola, see you at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, everyone. If I don't, bye.
Bless you. Coming up next, we've got the Scarlet Rose birthday shindig. After that, we're celebrating with Juki, and later the Zuri One Day Special.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes, and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
In the foothills of Oundle, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With 6 pounds of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are well. Are you enjoying the birthday celebrations? I hope you are. Yes, we are 6, and we launched our birthday celebrations on Wednesday last week. Yeah, and do you know what we did? We put £6 into your account. Yes, we did. To everyone, not just Freedom members. Everyone that has an account with us has £6 in there to spend on a purchase of £40 or more. So go and check that out. But we're not stopping there because it's our birthday. We want to treat you. So in each show, there's going to be a free gift with purchase, and that will change with each and every show. You wait till I show you what you're getting as your free gift in our show today. We have, of course, got the fabulous Scarlet Rose, and Julie's here today, but let me tell you about the free gift. This is worth £20. Now, you've got your set of stamps, which are beautiful, beautiful butterflies in there, and you've also got your sentiments. You've also got your foils. Now, what's fabulous about these is you've got your silver, your black, and you've got your gold in there, and you can layer those up to build and create some beautiful designs to your cards. They could be invitations, it could be a birthday card, it could be a name placement if you wanted it to be so. You could also use your stamps as well to build and create some amazing, beautiful backgrounds. And the way that you layer up and build those designs is going to look absolutely fantastic when you're using your foils on there. Very, very easy to use. And with that, that is your free gift with purchase worth over £20. What a free gift that is. Absolutely incredible. Love that. Right, let's introduce you to Julie, who's come here today with some fabulous deals, Julie.
I know, I parked my horse in the car park.
You did?
Dragged the cart round to the front and I've unloaded everything.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good to see you, good to see you. How's Mum?
She's doing well, yeah. She'll be watching. Hi.
Hi, Barbara. Hope you're well. Let's just tell everyone at home a little bit about yourself and Barbara and, of course, Scarlet Rose, in case people haven't seen you before.
Well, there's new people all the time, isn't there?
Yeah.
So this is where our company started, which is the Easy Mat.
Yes.
And the Diamond Trails,
yes,
where you can, it helps you measure out, mat, layer and recover. And then you design on your diamond trails.
Excellent.
So that's where the company started.
Yeah.
And then we moved on to pads and papers, and now we've got brand new ephemera today to match our pads, and we do mega dies, big dies.
Yeah,
if you've seen us before, you've seen the background here, you see these are big book dies, and we do big butterflies and bows, and so it's extended out into a bigger company. But this is where we started, so we thought we'd bring this back this month.
Fabulous. So we do have that on the show. You can shop ahead on the website to have a look at all of the items so you can start checking out your basket. But let's start with the new today. Now, when we build and create our cards and our designs and our scrapbooking and our journals, it's really nice to have pieces of ephemera. Now, ephemera are a collection of different items printed and pre-cut for you. You've got 55
4 elements in this particular deal. Beautiful sepia vintage colours, Julie. I love these.
They are lovely, aren't they? See, if I can just explain, when we come to the pads, we did the pads first, and there's lots and lots of layers in those fusion pads. And there's areas that you could cut out. But we thought, we don't like cutting up this card. No. So we spoke to the designer, and she lifted out some of those layers. We did them separately and had them all cut out ready for you. They can be tinted, they can be left as they are, they can be just vintaged on the end. That they are, I mean, it's a bit of a mod when you're looking at it like that, but when you get them and you look at them separately.
Do you know what, though? I love it when you've got a big collection like this, because you've got so many different pieces of inspiration. I love the fact that you've got the white outline, which really shows off the image. And with this, you've got that manipulation or that movability. So you can use your ball tools on here, or just simply bend that to bring that out from the card. Let me show you a sample here of the pads that we do have on the show, but also these pieces of ephemera that just add that extra detail, the extra touch, whether it be on a card, a piece of wall art, whether you're using these or you're scrapbooking in particular. These are really, really beautiful. Left on their own as sepia, that work has been done for you, or of course you can add some colours here. So I think if you add any colours like alcohol markers or paints, you're going to get that Technicolor.
As I say, because they've got that shiny coating on them, and you can blend your colours over them. Really, as you say, that's with a little bit of blue dye on top of it. So either or, you can leave them or add to them.
It's a great deal, $9.99. And remember, you're getting your free gift with those, so that gets even better, doesn't it? Oh, my goodness. Your free gift is worth £20. So your free gift will be coming with your ephemera. How about all of that? Because this is a free gift, $9.99. That's an amazing deal, don't you think? 434331 is your item number. 10% of the stock has already gone. It's brand new today. I knew we'd be busy. Right, now, sepia is lovely. I think it's fabulous. But we've also got some in colour for you. And sometimes people don't like to add colour. They want it already there for them. So that's exactly what we've got here. And the colours, I'm going to pick one of these up if I can. Let me just bring this to the back, if I may. It's the best way to pick it up. The colours in here that have been printed, aren't they spectacular?
They're lovely, aren't they? They've translated really well from the pad to extras. And if you, in that shot there behind you, those are the ephemera as well. It's not just what was on the counter. No. Somebody's been really arty when I came in this morning, but just look, they've added it to the background card.
I love that.
Now, as part of my demo, that background card that's in your packet, chop the top off, and it's a topper.
Yeah.
So you can use everything that you're getting.
Do you know what I'd do with that? I'd cut the eyes out, bear with me when I say that, and I'd place that over a photograph of somebody.
Of course you could.
That would be amazing.
That's
and again, you
idea.
can manipulate that. It'd be pretty cool. Right, $9.99, 54 pieces included in that. But guess what? You get your free gift as well. So, as you take a look at your 54 pieces of ephemera, you'll also be getting this free gift worth £20, which I think is absolutely incredible, with all of those filigree butterflies in there. But 10% of your classic ephemera has gone already. Let's move on. We've spoke about the paper pads. We've got them available, and we've got them in that sepia colour. There's something about sepia that I absolutely adore. There's something about it. Whether you're leaving it as sepia or whether you want to add colour, that's entirely up to you. But with this paper pad, you're also getting some frames. Now, I love the value for money that you're getting here, Julie, because you can layer the frames up.
That's what
we intended. You can also use them separately.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what we intended them for. As I was saying before we come on air, that even when you use your pad and you cut it up and you might have the tiniest little bit left, add it to that frame like you've got there in your hand, and you've made that tiny little bit of paper now into a good topper.
Yeah, you certainly can. And, you know, let's not just talk about the paper pads. If you've got photographs, you're doing a family tree in your scrapbooking, just to frame those elements. Or think about this, if you've got a wedding photograph or a collection of people in a photo, but you want one of those individuals to stand out. If you put a frame on that picture, they will stand out. That's just part of your paper pad, little piece left over. Normally you just discard that, but now placing it in the frame changes it completely. Also adding to a card as well, it highlights that particular area. You could put some glossy accents on that, so it really does show it off, and then it almost becomes like a cabochon, because you can put some glossy accents on there. Always have to say it like that, Julie.
Cabochon.
Cabochon.
Very posh.
Yes, very posh. But beautiful papers, and of course with this collection you also have your Christmas element in there.
Yes. All the images are the same in the classic and the sepia. The only difference is we've taken the wedding and the baby out of the coloured one, and we've put Christmas in instead.
Wow, look at that. Oh, I love these images. £29.99, because you get your ovals and rectangle frames, and you also, which are your MDF 3D picture frames, and then you get your sepia paper pad as well, which is full of inspiration. You can see that. Let me just open one of these sheets to show you. There you go, look at that. 20 sheets, and they're all double-sided as well, and they are 240 GSM. The amount of images are in there, they're so rich, they're so beautiful, and they've got that snipability and also addability. By that I mean
by adding your ephemera back in.
Oh, there's something for everyone in this deal. £29.99, but guess what? I'm going to say it again. You're getting your free gift worth £20. So now that £29.99 gets you with your free gift. I mean, it's a great value for money deal. 862630. Just make sure you check out your baskets to ensure that you get that free gift as well.
That's right.
Okay, let's move on, because we've got more for you. We have got your fabulous, now this is your classic, so we've got colour with this, Julie.
Got colour with that one. That was the first one we brought out, and we always knew we wanted to do a sepia pad, and we started to look at more designs, but we thought, you know what, this would just translate, take all the colour out and make it sepia, and boy did it work. As we said, we just swapped out the baby and the wedding in the sepia, but in that one, the coloured, you do get your blue and your pink for your children, and you've got your wedding as well.
Look at those images. They're it's quality. You know, when you see images put together, you know, and some people do that, and that's great. You might do it yourself, do a bit of collage. This is quality. It's been put together by somebody, people that have that eye.
60 layers, digitally layered, one over the other. When you see it physically in front of you, you'll see the depth in those images.
And we're going to be taking a closer look at
yes,
some of
I'm
these
going to be part of my demo. You'll get to know all of it.
I just want to show you this, because take a sheet out of your book and you've made a card by just scoring it. Isn't that just a remarkable way of using one sheet of paper, just scoring it, and all of a sudden you've got that premium quality card. And again, you can cut out those elements, you can use your frames that are included. You've got some butterflies, you've got some bows on your frame, you've got the wording of love in there as well. Isn't that different? Now that is a card I'd leave out. I wouldn't put that away.
But of course, we've got the deal on those frames as well.
I'm just getting to that.
Going to say,
I'm getting there, Julie.
That's a good
so
one.
Exciting.
I know, it's so exciting.
Do you know what
it's a good one.
The thing is, I just want to show everyone the free gift again. £29.99 for your classic, and you're also getting your free gift, 275762. Now, as Julie's saying, we do have a deal on the frames. If you want to go for the frames separately, you might want to add more frames. They are £14.99 each. So whether you're going for the bows and the butterflies, or whether you're going for the lovely rectangle and oval frames. But if you want them both together because you like them all, and let's face it, we love to have our cake and eat it too, don't we? We're going to do a deal for you. It's going to be £19.98. So I thought we were just saving £5. We're saving 10.
Yeah.
Janice, you must listen to preparation more. That's an amazing deal.
So why not? If you're buying one for another £5.
Oh, you've got to do it. You've got to do it. £19.98. that is sensational. And if you're going for that, and that alone on the show, you're also getting your free gift, of course, worth £20. Oh, my days, this is a great show. 086591 is your item number for those fabulous frames if you want to buy them together. It makes sense. £14.99 for one set, £19.98 for two. You do the math. Of course, it's easy, isn't it? Right, we've got something else to show you. Of course, where it all began.
Easy math.
Where it all began. And we've got a great demonstration on this. And a great bundle as well. Tell us about this, Julie.
Well, we've popped it all together because if you're going to be matting and layering, you might want to put numbers or somebody's name on that card that you've now recovered all the card from. And this is what I'm going to be showing you, how you can build everything together. But as we said, you've got your little poppy for your flower. It could be a rose if you change the colours.
Yep.
You've got your numbers, you've got
Yep.
your letters, you've got
Yep.
your borders, you've got your frames,
Wow.
you've got your matting and layering, and you've got your designs for the diamond trails down the side, all in one big bundle.
Are the stars there too, or is that for decoration?
That's just for decoration.
Oh, but you know what? Doesn't that make it look swanky?
Yeah.
I love that. 2 payments of £19.99. These are the kind of cards that you can make with precision.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, they are guides for
They're
you to
guides.
use.
And it gives you the chance to use your card stock for even longer, and Julie's going to talk us through what we mean by that. 978984 is your item number. Freedom members, you get a bigger discount. It's just £17.99 today, and then another £17.99 in a month's time. And yes, you've guessed it, along with that you're getting your free gift worth £20. Remember, that's your stamps and those fabulous foils as well. Aren't they brilliant, your stickers? Right, my goodness, there's lots on the show, isn't there? And if you can't choose and decide, why don't you have all of it? It's great value for money. You can spend your £6 that you've got in your account that we put there at the launch of Birthday. If you've not found it yet, it's there, and we'll take it off your purchase of £40 or more. But yes, the Freedom price on there, I did mention that. Yeah, definitely mentioned that. So you've got your 2 payments on Freedom, or your 1 payment of £35.98. In fact, if you go for this and you're a Freedom member, and that's £35.98, and you go for that great deal on the frames, take £6 off
Take
that. 'Cause it takes it
off.
over.
Yeah.
Takes it over £40.
Yeah.
There you go. Now you're getting it. Right. Oh my days, you're going to get a right bargain on this show. Right. Let's go over to Julie and take a look at what we're getting.
Right then. So, easy mat. What is it? Now, we all like to mat and layer, but what we don't like to do is you have to sacrifice what's underneath because, one, you can't be bothered. You haven't got enough time. You do it and it's wonky and you have to chuck it away or recut it, and it's too much faff. But just look what is lying underneath. We all know it's there, but whether we take the time to cut it out because we can't be bothered is up to us or you. So that turns into one card, and then you break into more card to add extras to it. So you're using 2 lots of card.
Do you know what, Julie? As you were just saying that, something else occurred to me as well. You know, if you're matting and layering up the old-fashioned way without using the great tool that we've got here, surely it might cost more money because it's going to weigh more.
Exactly.
Because you're sending more card out. Now we're taking all that card away.
And only putting one topper back on again. You've lost the weight from underneath, of course, or you've used all of it so it remains the same weight, even with the accessories on. But if I can just move forward. So we start there and we make one card. We've broke into more to get the bit that matches. But now with the Easy Mat, because you take the time and it's easy to do, if I split this up, she says, there we go. Disregarding the base card, obviously, but your frames and your extras, you've now made all of that out of that.
Wow.
So just with a bit of, well, I say a bit of time, it's no time at all. So if I move on to that, and this will make a lot more sense when I'm actually doing it. So if we go to the overhead, and I'll show you where we are. We've also got, we didn't mention actually on the counter, we've got our piercing mat. Now, you need a piercing mat, obviously, if you're going to be piercing, because you want to make a decent impression into your card. But if you're using felt pens, fine liners or pencils, you can just do it straight onto your cutting mat. But we'll go with the piercing mat because it's such a great tool.
And the details are at the bottom of your screen, 800-622 12.99. If you're going for that and that only in the show, you get your free gift.
You get your free gift. And I mean, it's piercing, but it's also embossing, not heat embossing.
No.
Your paper embossing for moulding your flowers. They're food grade. So if you buy a separate one, you can mould your icing onto it. And it's a stamping pad for that price. And your freebie.
Yeah,
well,
there you
go. So if I just explain it to you first, we've got 2 sides. We've got, you can see here, numbers running across the top, 0 to 7.5 and 0 to 11. And then we've got the diamond trails down the side. But we'll just work with this side first.
Okay.
I'll take the piercing mat away, and I'll take that away there. You might not be able to see it very well now, but actually I've got to put this back under. So let's just say we're new to crafting, haven't bought our paper trimmer yet, and we want to do some matting and layering.
Okay.
Now, you can mat and layer by eye, you can mat and layer by 1/2 inches, you can mat and layer by centimetres. You can use it all on this Easy Mat, but I'll do the basic. We've done all these measurements every 1/2 inch.
Okay.
And that gives you the 1/4 inch layer of colour, because we all like to have that extra little bit of colour. But you can do it in centimetres, you can do it by eye. But we'll start with this first. So let's just say I've got this bigger A4, can't be bothered to go and get my cutting machine. This is in front of me, I'll use this. So what you do, pop your 0 on the top, run your numbers across the top and down the side. And let's say I want to go 5 by 5. So we find our 5, we find our 5, we just come down and we make a little mark. You can pop one there and there if you wish. And then all you're doing now is lining up those dots. And it's really this simple, just to do a quick trim. There's one, find my little dot there, and you're flat, and done. Now I've just done myself a quick 5 by 5 layer. If you've got a paper trimmer, then use your paper trimmer, but if you haven't, or you want to do this quickly, this is how you can mat and layer and cut out with this. So, we've got our 5 by 5, let's get all the bits out of the way. So what we want to do now is gutting your cards, and I hate that word, but gutting your card takes time. Okay. Because we tend to get our ruler and then we do this bit and we slip a bit and then we slip a bit, and then when we put it all back together you can see your card through it, so you've wasted it, so you have to throw it away and you start again. Or you've got your wonky bit out the middle, and you've got to re-trim it if it's the perfect topper colour that you need. Well, I'm going to have to re-trim it again. Now it'll go on my card. Whereas with the Easy Mat, you'll recover it, make frames and toppers straight away. So, this is with the 1/2 inch. So let's say you were doing a square card and you would go 5 by 5, 4.5 by 4.5, 4 by 4. You're just coming down or going up by 1/2 inch, whether it's square or oblong. It's up to you. And by doing the 1/2 inch measures, doing it this way, choose any of these holes now, it doesn't really matter. Just pop one of those holes on each of the corners, just to line it up. And then what I'll do, actually, I'll come back to the piercing mat because on screen you'll see the hole better. It also shows off my piercing mat. So, just put one of those holes on the corners like that. You can see, just there. Take my piercing tool, come in one, come in one, come in one, come in one diagonally. That's it. And now I have marked out a perfect centre. And all I will do now is just line up those dots. Now if you're matting and layering, pierce it because you'll hide the holes up. If you want to leave them as frames, I might just suggest to you use your pencil, because then you can just rub those marks out when you cut it out.
Especially if you're using it for the first time, Julie, you know, just to get used to it.
Just to get used to it. But literally, you can see this isn't hard, is it?
No.
I mean, there we go. All I'm doing, like that. And this is the bit where you go, oops, oops, if you were doing it by eye. You were trying to measure how much, you know, you got card showing.
And do you know what? I'd never get it straight. Never.
No. And then all I've done, look, is I've created a perfect middle. That's usable straight away. Yeah, that's usable straight away. So if I wanted to stamp on that and pop it on another card, it's done. I haven't got to re-trim it. So it's all about saving time.
Yeah, and you could even cut it out again and again and again and again.
There you go, Janice. She's there. She's on the ball. This is my next little bit. So if I go to what Janice has just said, what I've done here is I've taken the middles out of all of these layers, look. There we go. And I've recovered all of this. There's the one. And I've recovered all of this.
It's like you've bought new cardstock.
Yeah, well, all that was hiding underneath. So what you would do then, if you wanted to, pop that one back on the top, and then you've got this spare. If I show you this on some base cards, it will actually, you'll start to see what you're doing. So let me just line these up. So there was your first one. I showed you your first one. So let's just split that now into two. Do apologise for them being wonky, but
do you know what, Julie? As I'm seeing you putting these on, do you know that first one you did that you put on a little bit wonky? I like that, and that's something you can do with these to start building up different shapes as well.
So now that one card has now created two.
Yep.
Let's pretend I'm taking the middles out of that. So I've made another one.
Yep.
With the centres.
Yeah.
I've made another one.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind I've took centres out of those as well. Now they can be your little extras to put round.
Yeah.
I've still only made, it's still only this piece of card. So I've gone from there and I've created all that. Now if I bring a board in, this might just show it. If we get that on camera. Have I got it right? There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
So, just two pieces of card, but look, I've took that out of that, that out of that, that out of that, and so on, and so on. So those first 2 pieces of card where you'd just plonk that on top of that, it's created all of those. If I bring that funky one in, that's only those 2.
Yeah.
All that was hiding underneath.
And do you know what else you can use this for as well, Julie? And I always find it very expensive if I take a photograph or I've got a photograph, I need to put it in a frame. I like to have the surround going around it, the mount, that's what you call it. But you try and find a mount that's the right size for your picture or the right shape. It's very difficult. Then you've got to get the right colour, and then you go to the till, and it costs you a fortune, doesn't it? This gives you a chance to actually build those thicker frames, to turn them into a mount to go around your photographs and your artwork as well, so you can instantly show it off, which I think is a great idea.
So if I can show you a few more things to do. I mentioned that you don't have to do it every ½ an inch. You can do it every ½ of an inch. You can eyeball it. Sometimes we do a card. I've got one over that you showed with the butterfly stickers on. You only want that tiny little bit of mirror card around the edge, but you have to sacrifice sort of like a 5 by 5 inch piece of card just to get that effect. So if I go on the overhead, and what I mean by that is that little tiny bit there, you expand that out. You'd be taking a lot of card out the middle. But because it is now a ½ of an inch, which is what that one is, they don't line up on the corners like I just showed you, look. See, if I do it on there, look, it's missing there, it's missing there, it's missing there. It's no problem. All you do, and I'll use a pencil, is put one bubble on the corner and measure, move it over to the second corner and measure, bring it down to that corner and measure, and over to that one and measure. Because it's the coming in one that's doing the measuring, not the bubbles on the outside. They're just for lining up. So if you've got an odd size piece of card, or you only want that little tiny bit and it's not a ½ of an inch, or it's not a centimetre, you use it in a slightly different way. So that was that one. Are we good to keep going? Yeah. Okay, that's lovely. Use it for your apertures. So all you have to do is pop that on your base card, mark it out, and take the middle out, and you've now created your base cards of apertures. So again, all your base cards that you've got at home already in your stash, you can now make into aperture cards. So again, that's more money that you're saving. Let's move on. We can play around with our frames. So with this one, if I just show you here, what I've done here with this one is when I've cut it out, I've marked and gone in on this layer 2, and then the top one I've gone in 1. And when you lay them back together, look, you look like you've got 3 for the price of 2 pieces of card. Play around, and of course you've got that little bit there to do your embellishments. We can do the same with this. Oh, there we go. Then we've got this. So if you go in 3, in 2, in 1, and then layer them, it's going inwards. So it's not just a normal frame. You can play around with these and make all different types of frames. We've also got 12 by 12. Now, obviously, a 12 by 12 is wider than the actual plate.
Think about buying a die to suit a 12 by 12 piece of paper.
Do it, could you?
I've not seen one.
Because I mean, some people, and absolutely, when they've gutted it out, they take that wonky piece and they use it and they put a die on it, which is fine. But you can only do it on wonky pieces. It's not worth wasting your good pieces just for a die. This is where your perfect piece that you've recovered comes in, because it's ready to go as a new topper. You haven't got to use it because it's wonky. So again, I'll turn it over to the plain side because it's already been used. But all you would do on the bigger pieces of card is, or papers, is come in from the corner, however far it is you want to come in, and then start turning your paper around. And do it on all 4 corners. So line it up again, come in, and you do that on all 4 corners, and then you end up with your piece. Now, if you've got one of these large photo albums and you want to mat and layer in your photo album, let's say, look at what you was hiding underneath. So that would make another frame on your other page coordinating, but you've only used 1 piece of card, and then all your cards, your ephemeras, and your photographs. So now we've gone into scrapbooking, being able to use it in our scrapbooking. But also, think of it like it is an oblong ruler, essentially. It's an oblong ruler. So we've got card, whether it's our pad here, and you want to take out that little area there, but you want to leave that border, or you've got that rose there, to get to it, you've got to cut in.
Yeah,
You've got to cut up.
Yeah.
And invariably, you'll cut through that bird cage that was perfect for the next card.
Yes.
So all you do is you pop it over the top, you decide where you want it to be, and you mark around it 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you can cut out that little section, lift that out that you needed. You've kept everything intact.
Brilliant.
So that's where it comes in as a lifter outer. I can't think of the right word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it's a lifter outer.
It's fascinating, isn't it? All those cards that you've previously made, have a think about all that card, all that paper that's gone with it,
well,
that didn't need to go with it, that
well,
can stay with you.
Yeah, what I'm going to do then, seeing as you've mentioned that, let's just do this before I move on. If I just take all these out here, let's say we've had a good card making session, and I just want to show you, there's 2, there's 3, keep going, there's 4, there's 5, I'm keep going, because we can have days where we really just get all this out of the way. See how I'm mounting all this up, and then keep going. And this is only 7 cards, okay? This is only 7 cards. You think how many cards you make. Look at all this. I mean, you've got all this that you are wasting underneath all these layers. I mean, you may choose to pop that one back on again, but you've still got all this. So even if you put every topper, oh, I forgot that one, see, there's even more, look. So even if you put that layer back on again and made them solid, you've still got all this card.
Yeah, and do you know something else? You can use your easy mat to cut through pretty much any thickness of card, which you can't necessarily do if you've got dies to cut out.
Or a paper trimmer can only cut so much. If you mark it out with this, then you've got your physical craft knife to cut it out. So box board, for instance, or your grey board. You can mark it out and then go 2 or 3 times with your, you know, with your own. You couldn't put that through a paper trimmer.
No, no, absolutely
so
not.
It comes in for that as well. So I was just trying to show you before I moved on. Physically, you think how much card, and I mean, I wouldn't want to keep wasting our pads, and I'm sure other companies wouldn't want you to waste their pads. And good card is good card.
Yeah, and you know, we don't want to waste that paper for environmental issues as well. How about using your Easy Mat on leather? Because if you need to cut out an aperture from your leather, if you need to add certain brads, you need to get them spot on in the right particular areas. You can't put necessarily leather through your die cutting machines, can you? So then that takes your Easy Mat into a whole new realm of
just
fabric.
Measure the patch that you want to take out. Yep, of course. So that's, well, I say pretty much, but I'm sure you'll find other things to do. But that's the measuring, matting and layering side. So you're saving your card on that side. Now, on your toppers, you might want to put some designs on. This is where this side comes in. So as you can see, we've got a butterfly, an oval, a heart and a hexagon. We've got a frame around that hexagon. This also comes out so you can draw around there. We can just make out that wavy line. That's what we call a diamond trail. And then we've got a scallopy border. And simply, all these are our guides. And what you'll do, I'll go with a heart. And it's really as simple as that. On the topper that you've just recovered, that was hiding underneath, you can now put a design on top. Now, again, for the screen, I'm using a piercing tool because it's easy for you to see, but you can use your fine liners and you can use pencil and rub that out if you don't want to use all of the dots. So I'm going to do every hole. Now, it's as quick as this. You don't have to, if you're only going to use it as a guide, just to give you a rough idea where you're going with your gems. You can pierce every other hole or every third hole. It's entirely up to you. But literally, that was it. That is now your guide. So let's just say you want to do, I mean, a lot of people do piercing cards, like these lovely white piercing cards with all the whole design.
Stitching through?
I'm coming to that one.
Okay.
She's ahead of herself, gal. So if I bring that in there, we can just use it as a piercing design. And the little gold line shines through, and I've gone around the edge with that frame there.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so that's just simple. Throw a few buttons on or a bow, you're done. But what you can do, now we've all got bits of gems hiding around. You know, you use all this and you end up with 3. And then you've got 300 bits of 3. And I don't know what to do with them. So all you do then is you start to use that guide and you lift them and you place them over those holes. That could be pencil marks, that could be your fine liners. It's entirely up to you. You may have gone every hole. You may go every other hole. And if it was pencil, you'd rub out the one in between. It's entirely up to you. They become guides. So you keep going until you've finished. Now, Janice mentioned stitching. So, yeah, I'm no stitcher. But just a little simple chain stitch. So there's your stitching that we mentioned. Here's your fine liners. And that's going all through there and making it a nice little butterfly. And then, as we said, we've mat and layered. We've recovered the middles. We've made that card out of that card. And we've put the design on the bit that we've cut out of the pink one, look, and in the middle of the frame there. So all of that can be used together to make cards out of nothing, really. Lots of these middles are like bits you would like shove in your bitty box and forget about.
You know, I had an MDF heart the other day, and I had some little droplets that were similar to glossy accents, but they're slightly different. And I thought, I want that really nice sort of pearlised effect going around the outside, like little studs. Yeah. So I started at the top, put the first one on and put the second one. I thought, I'm doing all right here. And it wasn't until I got to the bottom that I realised the gaps were all different. And it looked rubbish. And I was so disappointed because I really wanted to, you know, make it and create it and space it precisely. I can do that with the Easy Mat because I could mark it out before I put those little droplets on.
Yeah. Well, if I can quickly, because I'm going to be conscious of time because we've got such a lot to get in. But if I just quickly show you, look, there's your rose that's in the bundle. Pink as a rose, red as a poppy. That one out of that one, so you're creating 2 out of 1. There's your diamond trails. Now this diamond trail here, because it's clear and see-through, you go so far and then you can extend it and move down. And there's your diamond trails there. Just very quickly, this is just the holes, and then with a fine liner and a ruler, draw in between, and it looks like stitching, even though it's not stitching. And then if you've got bee stamps, you can make a honeycomb. And that's your octagon, hexagon, sorry. Octagon, that's 8. Hexagon is 5. I always have to stop and think about that. So, that's our Easy Mat. So, I can blend straight into the personalised, or do we need to have a...
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll have a little bit of a recap, if that's okay, while you get set up for your next demonstration. You can see, wow, the value for money that you get in there and all the different things that you can do. Right, let's take a look. Your Freedom membership price. As a Freedom member, you get an extra 10% off. So it turns out to be £15.50 that you'll get in your discount, £35.98. If you want to divide the cost into 2, you can do. Yes, you can. So you will be getting your Easy Mat, your poppy insert, your personalised plate for £17.99. And don't forget, you're getting your free gift worth £20, which is an incredible deal. So you get the stamps and you also get those beautiful butterflies that you can then start to build up on your cards as well. So all of that is included. We've been very busy. 978984 is your item number. Let's move on because we've got more to show you before we head back to demonstration. We've got the colour pad. Now, this is beautiful. You've got all of those layers built up, and this has been put together through designers, through graphic designers that know every single piece and part of that paper to place those images on, and they look absolutely beautiful, don't they? They are 240 GSM. They're A4 in size. When you first look at these, you think, oh, are they? Yes, because we've turned it landscapes. They're landscape designs. You get 20 double-sided card packs in there, and you also get your frames as well. Now, what's great about the frames is you can start to layer these frames up if you want to, or you can use them separately. So you can see all the different elements here, and what we get with the frames is the ability to start layering them up. Sorry, let me just drop this one down. That's the next one along. And pick this one up. There you go. Round circles don't go onto squares. There you go. So you can start to layer them up, or you can use them separately if you want to. You might have just one little piece of paper that normally you throw away. Don't. Stick a frame on it. £29.99, 275762 is your item number. Is this on extended delivery? Everything on the 3rd? 3rd September. Oh, that's only a couple of days away. It's hardly extended at all. That's fabulous. I love that. Right, with that, you will get your free gift
worth £20. That's a massive, massive, massive free gift. It's brilliant and absolutely fantastic. Set of stamps and all those wonderful stickers as well. Right, moving on, we've got your sepia paper pad, and in here you've got some Christmas elements, and you've also got some more MDF or MDF, as we like to call it. There you go. So again, you've got all of those fantastic frames that you can build up and layer up, or you might just want to put part of your papers that you've used into that frame, which again look amazing, don't they? Add a little bit of gloss over there, or maybe some of the crackle elements that we've got on the website, and that'll make it look really vintage. £29.99, 862630, but you do get your free gift with purchase worth £20. Now, the MDF, if you love the MDF, you can buy it singularly for £14.99, but you know what? The best value for money is when you bring them together, and that is £19.98. We're already 20% stock gone, saving £10. So £14.99 each. For an extra £5, you get both sets, so it makes sense to buy that, and you get your free gift worth £20, which is amazing. Right, your ephemera to decoupage and stick and make and create, your scrapbooking in particular. 20% has gone of your classic. You can see here elements that have been placed around a card to show them off to you. But we've also got 54 pieces in total for you, and they are all absolutely marvellous. Let me pick this one up to show you. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that. And you've got that white edge around there as well, so it's really going to stand out from your projects. You will get your free gift with purchase if you're going for this, which is a great deal. It's only £9.99. You could multi-buy. You'll only get one free gift, but you could multi-buy that. Which means you've got lots of ephemera to use. That is 890008, and we also have the sepia version. Also 20% of the stock has gone, and again you get all these wonderful elements displayed beautifully, and then you get those wonderful sepia colours in there. 434331 is your item number, £9.99, and you get your free gift with that, remember, and that's worth £20. Right, Julie, take it away.
Right, okay, we'll run through this very quickly because I'd love to get to everything else I've got on the show, but this is an extension of your diamond trails. We can buy letters already done on sheets, which is brilliant, but you get left with the odd word and no vowels.
Yes.
This takes that away. Same as before, the piercing holes, you pierce through, or you use a fine liner or a pencil, and you just mark through how I showed you before, and you create your words. So if I just bring that in there, we've done Jack and Dad, but that came out of what was hiding underneath, remember? Yeah. And now I've created the words on top, just briefly. And then here we've got our numbers for the 50th and the oval, which is hiding in here. And then these little corners and borders are hiding in here. And then we've got the last one there. We've got the little flowers, which is the middle of that there. So every part of that little insert has been used on all of the cards. Like with everything else, like with I said, they are clear and see-through, so you can move them along. So let's just take, we only needed to put that little bit of a border on. Look, there was no point in doing it all the way across, because all you've got to do is move it down, line it back up again, and carry on. And
you can keep going with that for as
you can keep going. You can get all the way down. Look, just line it up and carry on. And it really is as simple as that. Now you either choose to leave it as your fine liner, or you can put your pearls over it like we've just showed you on there.
Yeah.
You can also, and whoop, oh, nearly. You can go in between. Now again, I said it's a guide. It's a guide. So it's guiding you to put another colour in the middle.
Yeah, we're getting
so
closer
that's
for
simple.
that, Julie.
So if you look what I've done there,
yep.
There it is. So you've made it more solid by putting in between. So just play around with these.
Do you know what I'd do as well with that?
Yep.
Bit of black card,
yep.
Pierce through it, so you make those little tiny holes, and white card underneath, and it will come through.
Of course it will. Yeah, if you really pierce and then wiggle, pierce and wiggle to extend the hole. And not your mirror card like shining through as well. Now, just very quickly, because I really would like to get onto the pads and the ephemera, but this is this. And all I've done is I've done one way, then I've flipped it over and done it the other way. And put my pearls on, so created a link, and then I've just put one in the middle. So you're extending it. This one is, and it's hard to see, but it's these going this way.
Got you.
Then when you flip it over, line up the two in the middle over the two that you've just done, and when you put it on top, you create it going the other way, and then just put one in the middle. So I've now made diamonds, but it all came out of that. So
I bet you can't
literally,
wait to get these home to give it a go,
honestly,
to make and create your
just
own borders and
play.
designs.
I mean, I am really sort of running through these really quickly, but I think I've covered everything on your piercing. So we know how to mat and layer.
We do.
We know how to recover.
We do.
Now we know how to decorate the recovered bits that we would normally be wonky and have to do again.
Yes.
So I'll get rid of all this and chuck it in the corral and try and get this out for everybody. Is that okay?
Oh my days. Who knew that you could reuse all of that card and make and create some fantastic designs so easily? And that's what it's all about, isn't it? To be able to create something fantastic, something that you've only possibly thought of building and creating. This is your easy mats where it all began. You've got your poppy insert, your personalised plate as well. £35.98. I take it we can replace the personalised plate because there will be more available?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes,
it just keeps going and going and going, doesn't
going
it?
and going.
2 payments of £17.99 if you're a Freedom member, and you will be getting that free gift worth £20, which really is an incredible deal, because you've got your set of stamps, which are fabulous on their own. Let me just show you those. You've got your set of stamps there with those beautiful butterflies and the dragonfly that's in there. And then you've got all those wonderful stickers as well, where you can build up and create some fabulous cards very, very easily and very, very effectively as well. 2 payments of £17.99, 978 984. That's your free gift when you're going for your easy mat. Right, we have got ephemera for you, brand new today, so that's really exciting for you. We've got your sepia colour. Love sepia. You've got a lovely is it a shine, a sheen?
Sheen, not a shine, like a glossy. It's a sheen.
Like a sheen on there as well. So they look beautiful as they are, but you can, of course, add different elements to them. Really, really like these. You've got a selection here that you can see. So you've got your birds in there. You've also got your peacock in there. You've got your lady that looks like it's been torn, which is amazing. Lots of different images in there. I really like this one. Let me just pick this one up. There you go. I really like that one. I don't know why, I just do. It's lovely, isn't it? I love the love. £9 and I'm sure that's a song. £9.99. 434331 is your item number, and that gets you your sepia. 54 pieces in total, and you get your free gift with that as well. 434331. And then we've got the classic. So we've added colour. It's almost like a Technicolor when you see this. Again, superb scrapbooking for your journals, for your cards as well, for your gift tags, for all kinds of different projects. £9.99. Now, if you want to multi-buy, you can do. You're more than welcome to do so, but you will be getting your free gift with the purchase. Of course, that's worth £20, your stamps and your peel-offs as well. 890008. Now, lots of people going for the piercing mats. This is a great value for money and a great add-on as well. And if you're using your £6 in your credit, we added £6 to everyone's account. You can use that on a payment of £40 or more. So this will be a good addition to take it up to £40. £12.99. If you think about it, if you need to add this to take it up to £40, this will only cost, take £6 off that, £7. This is a great deal, isn't it? 800622 is your item number. Something else that's been busy as well is your easy shims. We'll have a chat about this later, but if you've found it difficult to cut certain dies because of your machine, maybe lacklustering in some shape or form, you need that little bit of extra oomph. This is going to give it to you. £9.98, saving £2. 617041. And if that's the only thing you're buying in the show, you get your free gift, don't you? Yeah, you do. Worth £20. Now you see, beautiful, fantastic value for money. Right, let's head back to Julie. We've got about 10 minutes left on the show.
Oh, we've got 10 minutes. Oh, I am lucky, 10 minutes. I've normally got 2, and I'm running around.
Julie, with me, you get that little bit of extra time.
Yes, wonderful. So, I'll do pads and ephemera all in one big go together, because we need to get this done. So, as we said, and I'm just going to flick through. All those colours have been changed into sepia. As you can see, you've got your faded and you've got your strong. They can all be coloured. I'll just flick that one. Oh, that's what I was looking for. I knew it was there somewhere, hiding under there. So here's our coloured one, look. We've got blue, we've got lilac. There's one of the baby ones that we said we've taken out and replaced with Christmas in your sepia.
Okay.
So there we've got green and we've got pink and lilac. I mean, just, as I say, I am flicking very, very quickly. But when you do get this, you'll see layer upon layer upon layer as you look into this, which is why we brought out the ephemera, because that is beautiful. But I don't really want to cut that. So that is why we had the ephemera done, and we've had him cut out, and we've had these flowers cut out, and we've had the different words cut out, so that you're not cutting into this.
Yeah.
And then if you want to use the faded side, you can add the darker ephemera to the faded side. So that's why we bought that in like that. So if I show you here, that's it, sepia on its own. But look, I've coloured it with a pink dye, I've coloured it with a lilac, I've coloured it with a green and a blue. Pencils and alcohol pens.
Yeah.
So you can see how that one pad changed. But you could do that with the classic as well. You could darken it down with your dark inks as well. So that's just your pad like that. Now, the ephemera, as we said before, there's your packaging. Take that off. Created a card. And I've put the ephemera. So even your packaging, use it. Don't waste it. So we decided that's what we would do. You could even take that little bit of lace off if you're careful, snip it again, and you've got two. So you've got a little bit of lace down the side and then some ephemera there. So use everything that we give you. Talking about that, when I wanted to practice and see what colours went with what, I used the front page. I'll turn it around so it's the right work for everybody. That's where I tried my inks out. But then I would use each one of those as a tag. So I haven't wasted the front page either. So if I show you on there, it's here. So here's our front page, look. Don't waste anything.
Of the same,
it's the same card.
It's the same card.
Yeah, we haven't put a paper front on it.
Brilliant.
It's the same card. So
excellent.
You've got all your pages, plus use your front card. And again, if I show you here, you wouldn't think that using dyes on that all smudged. But look, when you put them back together again, that's your front card. Make flowers out of it. So that, to that, to that. All of those little sections, we can make into little tags. So we're not wasting any part of that front page. Yeah. That's that front page. And I've now made more cards just out the front page. And then yesterday, before I come up, I thought, I bet I could cut that out. So I took the bow off the front.
Yeah.
And I've cut it out, look.
Oh, that looks brilliant.
And then what you could do is put that underneath and then stick one of your ephemera, and this is why I was looking for this, over the top. Let's do this, look. So we could now just stick a piece of ephemera, and a bit more. I mean, obviously you do it a bit better than me, but this is just very, very quickly to show you. Yeah, you'd add up. And that was the bow off the front of your front pad.
Isn't that brilliant?
So all that's come from the front cover.
Yeah.
So we try to look at and do everything that we do as a company, mixes and matches with it, with each other, and we try to think, what have I got in my craft box? Yeah. What can I design to use that stuff out of my craft box? And that is where everything comes from with us. We'll think, you know, well, I like the pad. I don't want to cut it up. Yeah. Let's do some ephemera.
Yeah.
You know, this is where we are. If I've just got time to throw a couple of more samples in, just to show you. You want to see me tidy all this lot up after? Honestly, it's like
Julie's got another show today.
I have. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. So I'll go through everything again, because obviously we've been a bit on top of everything today. But so if I bring that one in and that one in, look. I mean, I did have a demo to put together, but unfortunately we're not going to get together. It was basically this one here, where you mat and layer, put your topper back on, there's your ephemera, and I've backed it with a little bit of card.
Yeah.
I've moulded and tinted that one, and there's the love, popped a bow on. Use your laces, use all your fusion across there like that and tint them. And there's another one there, just going down. There's a little strip that I had left over from some other demo that I popped on there. Put my ephemera down the ribbon and in the corner. So you can see how everything starts to come together. And before we quickly move on, how long have I got, Janice?
You've got 4 minutes.
Right. The box that this comes in, we chose not to put a label on because we thought, hang on, that's a lovely craft box.
What comes in what?
And I'm bringing it in on a lid. I do apologise for leaving.
The MDF comes in a box?
Yeah, it comes in that craft box there. So by not putting a label on it,
You can use it.
You can use it.
Brilliant.
You can use it, so you can decorate that up with the frames that was inside for, I don't know, you give handkerchiefs or a scarf or something like that. Well, I didn't get a CD in there, maybe. Just a quick look at them done. This is straight to the MDF with ink, no gesso. So it gives it, this one's gessoed and this one isn't. So I don't know whether you'll pick up that that's just slightly stronger when it's gessoed, but quite vintagey when it isn't.
I like that.
Yeah, and then that then matches with, if they're vintagey, with your sepia. So that's why I tried that. Then you might want to gesso it to bring it brighter to go with the classics.
Yeah.
As we said, I'm just shoving these out the way. They are made to layer, so you've got your bottom bit, and if you want to use them together, that layer's on the top. The tiniest little bit of card that you've got left over, you can now use and pop in there, put your diamonds on, put gesso and then glitter glue. That's just glitter glue over the top. Yep. That again was just a glue, and I flicked some large flaked glitter in it. I don't know whether you can pick the glittery up on that, but that's really nice when you see that one. And again, it could go in the middle of there like that. So we're layering up our frames, micro beads, perfect place. Tiny little bit of card you've got left over from here. Tiny little bit of embroidery, fill it in with micro beads. So, you know, I mean, there's so much you can use with these. Very, very briefly, on the last few seconds, look. So we've got our pad. We've got our pad.
You've got 3 minutes.
I've got 3 minutes.
You've got 3 minutes. Take your time. Kick back.
Heck.
Let's have a cup of coffee.
Let's do a hold it. Right.
Told you get that extra tickle time with me, Julie.
No, she's wonderful. So there we go. There's our pad. And all the little scraps that I've kept, made the flowers out of it. Let's pop a frame on the front of there.
It's pretty.
Let's pop a frame, just a little frame. You can buy this embroidery in long strips. Just nip it up. Perfect place to put it. There's another one there, little tiny one in the corner, bit of embroidery. And it just adds a little bit of extra element to your card. And of course, if you have bought our book dies before, it's perfect for your pages to make either sepia or your classic. So that's that. Oh, I'm fretting now because I've got too much time.
Don't tell me Julie's ran out.
Oh, what now?
Don't tell me we've actually broke our Julie.
You've broke me now.
We've broke you.
I've actually done it.
They're like Brokeback Mountain, I guess, isn't it?
I hope not.
Well,
let's not go there.
You never know. It's a good film. Good film.
I'm just going to briefly mention then, we said about the Easy Shim.
Yes.
Easy Shim.
We don't have many of these.
We don't have many. Easy Shim turns into fabric like this. It is a fabric shim. Starts off thick. It's not wadding. When you get it, you'll feel there's a chemical in there. You send it through your machine.
It's safe. There's a chemical, but it's safe.
It's safe. It's meant to stick it together.
Yeah.
So it sticks and felts.
Yep.
This goes between your plates, through your machine once, no card, and it starts to compress down.
Right.
Do it again, and it'll compress even further.
Okay.
Do it 3 or 4 times, and you end up with your fabric.
Right.
At the point where you've done your sandwich, you've done your die, and it doesn't cut out.
Yeah.
That's when you scrabble around, I'll put a bit of card in, and I'll put it, don't bother. Do your sandwich, pop your Easy Shim in, 1, 2 or 3, no messing about, pop it on your die, send it through, come out, and it's that extra bit of pressure.
Extra little bit
As
of
I say,
pressure.
I would have had a nice demo to show you, but as you can see in the corral, we've got a lot going on.
Yeah,
but
we certainly have.
This is on our website, and we've got little demos on there. So if you need to catch up on anything, we can show you on there.
Absolute fantastic. We
think I've done
really
it.
don't have many left, so if you do want to get hold of that, put it into your basket. We are down to the last 45 seconds. Thank you, Julie, for a
You're
great
welcome.
show. Very informative. Lots and lots and lots of fantastic bargains. And remember, you get that free gift with your purchase as well. And that's worth £20. It really is an incredible deal with those beautiful stickers and your stamp sets in there as well. Julie, you're back at 2 o'clock.
2, yes.
So we'll be rounding everything up back again for a 2 o'clock show. But do head to the website, have a look at all the different items we've got available for you. Check out all the deals and the bargains, and also check out your account. We've put £6 in there. Yes, we have. 1 per person to use throughout the birthday event on a purchase of £40 or more. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got a great show lined up for you now. Right, we're celebrating with Juki. We had a busy show earlier on today with that. That's coming up next. Zuri One Day special with Alex and Catherine. And then we're celebrating with Daisy and Grace.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
It's hot in that desert, it really is. I'm going to need to get, myself some new clothes. I'm going to have to make some. And in order to make some, I need a decent sewing machine, don't I? Because I might want to take my sewing career beyond my first venture of making a cushion, maybe a shirt, and I want to take it beyond because I've got a feeling I might be able to make some money out of this. Now, we are celebrating the birthday, yes, of the craft store. It's the 6th birthday. Why am I holding this? It's not something I've made, although I could with our machine we've got on the show. This is your £6 that's going to be in your account waiting for you to spend on a purchase of £40 or more. So that will qualify for our fabulous deal that we've got available for you in this show. Now, we did have a busy show at 7 a.m. this morning. You were up bright and early, and it's always lovely to have your company. It really, really is. Now, we are aware that this is a considerable purchase, but my goodness, it's going to be a purchase of a lifetime. It really, really is. Now, we have a gift with purchase to celebrate the birthday as well, and to go alongside anything you buy in the show, you get half a metre of Moda fabric. How exciting is that? And that's worth £7.49. Now, details on your screen, because you might want to have a peruse on the website, because we all buy differently, don't we? Some of us listen and watch, and some of us read ourselves. So we've got all of that opportunity for you. But I would like to introduce you to our guest for the hour. It's Gary.
Good morning.
Good morning, Gary. How are you?
I'm very good indeed, even though it was an early start this morning. I'm still here at the moment. My eyes are still open. So
you did have an early start. And I'll tell you something. We were chatting earlier on today. It must have been about 6:30, and boy, do you know your stuff when it comes to juking.
Thank you. I do like to sort of, well, with my side of it, I actually learnt the inside before I learnt the outside.
And tell us why. Give us an introduction to yourself, Gary, because it's interesting.
Right, well, I've been, within the sewing industry now for 35 years.
Wow.
Yeah, sort of man and boy, sort of a boy and man coming through in one way or another. Literally started off, as we all do, scrubbing machines, cleaning them before then learning to take them apart, put them back together. Obviously the engineering side then of fixing them. So we sort of just build up the love for them, the passion for them.
Oh, you've got passion. You really have.
And that's what, thank you very much. And that's what hopefully comes across on not just a case of appreciating a good machine, just appreciating a good engineered machine as well, knowing it's built to do the job well.
Yeah, do you know what? That's really important, Gary, because when we go to buy anything in life, you know, we see it at face value, don't we? Whether it's on the shelf, in a store, whether it's on a picture, online, and we kind of trust what's said right there underneath or at the side of the screen, and we go for it, and we buy it, and we get it home. But to be able to have an understanding of how something works is brilliant. We've got the expert here. We know it's a considerable purchase because it's a high-level machine. It's a fabulous machine. And if you do have any questions, I'll try to ask, but if you have any questions, email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, after the first show this morning, we lost a third of the stock. Now, just looking at the machine, you can tell it's quality. When you hear the machine, you will know it's quality. Even if you've never used a sewing machine before, when you hear it, when you see it in action, you'll have an understanding of the quality. Then we're going to go on to the insides and go into the different advantages you've got of buying this machine. One of them, of course, are the stitches that are already included. There are over 280 included. You can see it's touchscreen as well. I'm going to get Gary to run through all of that with you. But can we talk about what you're getting in with the deal, Gary? Because that's the machine, but we can see other items around there. It's £100 worth of value extra.
Absolutely. Well, as a standard package with the machine, even before the bonus pack we've put with it on there, you get all your utility feet in there. So for your overlocking, your hemming, your buttonholes, standard on pretty much on most machines.
Yes.
Also, with the DX, which is the top of the range within this series on here, you get the nice large extension table. So a really nice platform on there. You also do get your normal table with accessories as well. So there's a nice storage area in there.
Yeah.
But we've also then, you've got your quilting feet. So you've got your free motion foot, you've got your walking foot.
Yeah.
Walking foot with guide, as we've got illustrated in the front there as well.
Yeah.
Plus the patterning foot. So you get a good selection of feet for everyday sewing, creative crafts, quilting, patchwork, you name it, there's feet there for it.
So as an investment, because you've got that extra package right there, for somebody that wants to literally hit the ground running with the right machine, with the quality, to perhaps take this into a business, Gary, that value is already there.
Well, once you start going in, certainly into business use as well, the more flexibility, the more you can offer your client, obviously the more business is going to be. And as you know, so you've got some samples there. These are actually some of the extra feet. Now, this is the bonus pack.
Yes.
It's about 100, well, when we first had the pack, it's about £100. And and I said this morning on there, but literally it was on Friday. I was in the warehouse. I know there's certain feet that I sell a lot of, i.e. invisible zip foot, which is very, very popular, the narrow zip foot. So the package of feet we've personally put together, it actually works out about £150 worth of accessories on there. So we've actually gone slightly over on there, but it is feet that are used every day, and it's the most popular feet. So it's not just a bunch of feet we've just grabbed, saying we've got loads of those, let's give them away. It's the feet that people actually want and use. So, and you say we had some samples made up, so as you're illustrating there.
Brilliant.
So you've got this particular one. Actually, if we start from the beginning, and I can explain as you're showing them.
And then we can work backwards. There you
go. These are all the bonus feet. So the open toe foot, and also it's the open toe clear foot. So you can perfectly see any markings to follow, any gauging at all on there. The stitch guide foot, which is then, so that's the open toe foot. So the stitch guide foot as well, as you can see, is there giving you those parallel lines.
Yeah.
So you can work out your markings from the edge, obviously markings from then repeating the pattern. So it gives you that as well.
Next one, let's show you that.
This too, the button sew on foot literally says what it does, what it says on the tin. It clamps the buttons, so it allows you then to sew the buttons on. And then the one underneath it, and the foot's actually gone off the sample, but the bias binder, we have got one in front there showing you anyway. But the bias binding, as you say, the edging on there, and that is one of the bias binder and the invisible zip foot are like the two biggest selling feet on there, and so it's rarely that people give them away because they know, but we have put them with it. That's the roll hem foot. So as you can see, the very fine, the purple on the organza on there, or going up to the cotton, that we've just done a wider, so it's more like a foul roll hem on there as well.
Love
so
that.
that's with it there.
Right.
That's your invisible zip foot.
Oh,
So,
wow.
again, that's the one. If you've never used an invisible zip foot, or you're shied away from putting in invisible zips, once you've done one, you will never look back.
Really? Is it that easy?
It is that easy, but also it's perfect as well. It's why have a normal zip when you can hide a zip on there? Unless you're making a fashion piece out of it, obviously. Then hide the zip.
Yeah.
That's my beading foot. So it's not just for beading. You can use it for cording as well. We've got fringing that you can do, so you can sew over, like with the zigzag, the top sample, so it gives you a slight raised fringe on there.
Have you stitched on
beads? Yeah. So it feeds it through.
I've never seen that.
Well, again, you've got to be careful on some machines because, as we're going to explain in a minute, the feed system, which is the industrial-style box feed system on the machine, it not only will it give you more an even feed, so it won't catch it, it will also allow them, when you're using lumpy, bumpy fabrics, materials, it grips it a lot better.
Is that a strip of beads?
It is, yes.
Yeah, and then you sew that on.
And literally they just zigzag over the
that's
top
the
as it
zigzag
plows
there.
it through.
There's your strip of beads. Oh my
Now,
days.
we've done some cording underneath as well, because you can use it purely for decorative.
Yeah.
And obviously, we sort of quickly got the samples together, but if you was to use like a rainbow thread or something like over that cord, for making them for bag pulls and things like that,
now,
absolutely
stitching
brilliant.
the ditch.
Stitching the ditch in your 1/4 inch foot. Quilters and patchworkers absolutely love those.
Yeah.
With the machine, you have got a 1/4 inch seam actually built into the machine just by pressing a button.
Yes.
But we do get a lot of people ask for a seam guide on their foot. So the 1/4 inch foot that comes with it and has got the guide on it.
Yeah.
And then the in the ditch foot, that's the one what now basically is expanding onto the quilters and patchworkers.
Okay.
So for that joining up, stitching and threads together. So
right, next one.
that one is a narrow zip foot. So with the zip foot that actually comes with the machine, a lot of people would recognise they brought sort of a machine within the last 20 years, really.
Yeah.
The zip foot that comes with them has got butts out the back. Because the only way I can say it, it's got like butts on the back of it. The narrow zip foot is designed so when it sits against piping or zips, it is perfect. So you can actually get the needle directly against the piping, so you've got no gap at all. And again, the same as with the zip as well, it just gives you a little bit more flexibility, especially if you're using chunkier zips, so for jackets, etc. that way. So yeah, the narrow zip foot on there, very, very useful foot.
Isn't this brilliant? What value for money? That extra £100 bonus accessories included. When we finished using our Juki, when we put it away finally, because it's so great to use, we've also got the casing as well, haven't we?
It's got a hardcover with it, built into the machine. You've got the double handle actually built into the machine.
See if I can
so
lift
if you put
that up. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
So
that's going to keep it nice and safe.
Absolutely. So, and then on the machine itself, if that goes down, the handle then comes through.
Yes.
So then you're actually holding the machines. You're not relying on clips or anything like that.
That comes through the
That's it. So a lot of people can say, is it a light
machine?
machine? No, it's not a light machine. It is actually over 10 kilograms.
Is it?
Because it's full metal chassis. It's a heavy built machine.
Yeah.
And that's when we use it. People appreciate then why it's heavy, because of the sound, the feel, just
and the components
engineering.
inside.
Exactly.
Very important, you know.
Yeah.
It's all very well having a lightweight machine that you can carry upstairs and downstairs, but are the components really the ones you want inside there?
On that sort of thing, is all we can say is basically what I say was that lightweight means plastic. If you want a machine lighter, you make it out of plastic. If you want a machine quality, you make it out of metal on there.
Lighter means cheaper to me. That's why I never go on a diet.
It can be.
Oh my days, we're getting busy for this. It doesn't surprise me. You might be an accomplished sewer at the moment, but you want to upgrade. You want to take your sewing to the next level. You want to take it to a business level. You're going to be able to do that. If you're beginning with your sewing career, oh my days, what a way to start. Why buy a machine and then another machine and then another machine and another machine? I know if you're not quite sure whether you're going to like it, but if you know you're going to love it, go for your machine, split the cost, 3 payments of £499.67, and in 3 months' time you would have paid for it, and who knows what you make from it. If you're in a business, you probably would have paid for it, but you get all of those accessories, you get a wonderful machine, and I do love the display. We're going to hear this in action as well. Why is that important? Well, it just shows the quality that's inside. And if you are working with a machine, Gary, you want it to sound like driving a car.
Absolutely.
You want it to sound smooth.
Well, if you enjoy using something,
Yes.
you're going to use it more. Therefore, obviously, it's easier to justify on things like
Yes.
that. But not only that, it's when you're using such a variety of fabrics, and
Yeah.
at the moment, certainly with lockdown,
Yeah.
beginning of lockdown with the PPE, and it seemed quite simple that it was making cotton aprons and things
Yeah.
like that. But once you start folding double corners and things like
Yeah.
that, and you're putting a cross weave, it is hard fabric. You've turned it
Yeah.
into a very solid fabric, and we're finding a lot of machines were struggling even
Yeah.
through like a double layer of cotton on sometimes.
Actually, that brings me to the question, because when my mum used to buy a car, she'd always say, will it get me to Scotland? That was her benchmark.
That was it, yeah.
Will it get me to Scotland? You know, will it break down? If it can get me to Scotland, I'll buy it. So my benchmark, oddly enough, for a sewing machine would be, can I turn my jeans up? Because jeans is hard fabric.
We're in the double denim today.
Yes.
We knew that was going to happen. Will it turn my jeans
Yeah.
up? And to be fair, that is such a basic ask.
Yeah.
But sewing machines will struggle.
Yeah, you're right.
Or what actually happens with a lot of machines is, with a lot of time, again, we get stitching and show you the way it does it.
Yeah.
As soon as you start having to help a machine, i.e. you're pushing denim through it and things like that, obviously the machine really doesn't want to do it.
Yes.
And that's the easiest way to damage a machine.
Yeah.
You end up bending needles, obviously knocking it out of time. And then, before you know it, you've got a bill of a to get it fixed, and then
Yes.
it goes again because you tried the same
Yeah.
thing. So before you know it, you've actually spent quite a lot of money on repairing your lower range machine.
Yeah,
so.
and you don't want that. Let's go for your Juki today. You're already doing it. 559483. It is a considerable purchase. Watch the demonstrations by all means. But any questions to help you make that decision, or maybe you're sitting with someone that's going to help you pay for it and you need to give them a bit of a nudge because it's sold to you, then just email him. We'll answer your question. We've got Gary here. Now, there is a free gift with the birthday, and here it is. This is your 1/2 metre of Moda fabric. So this is going to set you off. This could be your first project. You can cut into this and make all kinds of different patchwork patterns. You could be making, I don't know, it could be the inside of a purse or something like that. But that's your free gift with purchase, which is absolutely marvellous, and you can use that instantly, and that's worth £7.49. That's Moda fabric. This is such a beautiful machine, and I know that when I've taken items of clothing to be turned up, which I do often because I'm short, that's just the way it is, I can never buy a pair of trousers that are the right length. If I've ever gone to a tailor, and there's one in particular that I go to, they have a machine just like this. It might even be a Juki, but it's, and I now know because of the sound of the machine when they're just it's that finishing off as they hand me the garment. I'm like, oh, that just sounded so smooth. £1,499. You can pay for that how you wish, but we will divide the cost into 3 payments of £49967 for you. Give us a call, head to the website. It's really easy to set up that flexi buy. 559483 is your item number. Right, let's head to Gary. Let's have a look at some demonstrations,
Right,
Gary.
shall we have a play
Yes,
on there?
yes, please.
So basically, it is a conventional machine on there, but with Juki, obviously, now with the engineering side, we take a lot of technology from the industrial side. I don't know if you're aware, we actually supply over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines.
Wow.
So, yeah, we're not a small
that
company
tailor probably
on that.
did have a Juki,
There's
yes.
a very good chance they were doing
Yes.
it on a Juki on there. With that, the company themselves, we're over sort of 80 years old now as a manufacturer on there. We did first start with domestic machines, moved very quickly onto industrials, but then we reverted back by then putting in the industrial quality and power into a domestic machine. So, but as a conventional machine, so easy to use, so easy to set up. That bit is not difficult at all. And so, literally, dropping the bobbin system, we've got 100% jam proof and it's fully self-lubricating, so it really does look after itself. And then it's all arrowed and numbered, so literally I will drop the bobbin in and I've got number 1, which will then just follow round to number 2, down to number 3, and we'll put little cutters everywhere. So as soon as I cut the tail and I'm left with a tail, we know it's set.
Okay.
And then we've got the plastic cover. Again, nothing wrong with it being plastic, because a lot of people say, oh, that doesn't actually do anything. It just covers a bobbin.
Okay.
So, and the nice thing about it being clear as well, obviously you can see how much thread you got left, you can see what colour you're using, so which is nice that way. So I'm just going to pop that back on. And then the top threading, again, very conventional to most machines out there, but again, we've arrowed and numbered it as well. So number 1, number 2, down to number 3, over number 4, down to number 5, number 6, and number 7 is your needle threader.
Okay.
And then number 8 on the side is a little thread trimmer, again, once we've got that cut off. So at this point, what I'm going to do is just lower the foot down, just so it gives a little bit more visual room here.
Yep.
So the lever on the side, there's a grey lever on the side of the machine, which is then my needle threader. So I'm going to push that firmly down, let go, and there's,
Oh my,
there's
do
your
you know
needle
what?
threaded
That's music
on
to
there.
my ears.
Makes my life so much easier.
Oh, I can't thread
And obviously
a
I'm
needle.
standing behind the machine as well, so it makes it even easier that way. You're not physically having to line it up. Because some
Yeah.
machines have needle threaders
Yeah.
where you'll still have to do 50% of the work.
You're
So,
right.
as you can see on this one, it just does it automatically. And then I'll just take the tail, put it underneath the foot, just so it holds it there. And again, we don't have to bring any bobbin thread through or anything
Yeah.
like that. With the machine itself, even though you've got the electronic control, this one is a touch pad. So it's not actually a touch screen machine, it's just a
Okay.
full information screen, and it's all done in by touch pad. So as I select which stitch, on the screen, as you can see, it will change the width, it will set the width for me, it will set the length for me. And then it's little things as well, like the length and width are dials.
Yes.
And it seems quite simple. And a lot of people sort of think, well, yeah, hang on, mine's buttons. But if I go back to an old machine,
Yeah.
they would have probably had dials.
I prefer the dials.
Well,
it's like a microwave. I prefer dials on microwaves and a touchscreen.
And then a touch screen
Yeah.
on there. But also the nice thing about the dials, it actually does adjustments in 0.2 of a millimetre. Where most push buttons are 0.5 of a
Yeah,
millimetre.
yeah.
So it's much more fine tuning.
Yes.
But also for freehand embroiderers, crafters, creators, where you're just doing a dial rather than
Yeah.
trying to figure out which
Yeah.
button to press.
Yeah, it's like tuning a radio, isn't it? You
And
can just quite
fine tune it on
fine-tune
there.
it, yeah.
And it's one of those things, believe it or not, that's actually, to have the dial system put in there, obviously puts the price in the engineering of it
Yeah.
up. But we just find things like that are more important than some other fancy bits machines have,
Yeah.
just which you don't really use. The sort of stuff that you will use every time on there.
Now, I've got a question actually about
Excellent,
the machines
yeah.
we're running through it. This is from Anne. Thanks for emailing in, Anne. I hope you're having a lovely day. The Juki looks great, says Anne. Can you explain the scissor function on the machine? How does it cut? Does it do a lock stitch first so the stitches don't unravel? Thanks from Anne. Good question.
Brilliant, good question, Anne. And yes, yes, and yes.
Okay.
And no. So you can basically have it completely manual
Yep.
on there. We've got a thread trimmer on the front of the machine, which is a little yellow button on there. So this is the one there. So that is just a manual thread trimmer. So I just press that, it will then cut the threads for me. On the foot control, we have what we call a multi-function foot control.
Okay.
So I'm just going to put this on here. So on the front with the blue pad, that's our accelerator.
Yep.
So obviously with normal speed there. And on the back, it's spring loaded. This, actually, I can change the function of this to do many. So my heel would technically be on that, and I would then press it down. I know you can hear the machine in the background there with the
Yeah.
thread trimmers. So I can change it. So at the moment I've got it set to cut the threads.
Okay.
So a heel back. I can
Just
actually
by your heel?
Just by my heel. So again, the industrial development coming through to save you
Yeah.
having to fiddle around. It keeps your hands on the machine, on your materials as well.
Wow.
But I can also change that so it will lift the foot up. It will have needle up, needle down. I can actually have it so it activates a reverse as well.
How do we do that?
So, and then that's all done within the screen on the machine. So you can tailor make, even though the machine sets itself, when you first get it out of the box, it is a conventional sewing machine with underbed trimmers and that. I can actually now tailor make the machine specifically to a type of sewing I'm doing, or my style of sewing.
That's so clever.
If I never wanted to cut the threads, I don't have to have it cutting the threads. Some people
Yeah.
like to still pull the threads and hold the threads.
Yes.
That's entirely up to you that
my
way.
days.
So, and then I can then program the machine. Like, so at the moment, I'm just going to put it back onto normal straight stitch on there. Oops, let's go back into the patterning. And then if I just put my foot down now, at the moment it's just going to beep at me. So as you can see, it's now telling me
Yep.
on the screen, I've not got the presser foot down. So safety features as well. It will not allow you to sew with the foot up, so the tension's over, so it won't suddenly jam up and cause a lot of problems. So it looks after you as well, which is nice that way.
That is fabulous.
So what we're going to do is you're going to pop the foot down, and as we can see now, that light has turned green.
Okay.
So that means it's happy.
Yeah.
So I can just put my foot down or on there and then start sewing. As you can hear, very smooth, very quiet. So on
And also,
there,
looking at that part of the machine as well, you can see you've got that stability, but the actual components that have been put in place to build that part of the machine, you can tell their quality.
that's it. Again, just the sound of it, the feel of it. And you notice I'm not helping it, I'm not pushing it through. Don't get me wrong, obviously you should guide fabric of you going around, but obviously with something like this, the performance of it, and even when I go in, up to 1,000 stitches a minute. It still doesn't vibrate, it doesn't rattle, it's still quiet as well. And that's sort of coming across on the TV. A lot of people sort of, is it really that quiet on there? And then when they get the machine and they phone up, it really is that quiet, or see it at an exhibition or something like that. So at the moment, we've just done a straight stitch line. So on the foot control now, I'm just going to press the back of it, and then I've got it programmed. So if you watch the scissors, it cuts the threads, brings the needle out, and it raised the presser foot as well. So all I need to do...
Can we do that again?
Yeah, so I just take that out, and that's done.
Oh, my days.
So
let's have a go with that again. Isn't this fabulous?
Do on that, so we can then again just sew the line, then we stop where we want. If I just press the button or the foot heel back on the foot control, again, it cuts the threads, brings the needle out, lifts the foot up.
Do you know what? If you've just joined us and you're thinking, who is operating that machine? We're doing it with that foot, and we can program it to do different tasks. That is amazing, and that's why we're getting busy. Now, Gary, Gary, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you come in every single box?
Well, it's a lot of times people have asked that, but the only good news about that, alas to say, no, I won't fit in the box. They've tried, believe it or not, they have tried, is we are on the end of the phone. People are so surprised, and it's one of those things where it's just great, where, who am I speaking to? Oh, the customer's phone. Oh, hi, it was Gary.
Oh.
Am I actually speaking? Yeah, it is. I'm there. We have retail shops that we obviously deal with fabrics all the time and that, because obviously with the machines, it's not just a matter of buying a machine. You want the things to go with it as well. But we also have our own workshops. We have engineers online. We can do face calls, FaceTime.
Oh my days! So you've got all that support there.
Oh, full backup support, classrooms as well. Obviously, it's been a bit closed down recently, but we're getting them back open again.
Fabulous!
But even during lockdown, obviously machines were flying off the shelf. As we know, it was so busy and they were hard to get hold of.
Yes.
We worked all through lockdown behind the scenes is because to keep people sewing on there. So again, with our engineers, with our tutors, obviously with myself as well, whatever questions and some people think it was just as simple as the questions, or even a bit frightened of phoning up. Should I ask? Ask it. Doesn't matter what questions you ask. It may seem daft to some people, but it's not.
No,
absolutely no. There's no daft question as such. Really,
and that is backed up by your 2-year warranty as well. So that's a peace of mind, isn't it? Oh my word!
So
this
just
is
finishing off with Anne. Sorry, just one quickly with what we're going to do. So that was that full manual control using the foot control. But what we can then do, if I put that back under again on the machine, we've got a button with a scissor and a zigzag pattern on there. So I've just got that there. If I press that, that symbol now will appear within the screen.
Yeah.
So now when I start sewing, if we watch what it does, it will go forwards 3, backwards 3, and then carry on sewing. So it's given me an automatic tie on at the beginning, and then when I get to the end, all I need to do is press the reverse button once, and you watch what it does. It will then go backwards, forwards, finish, stop, cut the threads, lift the needle, lift the foot.
Will it make me a cup of tea?
It gives you time to make a cup of tea, absolutely.
It does give you time.
So you have got the best of both, say, with Anne asking the question there about, will it do it automatically, will it not do it automatically? You can program it, you can take the program out, you can have it so it just does it at the beginning, not at the end. Again, you tailor-make to your type of sewing.
That is amazing.
On there.
Amazing.
So absolutely brilliant the way it does that. And again, some of those features there, you do that every time you sew.
Yes.
It's not a gimmick. You're not wasting threads, you're not pulling... Literally, you've obviously a good reel of thread now. A 1,000-metre reel of thread is like 10 quid. The time you keep pulling all the tails out and wasting that. And if you notice as well, not a single time have I brought the underneath bobbin thread through.
No, you've not.
It automatically holds it in the underbed trimmer, and then as soon as I start, it will pick it up. So that, again, you've got no wraps, no big leads of thread which can then tie up and tangle up.
This is incredible. This is like one of those cars that drives itself, that everyone's going after. This is brilliant, and we were just using the foot pedal, or Gary was, to do those particular tasks. So thanks, Anne, for that email. Right, I've got some news to tell you. Okay. We are really, really busy. I don't want to push anybody because it's a considerable purchase. I know what it's like. I take my time to make a decision, sometimes too long, and I miss out. I don't want you guys to miss out, but I don't want to pressure you either. But I will tell you this. We are 26 minutes into the second show, and half the stock has gone. This is a fabulous deal. Why? One, we can divide the cost. Two, you're getting that £100 bonus accessories included, which means you don't have to go out and buy those after you've got the machine. And we all know what it's like when we spent a lot of money on something. You sometimes have to justify that to the rest of the family and your partner, and then you've got to say, well, I've now got to go out and spend an extra £100. Well, you don't, because we've got that included. And you've got your free gift with purchase, which is your ½ metre of Moda fabric worth £7.49. My word, this is amazing. Now, you do get your bonus feet. Can we run through these again, Gary, if that's okay?
Yeah,
because this is
absolutely.
important to get to start creating.
So, first of all, we've got the open toe applique foot, again, or patterning foot on there. So again, I'll put the clear one with it because they do a metal one as well. But the clear one I just find is so much nicer. Yeah. Also, being a plastic foot as well, it is actually lighter on the fabric. And when doing applique and things like that, you want it quite light. Yeah. So that's why we put as an extra there. Again, very popular foot. We also then the guiding foot or the stitch guide foot on there. Again, it just gives you those parallel lines, gives you that perfect. With the machine, you do also get an adjustable guide as well. So again, for your quilting and patchwork, we've got larger parallel lines you want. But obviously, this is a bit more intricate, a bit more detailed on there. So we have put that with it as well.
Lovely.
So,
next one.
And then this is the one with the bias binder actually missing. So, but the top one is the button sewn foot. And again, it does what it says on the tin. It just clamps that button. It's a little rubber grip on there to stop it from moving. So when the stitch is then sewn the button on. And then the one underneath it is the bias binding. As you can see, we've done a couple of little samples on there, just of the edging. But the foot for some reason is missing off the sample.
But
so
you do get it. It won't be missing from your
You do get the bias
deal.
binder with it. That's the roll hem foot. Again, very popular foot. And the bottom one you've done it on is on a very fine organza. The next one up is then on a cotton. So again, it will do different weights because some roll hem will just really do it on finer fabrics. It doesn't like the slightly heavier fabrics. But with the cotton, you can see I've done a slight sort of shell roll hem rather than just a roll hem, so it's got more of a zigzag on it.
Love that. Next one.
And then that's the concealed zip foot. That's, say, probably the biggest selling extra foot, what everybody asks for. And again, if you've never put an invisible zip, if you try it for the first time and you like it, you will never go back to a normal zip. Absolutely brilliant.
And that's great for dresses, it's great for cushions, it's great for anything,
well, just
isn't
if you
it?
want that zip, we say, why have a zip show? Unless you're going to use it as a decorative feature, you don't want it shown.
No, of
so
course you don't.
absolutely. So no, the invisible zip foot is brilliant on that.
Love that. Now, this is
That's
interesting.
the beading foot. So that again, if you can see, we've got the row of beads on there. So it's a strip of beads by the metre, but then it zigzags over it. The top one is like a slight fringe. So it's done a raised zigzag. So I don't know if you can see, it looks like it's loose tension, but it's deliberately designed as a bit of a fringe on there.
Okay.
And then the two underneath it is on a cord. With that, it's just zigzagged over the cord. Again, there's a double zigzag on the bottom one, a single. So if you're going to make creative cord, decorative cord.
I like that.
So usually with something like that, then using like a multicoloured thread or something like that, I think would make it stand out a bit more.
Right, two more.
1/4 inch foot and stitch in the ditch foot. So with those two, again, patchwork and quilters will recognise these and want those straight away. So built in the machine, you do have a 1/4 inch stitch anyway, but the 1/4 inch foot that comes with it has got a guide on it, and then the in the ditch foot that's showing at the moment, as you can see, the guide is in the centre.
Yeah.
So that allows you then to butt your fabric up, so which will then give you that stitch in the ditch effect on there.
Fabulous. So they're included, but there's more.
There
yes,
is more
there
on
is.
there. This is your narrow zip foot. The machine itself comes with a standard zip foot, but you say once you've got the concealed zip foot, you probably end up using it anyway. But a lot of people, when putting in piping and things like that, they always say, oh, we use a zip foot. The problem is with zip feet now, they've got little sort of butts at the back, so you can't actually get it right up next to the piping. So the narrow zip foot will allow you to use any size piping, and also really for chunkier zips as well. So for jackets and things like that, then you can really get it butted up against it. And the nice thing with the machine as well, even though the foot will sit right next to it, I've got 32 needle positions on the machine. So again, I can fine tune it that 0.2 millimetre each time to get it absolutely perfect on there.
It's incredible, isn't it? Isn't it incredible? incredible. Now, if you're thinking of upgrading your current machine, I'm sure there's someone in the family that might like it, or of course you can sell it. So you could actually get some of the money for your current machine and put it towards your brand new one. That's what I do with my phones. I sell my old phone and I get a brand spanking new one that's all upgraded. It's all exciting, isn't it? Because you've learnt from your previous device, you've learnt how to use it, and you want to take it further. You want something even more, and that's what this is going to give you. If you're treating yourself for the very first time to a sewing machine, oh my word, you won't buy another one. That'll be it. That'll be it. It's an amazing deal, and you can divide the cost into 3 payments as well. So if this is a gift for your mum or your dad or your brother or your sister or your other half, or maybe a sibling, which I've said, haven't I, brother or sister, you could club together, chip together and buy that wonderful machine for them. And if you're a Freedom member, oh my days, there's going to be your postage included as a Freedom member. You will get that free gift, you will get your £100 worth of items with it, and it's the whole ecosystem, it's the whole complete system for you from Juki. £499.67, that's all we need from you today. I say it's all we need. It is a considerable purchase, we know that, but people are going for this. People are upgrading, buying for the first time. Lots of good comments on social media as well. If you want to go for this, I don't want to push you. You make your own mind up. But we are busy. We are busy. Half the stock has gone. We've got another half an hour. Is there another show today, Gary? Just the two?
No, it's my last one today.
Just the 2 shows. Right. OK, Gary, let's continue. And again, if you've got any questions, email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com.
Actually, touching on the point you say about investments and things like that, you say about you upgrading your phones all the time. A modern phone now, I won't mention names, but particular ones with got fruit on the back or something like that, is like £1,000.
Oh, and the rest.
Oh, right.
And
OK, that's how out of date I am then on that.
Do you know what, Gary? I will invest that. Do you know why? Because I'll get the best out of that. I know what I can do with that particular phone.
That's it. So you get the most
I know
out.
what I can get out of it, so I'll pay for it. And I don't worry about the money because I know the value in what I'm getting in the experience.
As you say, but you keep that phone for maybe a year, 2 years, and then you change it again.
Yeah.
Sewing machines, generally people keep on average 15 years. So if you've got a £1,000 plus phone, which you did change in 2 years' time, another one change in 2 years' time.
It's kind of false economy,
well,
isn't it?
A little bit on there, and that's what makes this look even better value for money, is because you're buying a machine which is built to last, which is built to the stead of time on there as well. So, we see it all the time where people are upgrading electronics. Their TV, nothing wrong with their TV, they just want a slightly bigger or newer TV that way. And again, you've just realised you've just lost hundreds and hundreds of pounds. And they do it all the time with different appliances, but for some reason, with a sewing machine, it seemed that thing, well, am I going to use it? Am I not going to do it? A couple of £100 will do. And you realise, actually, a sewing machine is a better investment than most other appliances in the house because you keep it longer. So,
Now, we can, of course, use different fabrics with our Juki machine. So let's put it to the test. What's the lightest and what's the heaviest fabric we can use?
Right, it's sort of people who have sort of seen the shows and that before, they know I love my fabrics. I bring loads of different fabrics with us because it's all machines, obviously, as we said, if I just pop that off, we can pop the top off there and then sit it on here. So with all machines, then certainly when you go to electronics in this age, you're going to get a few hundred stitches. Absolutely no problem. Having the stitches to play around with, it was great fun. But the problem is, if the stitches start to take it away from the basic sewing, which we know some machines have tried to make it bigger and directional feed systems and things like that, and then when you come to do basic straight stitch, it struggles, or there's certain fabrics it just doesn't like. Obviously, with ourselves, with the sewing system on here, performance is king on there. So let's play around with some fabrics. So you say it doesn't matter. So start off with some very lightweight crystal organza.
Lovely.
Slips, moves, slides all over the place. So again, I'm not going to touch anything at all. I'm literally just going to pop it under and just pop the foot down on here. This, at the moment, we've got it set just as a normal sewing machine. I can actually convert this into a straight stitch machine as well. So I really want to fine tune it and go perfect.
What's the difference then? Normal sewing machine and straight stitch?
So with a standard set sewing machine, it allows you then to do zigzag patterning. So you've got a bigger hole in your needle plate. A straight stitch machine, if you look at all industrials, an industrial you will buy is set to do generally a job, and you buy another industrial to do another job on there. With domestics, obviously, you can't, some people do have a nice row of domestics in their house, but most of the time you don't. But if you're looking for that extra performance, then what I can show you on the machine itself, if I just lift this up, and if we look inside the plate here, I just take the foot off as well. So at the moment, if we can see here, we've got a zigzag hole on there. So when you're using really fine fabrics, or not only that, anytime you've got a zigzag hole, obviously your needle can move left and right.
Okay.
If it hits a hard bit of fabric or something like that, that's sometimes when you look at it, you've never got that perfect straight stitch.
Like a bump in the road. If you don't have decent tyres, you hit a bump and you're off course.
So what we can do on here, there's a little button just here. It's going to be sort of more difficult to stitch, but I just flick that across. You hear a little beep on the machine, and now if we look on the screen, there, the machine itself has got an illustration, and it's now put a little cross next to in front of the straight stitch.
Oh yeah, I see that.
And if I try and do different stitches now, it won't allow me to do it. So it recognises what I've done.
Right.
So now it's got a single point hole on the foot. Instead of having a wider hole, so it's more going to give me that perfect straight stitch. But certainly when using very fine sheer fabrics, there's nowhere for it to pull the fabric down. So there's no puckering or anything like that. So it enhances. So let's pop the plate back on, and let's put the foot back on there as well.
Are we going to use the same needle and the same foot for all these fabrics, Gary, or will we change it?
Indeed.
Wow, okay, this is good.
When it comes to needles, I find, obviously out there, when you're looking at different fabrics, stretch fabrics, jerseys, things like that, some machines you really do have to start playing around and fine-tuning to set your machine up for those fabrics. I would always recommend to change needles to a certain degree. But what I strongly agree with, I'm better off having a new sharp needle than a wrong blunt or a right blunt needle sort of thing on there. I have got a size 80 in there, or 12 metric imperial, and I will sew through absolutely everything on there. But I will change that needle regular on there. So what I'm going to do, say crystal organza underneath on there. Then I'm just going to take the auto tie on and tie off on there, so, and then just run that through. Again, straight through, I'm not holding it, I'm not going to help it through, I'm literally just keeping the fold flat. So I've gone from there, I'll get to the end, again, use the foot control, cut the threads, needle up, foot up, and then if we put this on to here, we can see that there.
Look at
we can see there's absolutely, there's no puckering, so it's a perfect flat seam on there as well. So that's your crystal organza. Absolutely no problems whatsoever.
Wow.
There. So again, without changing anything.
Okay.
Upholstery vinyl.
So we've got, hang on a minute, Gary.
Yep.
We're going from organza.
Yep, straight onto upholstery vinyl. And again, I'm not going to wimp out. I'm going to do one layer. I'm going to triple fold it.
No, you're not.
Absolutely.
With the same needle?
Well, exactly the same needle on there, but again, the machine, because of the box feed system in the machine, it gives that perfect travel, so it doesn't stick. And then that's what happens if you've got the needle fighting against the feed, which is fighting against the foot pressure. That's when people have to push their fabrics and help it and say. Soon
this
as you
is putting you to the test, Gary. I can tell you, and that machine.
This is why I like doing it, is because when I sort of see people with a machine, this is the bit I will always push first, because if it doesn't do this well, forget the rest of it.
Yeah,
because
you're right.
on that, because all the fancy patterns are lovely, but 90% of your sewing is basic, usually straight stitch. And if you get put off, or you end up restricting where you can't use certain fabrics, or you just look at the overall quality and think that top stitching looks awful, you don't like it, then it's just, you might even not have the machine.
Yeah,
really.
exactly.
So, but you say with that, so 3 layers of vinyl straight under. We've got extra high clearance for the thick fabrics on the machine. And then all I'm going to do, foot down, I say just keep the fold there, straight through. Again, it doesn't change the sound, it doesn't change the beat. Obviously, I'm not pushing it. Let's cut the threads there, finish off.
I'm impressed with that.
So
I'm
again,
impressed with that.
If we look at then the seam for the 2 seams on here, so that's on vinyl, so it's 3 layers of vinyl. That stitch is exactly the same as that stitch.
And it didn't struggle, it
didn't
didn't stutter.
bang, it didn't murmur. I didn't have to help it through at all. Whether I'm sending obviously to one side, letting it do its thing, which is good. But then sometimes you can get to real awkward fabrics, or fabrics which may be a little bit more fragile.
Oh, okay.
Velvet. There you go. The look on the face says it all.
Velvet and cord.
It marks very easy, it twists, etc. that way. So even with this, a lot of people say, oh, use a walking foot and things like that. The problem is a walking foot's quite harsh. certainly on fragile fabric, so it can mark the fabric on there. So what we've actually done, again, it's one of our industrial enhancements on here. We've got what we call a floating foot facility.
Right.
So it reduces pressure by still keeping feed. So where most machines, like you've got the foot control or foot pressure on top of the machine, which a lot of machines do have.
And that's how it presses down onto the fabric?
That's how it presses down. But what that does, it just reduces the pressure so it doesn't grip it. By having the floating foot, you've still got the grip there, and I can then change the height of this to the thickness of fabric I'm using. So basically what it means, if I sew this whole seam down on there, when I open it up, you're not going to see any marks at all on the fabric, and it's going to be perfect on the pile. So I'm just going to pop that under, again, foot down, and then just sew that seam down there again. So the machine itself, you've got up to 1,000, I'll just speed that up, you've got up to 1,000 stitches a minute, and obviously perfectly controllable in between, so I can, just with my pressure of foot, or I can actually even take the foot control out, and it has got hand control as well. So just run that through, cut the threads to the ends there, and then if we open that up and look at the seam there, there's not a single mark, a single pucker. It hasn't, because obviously velvet with a pile, it can twist. So it has just done that absolutely perfectly. So even just the thick or thin fabrics, it's the fragile fabrics, it's the awkward fabrics. And this is where people are loving the Juki.
Isn't it amazing? We've gone from organza to the what was the other fabric? The vinyl.
Yeah, upholstery vinyl, organza. One other thing I go through as well, because it's obviously your double denim, and it's a job that you know that you do and you like. I'm going to find. Let's find some nice denim. All this fabric I've got laying
Well, I'll tell you what, whilst you're finding that, I've got a
Yeah.
couple of emails
Oh,
here.
excellent. Yes,
one
indeed.
is from Sylvian. Thank you very much for emailing in. Hi there, could Gary demo how to use the overlocking function on the machine, please? Many thanks in advance. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll do that.
Sort of the denim on there again, because this will show it's not just necessarily the tough fabrics, how it actually copes then with layers of fabrics and thicknesses.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, first of all, I'm actually going to just take that off, because what we can do is we're going to do jeans. Let's put some yellow thread on and make it the proper jeans on there as well. And again, it just shows you quickly how easy it is to set the machine up and rethread it. So number 1, again number 2, number 3, cuts off, bobbin set, and then cover on, and then top threading again, we just follow it round, 1, 2, down to 3, under, over 4, back down 5, 6, and then number 7 is our needle threader, number 8 is the thread cutter on the side, and then down, threaded. So quick and easy that way. Then I'm just going to pop the first bit of time I throw it, I just put the thread underneath the foot, out the way. So first of all, what we're going to do is just do a seam on a pair of jeans. So that's just like a triple layer on there, which again, it's a flat triple layer, so most machines should easily cope with this without any issues at all on there. So I'm just going to pop that under.
I remember there's different weights of denim as well that you can
this
get.
one I'm actually using here is, I would say this is a 6-ounce denim, so it's not a lightweight chambray or anything like that. It's a reasonable weight, what you would actually use in garment making.
Like the kind of denim that a cowgirl will wear.
Exactly, yeah. Tough and rugged, absolutely.
Yeah.
So straight away, you're just going to sew down the seam and say it's just 3 layers of denim, nice and easy. And obviously it coats to that, absolutely no problems whatsoever. We cut the threads. So straight away, first of all, again, we can compare the stitch. As you can see, it hasn't changed size, lengths or anything like that. it's giving you that perfect stitch still.
Oh, that is perfect.
So what we're going to do
Yeah.
is when you come to then do, as you say, the bits where struggle is then the hems of a jean.
All right.
So with a lot of times, with
Is
a
that
hem
what
of a
Sylvian
jean,
was talking about? The overlocking? The
no,
hem? No.
this is just giving you just a single straight stitch around the
Okay.
hem. But this is where machines will struggle. And as you say, when you go to have yours done by a manufacturer, they will have industrials to do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Because when you do a hem of a jean, it's not a single fold. It's folded once, but a hem of jeans is actually then a double fold.
Right.
Like so.
Yeah, it is.
So
That's what gets that effect around the bottom of the jeans.
That's exactly it. And because of that, you've then got 9 layers of denim.
9?
But you've gone from 3 to 9. So you've got a real step there. And obviously,
Right.
I think at home, most people would recognise that's the point where they're really trying to push it through and
Yeah.
things like that, which can really damage the machine.
I bet.
So on that. So again, without touching anything else at all, so I'm just going to pop that under.
Now, this really is a test.
On there, foot down. So all I'm going to do at this point is just
And this
again,
is the same needle we've gone through the organza,
Exact the
the same
same.
needle we've gone through the PVC. Now we're going through 9 layers of denim.
So I'm going to sew through. So on 3, it's now working its way up to 9. Now I'm not pushing it, I'm not helping it. It doesn't bang, it doesn't murmur. Straight through, back down to 3 again, to the ends, finish, cut, up through. And if we now have a look at that, where we've got the cross on there, so you can see that lump here. You've got really where it goes up to then 3 to 9.
Oh my
and it
days.
hasn't, if we look either side of the lump,
Yeah.
it's on there, you can see it's not missed a single stitch.
And it went perfectly. It didn't
And you say,
stutter.
I
it
didn't push
didn't
that
stop.
through or didn't help it through.
Glided through.
So but that is the performance you should have from a machine.
And it was so effortless and it was so quiet and it was so perfect. It's so desirable,
And
isn't
the,
it?
The good thing about that is because at the moment things
Yeah.
like bag making and that is
Yeah.
so big. This is heavyweight strapping. So a lot of people, when they try and do this is a struggle on most machines on there. So, but obviously when you're doing a bag handle or something like that, where you want that reinforced corner,
Yes.
you've generally got 3 layers of that
Yeah.
still on there. So, again,
No, it's
extra
not gonna
high
go
clearance
through
on the foot. We're going to put that under. Again, I'm not going to touch anything else at all. Through, just stitches it, absolutely no problem. Then obviously we leave the needle down. We can then pivot down. So again, there, pivot down. So we've got there now our reinforced stitching.
And that's showing the full control of the machine as well, because that's a small area that Gary is stitching onto, and it just did it so smoothly.
And again, it's the nice thing then having that box feed on there. So again, I've just done a very simple, but as you can see, the stitch has been perfect. But if you look at the thickness of that, and you could hear
That's unbelievable.
the machine didn't make a single murmur.
That's unbelievable. Gary, can we have a look at the overlocking
Right,
function
yes,
for
some utility stitching on
Sylvia?
here, absolutely. So what we're going to do is, in the machine, we do get basically what they class as foot C
Okay.
on there. If we look, obviously, on the top of the lid, each stitch then has a suggested foot with it.
Yeah.
But if we program then into the machine, so if I go into the overlock stitch, if I just put the standard one on to start off with, oops, I'm still on a straight stitch at the moment, so it won't allow me to do that. So
there you go.
Exactly, so we do forget, and then I'm just going to switch this back over again. So we've gone on to zigzag now, or zigzag plate, I should say. And then go into the overlocking stitch on there. On the screen, it will actually now illustrate foot C. So
Okay.
it's telling me then what to go. And the idea of using the overlock foot is it has a guide, we can see on here, it has a guide on it, so, but it has a bar in the centre. Oh, I'm going to stop moving my hand. Sorry about that.
That's it, yeah, we've got that
So it's got the
now.
guide, but also the important thing is there's a bar in the centre of the foot. So it overlocks directly over the edge of your fabric,
Yeah.
and instead of causing a crease down the edge,
Yes.
it's such a simple thing, and that tensions the thread to stop that crease from happening.
it happening.
So I'm just going to pop that on. And then clip on and off, nice and easy.
Now, my brother used to be in the hosiery trade, in the fabric trade, and I used to go round with him to all the different factories and go and see and chat with all the different people when I was younger. And I was fascinated by the love they had
I don't know why I had to whisper that. I was younger. Because I don't, you know, tag round with my brother now when he goes round. He's not in that business anymore. Anyway, my point being is that you could see how much the people that worked with their machines at the time loved their machines, because, of course, they were working alongside their machines. They needed it to do exactly what they wanted it to do. And that's exactly what you're going to get here with your Juki as well, whether you're using this for domestic use or whether you're using this for business use as well. We've got about 6 minutes left of the show. What, you've got in your hand, Gary?
Oh, my electric scissors allowed me to play with on there. I know, it seems a lot worse. Don't get squeamish at home, but I can actually do that with it, and they are perfectly safe, because a lot of people think, oh, they're dangerous. No, they're not. They're not at all. 6,000 cuts a minute on there, but perfectly controllable. So I can literally... like butter.
Oh, look at that.
Absolutely. And if I want to, I can shake with it, cut, move.
Details for these are on your screen, and they're also available on 3flexi-Fame as well.
Right, let's get to the overlocking before we run out of time. So just obviously having 2 raw edges together on there. And
see, I always thought you had to have a separate machine for overlocking.
Well, there is nothing overlocks like an overlocker.
Yeah.
But to get a good overlocker, it's one of those things where if you buy a budget sewing machine, it will work, but it will do certain jobs and it won't do certain jobs. Buy a budget overlocker, you just will never use it. So an investment into an overlocker can be a lot, but stitching on sewing machines now, on overlock stitching, have come a long way to your varied zigzag. So I'm just going to pop that under. I'm going to sit it next to the guide, on there, and then at the moment, so it's set the width to 4.5. I'm actually going to take that up a little bit on there, so I like it a little bit wider because I'm using a wool fabric. But apart from that, obviously, I'm not touching anything else at all. Then it does a forwards and back stitch, and then a double zigzag overlock. So instead of just a normal very zigzag, it's giving me more of a professional overlock finish. And then the reason I'm doing it on 2 edges, because it's actually seaming and overlocking at the same time, like a proper overlocker will do. So now we're getting so much better. Yes, people are avoiding necessarily buying overlockers, or they're actually realising they might have a budget overlocker at home, and this is actually a better stitch than their budget overlocker. So,
well, just mind your hand, Gary, just so we can see.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's
I've got it from the back. So all I'm doing is keeping the fabric next to the guide. So on there, obviously, I'm not helping it, pulling it.
It's like the edge of a blanket.
Like so. Now I'm going to cut the threads, finish that off, foot up, and then that is our overlock stitch.
Wow.
So on there.
Do you know what I love as well, watching you, Gary? You have this little smile afterwards. After every stitch, after every demonstration, it's like, really proud of yourself, and proud of your machine. And so you should be.
The great thing about obviously live TV, you can't hide anything.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
And exactly as I'm saying that, look at that, how I've matched my plaids up. Disgusting. That is ridiculous. But it shows you how strong that seam is on there. So it's seamed and overlocked it at the same time.
Amazing.
So,
have I got enough time to read a couple of emails out? Oh, we've got 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Right,
Do you want to show us anything else?
I'm going to do a buttonhole.
Okay,
I've got
you
2
do
minutes.
buttonhole,
It's nice
line
and
it
easy.
This is from Helen.
Hello, Helen.
Hi, Helen. I bought a Juki HXL80 at the Festival of Quilts in July after watching it on the craft store. The first thing I did on it was make a cushion from Daisy and Chain Designs. It went from 2 to 6 layers of fleece without any stutter. The noise didn't even change. There you go. I had never owned a machine before, and within a couple of days I could thread the machine and wind the bobbins without referring to the manual. Well done, Helen. I have called the help desk twice and they've been amazing. Are the machines low shank? That's a question. I love my Juki. I waited 4 years for a sewing machine. It was hearing that Natasha has 3 Juki, and Catherine and Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly. Hayley's from Craft Yourself Silly. Catherine's just Catherine. Also have them, and that helped to make her mind up. You won't regret it, says Helen. So the question was about the shank. Is it low shank?
It is a low shank, yeah.
There you go.
So Eddie sort of low shank, but a lot of people ask that because of the ruler feet.
Yes.
And not a problem at all. Absolutely.
Okay. I didn't mean that Catherine's just Catherine. Catherine's just amazing on her own. Right. Hi, guys. Been watching the show since heaven knows when, and regularly buy from many of them. Is it so, as it is so easy when you are a Freedom member? Oh, yeah, brilliant. I have been a member for years now, and when you were known as the Big H Ranch, that's when we know as Chanda. Love sewing, have been looking for a good deal. Didn't find a good deal here, though. I found a fantastic deal. Oh, I got scared then. Always pre-read it, Janice. Have you bought this machine? I've bought this machine, so I love everything about it, from a sewer's point. I have made quilts and bags, clothes and Christmas advent calendars with my other machine. Can't wait to get my stitch fingers into this beauty. Keep safe, Peter. Thank you for that, Peter. Right, Gary, we're doing a buttonhole.
So we've got a buttonhole going at the moment. So the buttonhole has the measurement, so it will do the buttonhole to the size of the button, to be fair, which is not a new thing. It's been around for a long time. A lot of machines have that. But we've taken it one step further. So on a button band, you usually have a triple fold, interfacing, etc. in there, rather than just two flat pieces of fabric. The wool I overlocked earlier is quite a thick wool. So obviously it puts it to a test. I'm also then doing a keyhole buttonhole as well.
Wow.
At this point, I've taken the foot control out. I'm not using the foot control. I'm using the start, stop and the speed control.
We've got 50 seconds left, Gary.
So I better speed it up a bit.
Yeah, well, look at that. It's going for it now.
It will finish. I'll put the program with the thread trimmer in there as well. So we'll cut the threads when it's all done. It stops automatically. There, cuts the threads. There, foot up, lift up, leader out.
We are coming into the final closing moments of the show. Do check out your baskets if you haven't done so already. We've been a phenomenally busy show. If there are any available, look at that. At the end of the show, you can still continue to buy. 3 payments of £499.67, 559 483. Gary, we've run out of time. What a great show.
Thank you very much. It's been a brilliant show.
Absolutely
brilliant.
Thank you for your 2 shows today. Remember, if you call up, you might get to speak to Gary himself. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you. See you.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Do check out your baskets and make that decision. But don't go anywhere. We've got more coming up for you. Yes, we've got Just Catherine coming up next. No, really, it is Just Catherine coming up next with the Zoe One Day special. Celebrate with Daisy and Grace after that. And then we're back with Scarlet Rose and the birthday shindig.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away, we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. You'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
I've just realised my hair looks orange on there. Or is it just our monitors? My hair's never been that colour. Do you know, I am wearing 2 hats, literally, for this show. I've got my presenting hat and my guesting hat as well. In fact, this is going to be my presenting hat. We've lost Alex for this hour. She's feeling a little bit off it, but she's fine, so don't worry about that. So you've just got me. I'm so sorry. Let's have a look what we've got for you. It is the Zuri one-day special, of course, and we've got brand new moulds for you. These are incredible. They really, really are. Now, we've got 12 impressions in total. If we look at the one at the top here, if I just peel back the edges so you can see everything, you've got 4 individual impressions there, but do you know what I'm saying 4? You can really say you've got 8 there, because you can take castings from the centre of the mould separately to the entire mould as well. Now, also, we've got for you, that one is actually called the Aces of Darkness, the one at the top there. We'll see the detail of these a little bit more closely in a second, because obviously looking at them like this, you can't really make out what you've got, can you? But we will show you. Can I just also apologise for the state of my hands? I've been prepping and I wasn't able to get my nails clean, so I do apologise. I've not been digging the garden. It is just resin and clay. Right, let's have a look at the second mould, part of the one-day special again. This is Faces of Darkness. Again, you've got 4 main impressions. Once again, you can also take the centre elements out if you want to do that. You can use the words on their own or the letters on their own. Incredible detail, as always, once again with this one. With this particular die, you've also got, sorry, die, it's not a die, it's a mould. You've also got the little emblems there as well. So the heart, the diamond, the spade, and of course the, what's the other one? Heart, diamond, spade, club. Of course it's a club. There you go. So that's the one-day special, and we've got a fantastic saving of £10 for you as well. 2 payments of £24.99 if you want to split the cost. And it doesn't end there, because it's a birthday event, of course. That means we have a free gift for you. So let's show you what you're going to receive as a free gift. Now, this is a first for Zuri. I'm thinking we're going to see many, many more of these. You're actually going to receive a stencil. Now, I know it's not very easy to see there, but these are incredibly detailed, just like the moulds themselves. Now, there is wording on this as well. Look at the detail in there. If I show you a finished sample as well, so you can see how that looks. There we go. Absolutely fabulous. So everybody will receive one of these when they're purchasing from the show, when it comes to Zuri, of course. Now, we have got a flexi basket. If you're not sure what that is all about, if you've just joined us, we're going to explain that right now.
What is flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Oh, I've just got to do this right now. This is just to please our director, Marcus. Yee-haw! That's the only one you're going to get this hour, possibly. Right, that was just especially for Marcus. Oh, dear, I don't know. The things you do have to do. Right, OK, of course it's all about the one-day special, and we have got lots of castings here, both from clay and also from the resin as well. We'll do a little bit more of the resin pouring, I think, during this hour. Now, I've got lots of pieces around me that haven't actually been fully finished. So just to explain about 1 or 2 of them, now I'll show you the difference between the resin and also some of the clay as well. In fact, in the earlier show, we did one of the blends, loving the green and yellow in that one. Did a blend last night. I purposely left some of the white in the background there as well. This is air dry clay, so it's still dry, and you can see from the back there, it doesn't need to look pretty on the back, but we'll bring the detail out on that a little bit later. It still needs a little bit longer to dry, but I've got one that was dried last night as well, or it was actually created last night, so we can work with that, but also the resin as well. If I just flip these over so you can see them from the back. Obviously, different colours have been poured. We do have the resin tint. We've got the resin on the show in different volumes as well. So you can go for a smaller set if you want to try it, or if you've had it before and you want to really stock up, well worth going for the 1 kilo. In fact, it's 2 kilos because you get one of the hardener, one of the resin itself. So from the back there, you can see that these all look very different. So depending on how I've done the pour and what I've done with it, that is what you're seeing from the back. But from the front, of course, you get to see all that wonderful detail. Now, that doesn't mean once you've poured and you've revealed from the moulds that that's the end of it. Of course, you can still add more. So that's what we're going to do with a couple of these. I've got to say, I have so far got a favourite here, but it might change. And if I can show this to camera 1... just this one is my favourite, actually. Now, what I did with this was use the resin, which is obviously clear. I mixed some white resin tint into the resin and put, actually, there's black in there as well. I did kind of a mix. This is more of a marbled effect, if I just show you from the back. There's a little bit of pink fell in there, but that doesn't matter. And that's the effect that you get. So the detail, the mould does all the work, and then there's a tiny little bit of the liquid metal that has brought that detail out. Now, I have got another one that's very similar, again with the resin, but I'm going to do something a little bit different with this one. So if we just put those to one side, and then we'll decide where we go next. I've got one of the Aces of Darkness. You will notice that there is detail in there that you probably don't even realise is there. In fact, we discovered on the earlier show, it was Janice that spotted it, we think there's a little dog in one of them. Can we look at that now, in fact? Can we come in really close to this one? This is one of the Aces of Darkness again. On top of the skull, you've got the moths there. On top of the skull, if you come in nice and close, that looks like a little dog. Doesn't it? You can see the nose and the mouth and the ears. It looks like one of my little Maltese terriers. So you've got the softer side of darkness as well. It doesn't have to stay dark and sinister. It can be the softer side of darkness. Now, what I'm going to do with this one, again, this is resin, so just to explain the process. I mixed some white resin tint into a small amount of clear resin and poured it into the centre of the mould. We'll probably do this again this hour, but this one is already set. I then allowed that to cure a little bit because I didn't want the two colours to mix. But then when it had cured enough so the colours didn't mix, then I mixed together a little bit more of the white and some of the black as well, which gave me that marbled effect again. But it just gives a really, really effective background. There's a little bit of pink and blue in there, which was some luscious powder that was left in the mould. So you can apply your mica powders or your luscious powder into the moulds beforehand as well. We'll come back to that again a little bit later. Now, I haven't got any black paint with me, but what I do have is some of the modelling cream, which is from Viva Decor, which I'm almost going to use as a paint. It's a little bit more, the best way I can describe it is when it dries, a little bit more plasticky. It forms like a skin. But I'm going to use it as though it is a paint. So if you've got your regular acrylics, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to take off almost all of the modelling cream from my brush. So I'm loading the brush to an extent, and then I'm almost taking it all off. And all I'm going to do is just work into this beautiful centre of the mould, and also over those letters as well. Now, I've got to be very quick with this. I should have done this before, and I'm just going to grab a wet wipe. Now, I do this effect with a watered down paint on the air dry clay, but if you put water in with the resin, it tends to pool on top because the resin is really a plastic, so it doesn't work in the same way. So if you just go with a neat, almost dry brush and really sort of get down into the detail of the mould, you can keep working with that if you like. If you think, oh no, I need a little bit more colour, you can go in again. But you can see already how this is starting to bring out that detail. I'm looking at the eye there. I'm really going to sort of push that colour into there. So again, work that really, really well into there, and then wipe over the top with your white. Now that is a lot better. I'm much happier with that. You can still go over the top with your liquid paints. You can still go over the top with your waxes. But what I've achieved there now is the detail that's coming out. Seeing those raised areas, they're the cleaner bits, they're the whiter bits, but the black, the darker colour, is now down there in the depth of the detail.
What you can also do in this way, I mean, it won't show probably so much on this one because I've already got quite a dark background, but I also like to do a shadow effect in the same way. So if you want to make something look a little bit more prominent, again, just using the dry brush, I'm adding a bit more colour around the centre part of this ace. And I could wipe that away again if I've gone a little bit too far with it, if I want it a little bit softer, I can wipe that away, but actually I quite like that as it is. I think we're going to leave that. I think we'll keep a little bit of darkness just around the side because that really brings out the detail. But we will take it a step further because I'm also going to use a little bit of the liquid metal as well. Now, just to make sure that's nice and dry, because I've used the wet wipe, I'll just go over the top with my paper towel. Paper towel isn't always the best thing because it sort of disintegrates a little bit. If you've got a cloth that hasn't got fibres in, that's probably the best thing. A piece of cotton or something like that. Right, I'm going to find my liquid metal. Now, these did sell out last night. We do have some on extended delivery from the 2nd of September. Oh, half of that stock has gone as well. Always very busy. Do you know what? I might show you all 3 colours again here because it's worth it. You are getting all 3. I've got to say, I tend to go for this silver more than anything. But you get the copper, you get the gold in there as well. They do need a good shake. You can probably hear the ball bearings in the glass jars now. This one hasn't been used today, so I'm going to give this a really, really good shake. This is the gold one. These are solvent-based. They're not water-based. They are solvent-based. That means that they will dry very, very, very quickly, and I mean very quickly. So let's have a look at the different colours. Let's go with, we'll go with the silver one first. Now, these are called liquid metal for a reason. Just, I don't tip it too much because it will, it will just pour out. Now, the lovely thing about these is because it's such a thin paint, the viscosity, I love saying that, but I can't say it very well. It really is nice and thin, but gives the most amazing coverage. So I like to show you the coverage just with one coat, so just on the back of the gates here. You can see the coverage that you're actually getting. Do you know, we might do a bit of a blend with the colours on this one. You can go over with a second coat if you need, but you know, I found that I don't usually have to do that. Depends on the area you're covering probably. Now we'll go with a little bit of the copper next, and I'm using the same brush, and I'm actually going to sort of blend those in so you can mix the two together. Obviously, if you want a true copper, you'll get it if you're just going with a clean brush and use the copper on its own, but it is nice to give it that blend as well. It's a really pretty colour actually. It's almost like a rose gold when you do the copper and the silver together. But you can see again the coverage there. There is a smell to these because they're solvent based. Just bear that in mind. But as I say, very, very quick drying. And then the gold one. Now, because I've not used this one, it probably wanted a bit of a better stir, but we'll just go with the gold as well. And once again, if you want to blend, you can see that silver's drying off now, but you can go with the gold into the silver and completely blend those. So that's if you want to do solid surfaces. You can also use these with your stencil. I did a bit of stenciling earlier on. We'll see that again in a little while. But while I've got these out, I am going to add some more detail to the ace that I've just been working with. Now, I want to almost dry brush this again, so I'm going to take some paint off rather than adding it. So we'll go with the silver, just because I think it works so well with the background. I want almost a dry brush. So if you're wanting to paint something a solid colour, it's a good idea to do that first, and then with whatever's left on your brush, go with it, rather than, you know, sort of taking it off onto a paper towel. Now, I'm literally just lightly scooting that over the surface there. Just put a little bit more paint on, I think. That is now going to pick up the top detail again. We're not going to lose all that darkness that I put in there. We're not going to lose the definition because that's deep down into the detail. We're just almost catching the top. So the detail lines of the flourishes, the shape of the skull's head, you know, even the teeth are now catching that paint. And I am trying to do this very, very lightly because I don't want a lot of colour on there. I just want a tiny bit. You can always build the layers, but it's not so easy to take it away. And do you know what? I think that looks fine as it is. So I don't know if we can just see
And that is just the tiniest little bit of paint gone on there. If you look at the little, I don't know if they're ravens or crows there, they're bird skulls. We have a mould coming out. I know lots of people are disappointed it wasn't here today. Hopefully it will be here for the next ODS. I'm not 100% on that, so don't hold me to it. But the graveyard is one that everybody's waiting for, and you'll recognise certain elements within the Aces of Darkness, the Faces of Darkness, within that mould as well. So we've also got the waxes on the show. So I better put some lids on here before I spill everything. Right, we are busy on those paints again. Now, we have got the waxes. I will have to check the colours again here because I haven't got the exact colours that we've got. So magenta, purple, blue, turquoise, green, graphite. Graphite's the one I haven't got, so I can't show you that one. But I can show you some of the others. I'm hoping these are the same tones of pink, the magenta. I can't see without my glasses on. My favourite ace card is the heart, the Ace of Hearts. Now this was done with the resin again, similar to the previous one. So I did a black resin mix into the centre of the mould and then used another colour over the top, which was the vivid pink. But I did make sure that I almost rubbed in with a gloved finger. I rubbed that black resin into the background just in areas, just so it picks up that effect. From the back you can only see the vivid pink because that was the second pour. The black was the first one. But let's have a look at some of the waxes here. We'll build a little bit of colour upon this one. I quite like that vivid pink actually, but we'll see where we go with this one. I did find my blue, which I didn't think I'd got with me, but I did find it, so that's quite nice. Now, hoping this is the magenta we've got, and I'm just going to lightly rub over the top. Now, straight away, you wouldn't have noticed the detail in this when I showed you. You can see now one of the skulls is just appearing. I don't know if I just tip that so you can see it. There we are. Using the tiniest little bit of wax. You can use a fingertip, you can use a brush, you can build the layers up, you can blend the colours. You can do whatever you wish. You can go with the waxes and also the liquid metal as well. So I'm just going to take the pink over the majority of this, I think, to start with. I like it in the middle, so I'm going to pick out the flourishes. Not put too much onto the skulls. It might catch a little bit, but I'm going to go more with the pink in the centre. I think we'll add a little bit of the blue as well. You do get them all, so you don't have to worry about choosing the colours. You know, you can play around with the different blends. That blue is absolutely gorgeous. So pink and blue together is bringing out, of course, that detail there. Let's go a little bit over the heart and the A for the ace in the corner. I'm going to keep the background as it is, but I really want to just bring out a little bit more detail on the main heart itself. So what we'll do, we'll put the lids on those, and I think we'll go with a little bit of the silver again, just to highlight. So whatever's left on my brush from the liquid metal, I'm literally, again, without reloading, I'm just going to dust that over the top again, and I'm purposely trying to hit the skull on this side so you can see the difference. Hopefully you can see that as I lift it. I'll build it up a little bit more. So it may be catching some of the flourishes that I've just gone with the wax, but it won't be colouring the whole lot. You could do this the other way around. You could go with the silver and then the wax. But, you know, that is really bringing those skulls out. I like that lot. But I'm still not losing the effect of the darker colour underneath because I'm not using the brush that's got lots of liquid on there. Because it's dry brushed, it keeps the detail. How beautiful is that? I didn't think I'd ever say that about skulls, but it is absolutely beautiful. If you've got any dies or other moulds, you know, any papers that have got florals, flourishes, leaves, everything will work. You don't have to go dark. You don't have to go grungy with this. You can go very, very pretty and light if you want to do that. Now, we have worked there with the resin again. I just want to bring something else in talking of resin, if I may. I'm not going to try and lift this up. I'm just going to bring in a different board because during the process of a couple of shows, we've been working with obviously, the moulds from the one day special. Now, I started this last night. I've got to be careful because the resin is still setting. So just to explain what I've done. Into the mould, I've used the Luscious powder and then poured some resin in there. Don't tip this too much because it's still quite wet, the resin at the moment. I don't want to disturb it too much. I've laid 2 of the cards into the frame. This is a frame that is actually an upside down canvas, so I need to be able to hide all of those staples around the edge there. Now, I could have fitted 4 of the cards in there, but they would have overlapped, and that would have meant a lot of height, which meant a lot more resin, and I didn't want to do that. So the other 2 cards are going to go on the outer of the frame, on the corners. Now, I've got those also just setting. Hopefully these will be setting up at 4 o'clock to show you. Now, if I'd got my silicone mat, it would have been the better idea, but I didn't, so I've had to work on plastic just to catch the resin that's run off the edge. But I wanted these cards to match with those inside the frame, so I've poured some clear resin over the top, which is really bringing out those colours. If I just bring in one of the Luscious powder effects on one of the other, let's go for this one so you can see it. Because the moulds are a matte finish, you get a matte look. So even though you've got the mica powders and you can see the colour, it's very matte. So if you want to make them glossy, you can go over the top with a layer of the resin, which is exactly what I've done here. And you can see how highly glossed that is actually going to be. It is still curing, as I say, by 4 o'clock. Hopefully it will be cured enough that we can put this together. I'm just going to move that board out of the way again. But I'm also going to bring in, we have got a bundle of clay. We haven't got the individual whites or very little stock of it, but we do have the big bundle, which is well worth going for, because you get 4 different colours in here, including the black, which you will never mix a black. If you're trying to pre-mix your colours with the white, clay, doesn't matter how much pigment you put in there, you're always going to get a grey. You get the magenta, you get the yellow, and you get the blue as well. I use these colours to create the blends in my air dry clay castings as well. You've also got the colour mixing chart, which is so useful. And of course, you've got the white heart in there as well, a 200-gram block. All of that with a good saving of £3.64, just £32.99. You can pop that into your basket with the one day special and split the cost. Remember, you've got flexi on that. But if I just bring in my frame again, I was trying to decide how am I going to hide all of the staples. Well, we are going to have a couple of cards on the outer edge because I can't pick the other ones up. I'm just going to pop those there so I can see. I must admit, I have gone with something that isn't Zuri. I've gone with a Prima mould simply because it works very well with the flourishes. Now, these will get painted, but they're not dry enough yet. But I am going to work with some of the moulds from Zuri as well. So I'll need something in the centre there. So what I've done already is cast the locket with the florals that is part of the little bit of everything. Now, you won't see much detail at the moment because, as I say, the clay is still drying. At 4 o'clock, if it's dry enough, we'll put some finishing touches to this. I need to find something that's going to work at the bottom. So, do you know, we've got some florals in with the heart. Let's have a look at the little bit of everything and see what else we've got in there. I'm just going to move that out of the way so it can continue drying. Now, the little bit of everything, oh, I love this mould. You've actually got 22 individual impressions. There's a nice crown in there as well, which would go very well with the theme. There's the heart at the bottom. If I just grab actually a couple of things, if I may, to show you that are already cast. Do excuse me, I'm reaching across. Just so you can see 1 or 2 of the other items. I love the cameo effect. If I show you this one, obviously when the clay or the resin is in the mould, you take it out, then it's a reverse of what you're seeing on the mould. But look at that. That is using the air dry Medina clay with resin. You can use those 2 together. Don't use the hearty, soft and resin together. The hearty is too porous, but the Medina clay works very well. Again, I could bring out the detail with that dry brush effect if I wanted to. We've also got the sun and we've got the moon on this one as well. That is air dry clay. If I flip that over, to bring out the detail there, very similar to the technique that I've just shown you at the start of the show, but that is done with a watered down acrylic. So I created a wash and then wiped that away with a damp cloth.
And of course, we've got again here that lovely cameo and a couple of the wings that are also in here. So 22 individual elements. If I remember rightly, does it work out £1.59 per element? We'll check that. I've got quite a good memory for these numbers. £1.59 it is. It is. Brilliant. Now for your clay, I've got to admit the black clay, I took it, this was from a fresh pack, so it's very, very, very wet. You will find that the clays that have the most pigment in them tend to be the wettest. Now I would normally say roll this out, let it air dry a little bit before you put it into the mould, because you will have trouble getting it out. The fact that I haven't got any cornflower as well isn't going to help, but let's just try one of the little florals. I can feel the clay is still very wet, but just for the process of going through using the clay in the moulds, for anybody that's not seen it, if you've just joined us, we can do that now. So because it's very soft and malleable, I can work more or less just with fingertips. I do like to use a rolling pin to go over the top because that will really compact everything down. I think I've got some resin stuck to the rolling pin, which is pulling it out. Let me just put that back in. That is the top tip. Make sure your glass mat and your rolling pins are free from water, glue or any contaminations, because it will stick to the clay. Let me just push that in again. I'm tempted just to wipe this on my shirt, but I've got another show to do, so I better not. Then you can tidy up. So by tidying up, you literally pull the clay in from the edge of the mould, so it creates that lovely neat outline. If you've got too much clay, you can just scrape away with a thumb or finger. If you haven't got enough clay, you can add more in and just top it up. Now, I don't know if I will be able to get this out first time because, as I say, the clay is very, very wet. And if it is, you'll know why. You'll see what happens. We might be able to see on this one. We'll give it a bit of a flex. If your clay wasn't too wet, you would find that is just lifting up perfect. Actually, it's not too bad. I can get this one out. There we are. There is the finished result. If you've got something that's very fiddly as a mould, and you find that the clay is bending and splitting, when you flex the mould, it is simply that your clay is too wet. So we've got those lovely florals there, which is mirroring actually what's in with the lock and the florals. I'm going to put that to one side to dry, but well worth looking at the little bit of everything mould, because you've got so much in there to suit all your different projects. Right, now then, you may be joining us for the first time as well, and if you are, you might be interested in our Freedom Club. We're going to tell you about that next while I get set to do my next job.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
I've got my second hat on now because I'm back to being a presenter. Right, let's have a look at the details again here, because of course we have got the one-day special. Do you know, can we break this one down as well? Because I was saying earlier, you know, I've worked with other companies that do great quality moulds, but normally they're sold as individual moulds. You have got 12 individual impressions here. Let's take 4 of those away, because 4 of them are only quite small. Just working with the 8 main ones, I would normally expect to pay for 1 mould, because that's normally what I'd have to do. I'd have to buy 4 moulds to get those aces. I know I would have to pay anywhere between £9.99 and maybe £16.99, depending on the depth of the silicone. You think about this. You have got 4 moulds in this top one. This is the Aces of Darkness. Then in the bottom, you've got another 4 really good moulds. Remember, you can take the castings out of the centre as well, but you've also got those little motifs. That's where we get the 12 impressions from. And those little motifs are really, really handy,
because of course you can add those into the cards. You've got the king, you've got the queen, you've got the joker, you've got the jack, but they haven't got, you haven't got the emblems in there, have you? So you can add whichever you want. So it could be the king of hearts, it could be the king of diamonds, it could be the king of clubs, it could be the king of spades. You can decide which is which gives you again more opportunity to make this work to whatever project you're creating, which I absolutely love. Now for all 12 impressions, amongst those 2 molds, you have got a flexi on this as well. Flexi is $24.99. That's all you need to pay today. Can I just remind everybody as well, these are food grade silicone, high quality food grade silicone as well. So if you want to make your cakes, your chocolate, I don't like dark chocolate, but these smell absolutely gorgeous, I've got to say. A little bit of edible lustre on there as well. If you want to use your fondant icing, make your fudges, use your marzipan, then you can do. Obviously, if you want to create with your crafting products, it'll be a separate set for that. But we're talking about the clays and the resins we've got on the show, but also things like your hot glue, wax, soap. You can do all of those different things. You can even put these into the oven. So if you've got oven baked clay, the polymer clay that you normally bake in an oven, you can actually leave that clay in situ rather than distorting things, trying to get it out of the mould. Leave it in, bake them in the oven, or even try a cooking mix and see what happens with that. All that under item number 420147. Now don't forget, because it is the birthday event, there is a free gift. I'm just going to do what Derek did actually last night, which was rather clever. If I just line the stencil up over the sample as best I can. There we go. It's a little bit off, but you can see it. So there's the stencil. This is the first time we've seen a stencil from Zuri, but look at the detail in this. I'm guessing we're going to see more of these. Yeah, I hope so as well. Can you imagine all the stencils to go with the different themes we've had for the moulds? Oh, there's so many now. £49.98, remember, is the price, but that flexi buy. Anything else you're popping into your basket, of course, you can also split the cost there as well. Over on the website, that's where you will find much, much more. There are other moulds that we've not even mentioned on the show. There's many returning favourites there as well. Look at the 5-star reviews. Look at them. Amazing. And that's because Zuri is such good quality, because the detail is there, the thought is there. These are very expensive to manufacture. Plates have to be made for every single mould. They could cut corners, they could repeat those designs in each of the moulds, but no, that doesn't happen. You get new detail in every single mould. They're just fabulous. I don't think I've spotted one that isn't 5-star there. Brilliant. Oh, we've just got one there. I've no idea why somebody's knocked it a star off, but you know what? Have a look at those reviews. Have a look at the reviews. Do you know, I am going to say this in the defence of Zuri as well. Sometimes people blame the tools when it's not actually the tools at all. Just think about that. The moulds are all created from plates. They're all identical. It's all about, is your clay the right consistency? Have you put corn flour in your mould if you need it? Have you put mix your resin right? There's usually a reason with the product that you're putting into the mould that isn't quite right, rather than it being the mould itself. So bear that in mind as well. If you've got any issues, you can contact me and ask me questions. There's lots of people around on social media that will help out there as well. You can also ask questions on the Zuri design page. Right, what we're going with next, we're going to do some resin pouring, aren't we? That's what we're going to do. I'm going to grab a pair of gloves. It is advisable to wear gloves. Not that you can tell with my hands today. The reason being, anything can be an irritant, including resin, but mainly for me, it's because resin is very, very sticky. Now, if you do get it on your skin and you try washing it off with soap and water, it'll come away to a point, but it won't come away totally. The best thing, and we should all have this by the gallonful at the moment, and that is our alcohol hand sanitizer. The alcohol content in the sanitizers will take the resin off. It works a treat. So bear that in mind as well. What shall we work with? Let's have a look. Well, I have already got a mould here. This is the Aces of Darkness. Now, this is what I want to point out first of all. If you want to just take a casting from the centre of the mould, you can do. I can actually pop that out so you can see the detail, because these are cured. So I could leave those totally as they are and use them separately if I wanted to. Or I could go with another pour on top with a different colour. Might do that actually. Or we might do it with one of them. Let's put that one back in. If I just explain, just want to make sure that's sat right in there so it doesn't seep underneath. If I explain what's happening here, that was just the tiniest bit of resin that I'd got spare when I'd mixed it. Don't ever throw it away. Pour it into any mould. It doesn't matter if it sets or cures. If it does cure and then you go with some more over the top, it's going to keep the shape that it's, you know, it's created there. If you go with two different colours while the resin is actually very liquid, they will mix together and you'll get that almost marbled effect. So let's mix some resin. Let's go with that. So I'm going to bring in my scales. I have got a jug that I used earlier that's just starting to cure, so I better get a new jug, I think. The nice thing about the silicone is, if you're using that, let me see if I can find one from yesterday. Yeah, once the residue of the resin is cured, you can just sort of scrunch or turn inside out and all those bits will just fall out. You could actually use these in your mixed media. You could stick these onto backgrounds and create different shapes. That is very malleable still because it's not fully cured, so you can shape things even at this stage, and that was done last night. Right, so let's get a clean jug. We are going to use some Resitint again. I love, love, love the Resitint. It is a pick and mix. There's lots of colours to choose from. I've got to admit my favourites are the black and white, simply because I like the black and the white as a base. Other colours I use a lot are actually the vivid pink I use a lot, and the maroon is absolutely fabulous. And we've got various different greens, so it's entirely up to you. You can mix the colours together as well, or do those different effects. Now I'm setting the scales to naught. Make sure you do that, because as soon as you put a jug or something on there, that's going to change the weight. So make sure you always reset to naught. You can measure this out as well. So if you've got measurements on your jugs and you haven't got scales, you can do it that way. It's 1 part resin to 1 part hardener. This is why I love this, because it makes it easy to work everything out. Doesn't matter which one goes in first. This is actually the hardener. So I'm probably going to mix quite a lot because I might split this down into different colours. So I'm going to try and get to near enough 50 grams. There we are. We've got 50 there. Now the hardener looks a little bit yellowy, but when the resin is mixed and it dries or it cures properly, it is crystal clear. Unless, of course, if you're putting the clear resin into your Zuri moulds, because they're a matte finish, you'll get that frosted glass effect, which I absolutely love. If you want to change that into a clear, you can go over the top with a thin coat of clear resin and it will convert it to a clear resin. So we've got the actual resin itself going in now. That was the hardener. So let's just, now I've got to be a little bit careful, because if I mix too much of this, I can't take it out now. They're mixed together. Put the lid on. Try and do one at a time so you're not contaminating those lids. I'm just going to find a mixing stick. I tend to use plastic because, again, when the resin is cured, then of course you can easily flake away from the plastic and reuse everything. Now it's a good idea to mix this thoroughly. At home I would say fold this, you know, like you're doing a cake, fold it rather than rapidly stirring it. On air, I do stir it quite rapidly for two reasons. One, it mixes it really quickly for me when I haven't got a lot of time and you don't want to watch me just stand here and mix. Two, it will purposely put lots of bubbles in there, so it helps me explain how you can get rid of bubbles, because even though you're not trying to make them, you will get bubbles in your resin. And if you want it nice and clear, there are lots of different ways you can get rid of those. One of them being, when you've mixed the resin, if you stand that in some warm water, not hot boiling water, but warm water, it will help the bubbles rise to the surface. You've got a good 15 minutes working time with this before it even needs to be poured. So you can leave this to stand for a little while. When it comes to the curing time, it will change depending on the temperature and the humidity. The warmer the day is, the quicker it's likely to cure. Also, when you're mixing other things into the resin, like the Resitint, it can also affect the curing time. It slows it down a little bit. So the more the Resitint you mix in, the longer it will take to cure. What I tend to do is demold from the molds themselves in between 6 and 8 hours. As soon as I know I can, you know, release that resin from the molds themselves, they will still be malleable, but you can get them out without interfering with the detail. At that stage, you can shape them around bottles and jars or anything that's got a shape to it if you don't want them flat. and you can still put your different mediums on the top even though they're not fully cured. So we're going to mix some resin into this one. I think I am going to go with a couple of different colours actually. Let me just tip some of this into a separate jug so we can go with 2 different colours, and we'll ask the gallery what colours are we going to go with. Vivid pink. Oh, what's the other one? Ultramarine, says Katie. Right, I shall do that then. So it doesn't matter if I haven't got equal parts there, it's just for the purpose of demonstration. I'm trying not to show you the state of my bag, actually I will. Look, I've had a leakage. Yeah, one of them's leaked. I don't know if it's got... It happened when I left them in the car when it was sunny. And they went a bit runny, and one of them's decided just to keep leaking. Vivid pink I've just found. What was the other one? Ultramarine. I've got azure blue there. Have I got ultramarine? I don't know if I have. I've got sky blue. Azure blue or sky blue, Katie? The brighter one. Right, so that is sky blue. I feel like I'm losing a heart. I've not taken one off, have I? There we go. I'm back to being a guest. There we are. Oh, I thought my head felt a bit heavy. Oh, we could have a game, couldn't we? How many hats can I hold on my head all in one go? There's plenty around the studio. Right, I am going to use some old paint brushes to mix it. So the Resitint Max, this is so highly pigmented. Some of the colours are a little bit more translucent. The Vivid Pink is actually more of an opaque. I'm just going to give this a stir because they do settle a little bit. I'm going to scrape off quite a lot of that there, because you don't need a lot at all. So a little bit on the paintbrush. Let's go into the resin and look how quickly you see that colour change. So if you wanted to mix a couple of colours together, you could do. A little bit goes an awfully long way. So once you've bought these, it's nice to collect the different colours, but you won't need to keep buying and repeating those colours. It'll take some time to work through them. And of course, mixing this in is also creating more of a mix. I'm blending the hardener and the resin together a little bit more as well. Let's go with the sky blue. So I'll use a different brush for this one. Oh, I could go purple, because I've got blue and pink. We might be able to do a bit of a mix with these then. We'll see. So a little bit of the blue, again, straight into the resin, and you've got that lovely, lovely colour in there. Look at that. That has mixed really, really well. Shall we do a bit of a jewel pour and see what happens? So if I bring in the mould, let me just wipe these off a little bit. There's still loads of Resitint on that brush end actually. That would even mix further, but let me just take that out just for a second. Same with this one. Let's bring in the mould. Now I am going to leave the centre in this particular one. If we've got enough resin, which we should have, we can fill one of the other ones and just do a mix. So I think what we'll do, we'll just go together. Why not? Let's just give it a mix. You can pour them separately and blend them however you wish, but you know, we're just going to see what happens with this one. The only unfortunate thing I've just realised is we're not going to be able to reveal these today, are we? Because they'll not be cured enough by 4 o'clock. We'll have to put it on Facebook. Now I am giving this a little bit of a helping hand with the brush to make sure it just reaches the edges. It's self-leveling, but you want to make sure that your surface is completely level, otherwise it won't dry level. You will have bubbles in there. You'll see these bubbles in a little while. I can see them coming to the surface now. If you want to do more of a blend, you can give that a stir as well. You will never know what you're going to get on the other side. It's always a nice reveal. It will look totally different to what you're seeing there. If you want to do a mix that's slightly different, we'll go with the pink, the Vivid Pink in this one. I'm just going to try and keep within that inner cast. Now, because we haven't got time to let this one dry or cure, it will mix to an extent straight away. But because I'm going in with the pink first, and that's filled the whole of that channel there, it won't mix right to the bottom totally. So you'll still see a little bit more of the pink, I think, when this one gets revealed. Remember, there is already a solid piece in this one, so that is not going to change because it's already cured. Let's go with the blue on top of this. You will start to see it blend to a point, but as I say, where I've already gone with the pink, it probably won't fully blend. Just going to get hold of my scoop and just see what more I can get out of this one. As I say, do not ever waste your resin. If I've got any spare at all, I can go into the other mould that's at the other end of this one and continue to build up the layers. So I'm trying not to disturb the centre too much on this one. I've filled that with the blue. Yeah, do you know, I'm so annoyed now that I can't reveal this for the next show. It just will not be ready. How many hours have I got? It's only 1 o'clock. I've only got just over 3 hours. It won't be enough. I know I need a good 6 hours at least. Now, with the other one, although we've got the maroon colour in there, which is a lovely colour, I'm not going to waste this now. I'm just going to pour this in. So we'll see half maroon and half vivid pink on this one when it comes to the heart, but we'll just go with the rest of the pink into that mould. And again, I'll scoop out what I can. There might be a little bit of blue goes in here now, but that's fine. I could have dusted the luscious powders into the mould first if I wanted to bring out that detail as well. But we've done that on the other shows, so it's not too important on this one. And don't forget, we've got the waxes, we've got the liquid metal, so there's lots and lots of ways that you can bring the colour out after the resin is actually cured. So I'm just giving that a little bit of a helping hand because there will be air bubbles trapped at the sides that you can't even see. So it's worth just going around the edge with something. I am now going to get the heat gun. Being the colours that we've got there, I'm hoping that you will see those bubbles. Now, from here, I can see there are literally hundreds and hundreds of little tiny bubbles. But there will be bigger bubbles underneath as well. So I'm just going to turn the heat gun on. If we're watching on the camera, hopefully we'll start to see it's almost like a fizzy lemonade. You can see them. If I just... Can you see? I don't know if you can see what I'm seeing on the camera. I don't think it shows up the same on the monitors, on the overhead camera. But there's literally hundreds of tiny little bubbles that are just bursting. It almost looks as though they're like bits of glitter. Now, the heat is not going to do any damage to the resin or the mould because the mould will withstand 240 degrees centigrade. This heat gun at its very, very hottest, and I need to leave it on for some time to get to its top heat, goes to 230. So I am not going to damage the silicone moulds. But what I am doing with the heat, it forms a little, it makes it a little bit more liquefied. So it makes everything a little bit more fluid. Now, although I can't see any more bubbles there, I know if I leave that to stand for a few minutes, there'll be some more come to the top. So you can give it 5 minutes or so and then give it another blast. Just keep an eye on it. I can see one just there that's just coming up. You can go in with a cocktail stick and burst the odd one as well, but it's nice to get out as many as you possibly can while it's at this stage, because you know, if you've got any really deep down in the mould, you can't see them. That's why it's important, again, to bring, of course, those bubbles to the surface. Yes, we've all just spotted. That's a bit of abstract art. I could sell that for millions. I'm not disturbing that. It's not a self-portrait. Actually, there's two faces. Can we look? Look, it looks like Batman or something. Oh, can't move that now. That's a work of art. That has got to cure exactly as it is. Ah, look, Lewis can't see. There's the nose, mouth, there's the eye. On the other side, we've got the mouth, we've got the eye where the mask is. There's Nicola at the other side of the studio shaking her head now. Can't see it, can't see it, can't see it. I know what I've not done. I've not put my guesting hat on. Now can you see it? Now I've put my extra hat on. It's like magic, you see. When I put my hat on, everybody can see what I'm seeing. Yes, Nicola, stop shaking that head. Yes. Yes, you can see it. Oh, Can you see it, Lewis? Lewis has got it. Come on, Nicola. I can't move it. Can you see it on the screen? Oh, she can see it. Yes. Yes. How am I going to move that without disturbing it now? That's the question. I'm just going to slide that to the top. Oh, she can see it now. Let me take those gloves off. And if I bring back in one or two of the precast molds, let me see if I can find one. So, which one was it? I've forgotten which was which now. This one here, I believe, the one that looks a little bit marbly, is the one with this solid maroon. What was it? Was it the heart in there? I can't remember what shape it was, but it's got one of the embellishments which was already cured. So that's going to stay that colour, and then we'll get that blend of colour on the outside. That was exactly, well, not exactly, but very similar to the way I did this one. In fact, if I bring this one in, it was more like this one, I think, because if I turn that over, you can see that marbled effect. But then using, of course, the metallics or the waxes, you can really bring that detail out, which is just amazing. Love it, absolutely love it. If you want to use the luster powders, you can dust directly into the mould. We've got time to do that, haven't we, actually, just to show dusting it in. I don't think we've got, oh, I've moved it. No, I can't move it. I'm just going to, right, that's it. Can we see? Can we see? Oh, no, it's no good, is it? Yeah, but you need to see this. Oh, hang on. Let's move that one down there. There we go. Let me just find my brush. Now, you don't have to use the luscious powders. I was hoping they were going to be on the show today. They're not. But if you've already got them, when they are on the website as well, you can, of course, use these. There are so many colours to choose from. I've got to say my favourite colours at the minute are the fuchsia pink. I don't know if that's the right name, but it's a very bright, hot pink. And that gorgeous blue. And maybe one of the golds works really, really well. So just using a brush, you can dust directly into the mould. Really work it down deep into the mould as well, because if you've got any loose powder, that will form air bubbles. It's areas that will trap air. It sounds daft, but it is true. So really work it into the mould. You can build up those colours. Some have got more sparkling than others, which I absolutely love. This is why I love the pink and the blue, because you get that gorgeous dark purple coming through, which is just incredible. We'll go with a little bit of the gold in here as well. And that mixed with the blue almost makes a green. So very easy to apply the powders into your moulds. Just as I say, make sure you really work the powder in there or tip out the excess, because you don't want to cause those areas of trapped bubbles. If you want to, oh, I've gone a bit too heavy with that one now. You can just tip out the excess. So if I just move those out of the way before I knock them over. Yeah, I need a third hat. You know why, don't you? Oh, well, that was a bit rubbish, Lewis. Yes. You know what I've got here, don't you? I've got a hat trick. Bum bum. There we are. There we are. So, and then you would pour your resin directly on the top. Remember, because these moulds are a matte finish, you won't get that high gloss when you first take them out of the mould. But if I bring back in my other tray, and we'll see more of this at 4 o'clock, hopefully, if you go over the top with your clear resin afterwards, look how those colours really, really pop. I don't tip this too much. We'll continue working on this frame for 4 o'clock. It's about all I will be able to work on, I think, because everything else is still curing. Oh, where did the hour go? My head feels really heavy, you know. Let's have a reminder of, I can't take these hats off because I've got hat hair. Then, you know what happens when you put a hat on? Right, let's have a look at that one day special again. I'm sure there's another hat around here somewhere. We have, of course, got a fantastic one day special. Do have a good look at these. Do you know what I might do for 4 o'clock as well? I might actually make everything a little bit lighter and brighter instead of going really dark. We might bring some more florals in. Wait, this is hard. This is getting hard now. 420147 is the item number. £10. I don't move. £10 saving. Talk about someone who wears many hats. Do you know, guesting, presenting, trying to keep Janice in check, trying to persuade Nicola to nod her head, not shake her head, trying to catch hats from Lewis. It's all multitasking. A lady of many hats, that's what I am. £49.98 is the price on this one. Don't forget, with the birthday event as well, everybody was credited £6 into their account. Have you spent yours yet? You don't have to spend £40 or more, and then you will get that £6 discount. Flexi buy on the one-day special, and maybe that £6 discount as well. Maybe you want to add in the clay, maybe you want to go for some resin, maybe you want to put some of the resi tint in, maybe you've got the resin. We've got lots of goodies. Do have a look on the website as well. One final time, don't miss out on these. They are absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm going to put a plan together for 4 o'clock. I think I'm with Adam at 4, aren't I? I don't think I'm on my own. Maybe he'll wear lots of hats. Yes, it's Adam. 420147 is the item number. Oh, thank goodness, I only need one because it's making my neck ache now. Oh, we've had an email. Who sent this one in? Catherine, where did you get that hat? How many more hat jokes before we go? £49 and oh, there is more jokes. There's more jokes, but they're all old hat. So we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. Oh, I don't know. Watch out for this saloon girl. She's got very orange hair when you see her next. I don't know who she is. No idea at all. I better have a bit of a tidy up. Guess who's coming up next? It's our Janice. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Oh, don't put any more hats on. That's it. I can't carry any more. Celebrate with Days in Grace. That's coming up next. Very busy earlier on. Scarlet Rose, birthday shindig, and then celebrations with Sentimentally Yours.
In the foothills of Oundle, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With £6 of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Yeah, watch out for those buzzards. Ooh, they're all around. How are you today? It is the afternoon and it's great to have your company. We are celebrating our 6th birthday here at the craft store, and because of that, we've put £6 in your account. Yes, we have. If you haven't seen it, go to your account, have a look, and you can redeem that against a payment of £40 or more. I know, how exciting is that? Everybody gets £6 in their account if you have an account with us, not just Freedom members. And if you're thinking, what's Freedom membership all about? Well, head to the website. Freedom membership is where you don't pay any P&P on any of your purchases. It's brilliant. And it's just £7.97 per month. So we're celebrating our 6th birthday. There's someone else celebrating their 6th birthday as well. Well, the birthday of their company. So Nicola.
Yay!
How are you, Nicola?
I'm 6.
You are 6.
I'm looking a bit haggard for 6, but you know.
Well, it's been a tough 5 years of your life so far in the playground. You know how it is.
I know.
But you're looking fantastic. 6 years.
I know.
Wow.
How cool is that? And we celebrate together.
I know. How wonderful. How long have you been here at the craft store with us? Not today, but in
5
general.
years.
5 years. Oh.
Yeah.
So we've kind of developed our journeys together.
Yeah, we've grown.
Oh, that is lovely. Now that is a magnificent cake.
Isn't it just?
Who made that?
This is the lovely Sandy made this for me. A
Oh,
friend of
Sandy.
a friend. Isn't it just gorgeous?
That is amazing.
And look, she even made edible quilts. You go, hexagons up.
Oh, you're not eating your own quilt.
I am.
Wow. So you could lie in bed, keep him warm of an evening, and then if you think, oh, I'm a little bit hot, you could start eating your way out of your quilt. Keeps you entertained of an evening. Wow, that is amazing. Thank you, Sandy, for making that cake. It's wonderful to see. Now, Nicola, you had an extremely busy show earlier on today.
I did.
Very busy. Lots of sellouts as well.
We did. It was too many sellouts, really.
You can never have too many sellouts.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's take you through what we've got for you on the show. Some beautiful fabrics, wonderful pattern designs as well, something a little bit different. Now, half the stock already gone of our first item. $32.99. It's 164419 is your item number. When it's gone, okay? So we've got a fabulous pattern to build and create a cushion. You've got your tumbler that I'm going to get Nicola to explain in a moment's time, and then you've got these gorgeous fabrics as well, and this together will make this gorgeous cushion. If I just lift this up, so you can see the pattern there that you get from using the tumbler. It's a 4-inch tumbler, and you can see you've got that lovely pattern there to make that cushion. You could turn this into a cushion bag, which I don't know what the name would be if you put a cushion and a bag together. A cush bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bag cush.
A bag cush or a cush bag. A cush bag. You could turn it into that. It's lovely though, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Those are the fabrics that you can see there. $32.99. Tell us what a tumbler is for anyone that's not seen one before.
It's this shape.
Very good, very good.
It's like a tumbler that you would drink from, and you can put it up one way and down the other, and
So
it
it's a
fits
template.
together.
It's a template named
Sorry.
after the shape.
Yes.
Yes, there you go. You've just
That's what you wanted, Janice. Sorry.
That's absolutely fine. What's in that cake? No, I'm only joking.
I haven't eaten it yet. Well, just the hexagons.
Yeah. Now, this is a superb deal because alongside that fabulous pattern for the cushion, you're also getting your pattern here to make that quilt tumbler, so you can start to develop those patterns and those blocks.
Yeah, the tumbler, you can make quilts, you can do all sorts of things with the tumbler. So you can make the cushions, you can make quilts. It's just, if you've never done quilts, you go, this is a great starter thing because you've got your fabrics, you've got your tumbler. Hey presto.
It's all there, yeah. $32.99. Now, with every purchase on the show, you're getting a free gift as part of the birthday celebrations. And it's a pattern to make this lovely organiser. Now, I've just got that. Where do you want me? There you go. Just to the side here to show you. And the pattern, of course, you can choose your fabrics that you've got at home. Tell us about this, Nicola.
So I brought this to you. It's part of my caddy system to get you all organised so that you can have perfect organisation in your sewing room using fabrics. So instead of plastic containers and things, you can use all your fabrics and make some containers. So it's great to put loads of different things. I don't just use it in my sewing room. I've got makeup in one.
Do you know what's a great idea?
All sorts of things can go in them.
You've got your little handle there, and I'll tell you what else we've got on the show as well. This is going to be your free gift. It's the pattern to make this as your free gift on show. But there is something else that you might be interested in, and that's a pattern to make these little caddies. And these little caddies fit into your wonderful, wonderful free gift pattern so that you can keep yourself truly, truly organised. So if you want to get hold of the pattern to make those mini caddies, you can check out all of the end of calls. So these are your free delivery add-ons, so you don't pay any P&P on top of these, even if you're not a Freedom member. They're just your add-ons. This is at the end of call. So if you want to add any of these patterns to your basket, then you can do. So your free with purchase gift is that wonderful pattern to make your organiser, and that's a great addition. So that's to celebrate our 6th birthday. Fabulous. So that is the pattern that you get with every purchase. Now 164419, that's your item number for a very first item, $32.99. I'm being told we're very busy already for everything across the board. Now, let's move down because we have got some fabric. We've already sold out of one of the items on the show, so I've got to walk straight past that because it's sold out earlier on. Wow, okay. Let's talk about fabrics and let's talk about these beautiful, beautiful designs. I do need to tell you they're limited stock. I don't know how long I'm going to stand here for because I'm already going out the door. We've got some beautiful white patterns on off-white fabric and white fabric as well.
I just love a neutral. All my quilts, I tend to really like that low volume with a pop of colour. And you can never have enough, in my opinion, and I'm known for stocking loads of great neutrals. And I've just completed the quilt behind me that used the cream bundle that no longer is available because that all went.
Yes.
But this is a cream, a white version, and there's just so much you can do. And they're half metres.
Wow.
You're getting 6 half metres.
These are absolutely gorgeous. Now, the contents may vary of the 6 fabrics you're getting. £31.99. There's a good chance, though, the ones that you see here will be the ones that you're getting. But there are, sold out.
Oh, Jenny.
Hot diggity dash.
We're going to be doing some line dancing, Janice.
Oh, can you line dance?
No.
Can you do a bit of do-si-doing?
I could try.
Bit of country dancing?
We could try.
We'll have a band dance later. Yee-haw, lady. Right, we're sold out of that. Let's move on. Do you know what? I really do need a horse to go down this counter. That really? Can you make that noise?
I'm not even going to try, Janice.
No. Try it at home. You get yourself in a right tongue tickle. Right. No. Okay. Right. We have got more of your shapes here, haven't we? And these are really handy for building up your patterns and your blocks. But I do need to tell you, we are 60% of the stock gone. What you're seeing here is the whole collection. 045770. £55.96, saving £9 on that initial price. Now, it is available on Flexi. One payment of £27.98 today and then another payment in a month's time. But if you did want to pay for it in one go, spinning that around £55.96, if you've not spent your £6 credit, you could actually put that onto this and it'll only cost you £50. How about that?
Wowee.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Now, we've got your tumbler shapes, but they're in different sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the whole lot of them.
Now, can you use these for English paper piecing?
Well, the small one I would, yeah. The 2.5 inch, you could use that in a piece.
Yes.
And you could use that for English paper piecing.
And
if you wanted to.
Yeah, you've got the larger ones as well. You could make all kinds of different, not only blocks, but different shapes. Like I was thinking flowers, windmills, for example.
Yeah. Yes, because if you put all the points, the narrow edges together, you could create a circular design, I think.
Yes, you could,
I'm
yeah,
going
if
to have to
keep
think
going.
about that. I'm going to have to play with my templates.
I think you probably could. Or like a an off circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could definitely make some kind of flower shape with that. We'll have a look at that.
I'm gonna play while you talk about that.
Okay,
See
all right. Well, let me tell
you.
you the sizes you're getting. You're getting your 5-inch, your 4-inch, your 3-inch, 2.5-inch, and your 5-inch half tumbler. So all of that, there's your half tumbler just there, your 5-inch half tumbler. All of those, £55.96. Build and create some marvellous, wonderful designs. We do have some quilts behind us. There's one behind the cake, which has used, is that the 5-inch?
That's the 5-inch. That's the first quilt I made with these tumblers. And I love it because I love the bright colours. And I use some of the neutrals in that, actually.
Yeah.
So some of the... Oh, they've gone, haven't they?
The neutrals have gone. But if you've got them, you could use them. You could use them. That's
Look
all right.
at what you could have done.
Look at what you could have won. Do you know what I like about it as well? Is I'm looking at that quilt now and I'm starting to see different shapes and patterns. I'm seeing lines in the patterns going up, going across. I'm seeing blocks within there as well. So lots of scope for design with these.
There are. And while you've been talking, look.
Have you done it?
I've on my. If you come down here,
I think we can go down there.
You might see what I've
with
put
your
together.
permission, of course. There you go. Look
a
at
flower.
that.
If you put all the short edges together, you can create a flower.
I love that.
There you go.
Now you know if you got those pieces there and you brought them up and stitched them together, would that make like a like a cuddly for your cup thing?
No,
like
because it'd be too wide at the top.
Oh, would
so
it?
it'd be wide at the top. It'd be like the bowls that we had earlier that have all gone.
Yeah, but you could make one. You could put a hand pot in there for your poinsettia at Christmas. All kinds of things you can do.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. Right. All your flowers that you've got.
Yes.
Yes. Nikki's got some flowers from us today. Here
Yes,
at the craft
they're
store.
lovely. Thank you.
It's not just a jug. There are some flowers in the top
No,
there.
no, you can't really see them, but they are beautiful. Thank you.
Busy for these. If you want to get these, if you do have any questions, please do email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. But over 60% of the stock has gone. Let's go over to Nicola. What are we go? Actually, this is a really good question because
I
we've
have a
been so
question.
busy. Here's the $10 question. What are we going to demo?
Well, that was my question. Yeah, my question is.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah. What?
This could go on for the next 10 minutes. Bear with us, everyone. What are you going to demo?
What are you going to demo? Oh, what shall I demo?
Yeah, what shall you demo?
I don't know. What shall I demo,
You see, it could just keep going on like this because we're so busy.
It's because we're so bonkers.
Actually, if we did that, we could just fill a few more minutes, but we won't. We won't.
No. I'm going to do...
Tumbler cushion kit we've put on the screen.
Yes.
We've got the tumblers on the screen.
Well, I'm going to do tumblers as for the tumbler cushion.
Okay.
But it relates to all of the tumblers.
Let's do it. All the tumblers in all the world.
And if you watch the earlier show, never mind, you're going to see something twice.
In all the tumblers in all the world.
You came to this tumble town twice.
Yes.
So,
Brilliant.
I am going to stand up and hopefully I won't lose my mic this time.
Did you lose it last time?
Oh, yeah, it disappeared. But hey-ho, we've done that. Let me put my goggles on. I'm going to show you how to... I've run out of wadding, so I can't show you how to cut the wadding. But I'm going to show you how to cut the outer template.
Okay.
And I'm going to use a rotary cutter. And I've placed my outer template onto the fabric. And I am going to place the inner tumbler as well, just to help me cut it. And I've put my glasses on and I can't actually see what I'm doing, so I'll take them off again. And then with the rotary cutter, I'm just cutting round the template. Now, I can't say what I'm doing with my fingers.
Okay.
Which I did tell people earlier because you don't like them.
Okie dokie. You're spreading your fingers in a fashion of an insect.
Yes,
yes,
exactly.
There you go.
But
Happens to us all.
But I haven't mentioned it. So, and then I move the board around rather because I need to cut away from myself.
Yep.
You never. I'm going to lock my rotary cutter
And
so
you
the
should always
blades
do that.
Don't be tempted to come towards you.
No.
I'm only doing that because my blade is locked and I can't cut myself.
Okay.
Once that's open, always cut away from yourself.
Yes.
And always, and then I've moved the board again, and I've kept weight on that, And there's my outers, and I've actually cut 2 at the same time. Don't be, I've just thrown it on the floor. Don't be tempted to put too many layers.
Okay.
Because too many layers and you can't cut through, you'll end up making mistakes. It's not a quick game, quilting. No. It's a pleasure, so don't stress.
Yeah.
Do it slowly.
I was going to say, is that the same rule of thumb for cakes? Can we just have as many layers of cake as we like to cut through?
That would be lovely, but then I would get very, very fat. And I don't want that. So I have to be modest with my cake consumption.
Okay.
So no, I wouldn't recommend those.
Well, you
and those
take the
cake.
needle of the cake and I'll take the rest.
No. No. Anyway, back to tumblers. And then I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the same with the inner one.
Yeah.
So I'm cutting 2. There we go. Can't talk about cake with a cake by me, Janice.
I know.
It's like, no.
It's like I'm a bee and that's a pot of honey.
It's like I'm a dog and that's a bone.
Yeah. It's like I'm a cat and that's the fish.
It's like, oh no, you stumped me.
We could carry on with this as well all hour.
I think we might have to, Janice. So I've got my outer and I've got my inner.
Okay.
So then I am going to, I've pre-cut some wadding. Oh, I tell you what, oh yes, I found something else I can do.
Go
on. I can cut out, it comes with a couple of labels in the stocking.
Yes.
Not the stocking, in what are we doing?
The tumblers.
Cushion.
The cushion, yes.
Comes with some labels. So I've got some labels here and I've just fused some Bonder web on the back. So I'm going to score the back of my Bonder web and remove the paper. Oh.
There's some lovely labels in here. Merry Christmas, Farm Fresh Christmas Trees, Noel. You've got, I've not got my glasses on, hang on. Oh, Deck the Halls. Really confused by that one because I've not got my glasses. Baby, It's Cold Outside. And Merry Christmas. I've just got them here actually. And you can cut these out and put them on all kinds of different projects. What a lovely addition. And that is in the cushion kit with your labels. This is what Nicola is working with, and the details are on your screen. Over half the stock has gone of that cushion kit. And these are the labels from that particular cushion kit. Lovely. Love this.
They're cute, aren't
they really are. They really are.
I put that. I'm going to whiz over to my ironing board quickly to iron that in place. Sorry, quick.
That's all right.
There we go, just off screen, and that's now stuck. That can go on the floor.
You know, with these tumblers as well.
Yeah.
Turn them the other way. You could do a little bunting. It'd be like bunting.
Show the front of the. Have a look at the front of the counter, Janice.
There's bunting in them there hills. There's bunting in them there hills.
You see, you were trying to give me ideas and I've already had them.
Oh, OK, I'll give you another idea. How about little mini plant pots you could stick flowers out of
well,
them?
Well, that is another one that I have done. Oh. But I haven't got here.
How about then? How about a dicky bow? If you had the same size.
Yes, but I like that one.
Have you done that?
No.
OK.
I wonder why not. Oh, sorry, Janice. That was so rude of me. Oh, bless you. Sorry.
I realise it's going to fall off in a minute.
I'm using... How can I take Janice seriously when she looks like that?
Apparently no one ever does.
Oh, I do.
Do you? I take you seriously, Nicola.
Oh. So I'm going to zigzag this label on, and I'm using black thread so everyone can see it. And we're going to get to the end, put my needle down, go round. And I'm zigzagging this in place, Janice, because this is for a cushion.
Yes.
And this is going to get dirty. So it's going to get washed.
Okay.
So you want the edges secure because you don't want it fraying and coming off in the wash.
No, of course not.
So that's why I'm zigzagging it. Not very well, I must admit.
So how over the 6 years has the company of Daisy and Grace developed?
My word, it's come a long way.
Is it?
I started with 5 products, Janice, I think.
Did you?
5 products, and now I've lost count how many I've done.
Wow.
And it's just amazing. It's just, I've had such a good reception from everyone. It's just gone from strength to strength.
Oh.
And I've just employed somebody part-time.
Have you now?
Yes, my lovely Steph is now employed part-time. So that was this week, so that's exciting.
How exciting, Steph. How exciting. Welcome to the family.
Yeah, so she's helping me out on social media because there's just too much to do. I don't sleep very much.
Oh, well, talking of social media,
good.
where would we find you on social media?
Oh, yes, so I have a Facebook page,
yes.
Daisy and Grace Facebook page, but I also have a Daisy and Grace Facebook group, and that is just for Daisy and Grace fanatics.
Okay.
Because I've got such a lot of lovely supporters out there.
Aww.
And then they share all their makes, Janice. So some of the things that they make are astounding. Even I look at them and go, wow.
Oh, that's lovely.
And they share things, and if people need advice, they can go on there and people go, oh, don't worry about that. You just need to do this. Or it's a lovely community, and it's growing, and there's just so much going on in there.
Oh.
I don't get to see it very often, but when I do, my little heart goes.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's
well,
so
go and join that
exciting.
today.
Yes.
And when you buy your projects that we've got available for you on the show, you'll be able to put your projects on there as well and make Nicola cry.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No, I don't want to make you cry like that.
But it is lovely, honestly. If you should see some of the things on there, Janice, it's just, they're so gorgeous, and they're such lovely people on there.
Yes.
And they're really helpful to everyone. But shall I carry on?
Yes, please.
You're organised.
I'm playing with your shapes.
I guessed you were.
Yes.
Nobody else can see that, but it's entertaining me.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
So I've got my large outer tumbler on the board, and I've got it wrong side facing me.
Yeah.
And then I put the outer template on top, and then the recess that is created by the inner tumbler allows us to position the wadding and the main fabric exactly right so that we can get our bindings equal.
Okay.
And that is the beauty of these templates.
Right.
Because if you're making more than one, it gets a bit of a palaver if you were having to measure all the way around to get your central panel
So that's
in the
measured
right position.
just by placing it on there. That is
Look at
brilliant.
that. So you put the template, and that positions that properly in the centre.
And that's the right size to do your
binding, so that
binding.
they're all equal. If you don't get it dead centre, you can find that your bindings aren't equal.
And what difference is that going to make?
Well, for somebody who likes to do things properly, it drives me mad.
Does it?
Hence why I developed the template.
And will it misshape your quilt if you don't use a system like this, if you get your binding slightly out?
It will just look odd.
Will it?
It would look odd because it'd be all wonky and it wouldn't look as professional.
Yes.
So this is a sort of a godsend, especially if you want to do more than one.
Yeah, you can see that by the quilt behind you as well, because you've got that striking pattern going. I really like that.
Well, that's the second side. Earlier we had the first side.
Yes.
So in the first hour, if you do a rewind, you can see the first side of, and the quilt as you go, because you're doing each little quilt at a time.
Yeah.
You are creating two sides. So if you engineer it properly, you can get two-sided quilts. That side is totally different to the other side. To the other side.
But you just, for each one of those tumblers, it's just one tumbler shape with one fabric on the front, one fabric on the back.
Yeah.
That is a brilliant idea. Does it take a lot to plan that? To make, you know how you've got the pattern going down?
Yeah, it did take a lot of planning, that one. This one was a bit of a labour of love.
Yes.
Me and Steph worked on this one together, and it was a labour of love, but I think it was well worth it.
Oh, it's definitely worth it. What great.
But I have a pattern with it all laid down, so it's not a headache for anybody else.
Is that pattern available?
I think so.
Oh, how fantastic.
And it comes with the 5-inch and a bonus crib quilt one.
Oh, that is brilliant. Do you know what it's like when you've got your quilt on your bed, you want to change your decor, or you're changing your sheets or anything like that, just to be able to turn it over and have another pattern, another colour, it's brilliant.
Or if you get it dirty.
That's true.
And you can turn it round.
That's true, and it's like it never happened. The dog was never on the bed.
No. So if you get told off for letting your dog on your bed,
yes,
you can say, "Oh, it wasn't me.
Yes.
It's never been on the bed.
It never happened."
Oh, sorry, I've been chit-chatting and working and not told you what I was doing.
That's all right. What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm folding over the bindings and pinning them in place.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is fold the binding over to meet the inner shape.
Yeah.
And then finger press it and then roll it over. Now on these corners, we've got a little towel.
Do we cut that?
No.
No.
No, don't cut the towel off.
Okay.
No. So what we do is we just tuck that end in. Ooh, like that. What I tend to do, actually, I do it properly because I got ahead of myself. All I do is fold that over so that the towel gives me, I'll get my scissors.
Yep.
So it creates that straight edge down there, and I folded it to the front and finger pressed it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then all we do, so we've got that little marker where it was. That allows me to turn it over properly so that it's all level.
Like when you join two corners of a kitchen work surface together, you kind of do that kind of technique of cutting it and fold it. Well, you don't fold it, but you do it in a certain way.
Yeah. And it just tucks that in because you don't really want to cut it off. You just want to fold it in, really.
And that's not going to make the binding around the outside any thicker? Not
It
really.
does. It does. It becomes lumpy there, and I'm hoping to show you how I get over that on the sewing machine.
Excellent, excellent.
So, because my sewing machine's a bit temperamental when it comes to lumpy bits.
Okay.
So I want to show you that on the sewing machine.
Okay.
So first of all, I need to give that a little bit of a press. So I'm going to
It's like a little porcupine.
It is, or a voodoo doll.
I kind of do voodoo doll responsibly.
Yeah.
At home.
I would.
Do be careful. Yeah.
So I'm just going to press that. So I only press it when I'm going to do it on machine, just so that it gives me a nice crisp edge to guide me around the machine. So I've just given that a little bit of a press, and I've got to just change my sewing machine down to a straight stitch.
Okay.
Because I had it on a zigzag, and I've changed my stitch length up a bit. And I've got black thread in my sewing machine, and I've got something in my little bag of tricks. Now, my machine doesn't, as I said, doesn't like the lumpy bits.
Yes.
So I've created a little sandwich of wadding and interlining.
Okay.
That's quite fat. Can you see that?
That's quite thick. Is that a couple of layers of?
That's 4 layers.
Ooh.
No, I don't know. 3 layers.
You get less than that in a cream tea when you go out of an afternoon, don't you, in your sandwich?
Yeah, it's fatter than a cream tea sandwich. Are you trying to make me hungry?
I love little triangle sandwiches with the crust off.
I can't eat a sandwich. You know when you Sorry,
everyone at home.
This is sorry. You know when you make a sandwich?
Yes.
I can't cut it across.
It's got to be triangle.
It's got to be a
I'm
triangle.
with you. I'm with you.
I don't enjoy it as much if I cut it straight across.
And here's a question for you.
Unless it's bloomer bread.
Oh, yeah, bloomer bread's got to be straight across. I do have a question for you guys at home and for you, Nicola. When you do cut the sandwich in a triangle, which bit goes in your mouth first? Is it the pointy bit, or do you go straight for the middle?
I don't know.
It's interesting, isn't it?
I don't know, Janice. That's a new one.
Our producer goes for the pointy bit and works his way through it like that. See, I think if you go for the middle, you kind of end up sort of like it round your cheeks, don't you? And and you can't. And by the end of it, you're just going to have crust, aren't you?
Yeah.
Unless you cut your crust off. Sorry, everyone, but
now
let's face it, there's not an awful lot to sell in this show because we've sold out of everything.
But you need the tumblers.
Yes.
If you're going to treat yourself, treat yourself to the tumblers because they're good fun.
They are, and you
They
can
are
see
good
with
fun.
the quilt behind Nicola, the quilt behind that lovely cake that's been made for Nicola's 6th birthday, just how versatile they are and the different sizes that you get with the tumblers as well. It is incredible value for money, especially when you use your £6 credit that we've put into your account to celebrate our 6th birthday here at the craft store. If you've not used that yet, you can use that on this purchase. Maybe you've been waiting to use it. Well, here you go. If you take £6 off this deal, it's only £50 today. Now, your flexi payment, it's a good question actually. If you take your £6 off that initial payment, could you still divide the cost into 2 flexes? I'm not sure on that. T's and C's will apply, so you'll have to try that. If not, you might just have to buy it in the one off payment, but still get your £6 off.
Yeah.
So it needs to be £40 or more for your purchase. But if you want to divide this into FlexiBuy, you're more than welcome to do so. And that means only £27.98 today. We'll still send everything out at the same time. We will wait for your money. It's a great way to buy. Imagine walking into a shop and saying, I'm going to pay you half now, but I'm going to take those tumblers away with me. And I'll come back in a month's time. No, trust me, I'll come back in a month's time and give you the rest.
That's not going to happen.
It's not, no. They'll say,
I wouldn't do it.
No.
You can't do that from me.
So, oh, that's true, actually.
I can't. I don't do that.
No, you can only get that flexi payment here with us at the craft store. A great way to buy with the whole complete set. And now we're going to sew it on the sewing machine.
Exactly. So I've got that sandwich behind my foot to raise the back of the foot up. So, oh look, lovely, you can see there. So I point with my scissors. I've got my sandwich here and I've got this here. And I'm going to start sewing. And I'm going to turn my machine down a bit so I'm not tempted, speed-wise.
Yes.
I'm not tempted to go full throttle because I want to make it as neat as possible. And as I said, quilting isn't a quick fix thing. It's something to take pleasure in, take time. And I'm going to leave my needle in the template. I'm going to take my pins out as I go, and I'm putting that sandwich back behind my foot because this is a corner and this is a chunky bit again.
Okay.
And my machine doesn't like chunky bits. Oh, you good girl. She's done it, Janice.
Is she?
She's done it.
Oh.
And then we go down this side. So I went, what I didn't say is I went along to the point and then came back again. But I'll show you when I finish this.
Yeah.
I can show you, I can point it out what I mean when it's done.
Yes, I've got another idea for you.
What's
you may
that?
or may not have done this, Nicola. So it might take you by surprise,
Oh,
or you might
crikey.
throw it back at me.
What's that?
How about one of those tumblers, just as you've made it there,
Yeah.
leave the top open, put in lots of lavender, and then close it off.
Yeah.
You done that?
No.
There you go. There's another one for me. There's another one for me. There's another wheel on the wagon.
Another wheel on the wagon. I like what you're doing. And then I'm just going round. So if you made a lot of tumblers and got them all ready, you can just do a little production line of these.
Yeah.
Now I'm doing this obviously in black thread so that you can see where I'm going and what I'm doing.
Yes.
You would use a thread that coordinates with your fabric.
Okay.
And on this cushion, I would tend to use a white or a light grey. So I'm just going down the final stretch and I'm taking my pins out as you go. You don't want to sew over your pins because I did that and I broke my sewing machine.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
And sewing machines aren't cheap.
I need to tell everyone at home, though, 80% of the stock, Nicola, has gone of the
80?
tumbler collection. Yes, 80% of the stock. As we're using it, as you're perusing the website, you're thinking about how you can use these in your crafty stash, and you can see all the different patterns that you can use it with. And lots of people are taking up that £6 credit. It's a great idea. If you have an account with us, we've put £6 in your account as a credit. Yes, we have. And to redeem it, you need to make a purchase of £40 or more, which this is, because it's $55.96. So you can take the £6 off that. It's only £50 today. It's a great way to buy, and it's to say thank you for all of your loyal following and you're custom to us here at the craft store. 6 years. It's amazing, isn't it? I think I've been here for 4 years in January.
No.
Yeah, 4 years
Really?
in January.
Crikey.
Yeah.
It's exciting, isn't it?
I know. Let's hope I make it to 4.5.
Yeah, well,
That's what I've just
hopefully.
heard. Let's hope you make it to 4.5 years, Janice. Well, I'll try.
Let's not muck this one up, eh? Let's not muck this show up.
No, no.
We want you to stay, Janice.
Yes.
So, shall I get back and am I still able to do tumblers?
Yes, because we do have some stock left, even though 80% of the stock has gone, so we're still okay to carry on with the tumblers.
And the cushion?
And the cushion, with 2/3 of the stock gone of your cushion, don't know, I'm saying it like that, and your patterns. So you get your patterns, you get your cushion. Don't forget your free gift as well. It's a pattern to make, and I'll just grab this to show you if I just sort of go over there. Hello. To make a lovely little organiser, not just for your sewing crafts. You could use this in any part of your life. You could have your little gadgets in here if you want to, taking them with you. The pattern also includes how to put a zip in. You use your own fabric and your own zips. And there is a separate pattern if you want to go for the caddy trays. These are really useful and they are on the end of caul. So if you want to go for the caddy trays, that is a great addition. But something like this, you could put your smartphone in there, you could put your headphones in there if you want to, and your plug and your charger. You could put your makeup in there. You could adapt it and put some little hooks in there so you can put your little brushes in, maybe for your crochet or something like that. It's wonderful. That's your free gift. That's a pattern to make that. If you're going for the cushion, which is $32.99, and you're getting the fabric. You're getting the fabric as well. And I believe the fabric you are using, Nicola, for the project with the tumblers, because you do get the tumbler included. So we're demonstrating the bag, even though with the tumbler and that particular pattern, you can make all kinds of other things. Your cush bag. Are we going to call it the cush bag? I think so. What would be the cushion and bag? Bag cush or cush bag?
Bag cush sounds like a TV program that was
bag
on
cush,
when
bag
I was a kid.
Push, saggy old.
Yeah.
Bag push. Yeah. Oh dear, it doesn't sound too good. Sorry if you're eating your dinner. Back to you, Nicola.
So I've done the sewing around the template. Thanks. Introduce me so it makes me giggle.
You'll be known as Miss Bag Cush.
No! No, please don't. Don't start nicknames.
Nicola Bagcush, here she is, live.
No. I just say no. So I've stitched round, and I'm going to show you where I've stitched. So I've started away from the end of my tumbler block. So that was the end. I started here because my sewing machine doesn't like that big old chunky corner.
Okay.
So I started there, went along, and then came back, and then went up, went along, came back, along, came back and down, and then along that bit that I missed out the first time.
Okay.
So you're just going all the way around. If you're doing it by hand, you just fold and go as you would. I'm going to show you how to join them now as well.
Oh, fabulous.
So I'm going to change my machine back to a zigzag, so bear with.
By the way, Nicola, if you feel inclined to wear a hat, if you want to, you're more than welcome to. There are hats at the side of you. We don't like to leave anyone out here at the craft store.
Thanks.
I'll be a no then.
We've
had a customer actually call in and they'd like to know how you join them together. So thank you very much for calling in. So we're going to do that demo right now?
Oh, yeah. So I've set so these three I've already joined, and I've used a white thread, so you can't really see the join.
Okay.
This one I'm going to use black thread so you can see what I'm doing. So if I lay that on there, I get questions where people say they don't.
There's no overlap. There's no overlapping to connect them.
No. So you're butting them up, but also you can't really see on that board. I'm going to place that one underneath to see if you can see.
Yeah.
Can you see? There's a little. It's slightly longer.
Just at the corner.
Yeah, just at the corner is slightly longer.
And that's meant to be?
Well, not always. Sometimes it's perfect and they match completely.
Right.
Sometimes it's fabric and it will move, and the way you turn it, sometimes one edge can be slightly longer.
Yeah.
But it is fabric, so don't panic.
Okay.
So I'll show you what to do with that when I put it under the sewing machine. So I'm going to put my wadding sandwich in a triangle behind, just because it starts off quite thick. And I'm just butting the edges up to one another. I'm not overlapping, so they're just butting up to one another. I'll put the foot down and I will start my zigzag. And I'm just moving the fabrics together so that the zigzag goes over both sides. And actually this one's pretty perfect actually, Janice. It's sort of met nicely. And I'm just zigzagging down to the bottom.
And is that how you connect them all the time, with a zigzag?
If you're not hand sewing, yeah.
Are there zigzags on the big quilts that we've got behind you?
Yes.
Is there?
You can't
because it's
see
in that corresponding
thread.
Thread, yeah.
But I get a lot of... Oh, watch yourself.
Yes. Sorry, just
Janice nearly went for a burton.
I know. I love that saying.
Gone for a bird.
Gone for a bird.
Where did that come
Where
from?
does that come from?
I don't know.
If you know, email in studio
Yeah.
at the craft store. Gone for. Oh, I've got nearly. Oh, I nearly went for a Burton there.
Yeah. Where does that come from?
I don't know. I nearly went for a Burton. We'll find out.
Back to thread
Yes,
colours.
sorry.
So here you can see, because it's on black, you can see where I've joined the two.
Okay.
And look, there's, well, you can't, I've holded it up. Holded it up. Holded it up. There's no gaps between that.
No, there's not.
No.
Now, would you use that same large? Well, it's not a large zigzag. Could you do the zigzag even smaller? Or would you recommend that kind of size?
I have done it smaller.
Yeah.
But then you have to go really, really slow because you're trying to get that zigzag over both bits of your fabric.
Got you. So if it's smaller, it'd be different. Yeah.
It gets more difficult. So don't make your life hard.
No.
Then just go for something nice and big.
Okay.
Now you can see this stitching on this because it's in black, but on this one you can't see the stitching.
No, you can't.
And that I've actually used white on that, so there's white and grey there, and I've used a white. If you're using different colours, if your backing is all different colours, then I would choose a colour that matches your backing, or something neutral. So something that works really well on lots of different colours is a light grey. Believe it or not.
That, yeah, true.
A light grey on colours actually works really well on this. So if you've got a light grey thread and two different colours, try that. It actually works more often than not. If you really don't like it, sew it by hand.
There's your answer. And you can, because this could be a project that you develop over time. Because you're working with the tumblers, you could just sit down, relax. It could be a quilt that it might take you a year to make, but some people love doing that with their hand sewing because it's something to achieve. It's a project, something you do every other day, every evening, every weekend. That's down to you. So yes, you can hand sew with your tumblers. It's a brilliant shape to work with because there are lots of different styles that you can complete with your tumblers. And it depends, of course, which way you hold them up. So you've got it in the plant pot style. You could turn it around and then you've got that different shape, almost like a little skirt or something. So lots of different ways of using that. You could build that up as well into a circle. It could be all different kinds of shapes. Now the whole set, we are busy. Over 80% of the stock has gone. £27.98. That's two payments of £27.98. You're saving £9 on that initial payment. And if you want to pay it in the whole sense, like that, £55.96, if you've got your £6 in your account that we've put there for the birthday, that will come off automatically, so it'll only be £50 today, which is great news for you. Or you can pay in two payments of £27.98. But you will be getting that free gift with purchase, and that's the pattern to make that lovely organiser bag. Really, really like that. Of course, yours will look slightly different because you'll be using your own fabric, but it's the pattern to make that. So that comes included. Right, we also have the cushion kit, or the cush bag. A cush bag, which we've aptly named it because it could be a bag. You could turn it into a bag. So you could have something in there. You could have your cushion in there, but you could make it a little bit bigger so you could pop something inside to take with you. Now, 3/4 of the stock has gone. 3/4 of the stock has gone. You're getting fabric included, and you're also getting, I'm just desperately trying to pop that back for you. There you go. You get your, is it your 4-inch? Yeah, your 4-inch tumbler with that. There you go. I'm not going to touch that again. The fabric is beautiful. It's in the very, very on-trend greys and that mustard, like the ochre colour. Is it ochre or ochre? Ochre.
It's gold.
It's what?
It's gold.
Yeah, it's neither of the mustard or the ochre. It's gold. It's gold. And yes,
it is
I have.
ochre.
I've been prospecting for. I've not got my axe anywhere. I've been prospecting for gold in them there hills.
I've got my eyes on your gold bars behind you, Janice.
Yeah, well, the gold was here all the time in the fabric, so I didn't need to go out to them there hills, did I?
No.
And camp out overnight in a small tent. Have you ever shared a tent with Catherine? Honestly. Right, so you've got your fabric here included with your pattern and your free gift with purchase as well. It's a brilliant deal. It really, really is. Now, if you want to become a Freedom member so you don't pay any P&P on your delivery, then you can become a Freedom member right now here today. And here's the lovely Leonie to tell you some more.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Big birthday this year for Leonie, yeah, absolutely. She's turned 13. It really is amazing. Happy birthday, Leonie.
I thought she was 21.
Wow, it's just, I think it's just going backwards, isn't it, in age? It's like Benjamin Button, is it? The movie? Oh, bless her. Right, we're having a busy show. What you need to do is have a look at the items we've got left on the show, because we sold out of so much. But what we have left is great value for money. And lots of people taking up these fabulous tumblers that we're demonstrating at the moment. 045770 is your item number, saving £9, £55.96, but you can divide the cost into two if you want to. 2 payments of £27.98. And remember, you get your free gift for purchase, which is the pattern to make this lovely little organiser. I say little, but you can fit a lot in there. Right, let's head back to Nicola. If you do have any questions, please do email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. If you want to wish Nicola happy birthday, maybe you've got a make that you've created using the products that Nicola has brought to us. I'm sure you'd love to see the pictures.
I would.
Yeah.
Where are they, everyone?
Yeah, or a message to say happy birthday to Daisy and Grace and Nicola, of course. Right.
Yeah, because it's my birthday next week too.
Is it?
Yeah, not a big one.
Or is it not?
No, I'm 15.
What? I get you. What star sign are you?
Virgo.
Are you a Virgo?
Very precise.
Oh, our producer is also a Virgo as well. Very fussy, I'd say.
Yeah, we're very fussy.
Yeah. By your own admission.
I like everything to be done a certain way.
Yes.
I'm terrible,
that's running
really. I'm terrible, but hey ho, Dave puts up with me.
You're lovely.
So I wanted to show you. I've joined a couple more with black thread, so don't look at my sewing and think, what is she like? But I had some extras, so I've quickly sewed those while you were chatting. And I wanted to show you two different ways to lay them up. So on the cushion, it is laid up like that. So you're getting this shape.
Okay.
And your bow tie shape in the middle.
You are. Yeah, that's right.
But you can also sew them this way. So they're all going in the same direction, up and down.
Doesn't that look like one of those magic tricks where when you have it the other way, it fits perfectly, and then you turn it this way and you have that gap at the side?
And then, but you have this lovely stepped effect, which is the same as the quilt behind me.
Right.
So on the edges of the quilt behind me, it's like a stepped edge, and it looks amazing. It's
It really does.
like a zigzag.
Yeah.
It's it's like little teeth, really. And you can't really see it because it's light underneath there.
Yeah.
But so the quilt behind me is done this way.
Yeah.
With the tumblers all going the same direction down the piece, and then the cushion is that way with your little bow ties. And you could, Janice, look, if you turned it that way,
yes,
you could do these two in the same colour.
Yeah.
For a gentleman or a lady who wears bow ties.
Yes, it could be placemats as well.
And you could have little bow tie.
Yeah, that would be lovely. A little placemat, a table runner.
Yeah.
You add,
look, if you added more on, here we go. You can, hang on, I'm going to move it around. Sorry, camera person. We've got, here we go. I'll just move all my mess out the way because I'm so tidy. There we go. I've got a placemat.
Yeah, you have.
I can put a bit of cake on there now.
Oh, do you know what? That'd be lovely. Some mince pies. Flaky pastry mince pies. Is it too early to talk about mince pies? Not really.
I know. I have trouble. I can't eat mince pies anymore, Janice.
Can you not, Nicola?
No, because most mince meat has nuts, and I can't eat nuts no more.
Can you not eat nuts anymore?
I can't eat nuts no more.
Well, it's a good job you told us that, because if I'm eating nuts before I come and do a show...
Oh, no, I'm not that allergic.
You're not that allergic?
I'd have to kiss
so
you
if there
or
are nuts
something.
in the building, if there are nuts in the building, often there are...
I'm all right.
You're okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'd let you know if it was that desperate.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got to eat them.
Okay. Well, do you know what? I'm glad I know that now. I won't buy you any chocolates with nuts in it.
No, please don't.
Okay.
You can just not buy me chocolates. It's fine.
Okay. I'll buy you the pie without the mince.
Oh, I love a mince pie.
Oh. I'm sure there's a recipe out there to take the nuts out.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
More mince, no nuts, kind of thing.
And no Christmas cake or pudding or...
Oh, no. Oh, gosh, this is getting very sad here.
It's really sad.
I think we've just cancelled Christmas for Nicola.
Yeah, we have. But I'll enjoy it with all my cushions.
Yes, you will. Yes,
and
you will.
all my Christmas bowls and things and stuff. I love Christmas.
Well, you can see there all the different styles and different ways that you can use the tumblers. And you do have different sizes in the pack, and along with your tumblers you do get a little instruction booklet to let you know how to use them as well. I'll just pick this up.
And that's got photographs in to show you. So the way I did it earlier, I've shown you how to do it with hand sewing, but the same principle, but you just fold all the edges over for the machine sewing.
Yeah, look at that. So you've got the instructions with each one. You get a 5-inch, a 4-inch, a 3-inch, a 2.5-inch, and a 5-inch half tumbler, which is this one just here, that little dewar.
Can I tell you why I did a 2.5-inch?
Yes.
Because it fits lovely on a jelly roll.
Does it?
The inner bit fits on a jelly roll.
Jelly roll, a fabric roll, a roll of fabric.
A roll of fabric with the 2.5-inch wide strips. Sorry.
That's all right. You might have bought a jelly roll from one of the shows that we've got.
Exactly.
So, you know,
and
we
it's
can say that.
Yeah, really easy to use on a jelly roll because you've got your pre-cut strip.
Yeah.
Whee! Off
Perfect.
you go. Well, sensibly with a rotary cutter.
Yes. Superb value for money, $55.96. And again, of course, you get your free gift with purchase as well, which is the pattern to make this organiser just there. 045770 is your item number. Lots of people taking advantage of FlexiBuy and taking advantage of the £6 that we've popped into your account that you can redeem on a purchase of £40 or more throughout the birthday event. Right, the cush bag, the bag cush, we're limited stock. Oh my days. The fabric is beautiful. You get those labels as well, which are lovely. They're fun, they're funky, and you can use these on the cushion project itself, or you could use it with another design that you're working on as well. So that's included alongside your beautiful fabrics in here. Have we sold out? Wow. So the bag cush is gone. We're going to have to move back to the tumblers. How many of the tumblers has gone? Still over 80%. 85% of the tumblers. I'm going to... Can I go? Here we are.
Oh no.
You can take a horse to water, but you can't take water to a horse. Is it? Is
that right?
You can't lead a horse to...
Oh, no, you can do both.
Yeah.
You can take water to a horse, and you can take a horse
yeah.
to water. So what is the saying?
Oh, now you've got... Yes.
You can't lead a horse...
You can lead a horse to water.
Yes.
But you can't make it drink.
No. No, that's true. That's true. I'm
Thank
very
you.
similar to that. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie.
That was Julie.
Yeah, Julie's coming up next in the next hour. Right. I guess if the horse is very parched, it will just drink anyway. Right. Don't keep horses away from water. We'll ask Katie later. We'll see what Roger does when he goes to the bar of an evening, drink responsibly and all that. Right. Your tumblers. Talking of drinking, your tumblers. They're not glasses, it's a tumbler shape, but you can build and create some amazing designs. We've got a couple of quilts here in the studio. It doesn't have to be a quilt though, does it, Nicola?
No, you can make some projects. You can make cushions, you can make bags, as we found out with the cush bag.
We are limited stock, Nicola, limited stock. Will we sell out of the final item we've got available for you on this show? It would be amazing.
Could I ever do a total sellout?
Oh, please, everybody check out your baskets. So Nicola, on her 6th birthday, could do an absolute total sellout of all her projects, and we'll be absolutely delighted if she does. Remember, you have your free gift. This is the last product you can get with your free gift. You've got £6 off if you go and you still have the £6 in your account. It's a credit that we've added to everyone's account for the birthday. If you use that against the price and pay it off in one go, it makes it go down. You're saving £9, but you'll save an extra £6 as well, because you'll use your credit. So it makes it £50, which is brilliant, isn't it? What a way to go. 045770 is your item number, and that gets you the whole set. So you've got your 5-inch, your 4-inch, your 3-inch, 2.5-inch, and your 5-inch half tumbler. Amazing. Nicola, an amazing 2 hours for you today.
I know. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been amazing. What a birthday.
Oh, and happy birthday, Nicola.
Thank you. It's amazing. I'm so pleased to still be here. So many little businesses don't make it, do they?
I know. Well done. That's testament to you and your new staff. Oh, yes. And, of course, all of you guys out there who make and create with the beautiful designs that Nicola brings to us from Daisy and Grace. That's it. We're out of time. You can still buy it after the show. Oh, it's sold out. You've done it, Nicola! Well done.
Everything gone.
Yay!
Yay!
We'll see you in a minute. Yeehaw, partners! Right, Scarlet Rose birthday shindig is coming up next. Celebrations with Sentimentally Yours, and then we're back with the Zuri one-day special, y'all.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
"28 years ago, whilst enjoying a day out in Santa Barbara, California, with my brother and the kids, we came across a shop called Stamper Barbara. Santa Barbara, Stamper Barbara, well, we had to go in. When we ventured inside, we were met with walls of wood-mounted rubber stamps. Well, that's when I had my moment of clarity. Wouldn't it make more sense, I said to my brother, if you could see through the rubber stamps? And that, my friends, is where Clarity Stamp was born. Since then, Clarity has grown into the worldwide success that it is today, bringing you the very best in stamping, parchment crafts, stencil art, and even more recently, die cutting. To celebrate our 28th birthday, we have joined the craft store to bring you a long weekend of your favourite Clarity products with your favourite Clarity demonstrators. So, put the kettle on, put your feet up, and join us for our 28th birthday celebrations on Friday the 3rd of September at 10 a.m. to Monday the 6th of September at 6 p.m. We'll see you there.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon on the 6th birthday bonanza. Yes, it's still going on all the way through till Wednesday. I think it's a week-long celebration of our 6th birthday. Now, you know the score by now. I quite like the figures in the belt. You know the score by now is what we're looking at. If you've not already spent it, spend over £40. You'll get your £6 credit that's already credited to your account is what you're looking at for this one. So anything over £40, we've put the £6 in, spend over £40, we'll automatically take the £6 out, so you haven't got to do it. And every single show that we are looking at today, you are going to get a gift with purchase. Majority of them are while stocks last. Full T's and C's are on the website, thecraftstore.com. But this hour, we are talking Scarlet Rose, and the first free gift sold out in the last hour with our jam. But we have got a backup plan. We've got a backup. This is your Rose card pack worth £19.99. You get 20 sheets in here. First one, though, is your acetate sheet of your butterflies that you've got in there. You've got small all-over patterns. You're getting 2 of them. You're also getting your small rose designs in there. You get your soft faded rose designs in there. You're getting 2 of those as well. And you're also getting your leaves in there. Plus, you're also getting the matching butterflies that you can cut out and use as a full card sheet. Now, it's 1 gift per person is what you're looking at, and it's while stocks last. So if you bought during the earlier show, you will get the earlier gift. If you're buying during this show, you will get this gift, okay? So that's how it's going to work. So if you want a different gift and you're thinking, I quite like that paper pad, but you only bought maybe one of the ephemeras, you may want to go for the next ephemera as well. I know if you're buying if you bought early in the earlier show, you would have got the butterflies. I don't know how that works. Wow, give it a go. What's the worst that can happen? £9.99. But what is this £9.99, I hear you cry? It's for the brand new, yes, you heard me correctly, brand new ephemera is what we're looking at from Scarlet Rose. Absolutely beautiful. It really, really is. Now, if you're a big fan of the paper pads, I've also got those on the show as well. These are taken from the paper pads themselves. You know, we normally say them paper pads comes in multiple layers. I think it's over 60 layers that's in there that build up to make those beautiful depth of card that you've already got. This time, these have been taken from that paper pad and pulled out and made to individual ephemera pieces. 54 pieces is what you are looking at in total, is what you've got on that one. I love the mask, and some of the multi-directional, so things like the cross, you can use anyway. It could be a snowflake that's in there. Now, I'm not alone. No. Yes, she's here as well. We have from Scarlet Rose, we have Julie. Good afternoon, my love. You all right?
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you.
Good. I love this concept because if we like the paper pad version already, this is like the next stage to the paper pad version.
Yes, it is. As you've seen, we brought our paper pad, well, the classic paper pad we've had for a while now, but we introduced a sepia pad last month. And as you quite rightly said, there's 60 layers on these pads, which you can cut out and paper piece out of the pads. But we thought, we don't like cutting up our card. So we had a word with the designer, and she brought out the elements that she'd layered to make the pad and brought them out separately, so now that we've got them as ephemera, you don't have to cut into your card.
I absolutely adore them. I am trying to flick through it, like that one there. Is that the right one?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Look at me.
It's just there's so many layers.
The paper pad that you've got here, this is the paper pad. We'll come on to these in a minute, so don't baffle yourself down with this one. This bit here is one of the ephemeras that you've already got in there. So that is that there, look. Okay, so that is the layer. Save you cutting it out and fussy cutting it all away. You've already got it there. So there's your mats and layers straight away, should you want to start layering up with your sepia tones. As I said, I've also got those on the show. But If you like your ephemeras, sepia design, so you haven't got to use your faded photos, distress oxides anymore, because it's all been done for you. $9.99, nearly a third of those has already gone. Remember, if you're going for that, you're also going to be getting the free gift as well on top, worth £19.99. So it's well worth having a little look at the paper pad that you're getting as well as your ephemeras, because it will really work. Something else that this paper pad will really work with as well is the ones that are in colour, okay? These are your classic designs that you are getting with these. Once again, 54 pieces in total is what you're looking at for £9.99. Exactly the same images, but this time it's in the colour formation that you already have. So if maybe you want to go for both, for £20 you might want to go for both of them, because then you can really start matting and layering up things like this one. It's only the one I can find on hand. You could have a drop shadow in the background if you wanted to, with your little drop shadows that you've got in there, because they're that sort of tone. You've got the love that's in there. Then on the next board, you've got things like the Eiffel Tower that's down there. You've got the beautiful stone peacock in that royal blue. You've got your purples that run through. You've got your colours that are there as well. 54 elements in total is what you're getting. 890008 is your item number. All nearly a third as well. You're going for one of each, which is amazing, because that's £20 there, then £20 plus your free gift as well. You can't go wrong, can you? 890008. Everything is dispatched on the show from the 3rd of September. Not that long to wait. Next Thursday, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, the 3rd, it is, but the day I move. Moving day for me. Next week. Thursday, so the 3rd. Oh, it's next Friday. It's the... Thursday's the 2nd. Are you sure? Right then. So it's next Friday is what you're looking at. I'm sure I move on Thursday, but that's why I'm off. Right then. So there's your ephemera. I hope I haven't messed that up. Could you imagine removal vans? We've got your paper pad that matches. Now, we've seen these paper pads. Julie will go into more detail about the paper pad, so I won't bore you now. But you've got the paper pads here, the sepia design, and from there, you're also getting your matching frames included as well. Now, you've got 18 to the frames. They all matte and layer beautifully. Once again, we'll go through all this as we go. So if you do want to create stunning little frames that build up, make cabochons, as it were, apertures that you've got in there. I do love a good frame for the sheer fact it just frames a bit of work. If you're overpowered by a piece like that, because when you look at it you think, whoa, how am I going to use that? How am I going to manipulate that? If you just take a frame, you can pull out small bits of that frame. So if you just want the peacock in there, maybe you just want some of the peacock tail, it sort of manipulates your papers so you can really see your designs that are there. £29.99. You're getting the pad, you're getting the frames included as well. 862630 is your item number. Then if you want the classic design that we've got already, you've got your classic design with your coloured papers that are already in there. Beautiful designs. Remember, each one of these papers is 60 layers on top of each other is what you're looking at, and then you're also going to get your frames included as well. So you get your backboards, and you're also getting your outer layers as well, so you really can go to town with all these. £29.99, 275762 is your item number. The quickest and the easiest thing to do, because I've got loads on the show as well, shop by brand. Everything is on the website for you. You've got the Easy Mat on there. It's what Scarlet Rose are known for, and if we get time, we will be going through that towards the end of the show as well. If you want to see what the Easy Mat does now, you can now go and watch the show back on Rewind. The whole show is there for you. If you want to go and see the Easy Mat now, it's all on Rewind for you. Go and watch the 10 o'clock show with our Janice. There's loads on there. You can watch this entire show again, so you can see all the demonstrations and what is going on. If you have any questions this hour as well, let me know. studio@thecraftstore.com. If you've got any questions, if you want to ask anything, I'll see if I can find time to fit them in, so do not worry about that. Right then, we've seen the ephemera, we've seen how the paper pack work, but let's see how it all works together with the frames as well. Julie, it's all over to you.
Right, okay. So I'll tell you what, then we will start with the pads, because the pad and ephemera need to work together. So if I just quickly go through these for you, as we said, we try to show you these now on a separate item, because when we walk up and down the counter, you just can't see how lovely they are. So we start with your classic. You've got blue, pink, green and lilac. You've got your strong side, and you've got your faded side. All of these will work with the sepia, sepia on classic, and mix and match. Just show you a few more little images there, just to give you a bit of an idea, because we always tend to flick through. We've got our nice little baby card there. I'll come to the end. Yours won't come bound. That's for us on our for our demos. I'll quickly show you the sepia, because I did tend to flick through these very quickly this morning. They're the same images again, but don't they look so different when they're done in sepia?
Really do.
And with your sepia, you can tint them. You could make them all different sorts of colours. And if I just move that out, oops, move that out the way there.
You've not even spoke about that. They're double-sided. So
they're double-sided.
You get the 60 layers on one side, and then on the other side you get sort of the monotonal look. So if you just want that clean and simple card, you can flip them over and use them that way as well.
I'll bring them back in. So there's your strong side, and there's your softer side that might go in the middle of your card. But of course, then you can be putting layers on top and bringing different layers out. You could be putting your frames on top of that and bringing that out. But I'll come back to those in a second. Okie dokie. So, as I was saying, you can change those sepia cards. I mean, look, this is how it was. Have we got this on camera? Ah, lovely. That's how it was. Blue dye, green, pink, lilac, and just doing the edges. So that one card has now turned into lots of different colours within that card, or you can just leave it in your sepia, as we've showed you before. We've also got, you can colour them. Let's just bring that in there and there. So I've put some alcohol markers on there, and that was just pencils, some soft, good quality pencils. So now we've made it coloured. So we've changed it yet again. It's easy to just tint them. If I just bring that in there, just to show that it does actually work. Just pick a little bit up and start to turn the edges. Just pick it up, see? And we can just change it like that. I mean, although it's sepia and I'm doing a sepia edge, I'm actually just darkening in that.
If you could move that to the middle of your mat, just so we can see what
there we
you're
go.
up to there.
And can we see the difference there? So we're just bringing it out again. Really simple and easy to do. So that's that there for you. The actual front page of your pad, don't waste that. Now, when I was trying to see whether the colours would work, I used my front page as a tester. But then, of course, pick out the bits. You've got all these now are tags that you've already pre-coloured, ready to go. So don't waste it, because it's the same card as you're using on the pad. We haven't scrimped on the front page for you. You've got options of, and I mean, this is just before I move on to the main section. Can we see here? I've just used a punch, and I punched out some tabs there. So that's another way of using the front pad. I also did flowers, and again, it might not look much like that, but then when you bring them together, all those multicolours, and you'll have done the same over your tinted areas, make some lovely flowers. And again, that's all out of your front piece. So we're not wasting anything, and that's what we try to do when we create something. We could quite easily have just put a cheaper front cover on there, but we said no, we'll keep it all the same quality of card. And finally, just before we move on, this is that ribbon there. I thought I could take that out, and there we go. I've cut it out. I've cut the middle bit that was in the middle up, take that, get rid of that, and then you might have just a tiny little bit of card left. Drop it back underneath, and you've reframed it. If you fold that round, you've made like a banner for your card. So again, that's something else that we haven't wasted just off the front piece. Before I move on, let's just show you this. This is the Christmas out the sepia. That's before, and then that's inked up. So you used to be able to buy pens years ago before coloured photographs came in. I know my dad did it on some of their black and white photos of him and mum, and you used to be able to colour it in, and that's what that reminded me of. So you can colour in your sepia as well.
Can we use any pens for that? Is it alcohol markers?
Well, I've tried all sorts. This is one Barbara's got, and it's an ink watercolour, not a pencil watercolour. So she did it in pencil, this ink first, and then just put a bit of water to it, and it really made it pop out. But I've used crayon, I've used pencil, I've used alcohol markers. That was my alcohol. No, that was the pencil. I'm just bringing that one back in there. That was my pencil. And then one of these, there we go. Slightly softer effect, a vintage water alcohol marker. Now, as you can see, it hasn't really come through to the back, so the coating is keeping that alcohol on that side.
So if you've got things like Phil's watercolour pens,
of course
they're
you can.
On the show later, they're on the show straight after us. I know we've got all 4 sets in stock as well for them.
It's all about playing, isn't it? I mean, this is a good quality coated card, so you really can go for it and have a play. So if I bring the ephemera in, as we were talking about earlier, it will come like this. Here's your packaging. Don't waste it. Cut that off. You've got a topper, and you can see I've made the card there. You only need to throw a few little ephemera on there like that on the top. I mean, obviously taking a little bit more time than I am. But you just literally, you've made something out of just the backing paper. So that's something really easy to do. Do you want me to pop a card together, just to give you a quick idea? Well, while we're here, I might as well do it, because I didn't get a chance to do this on the first show, because it literally just went a bit berserk. I was trying to get everything in, because you know what we're like. We can't just show you one thing, we have to show you 300. So, there's your base card, and I've just got a square to match of the softer side of one of the pink classic. Now, here's the frames. Now, this is how they were originally, and I'm going to be showing you this on my Easy Mat demo. That's how it was originally, but what I did was I took the middles out, which I'm going to be showing you in a few moments, and left myself with some frames. So all you'll do, and I mean, this really is sort of pre-done, I know, but obviously we're always up against time.
Barbara will be pleased.
So there we go.
Hey.
So there's the frame on top of there. So then I took one of the ephemera, and then I mounted it on top of on a little piece of card that matched on top of there. And literally, I mean, this is just, you know, I don't do difficult. Pop a little pad on there, manipulate it a little bit. I think we'll have that one there. Again, just manipulate it a little bit and we'll have the bird flying. Maybe. No, I think I'll put him there. And then I've got the lovely little dragonfly again. Manipulate him up and pop him there. I mean, obviously, you've got more time than me when you're playing with these at home. In fact, you've got that many, you won't know which ones to use. Literally, just pop a few little dots just on the corner. Like this.
And remember, if you wanted these dots perfectly in line, you can use your Easy Mat to really guide where your gems are going to go. We'll show you that demo later on during the hour, but you could use your Easy Mat and guide everything up and line everything up, because that's the whole purpose of the Easy Mat if you watched the show earlier.
Yeah, well, I'll bring that in soon as you've mentioned it. If I wanted to do a frame all the way round, I would layer my Easy Mat over the top, look, and you see where all these dots are?
Yeah.
I would mark all those all the way round to the corresponding square it is, and then I'd have a perfect place then to put all my gems all the way around if I didn't want to just put one on the corners.
Oh, that's a good
but obviously,
idea.
that's going to be, I'll tell you what, no I haven't, here we go. That will make sense, look, see? So what I was telling you to do there is what you would do there with your Easy Mat, but obviously I'm going to come back to that in a few minutes. And literally, it was as quick as that. I mean, that's not really hard, just a quick little bit of layering and stick your ephemera on. If I bring a few samples in that took me a little bit more time, because obviously I'm rushing now. If I bring those into the overhead...
Don't rush, it's only 15:15. We've got ages.
So if we look at there, we've used lace. I've used the layers here. These two here were cut from underneath those two there with the Easy Mat, but obviously I will be showing you that. And then just layer across your fusion of ephemera. But you'll notice that I have sort of coloured these. I've picked it out, I think it was a bit of crimson and brown, to make that pop out a little bit. And there's a purple one. Now that little strip there was some that I'd left over from another demo card that I did of the classic pad. Just a bit of ribbon, and then run your ephemera down the top. That's the coloured one, but I've actually added a bit of dye to that as well. So so I've lifted it by adding to it. And then finally, a little bit of a take on that one. Not quite the same, but you can see how different that looks in sepia with a bit of pink dye on. That was it original. And then I've just lifted out these with a bit more dye and a bow in the corner. So it doesn't take a lot to create a decent card. And again, before we move on, this is your classic pad. Now it was done landscape, and if you look behind us on the back wall, you'll see the pearly pages. And we bought it originally so that your page would run out in landscape. Instead of having to buy 2 panels, you could do them all in one go. However, also, quick, easy card. Take your pad, score it once, score it twice, and you've made a base card straight away. Back and front with no messing, and then just stick a topper on. And I mean, obviously, you're going to have loads of toppers left over. Now, I'll tell you what, take that heart out. Perhaps it was that one instead. The topper that you've got in your packaging. So everything that we try to bring out, we try to think what else we can do with it. Again, another little plain one. Just using a score. There's another one there.
That's nice.
This is part of like when I've been recovering card and I've kept these bits and now I've used them for my flowers, so I haven't had to waste it. So that's that. And if I bring in the frames, because I'm going to have to go onto the frames, I think. These are the frames. Now, this is just like a little pocket, nothing hard. Use your frame as a stopper. We've got another one here, just a little Z card. Pop a little frame on the corner. I'll bring the frames in properly in a second. There's another one added to that sepia card. So when you actually look at them, they're not hard cards, but because you've got that good base and the good accessory to add to it, it makes a really good card.
And remember, you're getting your paper pad as well, including with all your frames. Whether you're going for the sepia, you sort of get your square frames that's in there. Then if you're going for your traditional colourway, you're going to get your circle ones in there. So it's either way, you're going to get a set of frames that's in there. So it all depends on what you want to go for. But if you've already seen, if you are going for the sepia photo frames, sorry, I keep flicking them backwards and forwards. I apologise. If you are going for the sepia, you can colour them in. So you've sort of got the best of both worlds with this one. I like it. I like them a lot. There's a lot you can do with them. Right, let's go back to see what we can do with the frames before we go on to that easy mat.
OK, we've just done a few up so that you can see, because when they just look plain, you can't really sort of get your head around what they're going to look like. First of all, they come in a lovely craft box. And we decided not to put a label on it, because when you rip the label off, it spoils it, because decorate it up. I mean, it's gone from that plain to that. I mean, this is Barbara. You know what she's like. Keeps adding, keeps adding. But, you know, you could just put a simple frame in the corner and a bow. So we kept it plain. Just a little extra. Didn't have to do it, but we thought we won't put the label on. So here's some here just to show you. Now, these are the MDF on their own with just the dye on. So I've literally just picked it up and dabbed it on. So it's quite a good MDF, this is. It doesn't suck in, because some MDF suck in the dye.
Yeah,
like,
okay,
if you know what I mean.
that makes sense.
So this sort of, the guy that we found, he's got a special something on his machine. He was explaining us that it leaves it very smooth. And when you feel them, you'll understand, and there's not a lot of burning on them as well. So that's just dye. Now this one you'll see is a little bit deeper. It's because it's got gouache. Is it? Not gouache. What am I looking for? Not gouache, that's the other one. Everybody knows what I mean. The white, thick base paint that you pop underneath, and then pop your dye.
Gesso?
Gesso, that's the word. Gouache, where did I get gouache from? That is an artistic term.
Gouache is a paint, it's a paint as well.
Cartoonists choose it, don't they? So, guess... What was I saying? Gecko?
Gecko's another company.
I know. No, gecko is a lizard, isn't it?
It is. You've got white gecko.
And I'm desert cowboys.
Desert
gecko.
cow, but she brings it back. She knows what she's doing, people.
I brought it
Never
right
doubt
round.
her. Never doubt her.
So, lateral thinking, that is. So, we can either make them look stronger by putting your undercoat on first. Can't get that in my head. What we've also got, you can pop your gems on them. You can layer them up or leave them separate, like that. If I turn that one over, that's before. I don't know whether you can pick that up. It's quite pale there, and that's literally just a little bit of tinting if you want to make that a bit darker. And when you've got your pads, you might be using them all, and you might have the tiniest little bit left, then pop it in a frame. So you haven't wasted anything. You've still got use of all your little tiny bits. Now, this is just glitter glue on top of your base coat, and that, again, I never know what to do with glitter glue other than rub it on my finger and over a flower. But now I just put it on top of that there, and it popped out like jewels. Done the same there. These have got little micro beads and little tiny bits of card that have been left over. And this little tiny bit here, where you buy that embroidery on a thread, cut a little tiny bit off and stick it in. So that's just trying to show you a little bit of what you can do with the frames. And there's just
they would look good with the metal wax that our Catherine's got on the ODS.
Yeah, we've even said obviously you can gild them. You could run your gilding fluid over and put your gilding flakes. Yeah. So you put both side by side. Here's one with a frame, just highlighting it there, and there's just a little bit of lace and a tassel. Now I've done one of our dies for us, but that could have been replaced with a frame there. So they all look different every time you use them. I'll just bring a couple of the plain plain ones from the plain pads with no frames on. So if we get all this into shot, just to show you how different these are going to look. Now that isn't a Christmas one, but I've turned it Christmas from the sepia pad by using my accessories. If I open him out there, we've got Santa on the back, but I've chose to use the child on the front. But what I could have done is I could have added that little frame over the top of her and put the frame within a frame. So it's just a matter of sitting and looking again at what you can do with it. Again, we could have December birthdays. That's not a Christmas paper pattern, if you like, but I've made it Christmas by putting a poinsettia with it and some flourishes. So I've changed it again. We've gone colour onto sepia, tint onto sepia. I'm just trying to show you how that sepia pad, although you might think, oh, it's only sepia, by adding to it, you can make it look even more. And I think we might have, oh, let me show Santa, because I do love Santa. 3 different ways, look. So that's out your sepia pad. There's it coloured again. There's him just tinted. And there's him just tinted red. So he looks different every time he's been used. And that's the same with any of the images. You can do that image twice. I mean, let's bring her in. Let's bring her in. Now, this is the same one. But how different does that look? There we've got her in sepia, but there we've got her in purple. So it looks different on both ones, even though it's the same images. Somebody thought, oh, I won't buy it twice. But it looks totally different in the different colours.
It really does.
And of course with the frames, I think we were going to mention that there's a deal on the frames, the 2 for the...
There is indeed. If you
price.
just want the frames on their own, you can get both sets of frames is what you can get on this one. So if you're thinking, oh, I've got the paper pad last time, I mainly just want to go for the frames on their own, you can get both sets of frames for £19.98 with a £10 saving on this one. 086591 is your item number. Let me give you those details again. Pen and paper's time is what we're going to be looking at on this one. So if you want to go for the sepia paper pad and the frames as well, these are the square frames. You're getting nesting frames as well, so they will build up and build down. You're getting 18 frames with the centres that are already in there, so maybe you want to turn them into cabochons, maybe you want to turn them into those little jewels and gems and put your little glitz and glam on them. That was the details for your sepia. Then if you want to go for your colour, we've got the classic option. Which we've seen before, but it flies out the door time and time again. Love the circles with the little bows that you've got on here. £29.99. 275762 is your item number. The things that correspond with all these is the ephemera. So if you want to go for the ephemera pack that we've got on the show, £9.99 for your classic. 54 pieces in total is what you are looking at for this one. 890008 is your item number. And then you've got your sepia, I think is my favourite. I think I like the sepia the best. £9.99 is what you're looking at for this one. 434331 is your item number for that. Now, how do you go about cutting out the middle of a 12 by 12 if you've not got a die? How do you go about cutting mounts for photos? How do you go about cutting fabric? Oh yeah. You know when you get that big piece of fabric and you just want to cut the middle out, but you want a perfect square time and time again. Those 12 by 12 cards that you've got going on. Let's go smaller. Let's go smaller. That you've got your smaller mats and layers in here. How do you normally do these things like this? So what you'd have to do is you take your mats and layers and you just stick them on top, don't you? But how much paper are you wasting? How much paper are you going through here? Yes, it looks pretty, but you've got all those sensors of the cards that no one's going to see, and it's going to make it bulky and heavier to buy. Well, how about if you take the centres out? That's going to make your cardstock go further. And as we all know, cardstock's not cheap. Let's be fair. You want to extend that cardstock for as much as you can. So from this card here, how about if I said you could make 2 of these cards here? So you can make these 2 cards from that one by using the excess that you've got from underneath. And then from the excess of this one, you could turn them into tags. You could turn them into cards if you wanted to as well. You could turn them into whatever you want, and this is where the Easy Mat comes in. If you've never seen the Easy Mat before, this is the Scarlet Rose go-to product. This is the flagship, you could call. This sends your cardstock further. You've got the board here, you've got your numbers on as well, from 0.0 to 7.5, from 0.0 all the way down to 11 is what you've got on there. With this now, you are now lining everything up. You are taking the centre from all your card and you're getting your money's worth out of the card that you've got there. Not only have you got that, you've also got the diamond trails on here as well. Line everything up from hearts to circles to butterflies to scallops. We're also going to throw in your alphabet that's also in there. So what you do down the side of here is exactly the same of what you do for your alphabet here. You've got the lines on there, so everything's going to line up perfectly, so you haven't got to worry about being skew-if. But it's this bit. This is the bit that is the game changer. Those little pinholes. You've got a massive saving on this of £15.50. There's also a cheeky Freedom price on it as well. If you're a Freedom member, 2 payments of £17.99 is what you're looking at on this one, or a one-off payment of £39.38. Or if you're a Freedom member, £35.98 is a one-off payment. This is the bit that you need to look at. We will go into more detail very, very shortly. You're also getting your added extras as well that will fit into this bit here. So now you can start changing. It is now a game changer, is what you're looking at. 97894. No, I'll start that again. 978984 is your item number. Right then, Julie, this is one of those things. This is the flagship. This is the big thing that you started with. And it does make your cardstock, not only cardstock, but fabric, like leather. I know Janice was talking about this morning because I watched this morning's show. For mounts and things like that. It's not just a card maker's dream. This can go through soft crafts as well.
Of course it can. If you look at this like an oblong ruler, like when quilters use their big plates to measure up, this is the same sort of thing, but for cards. So it's where the company began, where Barbara, like everybody else, we all like to mat and layer, but we have to sacrifice so much card just to get that little layer. She thought there's got to be another way, and then bing, that's where the idea came from. I'm sure we can do it this way. She showed it me and I went, do you know what, that's going to work. And this is where the Easy Mat was born. So if I show you what we look at as crafters, this is how we mat and layer, and then we'll put our flowers, we'll break into more card and we'll put our flowers on top of there. But underneath there, I mean, we know that we're wasting this. We know we're going to do it because we haven't got the time. We can't be bothered, we're too quick, we stick it on and grit our teeth and just literally waste the card because it takes us too long. We cut it wonky and then we have to recut it again. And we make our one card, as I said, and then we break into more because I really want to do those flowers to match, so we get more card and we break into it. But with the Easy Mat, making it easy to cut and recover what's hidden underneath there, you will make that card, you will make that card, and you will have enough to make that all the not the base card obviously, but all of the frames and all of the extras and the little tag was made out of what I recovered from underneath that. So that's made 3 and a bit. So honestly, it's really easy to do. It's just one of those simple ideas that just, when Barbara thought of it, it was just like, I can't believe that's not been done before.
Yeah,
it's just so easy.
It is one of them
and
ideas.
The great ideas are always like, why didn't we think of that before? So if we go ahead and show you, so it's a plate. We've got diamond trails on this side. This is for your designing and using all your gems, and I'll come to that second. This is the business end. This is the one that you'll be able to measure and mark out and recover your middles, but also you can cut your card down, because let's say you're a crafter, you've just tuned into the craft store today, this is the first time you've ever seen anything like this, you haven't even got a paper trimmer, so with this you can use this to cut your layers down as well. If you've got a trimmer and you don't want to, you don't have to, but it's there if you do. So, and to do that, let's say, pretend this is an A4 sheet, this is about 7 by 8. You'll notice that there's 0 to 7.5 across the top and 0 to 11 across the bottom. Covers most sides of cards. You can use 12 by 12, as Adam mentioned earlier, but you use it in a slightly different way, and I'll show you that later. We've gone for 1/2 inches because we still tend to say a 5 by 5 card or an 8 by 8 blank, don't we? So we kept it in inches rather than centimetres, because I'm old money, I don't know if anybody else. And cutting your layers every 1/2 inch will give you that 1/4 inch layer, you know, like each one of each colour. But you can go smaller, and I'm going to show you that later. So let's just say I've got this piece of paper, can't be bothered to go and get my paper cutter from the drawer, or I haven't got one. Now I want to cut this down to, let's say, 5 by 5. Now I'm going to bring my piercing mat back in. Now we have got these on the show. We had these made to fit the mat so that there's no wobble. It's a good firm piercing mat. You can stamp on it. You can use it as embossing, dry embossing though, not heat embossing. So it's your stamping mat, your embossing mat, your food grade. So if you buy a second one, you can mould your icing petals on there. So
nice.
it's food grade, so it's safe to use as well.
So we could use it with our ball tools as well.
Yes,
I'm guessing
for
we could
your
put all our
paper
ball
embossing.
tools
Yeah,
in for our embossing
so if
tools.
you've got your ephemera and you want to make ephemera, you can use that. So that's a good buy to have. You don't have to use it, but we like to have these. So I'm going to do the piercing. Now, if you want to, you can use a mechanical pencil with a longer lead, so that it goes through the hole and marks the paper. And you can use fine liners because they tend to have a longer nib there. It's 2 millimetres deep, so it needs to go through that to mark your paper underneath. But let's go with piercing. So let's just say I want a 5x5 layer. So I'll put my knot on the corner, and I'll find my 5, and down the side, sorry, and I'll find my 5, and I'll bring my fingers together, and I'll just pop a hole in. You might want to do one there and there, and then literally all you're doing now is just joining those dots up. She says when she can find them. There we go. Just line it up. And this is just a quick way of cutting a layer down if you can't be bothered to get up and go to the cupboard. So that's just a very quick, oops, there we go. Just a very, she said, a very quick way of cutting a square. Okay, so when you do your layers, so we're going to work with 1/2-inch layers, as I said, for now, and then I'll show you the variations in a moment. So if I was doing a square, I'd do 5x5, 4.5 by 4.5, 4x4. So as long as they go down or up in 1/2 inches, they will fit the bubbles. So I have already previously cut one. So there's our 5x5. All you do now is choose any of these holes, pop them on, one on each corner, just to line it up. And then I'll go in with my piercing tool or pencil, it's up to you, and I'll go in one, diagonally, 1, 1, 1. And what I've done now is I've perfectly marked out an inner. So I'll show you how to cut that out. It's all just a case of just join the dots. So all I'm doing now, if you're going to leave them these as frames, I might suggest you use a pencil, because then when your frame's there, you can just rub the pencil dot out. But if you're reassembling them into mat and layers, the layer over the top hides the little hole that you've pierced. You'll find your own way. I tend to use a pencil, if I'm honest, at home. But
I'm guessing if we were unsure as well, we could also draw around that with a pencil first if we wanted a nice straight line, if we were unsure with a scrap knife.
Normally, if you can usually do it. But yes, you'll find your own way. The thing is, it's quick and easy. I mean, obviously, under the... that's if your blade don't break. Obviously, under the cameras and the lights, it's not as good as when you're at home. But basically, what I've done there is I've removed... Now I've got a perfect frame and a perfect centre. Now that centre can go straight onto another card without being retrimmed, because normally when you do it by eye, you'll think, oh, I'll go in about there, and you'll go a bit thin that side and a bit thick that side, and when you lay them together you can see your card through underneath and you've wasted it. So using the Easy Mat, and I've just showed you how simple that was to do, perfect frames every time. Now, as I said, we have already done these in advance just to save time, because we're always up against the clock. So if I show you here, there it was before, there's all our layers and there's all our wastage. Okay, so now by taking the middles out, there's the back one, there's the second one, there's the third one, and there's the fourth one. So it's back to where it started. If I want to, you take the second one down, pop that back on the top, and you're back to where you started with a nice topper, and all that is now free to do all your flowers and your leaves, or you can do more cards. Now, if I bring in some base cards, it'll make more sense when you physically see it. So let's do these 3 like this. So let's just say I want to split those frames, and I want to put those on there, and I want to put those on there like that, and I've still got that and that. Let's pretend I've taken the middles out of there, look, and I've made another card. Let's pretend I've taken the middles out of there, and there's another. So you can see how that original one has turned into 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I bring my...
But you could go again and again. You could go smaller and smaller if you wanted to.
Well, this is where we've got the board.
Concept.
If I'm not shining on the camera. There we go. There's just 2. Normally you'd put that on top of that, you're done. But now, here it is again. I've taken that one out the middle of there, that one out the middle of there, that one out the middle of there, and so on. And then that one could go on that one, and then that one could go on. Can you see the combination? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 frames for 11 cards
Yeah.
out of 2. Because it's quick and easy, you'll do it. If you've got to sit and do that by eye and get it straight and then recut the bit that you cut out and then cut the bit out of that and then re-straight, it'll take you forever. But you saw it's literally on the 4 corners.
And you can, I'm guessing, because you're determining the size of your borders, you can master bigger borders or littler borders if you want to do more mats and layers.
Well, before we move on, I mean, that, originally, you would have just had... I'll do it at the top, look. Can you just say you would have just had those 2? All those were hiding underneath, which can be layered up onto base card, onto base card, onto base card. So your 2 pieces of card has extended to, well, you stop where you want. You know, you can just, you literally just keep going. So that's the 1/4 of an inch, but you might want to eyeball them. I used to do my mat and layers. I used to get it like this and pick to the corner and think, right, there, and mark it and eyeball them. So that's not really a measurement at all, is it? So what you do now, because it's not the 1/2 inch, they're not going to sit on the corner. So if I pop one on the corner there, where the camera can pick that up, you can see the bubble's not on the corner, is it? It's not, it doesn't match up. So you use it slightly differently. Pop one on the corner and come in. Then just move it over to the next corner and come in. Move it down to that corner and come in. And over to that one and come in. It's the coming in one that's doing your measuring. It's the diagonal mark that's doing the measurement, not the outside bubbles. They're just for lining up. So now, when you measure with centimetres or you've eyeballed it, you can still perfectly cut out all those middles, and they're perfect recovered middles to use again.
Because if we do want to do squares, you could also do, I've just worked it out in mine, you could do hexagons and things like that. You could just draw the shape. You can do the shape with the dots, because it's like the old school paper that you used to get with the graph paper.
If you've got a hexagon, as long as you can put that in the middle of the shape and pick out a square and take it out...
You could do any shape with them.
Any shape. In fact, I should need to do it again. I have done it on a hexagon. I should have brought that one with me, really. But the other one, as we mentioned, was the 12 by 12s. Now, obviously, a 12 by 12 is bigger than that, isn't it? So, you just use it in a slightly different way. All I would do then is, I'll turn it over on the plan. You can see I've already done it from this morning. Pop your 0 on the corner and choose however many you want to come in. You might want to come all the way to the middle and just take a little bit out. You might only want to do 1. So you do the first one and mark it, and then just turn your paper. I mean, it's not rocket science, it's so simple. And mark the next one. And you do that on all 4 corners until you've marked where you want to go. And literally then you get that. Now you might have one of these big photo albums.
Yeah.
And you want a mat and layer, but look what you... I mean, the amount of card or papers that's hiding underneath. I mean, this is just 12 by 12 paper. But take that out, and then now, if it was a different one on that side, you can cross them over. You've only used 2 pieces of paper, but you've got do you know what I mean? 2 sides of your photo album. Because it's easy to just, I mean, to try and do that by eye, you would waste a lot. And if this was wonky, you cut it into it again, your 12 by 12s ended up like an 8 by 8. So... that's another way to do it. But also, what you might want to do is use it, as I said this morning, a picker-outerer. I couldn't think of the right word. We sometimes get 12 by 12s or smaller card where we just want that image, or I just want that image, but I've got to cut to get to it. I've got to cut to get to it. And invariably, that's the bit that I wanted to go down the side of a card. So now all you do is you pop your easy mat over the top and think, oh, right, I'll go there, there, there and there, and then cut between those marks, and you're lifting that image out, leaving all this in place for another project rather than having to cut to get to that or cut to get to that. So, as we said, it's an oblong ruler where you can measure and pick out, and I think that's where Janice got the leather idea from. If you've got a piece of leather and you wanted to, pretend this is leather now, and you just wanted to take a piece out of that leather, a lovely square piece from the centre, you can measure it. So anything that you want to measure, you can do with that now.
And especially with your 12 by 12s, you can now start putting photos behind them, and then you've still got that excess paper that you've taken out to use them as toppers on the top of your photo, where normally you would cover all those images up, wouldn't you?
Yep.
With that big 12 by 12. Now you can take that image out and you can use that as a topper on the bottom of the corner, but you're still going to get that professional finish because your photos will go behind your 12 by 12, so you've got that beautiful border straight away, and you haven't had to What's the normal way we cut into a 12 by 12? You jab it with your scissors, wouldn't you? Or the old blue tack trick where you get a bit of blue tack and you put a sharp pencil through it, and then you cut it that way. It's never going to be straight that way. With this, it's going to be straight every single time, and because it's clear as well, you can also see through the device that you're doing. £19.99, 2 flexible payments on this one. 978984 is your item number. If you're a Freedom member, though, even better, £17.99 today across 2 flexible payments is what you're looking for. 978984 is your item number. You get the easy mat and you also get the board. We are coming on to this shortly. Do not fear about that. Something else that we've got on the show is the paper pads. Very, very busy for this one. This is your original paper pad that we are looking at here. You get your paper pad. Not only are you going to get that paper pad, though, you're also going to get your free gift for this hour, worth £19.99. You get your acetate butterflies and all the other papers that you're getting in there. You're getting your paper pad and you're also getting your MDF, which this time is your circles that we are looking at. You're going to get all of those for £29.99. Remember, you're going to get that free gift of the paper pad as well. That is your original colourway. Then we've got your sepia, which I think by far is my favourite. I absolutely love a sepia photo. I think it hides a lot of sins in sepia. You're getting your sepia that we looked in there. Double-sided as well, which I like. One side, you've got all those 60 layers that's on there, all layered up for you beautifully. Then on the other side, you're getting those beautiful sort of monotonal look, beautiful for a wedding album that you've got in here that you want to do. Let me keep flicking through just so you can see some of them more. 20 sheets in total. Each one is different. Look at the peacock that's in the back of there. Then you've also got the peacock down on the front. Absolutely sublime. £29.99. 862630 is your item number. Then if you want the ephemera to match as well, I've also got this. So I've got the colour version of your ephemera, which is those 60 layers just taken apart. It's all been pulled down. So you've got 54 pieces of your ephemera. 890008 is your item number. This one's in the lead so far as well. I'll quickly show you the boards because I'm conscious of the time. So you've got all the boards that are there. So you're getting all these little elements that you can fit into all these for £9.99. Remember that £9.99 is also going to include your free gift as well of that paper pad that you are looking at. Absolutely beautiful for all these. Then last but no means least, we've also got the sepia option as well. You've got your sepia. It's only 19p an element is what you're looking at with this one. £9.99 for all those little sepia elements that you've got. 434331 is your item number for this one. Right then, that's everything I got on the show. Check out the website for more. Right, let's get back to the easy mat, shall we?
Yeah, because I haven't even showed you the other side yet. So very quickly move on to the diamond trails. You've got your butterfly, oval, heart and hexagon, frame, wavy line and scallop, because you want now something on all those middles that you've recovered. You can now use them as little toppers to design with your gems, because we all get lots of these sheets of gems like this, don't we? We all get left with a few and we don't know what to do with them. Well, now you can create designs, and again, I'm going to go into it very quickly. I'm going to use a piercing tool. Mark it on your topper, because it's clear, you can see exactly where you're putting it. Mark all the holes. Now, this could be a pencil if you wanted to, or a fine liner. It doesn't have to be a piercing tool if that's not how you want it to be. However, if you do, it's as simple as that, and we can do piercing cards.
That's nice.
Okay, so that's that. And then what we start to do then, we start to build, and we can pick our gems up. And now we're using those holes as a guide. You can go a hole and a space, every hole. Hole space, hole space, hole space. We can fill it in and do a fine line. Look, if you can see, I'm now, oh, she says, there we go. I'm just using it as a guide now. I'm not actually going over the holes. See what I mean? I'm going over top of them because I've just used it as a guide so I know where I'm going. And we work all the way around till you're finished, like that. We can be using those for stitching. So all those holes now, that's just a little chain stitch.
So you could stitch through it as well.
You could stitch through it. There's your fine liners. So we can use the fine liners. This is where the children can get involved. You wouldn't give them a piercing tool, but you'd give them some fine liners in the board and say, make Grandad a card or make Nanny a card. And then that's just another little shot of, there's the mat and layer. There's the bit that I took out of that one. I've put the heart on top of that, and all this has come from underneath. So whenever you see a card
cute.
made at Scarlet Rose, whenever you see any of our, whatever we're brought on, if you see mat and layer and accessories, it's what we've used. This is what we've used.
The easy mat.
Because we can honestly say then that we use it, because I'm like that, I don't like to faff. I will, if you see me matting and layering, I will have used this to recover, and if I haven't used what I've recovered, it's in a bag to be used next time.
That's a good idea.
You know, so we're always honest with that. Now, how long have I got?
You got 6 minutes.
Oh, right. So, I think we've probably covered everything on this.
Okay.
I'll bring in the personalised because we all get, like, I don't know how we can see this on, you might see it on this pink. You can buy sheets of letters done. They're fab, brill, but you always get left with no vowels. So with the piercing, what you've just seen me do there, you can do exactly the same again and use up all your gems, and you've always got the A available. And if you notice, it might not pick it up on screen, there's like an etched line, and that just helps you line it up. So all I would do is this, very quickly. And now I'm piercing because I've had a bit of a practice with this. But if you're spelling a word and you get it wrong, if you use a pencil, you can rub it out and start again. See, and you just keep going across, there's A, there's B, and there's C. So that's literally all you do, and the etched line is helping you move across. You'll see there.
Oh, it's the line that does it.
Can you see there?
Yeah.
So when you line the next one up, the line goes across the letter before, so you'll keep it straight, all being well. We've got hugs and kisses down the side. We've got a little border there. Now, although it's a little border, and I'll bring this in here, although it's a little border, because they're clear and see-through, all you have to do when you're finished is move it down, line it up again, and go again. So you can do all of your cards, whatever size, by just moving it along. We didn't need to put the border all the way across the bottom, because all you do is just, there we go, let's see, and I would just go again. And it's as simple as that. Yeah. Now, you can either use fine liners, as I say, as colours, or you can use gems, whatever's up to you. Another one, use it as a guide, just go in between, and you're now making a more solid line. Can we see? And that's just, I did it in blue first and then just went in between each one with the red, so I've made it a little bit more solid.
That's nice.
Play with these things.
And that's very on trend at the moment, the dots. Is it pointillism? Pointillism?
Oh, is that right?
Pointillism.
It's a new word. Oh, very good. I've learnt another word.
Oh, yeah, no, it's very on trend at the moment, just making pictures from dots.
So all of these 4 designs here are just that. So I've done one that way, flipped it over, done it again, made that. Then I just put a dot in the middle of it, so I've extended it to that shape. This is, now this one's a bit of a difficult one to show you, but you'll understand when I just briefly show you. All right, yeah, she says. So, we've done that way first. Flip it over, line up the two middle ones over those 2 middle ones. So there they are, look. And then go again, there they are, there's the 2. Then go again that way, and it forms a point with a hole.
Look at
and
that.
I'll just put one in the middle. So, like, it doesn't have to just be that. That has turned into... And then, obviously, I've extended it again. I've put one there, I've put one there, I've added... So you can just keep going. So don't just first look at what you first see. Oh, that's only a scallop border. I've turned it into all of those. So when you sit and play, it's more than what it first looked at. And, I mean, these you could line up the cross and then line the cross to that one, then the cross to that one, and do a proper little diamond border.
Have like quilting.
Yeah.
So just have a little play with it on a piece of paper.
Exactly. Get some copy paper and sit with a fine liner and just pierce them all out. I mean, this looks, I don't know whether the camera can pick that up.
Yeah, we can see it.
Oh, that's wonderful. It looks a bit modged together, but in there there's an oval, there's a flower, there's a little flower in the middle. These can be put together as corners or all the way along the bottom as borders. So it's you can draw around that, you can draw in that. So it's more than where it first started. And if I can bring, she says some, there we go, that's what I was looking for. So if I bring some samples in, look. There's those, there's that. And then I just put the 50 in the middle. So it's simple, but really effective. And it's just a way of using all your gems up. I mean, this is the free card. This is the Rose the Moor card.
Oh, there's a gift we purchased.
Yeah. And again, I think that sepia, I'll just nick one. So if I'd got the sepia ephemera, if I tinted that like a brown or an orange, I could add that in there, look.
Oh, that would work. Oh,
so
that'd
I
be nice.
think that sepia would still go if you took those flowers out, look. So you could add your sepia to that. I'll throw him back in there. Here's another one. Mum. And again, I've taken the middle out and I've used the gold that I was going to waste there, and I've made these flowers, and then these flowers were made out of what's underneath there. Here's another little sample of that with that Christmas word that's coming along. I'll say the X word. So I've done it green and put red in the middle. So, and again, I've done it with the, can you see how I've extended
the border, yeah, around
I've
the
extended
corners.
it. So we can do that. There's woof. So that's easy enough. So it stands out when you put them in the middle. And I think I've showed you all of those now. And I think we're good to go. Is there anything else you need to think
No,
about?
what else have you got to show me? We've got 2 minutes. Show me whatever you can in 2 minutes.
Well,
Let's
I'll tell
do
you
it.
what, then. Let's just go back to how much.
Look at that, 2 shows on the bounce, and we've flummoxed you.
I know, you flummoxed me. I've usually got nothing left. So, okay, let's put these down then. Let's just say we've had a good day crafting, and I just want to show you physically what you're wasting. Now, look at all this that I'm taking out the middle. Look at all this. Right, and again, and again, and again. All those, that's only 7 cards. Look at that.
Look at
that. That could be a pad that you've spent £30 odd on.
Yeah.
That you are wasting. Now those, as I showed you with that other board, you could go again. I mean, if you want to, you could just put that back on the top. But you've still got, and you could put, there we go, put him back on the top there. But I've still got all that. And that's money sitting underneath your frames. So with the quick and easy, and it is quick, and you will do it, look at all this that you're going to be saving, and that's just 7 cards.
There is so much you can save with all your cards. It is one of those things where you think, why have I never saw this before? Why have I never thought about taking the centres of my cards out before? This is one of those products that you think, once you've got it, you've got it. Thank you, Julie. I've only got 45 seconds left. Do you know when you're back?
The end of it's always the last Sunday of the month.
Always the last Sunday of the month. What we got coming up? Anything new? Is there more new stuff on the horizon for Christmas?
Might be.
Might be. I'm guessing Barbara's watching as well. How are you, Barbara, my love? I hope you're well. I miss you. I miss our little Skype calls. Oh, in a little craft room next to the kitchen she used to be. Love it. Hopefully see you soon as well. Don't you go anywhere, though. There's so much more to shop for here on the Craft Store. You have a full day with myself and the little one. He's up next. That's not Phil Martin. That's Derek I'm talking about. He's up next with our Phil. You do not want to miss the next few hours. I will see you with our Catherine in an hour's time. Yes, here they are, both together, Sentimentally Yours, up next with a new set of Flora Musica. Then join me for Final Call with the Zuri One Day Special with our Catherine. Then it's the Yuri. Yeah.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dyes, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Howdy partners, here we are, Sunday afternoon, and I tell you what, if you are going to have a party that is a week long and it's on the craft store, there's one person you cannot not invite to the party. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Phil Martin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon everybody, no hat.
No hat.
This takes too long to do, darling.
You couldn't spoil that style with a hat, Phil, could you?
And if I'd got a shirt like that, I would have wore it, but...
Yeah. Oh, it's all right. It's fine.
I'll do the hee-haws in that.
OK, that's cool. That's cool.
We'll settle for that.
Now, listen, I know we haven't... We should have taken your temperature on the way in, actually, to the studio.
Go on.
Because I don't know what's happened, but you know free gifts with every show through the birthday. Now, there are free gifts, Phil Martin, and then there's a free gift from you.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this...
I know, worth $12.99. I know.
You say worth $12.99, which, yes, that's the official figures,
Yeah.
but if we were taking all of these out and we were putting them onto a Sentimentally Yours show and giving them all item numbers,
I know.
you're not telling me that that would be $12.99.
No,
absolutely not.
People that know me will know that these A4 sets of stamps retail at 25, 30, 40 quid even.
Yeah.
Then you've got the stencils, then you've got the dies, then you've got extra stamps, then you've actually got the box kit itself with all the inspiration in there and all the free papers and the toppers. It's absolutely packed.
Now, can I just quickly say, the reason why, when you saw that, an item number hasn't popped up with details is because this is the blooming free gift. This is just for buying anything on the show. It is while stocks last, but you know, with it being Phil's not going to bring half a dozen in and then say, well, when they're gone, they're gone. We've got enough for everyone to go round. So can I just say to you, just go through the show on the website right now and buy anything on the show, because one per customer, what I'm going to say while stocks last. And I'm going to have to say that because, you know, when Phil comes to town, let's say, which we are right now, this Wild West town that we are this week, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's seriously lost the plot territory. That's yours for free if you are shopping in this show. Any purchase on the show. Now, quick reminder again about our birthday as well. Just in case you don't know so far, I don't know where you've been, but we're celebrating our 6th birthday. So everybody's account has been credited with £6. Every single account that is on the craft store. And all you need to do to unlock that saving, that £6, is spend £40 or more, and we'll take it automatically off at the checkout. That's not too bad, Phil, at all,
That's not
is it?
shabby at all, no.
Now, that really is going to help this show as well, because you have bought us something brand spanking,
gorgeous.
world premiere, absolute... Are we exclusive here as well?
No, you're not exclusive, but you are the first. They've literally not... They're not in the shops yet.
Right, so we've got them
You
first.
are the first people to see them.
Fabulous. Yeah. And tell me all about these, because this is Flora Musica and festive big backgrounds.
Yeah, so Flora Musica, you won't know this, but this is actually the 3rd or 4th series in the Flora Musica. So Flora Musica being floral and with musical elements in there.
Fabulous.
This is the first time I've done festive ones. These are all hand-drawn images by me, and I was popping them on Instagram a couple of weeks ago, so you can go on there and have a nosy. So what I did was I drew these images and then thought, right, you know what, these are perfect for Flora Musica because they're just timeless. You know these are never going to go out of fashion.
Yep.
Flora Musica are very gentle, very delicate in the styling. You can turn them to absolutely anything, and we've had so much fun making these samples.
I can only but imagine because, I mean, you know Phil and his style of cards and card making, and that's why we love coming back to these shows again and again and again. And always there's something new.
Yeah.
Just when you think, OK,
I'm
surely
done.
Phil must have run out of ideas by now. You always come along. So you've done the foreground so amazingly, and now we're focusing on the backgrounds.
Absolutely. So this is this will probably be the last release in the big backgrounds, unless I think of any more for next year.
Yep.
So these are the only two that I've done that are specifically festive. Obviously, the snowflakes one is festive, but the stars one you're going to be able to use for just about anything.
Oh yeah,
so
absolutely.
These are doodled, so it's important, and I will go through these stamps when you come to me before I start demoing.
Yeah.
Because these are doodled. These are not computer generated or anything like that. I've doodled all these.
Fabulous.
Yeah, it takes a while.
I can imagine.
So what you're getting is you're getting hand-drawn exclusive images that are done by me. You're getting something that you're going to invest in. So Flora Musica as a theme means you're investing in that. If you look back on the older ones where I've done the daisy, the dandelion and everything, the theme is there, but your cards are going to look amazing.
They are incredible.
With the stamp.
I'm going to show you through some samples in a moment as well. And there are a fair few to go at here. And then Phil will walk us through all of the stamps as well. Can I just say, just in terms of numbers and figures, you have got, remember, we are first. So you're seeing these first. They are available right here for you to buy. You are seeing them before anybody else. They're not available retailer or right now. They're here. So grab them quickly. I know you will. They are ready to go out straight away. You know how great the service is from Phil and the team at Sentimentally Yours. They go out straight away because you just want to get your hands on them as quickly as you can. Now, you have got a saving here of £8. But actually, that's a misnomer because that doesn't take into account the free gift that every single person buying in this show, one per customer, will get, which has a value of far beyond the $12.99. It's official value, you know, like. And if you haven't yet unlocked your £6 saving from your birthday credit, then this will do that as well. So that will be 8 plus another £12.99 plus potentially another 6 as well. So you're saving on this one, if you want to be part of it, while it's there first time, it's actually a lot bigger than your £8. Let's look at some samples, shall we? Because adorable doesn't even begin to tell the story.
So the Flora Musica itself just gives you the scope to use them in the foreground, in the background, on the inside of your cards. These are standout Christmas cards. They're just absolutely beautiful. You can't buy things like this. And what you get with stamps is the ability to turn them to your own style.
Of course.
So as you go through these, you'll see quite clearly which ones are mine because there's, well, you should already know by now.
Flowers galore, maybe.
So that's actually not one of mine. That's one of Loz's by the looks of it.
It is.
But what that means is you're going to get these home and think, do you know what? I don't want all them flowers on. You don't need to because of the stamp. The stamp is doing all the work. So if you want to do clean and simple, which I really can't do, I've tried.
Exactly. This is why what you've done is you've built the drama now into the backgrounds. It's kind of like, right, we've done all the work on the foregrounds, well, most of it for now. Let's talk about the backgrounds and let's introduce some drama into those.
Detail. Detail is is my thing. The tiny details.
Now this has got to be one of yours.
That's
Phil,
one of mine,
it?
and the inside's done as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's stunning. Look at this.
I know.
Yeah.
How gorgeous is that?
It's stunningly beautiful.
I love making these samples.
You could never buy something like that. That's the thing. And unless you commissioned Mr. M here to create something like this for you, you couldn't buy something like that retail. At all. You absolutely couldn't. 037834 is your item number there. Remember, you have got all of these gorgeous, gorgeous stamps here. They are incredible. Your saving is much bigger than it actually says on the screen because you've got to take everything else into
£8
consideration.
saving actually means you're only paying for, well, $3.99 for one of the Flora Musica stamps.
Yeah.
So if you put it into that kind of
context,
you're only paying £4 for a 12 stamp.
Which is absolutely bonkers, and it's not an opportunity you're going to get every single day. So take advantage of it right now. You are the first. 037834 is your item number. £69 £27.94, or 2 flexible payments there of £34.97. Bear in mind the free gift that everyone gets. I know everyone's rooting through everything that's in the show right now. I've got to have that free gift. You've got to have this free gift. There's so much to it. I mean, look, look at the size of that stamp set, by the way. Like, that's a full... Like, you would pay £12.99 for a stamp set and some, wouldn't you,
Yeah,
for a stamp set that size?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's part of your freebie, by the way. There's also a die in there. There's also stamps. There's a stencil in there as well. And that full magazine all boxed up for you. Free while stocks last. Right, let's move on to something that I know a lot of Phil Sentimentally fans have been absolutely waiting for. This is the moment. We've got the Elegance script, the uppercase and the lowercase, and the numbers together. So this is new release as well.
These are brand new today, yeah. And I did a Facebook Live yesterday where I made one of the cards with the new Flora Musica. And I was actually going to save these till later on, but I haven't. I've brought them out because I know people are waiting for them.
Yeah.
So you've got the uppercase, you've got the lowercase. It is my Elegance font. So it's going to match all the sentiments that I've done in the past and the sentiments that I've got on the show, the new ones. So what I've done here is I've put, instead of doing individual dies, because we've all done it, we've all had individual alphabet dies and you lose them.
Yeah.
So I've put them on plates. So the uppercase is on an A4 magnetic sheet.
Let me show you,
And then you've got 5 plates there with all the letters on there. So you know me, I'm not just going to give you a letter, I'm going to give you the shadow as well.
That's amazing.
So you've got the drop shadow as well, and they are all on the same plate. So the A with the A and so on and so forth. Look at, that's practically an A4 sheet of metal.
Yes, it is. It's crazy, and you've given us absolutely everything in one.
Absolutely.
It's not like, okay, here's uppercase is one set and lowercase is another and numbers is another.
No.
You know, like you've just done the whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
so you've got the two. So this is the duo where you've got the uppercase and the lowercase.
Yeah.
So the lowercase is actually on an A5 sheet. So obviously you've got 5 different dies again, still on individual plates.
Yeah.
But you've got extra vowels in there as well. So you've actually got 4 A's, 4 E's, I's, O's, U's.
Oh, brilliant.
And then you've got the numbers again that are smaller than the ones on the uppercase. So effectively you're getting an uppercase alphabet with all the extra shadows, a lowercase alphabet with all the extra shadows, and 2 different size sets of numbers with all the shadows. These are going to be worth their weight in gold because you're going to be able to personalise absolutely everything.
That's the thing as well, in an actual elegant font. But that's what you want, isn't it? It's something that really does have that elegance
normally
to it.
I have a board, but I entered.
No, it's fine. Will you be
Next
demoing?
time I bring them, if there's any left, I'll do a board and show you.
All right, okay, fantastic. They are brilliant. Of course they're brilliant. Of course they are. They're sentimentally yours. Lots of thought has gone into them. And it's about what you want as well. I do love this, because you're right with individual alphabet dies, and I've done it as well. You lose that A, you lose that R, you lose that S, and that's it.
I've done it myself in the past, which is what made me think to do them on plates.
And conversely...
You feel how heavy they are.
Yeah, they are. They're really weighty, actually, aren't they? Which is really, really cool. Love that. 708110 is your item number there for the uppercase and the lowercase with extra vowels and the numbers included as well. And they're already on these magnetic sheets, are they?
Yeah, you get the storage sheets with them,
Oh, I'll tell you what, Phil, you are... What's going on with you today?
Glass in a glass.
It's like Christmas has arrived already. You do it every single time, don't you? It's amazing. 708110 is your item number. Let's move on then, because... Right, OK. So, when Phil does Christmas sentiments, you don't just get 3 to choose from. It's not just like Merry Christmas, Noel and Cheers or anything like that. Phil goes to town, and I know that's upside down the wrong way round, but how many are there here? 32 dies.
Yeah, there are 32, So what you've got here is the same as my previous sentiments. You've got all the individual words that you can then make your own sentiments with. I have used them on every sample that I've made, as have the design team. So you're going to be able to do Have a Magical Christmas, a Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas. So many different ways you can mix and match them, and it's the same font as the alphabet. So you're now going to be able to do Happy Christmas, Mum and Dad or whatever, using the alphabet sets with them.
See, that's so good.
The scope is amazing with these. It really is.
I just love it. Do you know what? Perfect timing as well. Perfect timing, because actually if you're at this part of the year and you haven't yet started your Christmas card making, you kind of feel on the back foot a little bit, don't you?
Yeah.
So this, again, I mean, that says it all, doesn't it?
Beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. 20% of those have already gone. I'm not surprised at all. That's the first time we're seeing these today as well, is it?
It is, yeah.
Right,
brand new
okay.
Today.
So get on. You know what happens. You absolutely know what happens. Today could not be a better day. There's almost not a better day than ever to shop with Phil and Sentimentally Yours, because the free gift today is off the blooming chart, let me tell you. There's one per customer for everyone. This is bonkers. This should have an item number on its own and should be 30 quid. Its official price is £12.99. But today, your price is absolutely diddly squat nothing. All you have to do is shop with the show and you'll get one of these, one per customer, absolutely free. So get shopping as quickly as you can. Enjoy the premieres, but also enjoy the returning favourites as well. You'll find those all on the website. Here it is. We're going to swipe right through. We've got the premium embossing powders. We've got a little bit of absolutely everything that Phil brings to the show. It's honestly incredible. You are shopping ahead, and so you should be as well. Like, today is definitely the day to be shopping. Look at all of those festive pearls. Right, we've got to have those as well, haven't we? Under £30, all those different colours as well. Oh,
yeah.
my word. And how many are in each? 2,750. Well, listen, that should be a few to go at for now, shouldn't it? That'll get you through Christmas, I think, and some. So, again, go shopping for those on the website today. Right, OK, enough of me. Over to the man himself. Right, this is amazing.
So I'm just going to spend a second to go through the stamps with you, because we never have time to do this. So I'm going to do this. I haven't got any white card. Well, I've got a bit of paper here to put underneath. Because these stamps were a labour of love to draw. Julia, as you know, is my mate, and she got the previews as I was drawing them. So she saw them first hand, and she's like, no, which is exactly what I need.
Yes.
So Julia asked for a hellebore, so we've got a hellebore there. So again, doodled by me. So what I did was I drew them old school, so I've not even digitally drawn them. I've done them old school, pen and paper.
Right,
So enjoyed it, because nowadays we're so used to doing it on our iPads and our gadgets and everything.
Yeah.
So you've got the hellebore there, but within the hellebore you can see you can start decoupaging areas from the flower itself. Yeah. So if you just wanted to stamp this on a white piece of card and then colour in the hellebore on, it's just that on its own. That's going to stand out and it's going to look amazing.
Yeah,
and then you start to see all the little details. So the floral music, there you go. That's a hellebore been decoupaged.
Beautiful.
So then you start to see all the details. So you've got your musical element in there. You've got the snowflakes that tie into the vintage snowflakes background stamp. Yep. You've got the stag in there. You've got a couple of little postmarks and so on and so forth. So from that one stamp, you've actually got lots and lots of different ways to use one stamp, and that's just an A6 stamp. You'll notice, and I say this all the time because you know my style isn't particularly grungy, I like open space. So I'm just going to bring in, oh I can't, it's on the counter somewhere. Where's the purple hellebore card on the front? Sorry, Derek's on his way around. So you'll notice that when I design these, I make sure you've got lots and lots of open space. Yeah, thank you, Derek.
No problem.
So this is one of my samples that I've made with the hellebore. Yeah. So straight away, lots and lots of different scope.
Beautiful.
And obviously I've done the inside to match. So even if you've already bought my Rococo Splendor Christmas collection that I released in July, these have been designed in mind to work with that.
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to use the backgrounds from that to work with these as well. So you've got the hellebore, you've then got the poinsettia, and I absolutely love this poinsettia. You know it's never going to go out of fashion. So you've got the poinsettias in the corners, you've got the music again, you've got little garlands in there, you've got some clocks, you've got some postmarks, you've got the sleigh with all the gifts. I can't actually see. There you go. You've got the sleigh with all the gifts in there. So again, if you're wanting to make a tiny card, just little 4x4 cards, or 6x6 cards, which is tiny to me, you know that you can stamp just the bottom half, make it square, and you're good to go. So you've got the poinsettia. I love this one. I love the holly. So this is the holly. You can see the styling. You can see how I've drawn them because they've all got the same styling. So you've got that beautiful, beautiful holly there, and I absolutely love this holly stamp. That is just absolutely stunning. And I know this is Julia's favourite as well because I've done it in the brown tones. But how beautiful
Which
are
is
these
stunning because
cards?
you never see that in holly, do you?
No.
Everyone does it green because that's your instinct, isn't
I'm going
it?
to bring you a traditional one, and this is the one that I made on my Facebook Live yesterday. So
That's beautiful.
if you want to see how I made this, you can just go to the Sentimentally Yours Facebook page and watch the video.
How long was that live, Phil?
Just under 2 hours.
Was it? Brilliant, labour of love.
That was a quick one.
Was it?
So you've got the holly there, and again you've got the stag facing in the other direction. friction. You've got all the elements from the backgrounds are being brought in. So it just makes your card making easier. At the end of the day, Christmas is when we make the most cards
Of course
in
it
one
is,
go.
yeah.
We do lots of batch making. So you're going to be able to just pop these on your platform, stamp, colour, colour, and put them together. And my favourite, I'm going to have to tell you that this is my favourite. I love mistletoe for Christmas. I don't know why, I just do.
Is it
so
the kissing?
Yeah, you've got this beautiful, beautiful big focal image, the big mistletoe there that you can easily cut elements from and decoupage. You've got a different deer this time. You've got hanging baubles, you've got the musical, you've got the clock, you've got the script. So that is just the Flora Musica. You're also getting the 2 new big backgrounds. These are stunning. Stunning, even if I say so myself.
They really
these
are.
backgrounds are
Superb.
stunning. So you can see this snowflake is featured throughout the Flora Musica.
Yeah.
Quite a few of these are featured throughout the Flora Musica. You can see that these are not done by computer. I've doodled these because they're not actually perfect. They're not meant to be. They're done with pen and ink. So you've got the vintage snowflakes there, which is just stunning. So if you're going to be doing a Christmas scrapbook or a Christmas journal, you're going to be good to go with these.
Of course,
and then you've got the vintage stars there. Same as the other big backgrounds in the theme. You've got the what do you call that? The perforated edge, yeah? So you can use that or you can not use that. I'm going to use this in the first demo. These are all doodled as well, yeah? So you've got lots of open space in that. So for me, if I was not the designer of these stamps, I would be like, you know what, I need them.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
my mind just starts racing with what you can do with them. The possibilities are just endless.
Because it's all, that's the thing, isn't it? It's about the possibilities for journaling, for cards, for projects, for little menus. You might be planning out a menu for the family for Christmas and going all out. These would be amazing for that as well. Now, stock-wise, I need to let you know, almost 20% of the stock has already gone. Now, sorry, say again. Oh, OK, this is meant to be enough stock for 4 shows. And when it's gone, it's gone. It is a limited edition, so it's not going to be coming back in the future. So if you want to get this, today has never been a better day. Remember, you could use to offset the price of this. You've got your £8 saving already, which is ridiculous. Absolutely brilliant. There's no reason to do that. It's just because, you know, Phil always likes to bring the savings along with him. But have you seen the free gift on this show as well? Anyone shopping in the show is getting that fantastic free Sentimentally Yours magazine with all the stamps and the die and the stencil and all the inspiration inside the magazine as well. That is yours for free. Now, that's got an official price tag of £12.99. But you know, I mean, you know you'd pay more than £12.99 for a stamp set that size. In fact, I'm going to uncover it just so that you can see just, you know, I mean, it's ridiculous. That's a free gift in this show. So take advantage of that while you can. And also, remember, if you haven't yet unlocked your birthday discount of £6, every account's been credited with £6. To unlock that credit, you just spend £40 and it automatically comes off at the checkout. You can do it with this, because it's absolutely fantastic. $69.94. Grab it quickly. Over 20% gone already. 037 834. Right. OK, let's get started, shall we?
Now, you know I'm in business when I've got 2 bags of goodies.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got 2 bags of goodies for
He
this
needs every
card.
second we've got.
So, my favourite, obviously, all the samples I've made have been top folding cards because I've just absolutely loved doing them. So we're going to do another variation of this. So it's different to what I did on my Facebook Live yesterday, but it's the same shape. And obviously I've done the inside as well. So I have already got the inside done and ready. This one that I've got here, the one I've just shown you, has got the mistletoe on. We're going to do it with the holly, just to change it up. Because I'm probably going to use these cards for myself to send. I send about 4 or 5 every so I've actually made 8 or 9 already, so these are going to be extra. So extra friends might get cards this year, so if you watch it, watch your letterboxes.
Fabulous.
Because it's unheard of. I make loads of cards and people say, why don't you ever send them?
Yeah, never send them,
remember. So we're going to start with the background. So this is a long-winded demo, so I'll stop at various points and let you do what you need to do.
Yeah, fine, you just let me know.
So we're going to start from the back and work our way up because there are various things I need to do.
OK.
So we're going to start by creating this for the top. So that's actually the inside.
OK, yeah.
And we're going to start, which one did I use? The stars. So we're using the vintage stars big background. And I'm going to take it off the sheet and I am going to pop it on the new A5 block. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been very, very busy on the show as well already. I'm not surprised. It's just £9.99. Details are on the way.
So because I've made this really hard for myself, because I've made this paper just about a millimetre or 2 millimetres smaller than bigger than the stamp.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because we're going to be doing some inky edges. So I can't do it on a platform. You could, if you struggle with blocks, you could easily do this on a bigger piece of card with your platform and then just trim off the excess.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn it on its side and I'm going to, you know, I've got my kitchen roll because I don't like making mess.
Tidiest crafter on earth.
We're using Shady Lane, yeah, so Shady Lane VersaFine Clair, and we're also using my pure silver embossing powder. So my thing, so anybody who follows me will know when we brought the Rococo Splendor out in July, which I've got the collection here, so if you missed out, I have got the whole collection here, not a lot. This is a very different style to what I did with the Rococo Splendor, so you're getting lots of different inspirations for your Christmas projects. So I'm going to stamp the whole thing, and then we're going to do some highlighted areas with the silver embossing powder. Now the superfine embossing powders should be on the show, and they are must-haves for these background stamps. So I'm inking this within an inch of its life. I didn't need to do the middle part because it's going to be covered up, but I've done it anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's always good to see it, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you'll see it in all its splendour. So I find it easier to stamp big stamps on the side. Don't know why. So I'm just going. Apologies if you get my head in the shot. I have done my hair, so we should be all right. So I am trying to keep this relatively straight. So remember, we have got grid line. You have got ruled lines on the page.
Yeah.
If it's straight, it'll be a miracle, but it doesn't matter so much for a background. So I'm just pressing. Wait till you see the stamp. They're amazing. The detail is just incredible.
Yeah.
As a stamper, like I say, if somebody else was up here doing this, I would be wanting these.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I'm just pressing quite hard because it is a big stamp. Little tip for you if you struggle with big stamps. Like you can see, I'm going around in different areas, but you could quite easily just get a book, put a book on top and press down on the book. So the weight of the book will help, and also you pushing down on it. So let's just take that off, because obviously my card is smaller, so it's stuck. Oh, this is phenomenal.
Oh my word, look at that.
Look at that for a background stamp.
See, and for you, the designer,
crazy.
to be constantly wowed by it really tells you it's a winner, doesn't it?
And I think it's the detail as well. So for me, Derek, it's the detail.
Yeah.
And the fact that, I mean, we've all collected snowflake stamps over the years. The fact that you're not going to see any of those snowflakes that you've seen over the years on any of my stamps, because these are all new.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put the embossing powder on this and then put it to one side while I clean my stamp, because VersaFine will stay my stamp, and I can see it out the corner of my eye. Like, clean me. So
you need, like, you know, like Fanny Craddock had little assistants in her kitchen. You need some of those, don't you? Clean that, Sarah, would you?
So I'm literally just going to do some random areas, and I'm not pouring the powder on. I'm just tapping it on. Look. So we're going for like I'm not going to say grungy, but we're going for like a shabby look, just in little areas. Oh, that was way more than I wanted. I'm not doing the middle because we're not going to see the middle, so I'm just doing areas.
Yeah.
And I've chosen green and silver because it's my new favourite thing. So green and silver looks stunning together, and yet you would normally put gold with green.
Yes, of course.
So that's just me being a bit of a rebel.
No, it's nice to go off-piste, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's probably why I've enjoyed it. These stamps just keep on giving.
Yes.
So I'm just going to put that to one side.
Because actually, even a change of colour, again, just gives you a new story, doesn't it? It gives you a completely different look, like you're not even using the same stamp twice.
Absolutely. And if you go on the Sentimentally Yours Facebook page, I've actually put the album on of all the samples that myself and the design team have done, so you'll clearly see which ones are mine, because they look the same but different. But just by changing the stamp and changing the layout and changing the way you put it together, makes it look just so different. I've just got to clean this now, so just bear with me because I'm going to have to.
Right, well, I'll tell you. I'll take over the time because I know Phil won't rest until that's clean. Because actually, isn't it funny? A lot of the people that demonstrate, they're like, okay, well, I sometimes clean my stamps and I might do it later, and it gets put to one side. But I can see Phil was like, right, I need to clean it right now. So that needs to be done. 037 834 is your item number. This is like bonkers. Now, if if we had the time, I guess this is the equivalent to a one-day special plus, really, isn't it? It's incredible. It's absolutely brilliant. And remember, you're getting all of those fabulous stamps, the big backgrounds, which are absolutely beautiful. Plus, you've got the smaller stamps as well, which have those sort of highlighted features in them, which are just beautiful. I mean, really gorgeous. That hellebore, again, is very, very nice. I love, love, love this one here, because you can see, look, the elements of that have just been lifted up and elevated. And it's difficult to see on camera a little bit, but when you see that with your eyes and you have it in your hands, you're like, my word! Again, I could never buy a card like that. Combined with the elegant sentiments as well.
Yeah.
They are just, I mean, just superb. I mean, it just works so well. And to know that you've got the chance of getting the elegant alphabets today as well, and then really personalising that down to the name of the person. And some people have really, really, you know, we live in a world now where people have the not weirdest at all. It's totally not weird to them, but, you know, you'll have someone called Grania.
Unusual names.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and they're really, really difficult to find anything personalised for them, and you really, really want to. And it's a special feeling as well. I do know quite a few people with unusually spelt names, for instance. Derek can be spelt about 15 different ways. I'm just a plain old D-E-R-E-K, but some people are D-E-R-R-I-C-K and Y's and all sorts. And it's nice to be able to do it entirely to that person. Right, Phil has a clean stamp. We're all good to go again.
I'm happy.
He can breathe again.
It's only because Versa Fine will stain your stamp, and I can't, no, it does my head in.
Yeah,
right,
absolutely.
so I'm literally going to heat this from above. Now, most people will know I tend to heat from underneath.
Yeah.
But I want the texture on this, so I'm just going to do it from above.
Coolio.
And then we're going to shabby the edges up. So I'm doing this card from more or less start to finish for you.
Yeah.
So if you want to replicate it, you can do this. You can watch the show again on Rewind and replicate what I've done.
If you are watching live right now, I would spend the time also obviously keep half an eye on what Phil's doing, but spend the time in choosing what you're buying from this show and checking it out. Because it's so busy. We've got 2 shows today, haven't we, Phil?
Yeah, and 2 tomorrow.
Now, and then there's 2 tomorrow with Julia as well. I don't think the stock's going to go that far for this. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, the size of the free gift doesn't help. May I just mention? It's so mahusively massive and tempting that everyone is buying, no matter what you're buying. Everyone's having a route through and buying something from the show. But if you want to be some of the first people to get your hands on this collection, and it's all backed up with again, lots of resources, lots of inspiration from the design team, your Facebook Lives, Phil, as well. Brilliant.
Right, so I've just gone around the edges. I'm just going to flip that over just to flatten it a little bit. So just by flipping it over, it will just warm the card from this side as well and flatten it a little bit. Right, are you ready for this? I can't wait for you to all get these stamps at home and do this. So if I wiggle that...
Oh, yeah.
Is green and silver just not absolutely stunning?
Yeah.
And this is really silly to say this, but this is just one part of that bundle of stamps.
Yes, it is.
This is just the background.
It's almost like the opening page, isn't it? Like the little...
Look at that.
Yeah, that's
Try
amazing.
not to blind everybody.
Yeah.
So the green and silver looks really, really beautiful.
Yes,
so we're
it
back
does.
to the kitchen roll.
And it's not even a Christmas screen, is it? It's beyond a Christmas screen,
Yeah,
isn't it,
absolutely.
really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Love it.
So we're now going to ink these edges up, which is why I said not to worry too much if you don't get the stamp perfectly lined up, because you're not going to see much of the edges by the time I've done.
Yeah.
So I'm going again with the, I forgot which one it is,
Forest.
the Shady Lane.
Shady Lane,
And I'm
that's
just
it.
going to pat around the edges. I'm trying to make the edges a bit darker. I'm not being neat, which I know a word you don't associate with me, but I'm purposefully not being neat.
It's having a freestyle weekend, aren't you, Phil?
I think it's just, do you know what it is? It's just something different. I do like mixed media type things as long as it looks pretty, as long as the end result is pretty.
Yeah.
I don't do dark with lots of black and things like that. That's not me.
How long's the process, Phil, between you first doodling this and today?
Months and months and months
Yeah.
and months and months, yeah.
So when you first had the fun of, you know, planning this out, it was a long time ago.
And I'll tell you what else I wanted to do. I wanted to make them a little bit different, because we know there's going to be a poinsettia for Christmas. We know there's probably going to be a holly, but a hellebore is not so common.
No.
You know? And the mistletoe is definitely not as common. This is probably why I mean, look, I'm going to show you again because I absolutely love this card.
It's too good not to, isn't it?
How beautiful are these cards? I can't wait till you all get these home and start doing it. Aren't they just gorgeous? Do you see what I mean about lots of white space as well?
Yes.
So although I've gone way over the top with my embellishments, which is just my style, you could absolutely not have them on and that card would still look stunning.
Yeah.
Right, so I've changed my kitchen roll to a clean piece and we're now on gesso. Yeah, so we're going to gesso the edges of this, and what happens is, if I just bring that back in again from above, can you see what happens to the edge? So it softens the edge and it turns this dark green into an almost sage green. There we go.
Okay.
Can you see?
Oh, yeah.
So we're distressing the edge, we're shabbying the edge, but we're not actually making it grungy. It's really subtle and really pretty.
Awesome.
And this is my kind of thing. I'm in my element, by the way, doing this, because this is really my thing. So I'm going to take some of the, I'm using just a little stipply brush here.
Yeah.
And I'm using the gesso that's in the lid. If that gets too dry, I'll just put some more on. And I'm literally just going to stipple around the edge. So I'm not covering everywhere where I've done the ink. I'm just doing the edges. I'll get a bit more. I think I was being a bit tight there. And you already know which gesso I'm using, because you all know by now I go on and on and on about Indigo Blues gesso being the best I've ever used.
Yeah.
It just does everything I want it to, and you'll get it on the website, I'm sure, if you look at Kay and Alfie's brand page. So we've now got that there, look. So already that's made it look a little bit frosty. Yeah, so it's made it look a little bit frosty and a little bit, take that off. That's better, you can see that better now, yeah?
Yeah.
So we're going to leave that for a second to dry, and while that's drying, we're going to stamp the main stamp, the Flora Musica. Oh, I forgot a glass of water again. I always forget the water for the stamp. So I'm just going to pop that there, and we're now going to go to our second bag of goodies. This is how organised I need to be. And we're just going to take that out. You can see I've used the Charming dies with these, the Charming dies 2. So what I've got here is a collection or a mix and match with 2 different sets. So we've got the Charmed Labels 2, which is this background, the 2 background layers, and then I've actually got the Charmed ingots, one of the plainer ones for the ingots for the topper. So we're going to stamp our, did I say I was doing holly with this one?
Yes.
I think. So we're going to do the holly with this. So here we go. And we're going to do the same process with this as I did with the background. So we're going to do the green again with a little touch of silver. So remember, if you're going to watercolour, which is what I'm going to do if I ever get round to it, with the watercolour blending brush pens, just remember, if you do this with a distress oxide, they are water reactive, so it will bleed the colour in.
Right.
Which is why I've gone with the
diversifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that will stay no matter what. Then stay crisp, stay sharp, get all the detail.
And you keep all that detail.
Amazing. The show's so busy, by the way. You'll notice that I'm not jumping in every 15 seconds, which is great, because I know you hate interruptions when we've got a demo going on, because everything is going absolutely bonkers. Don't forget, you know the size of the free gift that we've got in this show as well. The main man's here, so that's why we've got absolutely, that we're like maxed out on the biggest free gift you could ever wish for. It's ridiculous. I don't think I've seen a bigger one in the whole of the event so far, but hey, you know what? If anyone can, you can, Phil. Hello.
You've got to take advantage, because it's only because I had excess stock of this, which is why I've been able to do it.
Oh, but it's amazing.
Take advantage.
It's such a, we all love any magazine that's crafty, don't we? When it comes with a massive set of stamps, you've got a set of sentiments there, you've got a die there, and a stencil as well. It's like, yes, thank you very much. Where we're having it. That's a free gift, for heaven's sake. That's not even a product. Well, it is. It should be. It should be a $12.99 item with us, and it has been.
I think when we first released that magazine, I think the actual products total about 58, 59 quid if you were buying them as individual items. Right, so let me do this before I have to keep putting ink on.
Yeah, sorry, go on. Oh yeah, it was a bad moment to do that, wasn't it?
So now I've got choices, you see. So you can see that this is not an A6 topper.
Yeah.
So don't think you have to make big A6, oh, well, they're not big. A6 is tiny to me, but you don't
Yeah.
have to make big cards with these. So I can now just cherry pick which bits I want from this. But I want the holly in the corner. Excuse my head, everybody, if it's in the shot.
No, it's all right, we can't see it.
I'm going to go up a bit. So I want the holly where I've designed on the stamp in the
dead
corner.
centre.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And this is the beauty of stamps like these. You don't have to be a really good stamper, because if I've missed a little bit, for example, when I lift it off, it won't matter.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter at all, does it?
You're waiting to see what this looks like, aren't you? It's stunning.
Yeah, no, I'm glued to the monitor. Even though I stood right next to you, I get a better view by watching it on telly like you at home.
Let me just take it off just for a second so you can see it properly.
Awesome.
I mean, that as a stamper,
Yeah.
that is an amazing stamp.
Yeah.
And I said, if somebody else was stood here doing this, I would want these stamps.
And see, you could do very, very little in terms of, you know, adding to that. Yes, you could emboss it. Yes, you could watercolour into it or whatever. You wouldn't need to, but also, conversely, you could do a fill, and you could use that as the start of your story, and you've got, you know, as grand an adventure around it as you want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
I love doing all the embellishing, and
of course,
and that's just my style.
That's the fun of it, isn't it?
Doesn't have to be everybody's style. But
Here come the powders.
Yeah,
of course.
So I'm going to do the same thing again with this, but this time I am going a little bit further into the stamp, because I want some of the holly leaves to catch the silver. So here we go. Just doing random bits again. I'm not trying to cover the whole stamp. It's one of those things where it's the details that people see when you don't want them to. So they get this card home and they go, oh yeah, that's a beautiful card, and then you look at it again and you think, oh, actually it's got some silver on there, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, there's like 65 poinsettias on that
Yeah.
card. I didn't notice that. The flowers take a while to do. Right, so we just heat emboss this, and this time I am going to go from underneath.
Okay.
Because I want this to be a bit smoother, so I'll watch my fingers.
Don't forget, all of Phil's embossing powders are on the show as well. I think we've got the Superfine, and we've got the Twinkling as well. We've got the Premium. Is the Premium the Superfine, or are they two? Yes, they are on the end of the counter, actually, the Premium. Let's have a quick look, actually. Yeah, there they are. Yes, I got them here. I got them here. Oh, I've got to do my my waiter job with them and present them beautifully.
Oh, yeah, you started a trend.
Yeah, I
with
have
that,
started a
by the
trend
way.
now. Takes a little while here. I'm trying to find a bit of clear space around the samples is one thing. There's a lot of samples for this show, which is brilliant. I absolutely love that. But with this one, you get the stone hearth, you get mulled wine, you get pine tree, you get great oak. Oh, it's all trees, isn't it? Berry red. Ah, now this is where Christmas comes in. Berry red and new leaf, which are superb. Now, Marcus, I'll hold those there in midair for you like a waiter. And hope that, he's calling me Manuel, and hope that you can see the colours through there as well. I'll try and hold it still if I can. There you go. I wouldn't make a surgeon anytime soon, but there you go. So you can see all of the different colours there. You also give us massive sizes, Phil, don't you, when you bring powders? They're brilliant.
20,
These are what?
20mm pots. Yeah, all my embossing powders are 20mm pots. They all have the built-in anti-static properties, which is why you need to keep them in the pot. These Christmas colours, I've purposefully not called them Christmas colours, because they're not just for Christmas. But these will be amazing. So if you can go for these with these stamps, they will be amazing with these.
Definitely. I mean, look at that red and look at that green, and you know it's not going to be the best. Bill, I did call you Bill then. Phil wouldn't bring it here if it wasn't the absolute best, because you know his obsession with embossing powders. Anyway, right, so you've got your silver on now, haven't you?
Yeah, so I'm just going to show you how that looks just with a little bit of silver on. And then I'm going to give you a second to do a quick recap if that's... Look at that.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, the green and the silver is just stunning. So I'm just going to get my watercolour pens ready while you do a quick recap.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay?
Absolutely. Right, let's start then with the brand new Festive Flora Musica and the Festive Big Backgrounds, because you're absolutely loving those. I'm not surprised. Over 20% of the stock has sold out and gone. Remember, the stock is meant to last 4 hours. We're only 40 minutes into hour number 1, and we're over 20% of the stock. And you know it's going to be a big stock because, you know, Phil doesn't come in here with, you know, 2s or 3s of anything. You know what I mean? It's big stocks. It needs to be, because they have, you know, Sentimentally Yours and Phil have a massive following even before we then put this on the telly. 037834, so you've got There's one of the big backgrounds with the stars, and then you've got the other big background there with the snowflakes, and then you've got the smaller stamps with the Flora Musica ones as well, if you can see along here. They're absolutely beautiful. Now, these have got features within them as well. So that one has got the poinsettia, which is absolutely beautiful, and then whizzing along to... We've got the Christmas rose there, which is beautiful, really, really nice. And then moving along, we've got the holly, and then the final one there is the mistletoe. But they are just the features. I mean, you can see there's like a million stories in there to be told, isn't there? So grab them as quickly as you possibly can. Don't forget the free gift, which is worth £12.99. Well, actually worth a lot more than that, but its official price is £12.99 for everyone checking out on this show as well. One per customer. 037834 is that. It's got 2 flexies as well for you, so grab it quickly. Also brand new today is this wonderful Elegance font dies. They're incredible. You get the uppercase, you get the lowercase with extra vowels, and all of the numbers together here, all on magnetic sheets, so all presented so beautifully as you would want them to be. So rather than having individual letters, you've actually got the shadow dies as well. For every single letter, you've got the drop shadow die as well, which is just so awesome. And that means that you can create the same kind of look as we've got coming up in the festive word sentiments dies, and then you can go on and personalise absolutely anything. And of course, we're talking Christmas at the moment, but these will be good for far beyond absolutely everything. Every occasion, every invitation, every birthday, graduation, driving test, and all the weird and wonderful celebrations that usually you can't buy cards for. Now you can make your own. Superb. 708110 is your item number, and that's on 2 flexies as well for you. Next, we've got the festive words die. Now, you'll have to look lively on these because 1/3 of the stock of these is already sold out and gone. This is brand new today as well. It's the same font as the alphabet, so you can mix and match those together. You've got so many possibilities within those. As you can see, you've got have a jolly and magical and happy and merry and Christmas and festive and greetings of winter. You've got all sorts going on through there, which I love. Very, very beautiful font, and mixing that up with your own personalisation. Let me just show you one of the samples. I mean, all of the samples that we've got incorporate these festive words, but let me just show you just this one because it just shows you how crisp and how gorgeous these are, because they have those lovely background dies to them as well. Christmas blessings, Mum. Isn't that simple but so effective? 542938. Remember, they come on the magnetic sheets as well. So here is how they come presented to you. It's amazing. It's really cool. 542938. Right, back to Phil.
Back to me. Right, so I've just clocked the time, so I need to get...
Yes, we need to get a wriggle on.
I've still got a bit more to do. So I'm obviously using the watercolour blending brush pens, yeah? I can't tell you which set these are from, because as you know, I've got all mine in colourways now. So what I can tell you is that set 1 is a good one to go for. Set 3 is a good one to go for if you've not got them all already, because they give you a good cross section of colours. But I've put all mine in colour order. So I'm gonna colour this relatively quickly. In fact, I'm gonna miss one of the greens out. I would normally use 3 greens on this, but I'm just trying to save a little bit of time. So, a little bit of water from my water brush. Remember, you do get water brushes in with your watercolour blending brush pens as well. This is a watercolour card that I'm using. This is my pure white premium cardstock. So you can use these pens with ordinary card. You just need to be mindful not to wet it too much. So I'm literally just going to add some colour. And as soon as you start adding some colour to this stamp, this focal image, with the holly, it absolutely transforms the whole look. So this is why I use Versified Clay, remember. So we've got some green going on there. Already, if I just wanted to do a white and silver Christmas card with loads of glitter, you could do that and then just colour in the green part of the holly, and you would have a really striking card. So I'm just doing this quickly. This is quick for me because I would normally spend a little bit longer on this. So remember, the embossing powder where I've got the silver will resist the water from the pens. I'm just going in, and then we're going to go in with the darker green. So I've kind of chosen 2 light olive shades of green, and then we're just going to go in the middle. So I'm just going to go through the middle. So I'm not spending loads of time on this. I would normally spend longer, obviously.
I know we've boxed you into a 1 hour time slot.
I
Phil,
know,
haven't
it's
we?
ridiculous. I did 2 hours. Mind you, I don't do quick demos, do I?
No, but they're always good value, Phil.
I set myself up to not finish a demo, really,
Yeah,
don't I?
that's true.
But I like to show you from start to finish, really, as much as I possibly can.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm just going to let that part dry. I'm going to do the berries while that's just soaking in. And I'm going to do the berries direct with the brush. Yeah, so I'm just going to go in.
We have got another hour later as well, haven't we?
I have, yeah, but I've got another demo planned for that.
Ah, of course.
Yeah. So I'm just going in quickly with the berries, and I would normally add a touch of crimson to this. How long have I got left?
9 minutes. It's all right, that's acres of space, Philip, you know.
You say 9
I do want to
minutes,
show you
like
some
it's
samples
ages,
as well.
But it'll take me 10 to put the flowers on.
That's true, yeah.
So what I'll do is I won't colour the whole thing in. I will colour the stalk in later.
Yeah.
Because that will just bug me, but I am just going to go back in and add a little bit more shading with the original colour. So I'm just going down the middle. This is the first colour, the first shade, and then I'm literally just flicking that through the middle of each holly leaf. This is how easy these are to colour. You don't actually have to colour them in, but they do. Look, I mean, look at that already.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
It stands out already. So that's the original colour. I'm going back to the original colour that was on my mat with the water.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to bleed the edges. So I'm just going to bring that. Don't tell me how many minutes I've got in my ear.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's ramping up the pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm not going over the middle bit. I'm just going up to the edges, look.
Yeah.
Yes, and then that will stop. So it's shading it for me.
Yeah.
Basically. So I'm going to pop that to. I'm not going to have time to colour everything in, which is a shame, but you can obviously pick out some of the embellishments in there as well. He says he's not colouring it all in.
No, I know.
Carries on colouring.
You're like Leonia right now. I'm not going to faff, but then 15 minutes later, I said I wouldn't faff, didn't I?
Just added some red highlights just to pick up the red in the holly berries. So I'll stop at that and I'll just put that to one side because I want to get the rest of the card put together. I would normally spend a lot longer colouring that in. I mean, look at the difference it makes, so just by adding a little bit of colour to it.
Yeah, it does, it really makes the colours
So now
pop.
let's get this sort of assembled. So on the inside of this card, I've used the Noel background from the Rococo collection. So this is a tiny one that says Noel on it. I am going to take the time to emboss that because it won't match the inside if I don't. So I'm just going to do that with Versamark this time.
Okay, we'll just show you the Rococo collection there. 56 stamps in total there. That's worth a good, nice close squiz on the website. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Lots and lots
the
of
Rococo is stunning.
It's wonderful.
Absolutely beautiful.
Nice scaling for the elements as well.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of that left because we released it in July, but I've brought it because it's a really good mix with the festive Flora Musica.
I see.
Yeah, it works really well. So you've got the elegance of the Rococo with the styling of the Flora Musica. So if you've not decided yet on your Christmas cards for this year, that's a really good way to go.
So in with the Versamark on this one.
Yep, so in with the
Versamark
Versamark.
away.
It's just shy of the top and bottom, but that's fine.
Nice.
It's actually only the edges we need to see, so I'll just concentrate on the edges and not worry.
What colour
if
are we
this is in the
embossing this
middle.
time?
And the card I'm using, incidentally, is the new Luster card, the Imperial Red. Where's my silver? Here it is. The Imperial Red and the Majestic, the Rich Green, in the Luster card stock. And I've done this embossing on this card on purpose because it shows you how well you can emboss on these as well. If I don't get a chance to finish this card, I will finish it after the show and pop it on social media because...
Yeah. Yeah, we should put a blanket over that cloth, I think, now.
I'm not telling you. So let's get this embossed. And well, ultimately, you can see how I've put the card together, but it's the elements I wanted to show you. So can you see here, I purposefully didn't anti-static this piece of card, and I did that on purpose.
Yeah.
So that we get some kind of like darker areas where the embossing powder goes where you don't want it to.
Yeah.
So I'll just do this from above. I love this stamp. If you haven't bought any of the Rococo Christmas stamps, and it's too much of a considered purchase, if you can go for the two background stamps together, they are phenomenal. So it's tiny, tiny scripts that says Noel, and the other one is tiny, tiny scripts that says Merry Christmas or Happy Christmas.
So we've got those details as the duo of just those two stamps that Phil just mentioned there, 854-200 at £23.98.
It's all about the details.
Yeah, it is. And it's so crisp as well, isn't it?
Tiny details are why we make our own cards.
And when you're designing, you also, I suppose you as a designer, you're thinking, okay, right, I have to design in a scale that will emboss without losing the details, because I know I'll be embossing it.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be really naughty, and I'm going to pretend that this is the bit that I've just done.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to have time to do all that.
Okay.
So we're going to pretend that this is the front, but it's not. It's actually for the inside. So the front that I've just made on air will be going on the inside later.
Yeah.
Just for the purposes of finishing. Make sure I've got Noel the right way up. And I have. Here we go. And then we'll get this card laid up. So now we'll get our holly, and that's going on foam tape. And I've come prepared. I've only got 2 hours, but I brought 4 rolls of foam tape. There you go. So I'm going to run out of time, aren't I?
There's no other way of saying this, Phil, but yes.
Yes, yeah. Do you want to do anything just while I'm rushing then?
Yeah, I want to show everyone the free gift again, to be honest with you. Sorry, I'll stand this side of it. I want to show you the free gift again because I just want you to know everyone that's shopping on the show is getting the free gift. And I know you're thinking maybe like counterintuitively. Okay, show us the product that will cost us something instead of the free gift that won't cost us anything. But you know what? It's really good to know because this is actually one of those small windows of opportunity where you get basically, I mean, that has an official price because that comes, this is one of Phil's kind of boxed magazine set. So it comes in the box and everything else with the magazine and the inspiration. So that officially, when you buy it on a newsstand or buy it from us, is a £12.99 spend. But you know that that set of stamps there, if that had an item number on its own, that wouldn't be £12.99, would it? The sentiment stamps there, you know, they would be, what, best part of £10, I would imagine, wouldn't they? Then you've got a die, then you've got a lovely nautical stencil there, then you've got all the inspiration and the projects inside. It's really, really good. That's just your free gift, by the way. That doesn't have an item number. It does usually, but this is your free gift for shopping on the show. Here's the main event on the show, which is the brand new Flora Musica and the festive big backgrounds. This is limited edition. Once it's gone, it's gone. You're the first to see it. You've got the first bite of the cherry. You can take it in 2 flexes. It's got the £8 saving. If you haven't unlocked your £5 credit saving, you can on this one as well. It'll come off at the checkout. Oh, blimey. I tell you, I didn't turn around for 30 seconds. What happened?
It's not stock. I'm just putting this on just to give you an idea of how it will end up.
This has moved on.
I've got all these little bits.
Go on.
Still to put on, so I'm going to bring in the one that I've finished because it's basically the same card. It's basically the same card, but with the holly rather than the mistletoe, and show you just how gorgeous these stamps are.
They really are.
So same, but you imagine when you send these to people, they're going to be like, wow.
Yeah.
Because I would if somebody sent that to me.
Well, that's not a card you can go out and buy.
No,
it really isn't.
Because it'd cost you like
15 quid. Yeah, ridiculous. You would, wouldn't you, for someone that you love? But to know that you can make it, and remember, if you've got the alphabets as well,
put the names on.
Yeah, you can completely personalise it. So then that's a forever card, isn't it? Right. Okay. So you are back at 7 o'clock.
I am going to finish this now.
Okay.
And I'll show you at the beginning of the next show.
And what have you got planned for 7 o'clock?
It's another good one.
Okay,
I'm going to do a bit more to it.
Okay. Yeah, you won't learn a lesson from this hour for the next hour. It'll be the same as. So make sure you come back and join Phil at 7 o'clock. Please make sure you check out your baskets because that free gift is quite frankly absolutely blooming bonkers. Join Phil and myself again at 7. In the meantime, I think that menu's an hour behind, isn't it? Because it's Zuri, it's the one-day special next, isn't it, after the break? And then the really useful birthday boxes in an hour.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. You'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon. I hope you are. I love them saloon doors. Love them. I don't know who that lady is standing outside. She'd perish of cold. She needs to put some clothes on. Now, I hope you're well. It's the final call. That's it. Frame her out, Hugh. Frame her out. It is the final call of what we look at. This is my introduction, Catherine, my introduction. We are talking Zuri, and we are talking... Here she is. It's our Catherine! Yes, indeed. Yeehaw,
I promised
indeed.
to do it one last time for today.
Go on, do it again, go on.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeehaw!
I like it. I like this. I like this yeehaw. What a one-day special. What a one... She is quite country singer-esque, isn't it? Quite patsy
Can't sing for toffee.
Oh, we should have made some chocolate made me ill last night. Anyway, I digress the story. Zuri One Day Special is what we're talking about. Very, very busy now. I know what you say. Oh, it's a cliche. Of course it's going to be busy. But it was. The launch last night and then the second show at 8 o'clock with our Derek I was watching. And Dad Derek was obsessed with hot glue. But you can do so much with these moulds, from putting your hot glue guns in them to using because they're food safe. You can freeze them as well. They go up to temperatures, something ridiculous of 200 degrees and above. There is so much you can do, from resin to food grade and everything in between. Now, if you are doing your food, obviously you're going to have to buy another set unless you're only using them for food only. But with the shapes that you'll get here, these are the Faces of Darkness, the Aces and the Faces of Darkness. Basically, you're getting all the playing cards. So you're getting all the Aces, and then you're getting King, Queen, Jack, and also the Joker included. Now, it is on every Zuri mould that you buy during this hour, you'll be given, and I never thought about this when I did launch hour last night, it's the first Zuri stencil that they've ever done. You'll be getting that free as well.
You will? Yeah, we've never, ever seen a stencil from Zuri. That makes me think we're going to see them in the future, though.
I think we will. I absolutely look at that now. I put it on the background because that's what it looks like stencil too. But just so you can see it, it is absolutely beautiful and works really, really well. Because remember, with stencils, you can do so much more with them. Put them through your embossing machines and stuff. So that is your stencil that you're going to be getting free of charge when you buy anything jewellery on the show itself. Now, as I said, we're talking about the 80s and the faces of darkness that we're talking about. So it is your playing cards that you've got. If I show you things like the board, these are just using some smaller elements from the cards themselves. But you've got your hearts, you've got your clubs, you've got your diamonds in there. Everything that you need is all down the side. Now you can go gothic with these. You can also go quite, what's that, what's the festival I'm thinking of in Mexico?
Oh, the Day of the Dead.
Day of the Dead. You could go Day of the Dead with these as well. So if you want to go traditional school, sort of white with black eyes, you could also do that. But then there's the little elements that you've got running through these, like the fleur-de-lis on the top. You've got the snake that runs through the cross. You've got the little moths that run through as well. From there, you've also got I love this with the little raven skulls. That you've got featured just really small on that, so you could just take all that out and just use that bit should you so wish to. So many possibilities. You can also then do edibles with them as well, so you can do chocolate with them if you are going to use them as moulds. These are the aces, but look how beautiful these are in chocolate form. So if you can do them in chocolate, that means you can do them as ice cubes. You could also do them as candles. You could do them as bar as soaps if you wanted to as well. Imagine these as little bars of soap. You could also put them into frames. The possibilities are endless. You know what you're doing with a jewellery mould. And they've got so much more as well. We've got the old one-day special that was here, which was apps and mechanicals. That's also on the show. The quickest and easiest thing to do is jump to the website. But, Catherine, why is it, do you think, that as the playing cards themselves, they've been so busy?
I just think, well, we've never seen anything like it before, for one reason. They're totally unique, aren't they? The fact that you can break them down as well, you've almost got 2 moulds within each of those impressions, because you've got the central part, you've got the back part. The fact, of course, with all of the moulds, regardless whether it's one-day special or not, you have got the choice whether it's for edible products or whether it's for crafting. And those products do extend way past the things we've mentioned as well. And do you know what? It's about, for me, it is definitely about the quality of these, and you are not going to be disappointed with the intricacy and the detail that you're going to get, regardless of the products you use.
I absolutely love them. Look at the detail that you can pull in out. So with these, for example, you could do the front in one colour, you could do the back in another colour. How... I just think there's just something different. They really, really are. Now, I'm gonna own up. I'm not into the darkness. I wouldn't know how to use that in crafting, but I would lighten these up and go with your bright floral colours, your fluorescent colours that you can use these, because it would really, really work. I feel like Sooty about to pop out of there, but Sooty with no clothes on. Now, £24.99 is what you're looking at for this one, or you can have a one-off payment of £49.98 today. 420147 is your item number. Jump to the website though. Everything is on the website for you. You can shop ahead of me. You can watch any of Catherine's techniques back as well. If you do have any questions that we have on here, it's worth asking them now while we've got Catherine in the studio. Send them through studio@thecraftstore.com. Use her expertise while we have her. We'll ask you a question live on the air. No question is a stupid question. If you're thinking, do I need to put that in there? Can I use corn flour? Can I use baby powder? Could I use a little bit of Vaseline to stick around? Ask the questions. Questions I don't ask, you can ask for you. Now these, the paints, are amazing. The wax paints we've used on, that's how we've got all those beautiful colours, the subtle colours on the top, and the metal sold out last night. They're back on extended delivery for the metals. First time I've seen them being used. They are like liquid gold is what you're looking at with this one. It turns anything, you've got your gold, your silver and your bronze in there. We've even got resins on the show as well. Resins, very popular at the moment, resins are, 2 little resins. We've got your little clay bundle, your hearty clay little bundle that's on there. Also, which is what is normally at the end of cool, is your little colour chart that's in there. That thing on the top right that you were looking at there, them little balls, those little round circles, that's so you know how much colour to put in, so you get the perfect tone every single time. You do get that with this little bundle. I think it's only like $5.99 on its own, I think, off the top of my head. £32.99. Yes, is the hearty clay sold out on its own? Oh, we've still got some of the 1 pack of the Hearty Clay for £9.99 is worth popping that in as well. Have a little go at that, but remember, you'll only get your free gift on any of the Zuri moulds that you buy today. Right then, what are we up to first of all?
OK, well, because it's the final hour, we haven't got any reveals to do. We have got resin that's poured, but it's not cured. I did say it wouldn't be cured enough. But we've got pieces that we've worked on throughout the shows. So first of all, we're going to bring this one in. Now, this was started last night. And just to explain, using one of the moulds, this one in particular, are the cards that we've got in this frame, are actually the Aces of Darkness.
Aces, yes.
Yeah, because they're all aces. Something I do want to point out, actually, on the other mould, if I can just find the spare one I've got. I don't think there's anything in it. There we are. The Faces of Darkness, you have got those little emblems. You've got the heart, the diamond, the club, and the spade there as well. That's the spade, that's the heart. If you've noticed, I don't think you might not have spotted this. If you look, you've got the Joker, the Jack, the Queen, and the King, but there's no decision as to what. Yeah, so you decide which one goes on there. You've got the spaces to put them, you've got the flat areas to put them. So if you want the Queen of Hearts, you can have the Queen of Hearts. If you want the Queen of Spades, you have the Queen of Spades. So you've got the Queen. So you've got the choice there.
The Queen of Spades.
Oh, don't.
It's been a long day.
It's been a very long day, especially for you. Now, in the mould, I did dust with some Luscious powder. So, just to show you again, using some of the Luscious powder. Now, I did get a message from someone in between the shows, and I only managed to glance at it, and I'm not 100% certain what the lady was asking. I think it was just about the amount of powder that you put in there. I'm just going to repeat what I said. I'm not going to do it again because there's no point in pouring any resin during this hour. If you put in the Luscious powders or your mica powders into your mould, I've got quite a lot of colour in there, but that's the nature of the powder itself. It's absolutely fantastic to work with. But try not to overfill your mould. If you've got excess powder, tip it out, tap it out, because it will cause air bubbles to form if you don't do that. So it will trap the air underneath the powder if it's not. So I've worked that really well into the mould. If that's not answered the question, I'll look back at the question later and I will answer it properly. But I honestly didn't have time to sort of read it properly. Using, of course...
She's been busy. You have been busy today.
I have, yeah. I've been dashing about here and there.
Cookies.
I didn't get any of that cake, though, did you?
No, I didn't get any cake. I've not had a cookie yet, either.
No, I didn't get a cookie.
John bought them in.
Oh, hi, John. Cookies, yeah. Cake? Backstage. 6 years for our Nicola from Daisy and Grace, yeah. Now, just to go back again, and a reminder for anybody that's forgotten or if you're just watching for the first time, the moulds themselves are a matte finish. So when you put the Luscious powder in there and then the resin, and this was a coloured resin, in fact it was what we classed as the slime green last night. But because of the lustre in there, the Luscious powders, you can see how it's picked up the colour, but you're not going to get that high gloss. If you want that, you can achieve it, and that's very easy, because all you need to do is add some clear resin over the top. So if I turn this one around to the camera so we can see that, so that's really brought the colours out of the powders. Really, really well. Now, that is still curing, but it's dry enough for me to work with. So, just to remind everybody what I did with the frame, this is actually a canvas that's turned upside down. Obviously, I've got the staples going around the edge, which I need to hide. I didn't want to cross the cards over because it would have meant they were a lot higher. It would have taken a lot more resin to encase them in there. So I'm going to put one on one corner and one on the other as well. And then I've been making some little clay mouldings out of the black clay. This is the Hearty from the bundle. So we're just going to have a look how this is going to...
Ask a silly question.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
So I can't work it out in my own head. Could I know they're different, like, depths that you've got with these cards.
Yeah.
But I've tried to impress it in my hand and it wouldn't really work. Could you stamp with these? Like the Joker, like the word Joker, or the little fleur-de-lis of the hearts, the clubs, the diamonds? If you did it in resin, because it's a slick set, would you get any impression?
The resin wouldn't give a good impression.
How about jelly plate?
There's no give in it. There's no give in it at all. You might have a chance with air dry clay because it's a little spongy. I'd say give it a go. What you've got to remember, though, is anything that you are... if you've got any writing or letters, would it flip it the wrong way around when you stamp with it? I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, it would.
I think it would, yeah, I think it would. But do you know what?
Sorry, I thought I'd
Give
ask.
things a go. Why not? Why not indeed? Right, I'm just going to switch those two over so they're facing the other way. So I'm just building up. These aren't fully dry, but I think they're dry enough to get some colour on. I've used a mixture of Prima moulds and the Zuri moulds here. Some of the Zuri moulds are from the Little Bit of Everything. So we've got the lock with the florals there, and I've just taken 1 or 2 little florals out at the bottom as well, so I can place those either side. And that will be my layout, but you know, I need to bring it all together, so we need to add some colour to those mouldings, don't we? So let's just do that.
The TV's doing that no justice whatsoever. It looks
I know
amazing in the studio.
I know it's. They never do they? But you know, the best thing I think, we have got the paints, we have got the waxes. I'm looking at the colours I've used in the cars. I've got the pinks, I've got the blues, I've got the greens. We've got all those colours in the waxes, so why not go with those? So green, I've got a turquoise.
We've got these waxes on the show. The details for those are at the bottom of the screen at the moment. 743733 is your item number for these ones. You're getting all 6 of the colours that I think Catherine's using at the moment. £24.99 is what you've got. You've got magenta, you've got purple, you've got blue, you've got turquoise, you've got green, and you've also got your graphite in there as well. Love these. £24.99, 743733 is your item number. Then we've also got you've got your metals. I like these. We'll just change the picture for you. There you go. £14.99. I've never seen these work before, but these are absolutely amazing. 134602 is your item number. £14.99. They sell out time and time again. They really, really do. They're back on extended delivery. Let's go back though for the second is when they're dispatched from, and let's go back to the waxes.
Okay, so I'm going to blend the colours. I'm going to mix them. The only one I haven't got is the graphite. When I was given mine, it was a different bundle, but I think I've got all of the other colours. So using the flourishes here, I'm just going to add a little bit of the green, and again I'm almost dry brushing this, so don't put too much wax onto your brush. You can use a fingertip, but I find when I'm blending and mixing different colours together, I prefer to use a brush. I just think you've got a little bit more control. Now my clay isn't fully dry. I would advise you to let it dry properly, but you know, we haven't got time to do that, so we'll just go with it as it is. So I like to cross the colours over because then you get a really nice blend and you'll see new colours coming through. So I'm using the turquoise and the green just at the moment. So we'll do all 4 of those in the same colour. But straight away, look at the difference between them. Let's just hold these up so we can see.
Look how it brings out the difference. And I suppose with a brush you can get into those little nooks and crannies if you wanted to as well.
You can, but I purposely am trying to avoid that because I want to see the depth of the mouldings. I want to see that colour coming through. So we'll just repeat what we've done there with the last 2, and then we'll move on to some other colours for the other bits so we can see as many of the colours as we possibly can. So again, it's the green with a little bit of the turquoise. I've got to say, I didn't find my blue pot, but I went rummaging in my boxes earlier and I did manage to find it. And the blue, oh my goodness, it's absolutely beautiful. All of the colours are, but the blue in particular, I think if you blend it with the greens, with the pink, you know, it's such a lovely colour, and on its own as well. So never just think about using these as standalones. Work with them with other products. You can use these on your paper, you could stencil with these. They're quick drying. You can buff them up if you want more of a sheen, but to be honest with you, I don't think you really need to, because I just think they're perfect as they are. They're very, very easy to use, and they smell delicious because they smell like orange. They've got orange oil in there. I think the orange oil is in there to stop them drying up too quickly, because sometimes we've had waxes in the past that have dried, and that's not good, is it, when you're spending your money?
Do they dry hard, as in, I was going to say, do they dry hard, but do they dry like with the purpose that they're not going to, if I brush past them, if I use them in home decor or stuff like that, it's not going to brush off onto my top?
You're not just, no, you're not just going to brush it off. They are water-based, but they're not just going to brush off. We call them waxes, but
and things like
oh,
that,
definitely, yeah. And you can apply finishes over the top. You could go over with a varnish, just let them dry completely. You've seen that I've gone over the top with resin. In the back of that frame, I did actually use some of the metal, liquid metal as well, to stencil through. So although it's a very liquid paint, you can also use it with a sponge or your brushes to stencil with as well. Same with these waxes. So just building up a little bit of colour.
These waxes remind me of, like, you know when you see like an old pirate coin, you know, like in the films, and they're like, you've got the etched on top and you just see the detail on the top with the black in the background. Yeah. They've got that sort of look to it.
They have a little bit, haven't they? And do you know what? They're so easy to use, and everybody can achieve amazing results because the detail is in the moulds. You have got the most incredible detail. I do want to show this one close, if I may, because you honestly don't realise what you've got until you bring that out. Now, this is from the Little Bit of Everything. And just to see a piece of black clay, you would never expect to see that much detail, would you?
I like that one.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So we'll just add...
but that works with the hearts of the playing cards. That's how it all works together, because you can bring them in.
Yep. So
What
a
are the
little bit
details
of
in actually
colour
of that little bit of
on
everything?
these. I know. It is, do you know, it's a lovely one to have. If you're not sure of what to go for, the name couldn't be any more perfect, could it? Because a little bit of everything. You've got a bit of steampunk in there, you've got romance, you've got something to do with travel in there, you've got cogs, you've got, do you know, you've got so much. It really is a little bit of everything.
In there,
pocket watch.
Star. There's a special name for that star. You've got like the Cub Scout badge. There's a special name for that, no? I love this forever. They'd make nice little plaques, they would, on photo frames. Little crowns in there. Big old, and it is a big A4 mould is what you're getting. There's your mould itself. £34.99. Remember, you would get your free gift with that as well.
You would. So let's just put the pieces back on. I'm not going to glue them down now because I can do that later, but just so you can say, oh, I've missed one that I've not painted. But let's start to layer this up again, so hopefully we can see. And what I'm trying to do is hide all the staples, because I've got a canvas that's upside down.
Well, that's what you poured the resin into.
Yes, it's an yeah. So I did pour a very thin layer of resin to begin with, so that the cards weren't absolutely flat on the base of it. I've stenciled in there, painted it with an acrylic paint first, used the metallic paint just to do a sort of a delicate stencil in there, a thin layer of the resin, which I let set, then laid the cards on, then put more resin over the top. Now, I haven't totally covered over. You can still feel the depth of the mould there. I did that for two reasons. One, I didn't think it needed any more because you've got that glaze. Two, why do it if you don't need it? Because you're just using resin you don't need to use, and you can use it for something else. So, you know, you have got those choices. But I think just to finish it off, a canvas that would have ended up in the bin because the other side of it is in such a state.
If you know anyone that likes playing cards or into their poker or their crib or anything like that, and there's a magic area, this would work because you've got that royal flush if you wanted to do a royal flush.
Yeah.
There's so many possibilities with a pack of cards that you could do with this.
And I do love the fact that you have got, you know, those emblems separately. So if you want to turn it into the Queen of Hearts or the Queen of Clubs or whatever, I've got a piece of, can't pick it up, there it is. You can decide what suit, that's the word I'm looking for, the suit of the cards. Yeah, I just need to add a little bit more colour to that one, but I think, do you know what, that has framed that off, that's hidden all of those staples.
Look at that.
I think maybe a little bit more pink on there, but I'll stick this one together after the show, but you can see how that is now coming together.
That's nice. Really,
It's
really
quite dramatic, that, isn't it?
It is. Quite theatrical.
It's just quite theatrical, yeah.
It's been quite Moulin
Yeah,
Rouge.
it reminds me of a theatre stage, and this is your fancy bit at the top. Yeah, it does look very theatrical. I wish I could pick that up a little bit more, but I can't. But the high gloss of the resin is really bringing those colours through.
Could you, once again, I'm thinking for myself, could you take that bit of resin out of the middle if you wanted to and have it as a standalone so you could see through it if you didn't want the green background?
You probably...
If you cut the canvas, you'd have to cut the canvas up,
I'd have to cut the canvas. You could break it away from the frame. You'd probably have to damage the frame to get it out, but it would stay in one piece. So you could do that.
If you want to make a little stand, you could have it so you could see through with the colours that you've already got there. Very busy for the one-day special. Once again, remember, this is your final call. This is your last and final hour, live hour anyway, before we bring you a brand new one-day special at 6 o'clock this evening. £49.98 with a £10 saving. This is your Zuri Design Aces and Faces of Darkness. These are your silicone moulds. You can split the cost onto two interest-free flexible payments of £24.99 today. There's so many possibilities with the Zuri molds that you've got there. You can freeze them up to 104 Fahrenheit, which is ridiculous. You can put them in the oven up to 464 degrees Fahrenheit that you've got in there. They're non-stick, they're non-coating, so things will peel out of there. They're food grade safe, so if you do want to use them just for food, if you're thinking, well, I don't use a whole playing card, you haven't got to just use the centres. If you wanted, like I showed you on that card earlier, like I showed you on that card, just use those centres and put them onto the cards themselves. Use the whole card if you wanted to do it that way. You can also then start bringing the cards in and using them on their own. So maybe you want to put these around the base of a cake or something like that. Maybe you're throwing a party and you're going to use these as ice cubes. And you're going to pop them in a bucket and use them as like a large ice cube that you've got in there. Turn them into ice lolls. You know,
Ice lolls?
Little ice lolls. I like it. What are they called then? Are they
never heard
lollies?
anybody abbreviate lollies before. Ice lolls.
Ice loll. Do you want an ice loll? That's what I say.
I've never heard that.
You never heard ice loll? Anyone fancy an ice loll? Yeah, let's have an ice loll. Ice lollies. I ain't got enough time. £49.98. Ice loll. Email me in. studio@thecraftstore.com. Is it an ice loll or have I literally... Is it a Birmingham thing? I'm unsure. I should have asked Julie. 420147 is your item number for these ones. We're busy on these. Right then, Catherine, I'm coming back to you.
OK, I'm going to bring in a clean mat, I think, because this one's got lots of resin on it and glue and all sorts. So I want to use clay. And if you don't have a clean mat for your clay will stick. So I do have...
You got one?
Under the table. I will have to just go and get
I'll
it.
do some numbers.
Okay.
So, let me
I'll
give
be
you...
back.
Let me show you the clay. Go downstairs. If you're going to do some clay, we're going to do the clay. Maybe you want to do the clay as well. You've got your hearty clay for your little bundle that's here. So you're getting your white. You're getting a large pack of your white because that's what you're going to use the most of. 200 grams of your white. Then you've got your blue, your yellow, your magenta and your black. All handy colours because once you've got red, blue and yellow, you can make any colour you want. And the white and the black will tone it up and it will tone it down. You've also got your little ball tools in there as well. Those little balls that you see on the left-hand side of the screen, they're really handy because they will tell you what colour you want to make. It comes with a guide and it will say use this much white, this much blue, this much red, and it will make the colour that you want to make it to. So you're not going to start wasting clay. Is this sort of your air dry? Is this the air dry clay or how does this work?
This is the air dry clay. This is the Hearty Soft, so it's the super lightweight one, but it is a professional grade clay. So this is used not only in crafting, this is also used by cake decorators, but what you must never do is put it directly onto your cake. Always have something underneath it. Not because it's poisonous, it's not, it's totally non-toxic, but the sugar in your cake will make the clay go soft and soggy. And even if you're making things with icing, toppers for cakes, you should always have some sort of barrier between the cake and the topper.
Oh, OK. I never knew that.
Yes. So, right, what we're going to do, we're going to do a little bit of mixing because with the bundle, we do get the chart, we do get the little gauge. If you've seen these before and you've got one, well done. If you haven't, they're well worth it. Not just because you've got the gauge and the chart, but because you have got those four colours. You've got the white. With the colours, you've got the black. Now, there are many, many ways, and I've got to admit I use far more white than anything else because I often mix my own colours. But if you want a true black, you will not be able to mix that. If you put a pigment into your white clay, you are always going to get grey. Yes, you're going to get far more than 50 shades of it, but it will be grey. So you've got a true black in there, you've got the magenta, you've got the yellow and you've got the cyan as well. So you've got your primary colours. So that means you can create your greens and your purples. And the fact that you've got the white and the black, you can knock the colours back, you can make them pastel. So it's a great bundle to go for. Now, I did say earlier on that, you know, we don't have to go dark, we don't have to go sinister, we can keep it quite light and cheerful. So shall we do that? Shall we make something a little bit brighter? I've got the colour chart here, so we're going to go through this and I'm going to do something I have not done for a very, very long time, and that is make a flower freehand. Awesome flowers. I've not done this for a long time. Now, I have worked with FMM before, using their cutters, which are fabulous. If you've got them, brilliant. But if you haven't got any cutters and you just want to have a go, then I'll show you a method that you can start with. So what colour flowers shall we have then, Adam?
Let's go for... Where's it going to go?
I think I'm going to use that card,
okay, so
which has got the vivid pink in the background.
Do you want to go pink?
You decide.
Or do you want to go... should we go orange?
Oh, orange. Should we go pink?
Let's go pink. I decide, but Catherine has final say. I see how this works.
We could go.
No, let's go that pink. Yeah, that one there.
This one.
The one above.
Shall we do a couple? Shall we go with that one and maybe this one then?
All right, then. Let's do that.
Okay.
That was my second.
Was it? Actually, so what you're looking at here, in fact, if I turn that over, we've got even more choice on the other side. So you can go with whatever colour you wish. I usually pick out the teal colour to work with because that's one colour I never know how to mix. I wouldn't know the ratios of the blue and the yellow. I wouldn't know how to do it at all. So this is a really good way. So if you want your different shades, in fact, the teal would look really good with that pink.
Let's do teal.
Shall we go with the teal?
Let's do teal.
All right, then we'll go with the teal. I like that because you've got more than 2 colours in there as well. You've got B, which is yellow, E, which is the blue, and I, which is the white. So on your gauge, your smallest little dome or half circle, whatever you want to call it, because if I turn that over, you can see there are little domes. Your smallest is A, and you go all the way up to your I.
Yeah, we can see
so
that.
this is going to measure out the amounts of the clay. So we're looking at the chart again. You've got B, which is yellow. So let's start with that one. Let me just grab the yellow clay. You do get a little scoop, which you can use for helping popping out the colours or flattening out the clay. But to be fair, you can probably put the clay into the mould or the gauge by hand, but it is handy for popping it out. Now what you need to do is make sure it's nice and flat. There's no point in using it if you're not going to do it properly, so make that clay nice and flat. We want, where are we? The blue is E. Where have I put the blue one? Let's get the blue. So I just find a dome that is E. Now this chart will work with the colours that are in this pack, which is brilliant. So you can make numerous shades and colours. And don't forget, all of these tones or these shades that you create, you can then use a little bit of black or a little bit of white to create the pastels or, you know, change them in other ways. Now, yes, I am only making small amounts here, but it's teaching the ratios of the colours. And you can use these in multiples, or once you've got the shade that you want, again, if you want to turn it into pastel, it just helps you know when it's really good.
We're going to make multiples, or we're going to make a batch to still do it this way, and when you add in more white, use one of the circles to add more white in so you know how much white you're adding. Don't just go in and add white willy-nilly, because you'll never get that same amount.
Yeah,
again,
you can build it up. Maybe start keeping your own chart as well. If you find a colour that works well, you know, write down what you've done, which letters you've used, and work with it that way as well. Yeah. So we've got the 3 colours there. We've got the I, which is the white. So I'm just going to use the scope just to pull that out now. We've got the blue, which was the E, and we've got the yellow, which was the B. Now, if I was making teal, I would not have a clue how much of each colour to go with.
To be honest.
Now, these are very, very highly pigmented, so you need the tiniest bit. And you can see that teal colour coming through, look, can't you, already?
Look at that already.
That really has.
I didn't even
created.
realise
Look
blue
at that.
and yellow made teal.
Well, do you know, if somebody said to me mixed teal, I probably would have put blue and yellow together, but I think I'd have gone with a lot more
Yellow.
of the yellow, yeah, and I'd have got a totally different
You would
green.
have got you would have got a lighter green, like a.
But isn't that a
leaf
beautiful
green.
colour? That's absolutely lovely. So what we're going to do, we're going to work with that colour. Now I'm going to kind of, I think, do something like you've just mentioned, because I'm going to keep hold of some white.
Oh, so we're going to.
And we're going to add some white in, yeah. So what I'm going to do is, oh, I haven't got a cocktail stick, I'll have to use something else. I normally use a cocktail stick or some sort of tool. Let's use the end of a paintbrush, that'll do. I'm going to get a little bit of our main colour. Not using any glue or anything, because the cocktail stick is just acting as a tool. So I'm putting a little bit of the clay on the end of it. So almost making a cone. This might decide to fall off because it's not the best surface to work with. But I'm just almost making a little cone. Okay, now that's the starting point. Then I'm going to take a small amount of clay, or 3 pieces of this colour that I've just got. So 1, roughly the same size. If you want to get them exact, you could use your little gauge.
Use your gauge, yeah.
You just pop them into there and make sure you've got 3 exactly the same size. But do you know what? Flowers aren't perfect, are they? So we don't have to worry about that too much. Now, without any cutters or any tools, all I'm going to do is just squash the edges, flatten them out, and one edge in particular I'm going to really, really flatten down so it's very, very thin. Okay, I'm going to pick up my little centre of the flower, because that's what I've created there, and wrap that around, and the clay sticks to itself.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to shape this as I go. There will be excess clay that I can remove later. That is the start of my little flower.
Oh.
Okay, so let's go with another petal. Exactly the same thing. I tend to flatten out more on one edge than another, because the bottom of the flower, we can remove the excess, as I say. You don't really want them exactly the same. We're going to cross over and wrap that round again. So we can see we've now got our second petal. If you want to add a little bit of shape as you go, you can do. In fact, that little gauge again, that little scoop would come in very, very handy. If you want to hide that cone in the middle, you could have really tightened around that first petal, but we'll go with that. Let's go with petal number 3.
It's like a cabbage.
It's just a bit.
I suppose you want to make fruits and things like that.
Oh, do you know what? You can do so much with clay. So much with clay. Right, now I'm wrapping around again. So that is forming the centre to my flower. Okay, now what I'm going to do next, because as the flower goes out to the outside, I want it to lighten. I want it to be the darkest in the centre and get lighter to the outside. So all I'm going to do is take some of the white and we'll stick with that eye. We'll stick with that gauge there, so we know what we're putting in there. Take that out, then mix what I've got left with the white. So we're keeping the same colour, but it's going to be a much lighter shade. I say much lighter, it won't change as much as you probably thought it would.
No, I thought that was going to be really light with the amount of white that you put in there.
And while I'm here mixing, what I'm going to do, I'll half that because I know I'm not going to need it all. So we'll take that roughly in half. And we'll go with white again, just so we add in the same sort of amount again, and I'll mix that with 1/2 of it, so we're going lighter again with this one. So then hopefully we'll start to see the colour changing a little bit more now. And you can mix this fully, or you can leave it a little bit streaky if you like. If I put those together, there's the one I've just mixed, there's the middle one,
and there's the original,
and there's the original, so you can see the shades and how they change, but it's when you start to add further petals that you'll really notice it. It'll be delicate, but you'll see the difference. So with the second colour, I'm going to go with 3 petals again on the second row, but I'm going to make slightly bigger balls of clay because I've got further to go around with this one. And it's exactly the same process, so no tools, just using fingertips to shape. Again, the more delicate you get the edges, the finer you can create those. Just by pinching those petals out, the better it will look. Now you mustn't line the petals that you've got to overlap. So where you've got a gap on the previous round, then you make that the centre of the petal on the next one. And I don't mind little holes and tears because that's what happens with flowers. So you can see it's starting to build now. I quite like that little tear actually. If you're not happy and you don't like it, you pull it off and you just roll it up and do it again. But I'm actually going to leave that because I think realistically, flowers are never perfect.
No, that is true.
So 3 petals again, so make sure that you're overlapping. Just make sure you don't squash the top of the petal too flat to the flower. And I tend to, when I'm doing it by hand, I do tend to shape as I go. So you can see that coming together and you can see the difference in colour starting to show through. We've got 1 more petal to go on this layer, and then the final layer, I'm going to do 5 petals. Okay, so rather than watching me do exactly the same thing every single time, I can carry on with this if you like and just finish off when you come back to me if you've got a little bit of housekeeping to do, I don't know. Okay, so but all I'm going to do is take 5 balls of clay to complete the final layer of our rose, but at any point you can stop. So that could be a medium-sized flower. The inside would have been a small flower or a bud, but we are going to go with an extra layer. And I'm still going to keep that split petal because I quite like it. Okay, so I'll do that then, Adam, and then when you come back to me, we'll finish that off. Okay. I'll get the petals ready.
I wanted to start. It was quite fascinating, to be honest. It's quite therapeutic to watch, wasn't it, really? As a shadow of the flowers sort of form. I suppose, though, this is the thing. It's once you know the basics of little things like that, it can change any of the designs, the designs that you've got. If there's small elements in there that you think, I'd like to tweak that, or I'd like to cover that with something, well, pour it from resin and then you can change it by adding a flower with the clay if you've already done clay, and you can add them that way. The 1 day special, though, you've got less than 30 minutes of this show now is what we've got. We've got about 20 minutes on this live hour. The price will go back up to at 6 o'clock to £59.98 today. So that's £59.98. So you will not get that £10 saving on your 1 day special. 2 flexible payments on this as well of £24.99. And you're also going to be getting Your free gift as well with purchase. With any Zuri purchase, you will get that free stencil that you've got all in there. Absolutely beautiful. So you're going to get everything now that you see in front. So you're going to get your stencil and you're also going to get your 2 moulds included. Absolutely beautiful. So that is your one-day special. But some of the other things that we've got on the show as well, some of the larger moulds. Now, I've not worked with these two before. I've not bought you these, but I think they're absolutely beautiful. We've had this one in the green room for quite a while with all the stuff on the shelf. I think it's mesmerised me every time I walk past because you see different things in it every time you look at it. This is huge. You don't realise how big it is until you actually see it. But look at the size of that. You've got your pipes, you've got your birds, you've got your duck that's in there as well.
Duck? It's
What's
a woodpecker.
Oh, I thought it was a duck.
It's a mechanical woodpecker.
And no one changed me in my ear. They all just, but Hugh and Ross just went, oh yeah, I see it. So you've got your mechanical woodpecker that's in there. I think it's a duck. You've got your cock, but you could take them off. And literally, you could just have the pipes and you could have it all running around the edge of your frames and things like that. Even down to the small pocket watch, maybe, that you want in there. Taking the owl off, you're going to get an owl on his own. That looks like, I feel like a falconry. An owl that looks a little bit like this. Taking the duck out on his own, or Woody Woodpecker, you've got things that look like this. How beautiful is that with his little tin hat on? I love it. Look. But
that's air dry clay, you know. That's the blend. You know when I do the blend method?
Oh, yeah.
That's air dry clay.
But you would never, and it's so lightweight to go on the front of your cards and stuff. You've got none of the weight there that you're looking at with this one. And remember, if you're going for this, you're also going to get your free gift included as well. I like this one because not only do you have your owls in there, you've got things like your little spectacles that you've got, so your little mechanical spectacles. You've also got your Dame Edna glasses that you've got going on just here, like these. You've got even words across the top, so you can make your letters. You've got a whole set ready and raring to go. £34.99, 964730 is your item number. If you're new, though, to the world of Zuri, and you're thinking, I don't really know what I'll do with that. I just want a bit of everything. I just want to have a little dabble. I want to have a little play. I'm a cake decorator. I like making cupcakes in the spare time and things like that. This would be perfect because you've got so many things that's in here. You've got a little bit of everything incorporated into this. You've got the large one down the bottom, which is going to give you things that look like these. Now, remember, they're malleable, so you can bowl them. I don't know if you can see the concave on that, but you can bowl them around a bottle, should you so wish. So if you wanted to pop it around a bottle, you could do that and stick them on. That's done from resin. But then you could go with your air dry clay if you want to use it for the front of your cards. So that you've got all the options, or you can make it out of your icing. You've got your small wings in there if you wanted to go with your wings, or if you wanted to do sort of like your cabochons and things like that. You've got that in there. You've got the stars. You've got, I can't think what these are called.
Fleur-de-lis, yeah.
These little fleur-de-lis that you've got that's going on. You've even got flowers, you've got crowns, you've got words, you've got cogs, you've got a bit of everything thrown in, which is absolutely beautiful and worth having a little look at. £34.99, 323777 is your item number. Let's see how she's getting on with her little petals.
Okay.
Where are we up to?
Right, so I've got 3 petals left to put on. So I've created the petals exactly the same way as I did before. I've put 2 on ready. So what I tend to do is go about halfway from the previous petal and then wrap round again, just making sure again I'm not lining up with the previous row. You need to make sure that the petals overlap, that the gaps in between don't line up. And again, if you want to just shape as you go along, you can do. Now ideally when you get to the last petal, you should tuck it under the first one. I'm actually going to take that off the stick because it's going to fall off anyway. And I'm going to show you this next to the card. So just shaping that as I go. The final petal would go on. It should really tuck underneath the first one. But you know what, now I've taken it off the stick, I'm going to struggle with that, which is a bit silly after all. Catherine, why did you do that? But never mind, we will make it work. So if you can, leave it on. I normally use a cocktail stick. That's what I'm normally doing. And the clay will stick to the wood.
To the wood.
And you can take it off when you're ready to take it off, rather than it just wanting to fall off. But if you're going for the bundle and you've got your little spoon, your little out of the gauge, you can use that for placement and for opening up the petals and shaping them as well, which is really, really useful. So you can go from, I mean, it's not perfect by any means, not by, you know, it really isn't, but do you know what? It's an easy way that everybody should be able to achieve of making a flower without any cutters or anything else. If I just bring that in against our ace there, you imagine a nice little flower and a couple of leaves in the corner on top of a box or a canvas, and you can turn what was or could be quite sinister and dark to something very pretty and flowery. Think about mixing those different scenes. That's what mixed media is all about. It's mixing different scenes, different mediums, different themes. You know, anything goes. There is no rules with mixed media. So you can have dark with floral. You can have all grunge. You can have all pretty. It's entirely up to you. The fact that this is air dry clay as well means it's super lightweight. And when it does dry, it will be very, very strong. I would literally be able to squash that in my hand and the petals would bounce back. The only time you won't be able to do that is if you're mixing something into the clay that is going to change the consistency of the clay, because it is a professional grade clay. It is very, very strong.
But you make flowers like that. Even the clay on it, so even if your budget won't stretch, and I probably get told off for saying this, but if your budget won't stretch for the Zuri mould, just what Catherine showed you there in the hearty clay, you're getting everything in that little bundle, from white, magenta, blue, yellow and your black that's thrown in. You're getting your gauge in there as well. So all that for £32.99. Catherine showed you how to make that flower from scratch, and then within 24 hours normally you will have a hearty dried rose that if you think, oh, now I've made it, I don't quite like that colour, I don't know what to do. Spray it, change it, paint it. It will take all your mediums that you've got there. It'll even take felt tip pens, I think. That's what me and Mole do with the clay that you gave us.
Yeah, definitely. Or Phil's watercolours would work. In fact, I've got some of Phil's watercolours underneath the table, and I have used those for picking out detail in the moulds and things before when I've been decorating them. So, do you know, there's no rule as to what you should and shouldn't use with the clay, but I would say try and work mainly with water-based products. If you're mixing into the clay, you want something that's very highly pigmented. So if it's not the clay itself, something like a gel food colouring or a pigment ink, something that's got strong pigment in there. What I don't like to use, and although it is water-based, is acrylic paint. It will change the consistency of the clay. It will make it more brittle when it's dry. It just changes it. I think, I don't know if it's the chalk content in there or what it is, but there's something that will change it.
It's worth having a look at the details on screen. £32.99, 152,535 is your. That's for your hearty clay that we're talking about there. Remember, you're getting the white, you're getting the gauge in there, you're getting the blue, yellow, magenta, and you're also getting the black as well. £32. Whether it be a starter bundle or you're just topping up, to be honest, for £32.99, it's worth having a little go. Right then, we've got about 15 minutes left.
Okay, right, so we'll go back to the resin then. We've just used that, we'll put that to one side. So I've got a couple more of the castings here. If I turn this around, you can see we've filled with this one the vivid pink, if you're going for the tints.
Yep.
And this one was the lime green, which we've renamed slime green. Now, there was the luscious powders in there, the mica powders in, which have given the colour, but again, because the moulds are matte finish, then you'll get that matte effect. You can change that with the resin if you want to paint that over the top. If you want to give that high gloss, as I did show you earlier on, you can certainly do that, because it changes it completely. Look at that. I just love that effect. I don't normally go for the glossy look, but with resin, it's just something different completely. But we have been very, very busy on all of those metal paints. I know we sold out last night. I think we've sold out of these in super quick time every time we've brought them on, which just shows as well that, you know, people like what they're seeing. The friends maybe already bought them. You know, you cannot go wrong with these, I don't think. You can use them in many, many different ways.
And they're fluid as well, aren't they?
They're very fluid.
Little goes a long way for these. They are so, so fluid. They sold out last night, so they're back on extended delivery from the 2nd of September, which is next Wednesday, I feel.
Okay, so I'm actually going to use the copper this time. I do tend to go for silver more than anything, but I don't know why, really. I can mix these together and blend them. Do give them a really, really good mix. They are solvent-based. They're not water-based. You can paint onto your air dry clay, but don't mix it into your air dry clay. Okay, so just very quickly again, just to show you the sort of coverage you get with these, if you wanted to paint a solid colour, you can see how that is covering really, really well with just one brush stroke.
And you can't see the colour underneath either.
No, I mean, and that is vivid pink. Now, if it dries and you think, do you know, it wants a little bit more, you can go with a little bit more. But so far, when I've used this and I've wanted total coverage, I've not actually gone with more than one coat.
Oh.
It's very quick drying as well, because of course you have got it's a solvent base. It just, yeah, it's almost as though it's evaporating very, very quickly. In fact, I could probably touch that now and it's almost totally dry. Now, I've purposely just gone over the back of there because I want to get rid of as much of the paint as I possibly can, because I'm almost going to dry brush onto the front, because I'm looking at the colours I've got. I've got purple, I've got a bit of orange and a red in there, and I think the copper would really bring out the detail. Now, this is, again, where you'll start to notice things that you didn't even realise were there. So just dry brushing over the top. I'm almost working with the colours that are there, but I'm accentuating the detail in this. I can see on the feathers straight away how that's picking up. If you go with too much paint on your brush, you will just flood this. You'll just ruin everything that's underneath there. Do you know, I might go with the gold on top of this, because the copper's very, very similar to, oh, we might do a mix. I might go with a bit of silver on here as well. If you do want a bit more, just very gently, just brush across the surface. Don't go too heavily with it. You want to build in layers rather than, you know, flood the area. We'll go over the little Q for Queen. I have got some of those emblems somewhere as well. I've only got one of each, but just to show you while I'm here, just turn that around. I've got a couple here, actually. Shall we go clubs or diamonds?
Well, let's go diamonds.
Diamonds. Well, actually, we can do both. So just to show you, you have got that area where they will fit just perfectly, look. So we could be the Queen of Diamonds, or we could be the Queen of Clubs.
What a magic trick.
Do you know what I found earlier as well? I knew I'd got one somewhere, and it's too late now. I found a box that is meant for cards.
Ah.
Yeah. So.
Do they fit in?
These, no, an actual pack of cards will fit in there. These are a little bit bigger, but you could decorate the top of your box for your cards.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Look
I might have to do this for Glenn, because he loves his cards. He's into his magic and his sleight of hand. Do you know, I'm going to go with a little bit of the silver over the top here as well, just to bring that detail out a little bit more. I can see it, but because I've got the orange underneath, it's a little bit lighter than I really wanted it to be. So I'm going to use the same brush. Let's just get rid of some. It's kind of a mix now of the copper and silver together. And let's just, now it looks a bit brighter. So it's not proper silver, but it's just highlighting those colours again. Very, very carefully, just skimming across the top there to pick up that detail. I can still see some of the copper underneath there, actually, which I quite like. But the silver has definitely highlighted everything.
You could, I was just trying to work it out in my head, if you're clever enough, do some of these and stack them in a way like a card tower and use it as a little table.
You could. That's a good idea.
The resin's quite sturdy.
Yeah. Oh, now these are still quite malleable, because they will take a good 24 hours to cure properly. But when they're really solid, you could stack them. They'd look great round a box. We've got the tissue box, haven't we? But look at that. That little bit of silver has really brought out the detail there.
Yeah, imagine all the way round.
Shall we go with the gold one? We've not used the gold. I've got a black one here, actually.
Bring up the back up the details for the bronze, silver and gold.
I've got the king. That was the queen.
Copper, isn't it?
Yeah, let me just give this... Yeah, the copper was the last one that I used. And then the silver, kind of blend with it. The gold, just give it a good old shake.
You have to shake every time?
I would. Give it a really, really good mix. The ball bearings are in there, so you don't have to worry about that. And when you first start shaking, you think, I can't hear anything. It's because it's not mixed enough. Once you start to hear it, you know it's mixing. So again, I'm just going to pick up a little bit of colour. I did have a cloth, but I don't know where it's gone. Take a little bit rather, mind you, I'll go into the
You've had yours a while and you're still not even down half a pot.
No, and actually, when I got mine, I think somebody had already been using them. I think I got maybe Leonie had them first. I don't know. I've no idea. they've definitely been used. They just run and run and run. So I just love this because you see detail that you didn't even realise was there. This is the gold. Look at that. Onto the black. Now the resin is the clear resin that we've got on the show with the resitint, the blackout resitint, which is the one I use more than everything else because I just love working onto the black background because it just shows those colours, whether you're using the paints or your waxes. The detail is incredible.
Now, I know it's not, because obviously we've said it loads of times, but this, obviously, there's jewellery designs that you see when we flash up the images, they're computer generated.
Yeah.
With the, you know, the beautiful silver shimmer that you get on all the packaging as well. But if you wanted to recreate that, this is the way to go, isn't it?
This is the nearest you'll get to that image. I've got one that I did earlier. Where it is, I'll find this one. This is a little bit different, actually. I'll show this to the front camera in a second. This was another pour with the black and the white resin together.
That's nice.
And then using, so you've got that sort of mottled effect in the background and a little bit of the silver. It does look very medieval, doesn't it? So I didn't want any other colour other than the silver to accentuate the detail on that. And we keep spotting things. Did you hear us say about the dog?
No.
Did you see the dog? Which one was it on again? Let's find it. Oh, it's this one. I think it's this one.
In.
We think it, well, let me get my glasses on. I've got my glasses for this hour.
Well, that thing at the top of the clubs? No, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Do you know what? I don't think it... Right, let's come in close with the camera. It looks just like a little dog, but I actually think it is flourishes, but the way that they are... Right at the top, you can see the little nose,
it
little
looks
mouth.
like a little cockapoo.
It does, doesn't it?
But I think it's a fleur-de-lis.
But, do you know, Janice spotted that this morning, and we didn't have a clue that was even there.
I'll give you, it does look like a dog.
It does, I still, yeah, it depends how you look at it.
Looks like a dog with a wrestling mask on.
I still think it is flourishes, but it certainly does look like a little dog. I just find that so cute now because it looks like my little Maltese Terriers.
It did. Well, I only noticed when I was doing the introduction that there is little raven skulls on there as well on the clubs. I didn't even notice them before.
And they will work beautifully hand in hand with another mould that's come in, the graveyard mould, which I know many people have been disappointed not to see this time. I think lots of people were hoping it was going to be here. It is on its way to us stock-wise, but it wasn't here ready for this one-day special. So hopefully we'll get to see that very, very soon. I'm just
It will work really well with it, though.
It will,
won't
it?
I've seen a sneaky peek of it.
Have you? Yeah. Oh,
well, there's that sample that we weren't allowed to show.
Oh, yes. You know what we did? We put a sample out and we left a spider in it.
Janice.
And Janice saw it.
Oh,
I had to hide it, yeah. Right, OK, so you remember I did the blends?
Yes.
With the cards as well. What time have we got? Oh, we haven't got time to do it again.
2 minutes.
But air dry clay, a little bit different. I used the paint earlier on to create, it might have been in the last show actually rather than this. It was, wasn't it? It was the last show where I normally just dry brush to bring detail out with the air dry clay, and this is not black paint, this is a modelling paste. But I'm hoping it's going to work because I haven't got any black paint with me. I'm watering it down. Just going to get a wet wipe. I've done this lots of times as well, but it's such a lovely effect.
We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds.
If it works. Just want to make sure that's watered down nicely. So normally, as I say, acrylic paint would be better. I've got a little bit of sparkle in this from something as well. I'm going to paint over the top of the clay, which is dry. Hopefully it's dry. You've got to work quite quickly because the clay is very, very porous. Okay, and I am kind of working that into that a little bit. You don't have to do it all in one go. You can do it in stages if you prefer. And you're probably thinking, what on earth are you doing? Hopefully this will work. Then you get your wet wipe.
Oh, distress. Oh.
And then you wipe away from the surface. You must do this when your clay is dry, otherwise you'll just flatten the clay. But what you're left with is the depth of the colour. It looks like stone, doesn't it?
It does.
So it knocks back those colours. If I wanted to do a little bit in the background, I could do as well, although we've got the bright colours there. You know, you can sort of knock those colours back a little bit as well to pull it all together. I even use this method for adding a little bit of shadowing around things or for bringing out the detail. You normally see Lou going round flowers and things.
Yeah, with a black pen.
Yeah. You can do the same thing with your clay and your resin as well. So just to sort of knock back that brightness a little bit.
It's time to start checking out your baskets. Got 20 seconds left.
Where did that hour go?
I don't know. It's flew by. Right then, start checking out your baskets. Thank you, Catherine. It's always a
Thank you.
pleasure. Reminds me of my first day when we do shows like this. A little audition.
Aw.
I know, and I got the job. Who would have thought? Don't you go anywhere. There's so much more to shop for here at the Craft Store. I'll see you in an hour. Yes, indeed. Coming up next, the really useful birthday boxes. We've all bought these as presenters, every single one of us. I've got one in the bottom of my wardrobe at the moment. So is that Catherine?
In the foothills of Aulnul, a lawless event unfolds. The Craft Store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With £6 of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Yeah, keep it down in there, would you? We've got a show to do in here, if you don't mind, honestly. Catherine, again, honestly. Very rowdy. Very, very rowdy. Shh, shh. Welcome back to the birthday celebrations. They continue. I tell you what, you're going to absolutely love the next hour because we're going to sort our lives out. It's as simple as that. We are going to sort our lives out and we're going to revolutionise our lives as well. Let's talk birthday first, of course. We're celebrating our 6th birthday here at the Craft Store. Everybody's account has been credited with £6. To unlock that £6 credit, all you need to do is spend £40 or more and we'll take it off at the checkout. It's as simple as that. And with all of our live shows through the Bonanza, there's a free gift. And today's free gift in this hour are beautiful little butterfly pen pots. They are really, really cool. They're £4.99. You will get a random colour, but you will get it for free, which is wonderful. And we're talking really useful boxes, which means the man, the legend, who is sorting our lives out one house at a time and saving the planet at the same time. Mike Pickles, welcome.
Thank you very much there, Derek. Looking forward to the show. Looking forward to working with you.
Yes, it's lovely to meet you as well. I have to say you are beautifully dressed for our celebrations as well. Very natty.
And I've got to say that nobody told me it was a fancy dress party, so I came all dressed as I did without the.
But it
the
works.
It all blends in.
It works fantastically, and you're wearing one of the trend colours for this year as well.
Really?
So I'm glad to see that you are a leader in fashion.
We do our best, which is all about the fashionable boxes as well.
Absolutely. I tell you what, this is brilliant. We'll start with the towers next to you, Mike, which you promised us you would bring us in the dove grey, because the dove grey turns this more into furniture, doesn't it?
Exactly, that's
than
right.
it does a practical solution. But I love the fact that this is all on wheels as well. And there's some lovely ethics behind this as well, Mike, because you make these here in the UK, don't you?
That's right. So once again, we continue the exclusivity to the craft store in terms of the dove grey on this 8 by 9.5 scrapbooking drawer unit. This is all made from 100% recycled plastic. I've got to give a shout out to the guy who does the recycling back at our factory. A guy there. It's Dave, and his wife is an avid crafting fan there. So
oh, fabulous!
Dave watches the show as he's there supporting his wife. So shout out to Dave, to Kaz. He'll be made up, and we want to sell as many of the dove grey as possible.
Yeah,
because it keeps Dave in a job.
Absolutely. And do you know what? This is a real work of art, because I'm going to tell you straight away, even before Mike talks us through these, if you have a look at them, you know that we can all go to that store where you have to follow the arrows around and everything else, and you can buy a flat pack piece of furniture that will do the job of storage. But what's the problem with that? First you have to build it, then you put it in one place, and once you've filled it, if you want to move it to another room or whatever, you've got to get everything out of it, and you've got to go through the hassle of this, that and the other. How nice does this look? How lovely does this look in all of the finishes? We've got 3 different options. You can see there's one which is more of a clear option. There's one which has the rainbow coloured drawers. But this dove grey is so smart and so beautiful. And talk to us about the space inside it, Mike.
Right, so indeed, the most important thing is just to repeat, the dove grey is made from 100% recycled plastic. The recycling is all done within our own factory. It's all done with a large investment we did to make sure we could turn the volumes over.
Yes.
So we sort it, we grind it, and we use it, and we recolour it back in the factory. So it's 100% is actually made from recycled plastic. The last time that we introduced it to the show, which was a month ago, this became by far the best-selling option, and as we go through the show, you're going to see increasingly larger amounts of the items all done in dove grey. Just really, we try to listen to the customer, see what they want. The most important thing as well is looking at it. It looks attractive. Looking at this little, the room that we're in now, you can see the dove grey, the decor behind. It fully integrates into the home in which you are using it from. Dove grey also is the housewares colour at the moment, and if you can imagine the benefit you've got, people use your craft room, and maybe it's nice to be, once you're out of the craft room, to forget about the crafting, focus on the family. So this also hides away what we've got. The dove grey, this is the 9.5 drawer unit, designed specifically around scrapbooking paper. You see how it all fits into here. We did the last time talk to you about the inserts that go into the top. So there is, again, a 16 segment, 15 segment item, which is actually, you can put all your pieces in. And this time again, what is new, we've introduced a scrapbooking or a drawer unit. You can see it's half the height. What it does that give you is space underneath your scrapbooking paper or what you've got, and you can use these segments here very much for scrapbooking, scissors in here, all sorts of things. And also one of the presenters talked about it for jewellery. So basically it is a piece of furniture. It's easy to remove around the house there. You can see, easy to take your crafting items out and work on the paper, then it's all hidden away. So this was by far the bestseller the last time of the drawer unit.
I'm not surprised either. And can I just say, I know we are on a crafting channel right now, and so our focus is all talking to you about crafting right now. But can you just think of every aspect of your life? Can you think of having this as a little bit of an island that you can move around in your kitchen? Can you think about having one of these in the shed outside for all of your gardening bits and pieces? Can you think about having one of these in the garage for all of those tools and wrenches and things that you need to find, and the ability to move that much stuff around the place? Yes, crafters, this is going to be absolutely brilliant for you, because I tell you right now, I quite often, if my mum and dad are watching this right now, sorry to embarrass Dad, but quite often my dad will ring me and say, oh, your mother wants to move the craft room to the other end of the house again. That means taking all of the furniture apart. It means taking walls down and all kinds of different things to move these hundreds of tons, it feels like, of paper and card and scissors and this, that and the other from one end of the house to the other. It means buying new furniture every single time. This can go right round the house with you as well. It's so practical. If you work from home, and at the moment, every time you want to work in the front room because it's sunnier in the front room than that little half bedroom you've got at the back of the house, well, instead of having to go up the stairs, get the laptop, bring that down, upstairs, get my paperwork, bring that down, and then at the end of the working day, OK, the kids want the dining room table now, so upstairs goes the laptop, upstairs goes the bits and pieces and whatever, and all the power cables and the chargers and everything else. Imagine being able to use this tower and keep absolutely everything in it, because quite apart from your scrapbooking papers and everything else, your laptops and your tablets and your office stuff, your filing, your accounting will go in that as well, and you can easily get it around the house. Have another look at that dove grey, because the dove grey, it's the same finish as this. This is coming up in dove grey later as well. It is stunning, because again, all you have to do is, does this come, do we need to put it together? Is it an assembly?
No, it's all fully assembled, so it comes in. The only item you have to do is add the wheels at the bottom.
So we don't even have to build it?
Exactly.
Oh,
Comes
I tell you
complete.
what, that's a dream. Can I just say to you as well, use either the two flex. Well, use the two flexes if you want to. Listen, this is so affordable. I don't think you'll probably go for that option. But also use it to unlock your birthday discount that you've got in your account if you haven't used it yet. Because it's a spend of over £40, we'll take £6 off automatically at the checkout. Remember, if you're a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay anyway. It's absolutely brilliant. It really, really is. And I just love that finish. And I love the fact that you've bought other items here that are dove grey. So if you want to build a suite, a whole office, all looking the same with your different storage, then you've got the ability to do it in this show.
Exactly in that manner there as well. And I'll have to be careful that I don't jump from the different sizes, but very much is dove grey, 100% recycled plastic.
Yeah.
It's got the environmentally friendly message that we've got there. Bestseller the last time that we actually did the show.
It's massively busy already, Mike. I'm not surprised.
Really?
It's really, really good because, again, you know, because it is good, strong, it's the quality of the plastic as well, isn't it? It's not just about the fact that it is recycled,
yes.
It's the quality and the type of plastic, isn't
exactly.
it, that you're
so
using?
This is polypropylene.
Yes.
The other benefits of the polypropylene is, again, we're looking at hygienic, we're looking at organisation,
Yeah.
we're looking at how easy it is to wash it. So just soapy water is actually easy just to clean it. So again, it's so easy to continue to keep in pristine condition.
It's lovely, it really, really is. And actually, you know, for a kid's bedroom or playroom as well, whatever, you know, again, they can draw over it and everything. It's easy to look after. In fact, if you've got a children's bedroom or whatever, if you've got a nursery, you've just got a newborn, imagine how good that rainbow would be if you've got newborns in the family for all the baby clothes and stuff that you just have.
Exactly.
When you've got a new one in the family. So you've got three options there. Obviously, we're raving about the dove grey because we just love it so much, and we love the fact that it's made of recycled plastic as well. You've got that clear option in the middle, again, if you want that bit more visibility as to what's in it. And then you've got that, you can use colour-coded. It might be that you stack your card in those kind of colour families on the rainbow one. It would be absolutely brilliant for a kid's bedroom or for a nursery as well, because you can get all of their toys and bits and pieces and billy-doos, just the stuff that normally lies around the corners of the floor. You can get it, and it means you can easily clean around it as well, because you can easily get it out and move it around.
That's exactly it. And
I love it.
Don't forget the drawers, well, great for fabrics.
Yeah.
As you said, the colour coding is there. Great actually for homeschooling with the children there.
Definitely.
You can put different lessons in different products there. And we've also, again, remembering we've got the divider sets that we can actually buy as well.
Yeah.
Makes it easier to organise items. With the unit that we've got, with this unit here, I actually put my ties in, so it's easy to sort the ties.
Yeah.
And the last presenter talked about putting her knickers in. So as she mentioned that, it actually is wise that I can actually repeat doing it.
That's very organised. I'm going to guess that was our Paola. Anyway, listen, we've got to move on because there's so much in the show. Go for your life. Just grab it quickly while you can, because there are other Dove Grey pieces that you will definitely want that go with that as well. So that item number there for the tower is 170327. 3 different options there: the Dove Grey, the white, the clear, should I say, or the rainbow as well. This is going out for you on the 5th of September, and it's going out from here in the UK as well. Mike and his team are based, their manufacturing base is here, not far outside of Leeds in West Yorkshire. So it's great that it happens right here in the UK as well. That's superb. Right, the next item we're going to go to next for you is the one that's closest to you, Mike, which is the towel. So this is the 12 litre.
12 litre, exactly that. So if you can see there, the 9.5, that's for 12-inch scrapbooking paper.
Okay.
And then when you look now at this size, you can now see it's for A4 paper.
Yeah.
So again, up at the top, we've got the wriggle room, so it's easy to remove. And so it's also... Our financial director, Rebecca, she actually puts her children's shoes in it. So imagine, you're coming in, dirty shoes.
Yeah.
Again, straight at the side of the doorway, put your shoes into that. And then the other side, if mud goes inside the box, then actually it's so easy to clean there.
Yeah.
So what it does is take all the shoes that are visible when you go into the into your, if you like, into the hallway.
Yeah.
All gets hidden away.
Do you know where I would use that as well? And I know we're talking crafting, and I'm just going to take your brain in some different directions as well during the show, if that's all right with you as well, Mike. Yes, it would be great for all your crafting goodies, all of your papers and everything else. But also, I would have that. I've got a little pantry. And actually, if you've got fresh vegetables that don't need to go in the fridge because they'll just clutter up the fridge, they don't need to be refrigerated, and you want to keep them somewhere, or maybe you've got apple trees in the garden, you've got a glut of apples, you want somewhere to keep your bulbs dry over the season before you're planting out your new set of bulbs. This would be absolutely brilliant in the shed, in the garage, in the kitchen, in the pantry. Do you know what? This might even make something like, a piece of bedroom furniture for someone who's just going to a rented place. They don't want to buy big, expensive pieces of furniture, and you want something that's easily portable, but actually you can get an awful lot into.
Exactly, that's the case. And also it's that back to college, back to university.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great. And, again, things are hidden away when they're not in use. This is the 12 litre height there.
Yeah.
So that's all based on the A4 footprint.
Just show us inside one again, Mike, as well. Get one. Yeah.
Indeed.
Look at that.
So we can see what we've got there. Again, in all our products, wonderful flat surface there. So basically, you can put your papers in. Great for magazine storage as well.
Yeah, definitely.
If you can imagine, you can easily put a year's supply of all the different magazines into the one here.
Well, I was thinking as well, even if you're just buying, you can get some deals sometimes on your printer paper.
Exactly.
You could get a good few reams of that tall, couldn't you, in just one of those drawers? You could probably get 3 reams in a drawer there.
Exactly, you can indeed, but not only that, it actually, with a flat bottom, it means that the paper doesn't get embossed, it doesn't twist.
Yeah.
So it's actually protecting all what you've got.
Do you know, I love it, and they're so easy to clean as well. That's the thing, that's the thing about plastic, isn't it? It's so much easier to clean as well. So this is your tower of 512 litres there in the Dove Grey, brand new today, £36.99, and that can be yours right now. Think of, you can see to the left of Mike there, the first item that we did. See how well those two go together, and then we've got the one coming up next as well. But just imagine those in your home office. You've got automatic coordination as well. We've got things like this as well, which can go with that hand in hand. think about loft storage as well. You know, it might be that you've got an area up in the loft and you want to keep things dry, dust-free, away from the spiders and the creepy crawlies that are up there in the loft. Get one of those up there and you can store things and keep them pristine for much, much longer, because this is really, really strong as well. So details for this one, 058377 is your item number there. There it is on the website. So it's the tower of the 512 litres. You can see everything else which is on the show there as well. Plenty more in Dove Grey. Dove Grey, people are going crazy for, I'm not surprised. And we'll show you as many of the different options, a lot of which are new today. So even if you've been to this show before, we've got a lot of new today. So take advantage of those. From the big to the small as well, because sometimes it's about the smaller storage, which is just as important as the larger. Right, we've swapped the towers next to you, Mike, now. So this one, it's the 7 litres, but we've got more drawers on this one,
yes,
haven't we?
We've got eight drawers in this. Once again, all the Dove Grey is made from 100% recycled plastic. All the recycling is done within our own factory, and actually it's Dave, who is an avid viewer, is one of the guys who actually participates in doing it. So what you've got here, this is just a lesser height drawer. This actually again is great for A4 paper. Again, you've got the wriggle room on top, and what you've got as well, the benefit of the Dove Grey, I don't know if you've ever had any issues of fading. If you leave items out and it fades, the Dove Grey actually is a great protector against UV, because the UV cannot get through the solid colour. So UV gets through glass, it gets through clear plastic, but when you put your delicate fabrics inside one of these boxes, it is all fine.
Oh my word, yes, absolutely. I've forgotten also, because we always think about paper crafters first, but soft craft, yes, the last thing you need when you've paid for your expensive fabrics is to have the sun coming in. You know, if you've got a clear box even like this, your fabrics will fade because the UV rays can get in and get through, and they can damage and they can fade over time. Imagine having all of your fabulous fabrics sort of catalogued in a beautiful way in a set of drawers like this. It would be awesome. I think as well, you know, for a home, even if you don't need a home office, so let's say you don't work from home, we've all got life admin that needs doing. Somewhere for the bank statement, somewhere for the utility bills, somewhere for the will, and all of that kind of stuff. Just life admin that's good to keep in one place. But actually you want to be able to move that around. This would be perfect for that as well, wouldn't it?
Exactly. What I do is, I don't know about you, but I keep getting constant reminders to pay. So what I do there is, when I get the first letter for actually to chase a debt, I put it in the top one.
Yeah.
When the second one comes down there, so I know what the priority of paying all the debts there. So you see, there's a practical reason.
That is a good plan. I like that as a plan. We're not here to give you financial advice, but that's how Mike does it.
All about organisation.
Yes.
Once again as well, these Dove Grey units at the moment are exclusive to the craft store. You can't buy them anywhere else at the moment. These two have just been developed based on the success at the last time of this Dove Grey here.
Can I just very, very quickly, hello, can I just very, very quickly say to you, again, I'm thinking about the stores where you might buy a wood look, similar looking kind of piece of furniture that would come to you as a long flat cardboard box that you'd wrestle into the car, and then you'd get home and little keys and putting it all together and everything else. Just have a look at that tower again, would you? How much would that be if just imagine the wooden equivalent, even in that kind of finish, so it would be a finished wood,
Yes.
in any of those stores. And you know, there's some that I'm thinking about specifically. You might have others near you. But I don't think it would be $44.99. And then again, even if it was, there's all the building it, and then when it's in place and when it's full, if you want to move it around, if it wants to go to another room, you'd have to empty everything, you'd have to take it apart, you'd have to move it to the other room and whatever. With this, just show us how easy it is to move, Mike.
Right.
I know it's empty, but
you can see
look.
they're easy to remove. I am aware of teachers actually using it to take their lessons between different classes.
Oh my word, yeah, of
so
course.
they just push it all along there. So used a lot in education. And again, it's that, you know, these are exclusive they're all made from the same batch of, if you like, of plastic.
Yeah.
So all the
See,
colours all
colours
matching.
match beautifully.
Exactly. But
I love that. I want so much. I know John Lockwood is shopping in this show as well, by the way. In fact, we're even going to talk to him later in the hour because he's shopping in this show. And I am not at all surprised, because I think we can all look at these and we can think, OK, I definitely need something like this in my life. As I say, my mum and dad definitely need this. Let's have a look at the details for this then. 894876 is your item number. So this is the 8 drawers at 7-litre capacity. And again, they're the same kind of like A4 paper capacity,
definitely A4 there.
Yeah.
They all come complete with wheels. And then if I just put the wheels to one side there, you can see the A4 paper fits in. And actually,
fabulous. We will come back and see that in a wee while. We're just moving things around at the moment, Mike, because we've got so much to show, haven't we? But it is brilliant. So there's slightly shallower drawers than that previous tower, but there are more drawers to go out there, which is really, really good. I tell you what, you know, for your life admin and your accounts and bits and pieces, it could be fabric, could be crafting bits and pieces. Absolutely amazing. Now, there's a 5 12-litre drawer in the Dove Grey. So we've got the 5 12-litre drawer tower there as well, which we saw previously. That's available, and of course that goes beautifully with the 7 9-litre as well. You'll keep up. You'll have a look through everything on the show. You'll be buying, I'll tell you right now. Now, next up, just a really, really useful piece of furniture, actually. Do you know what? If you might want a bedside drawer, a bedside cabinet, and you just haven't got the room that you need for that kind of thing, I think this would be excellent for that. But tell me, Mike.
Yeah, no, so this again this is a double unit. They are blended together. You can see it's the same height there, what we've got, a single top there, and it's just perfect. You know, I don't know about you guys, sometimes I knock my cup of tea off on the bedside cabinet.
Yeah.
This is so easy to clean for things of that nature. But I'm imagining it in a lot of cases. What about a printer stand?
Yes,
you know,
perfect.
Printer stands are very expensive.
Yes.
The weight of the printer will not stop the drawers opening and closing. We've got those on, and again, actually, it's easy to transport the house if you want to put it all in there. So it is multiple uses, as you said, bedside cabinet, absolutely. But what you've got again, Dove Grey, totally and utterly from 100% recycled plastic. The colours all blend in together as well, so it's all matching, and it is available. And as well, the 100% recycling does not cost any extra money than the normal ones.
Yes, which you think it would be, because it's a longer process. There's more involved in it, isn't there?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've got don't forget, we've got days' wages to pay.
Absolutely, because you need to reprocess the plastic first before you start dealing with it as new plastic, don't you?
First of all, we've got to sort it. So
sort it?
Sort it, yes. So what a lot of the source of it comes from not first grade standard plastic that we are making.
Right.
So what we've got to do is sort out the plastic that actually would go into Dove Grey. So the clears do, you know, the whites do.
Right.
And so you've got to sort it into what goes into this colour. We separate it for 3 different colours. What can go into Dove Grey, what can go into clear, and also what can go into the blues as well.
For all the handles,
Exactly. We use around about 50 tonnes of plastic per month just for the handles, and that is all recycled plastic. And any other plastic that doesn't fit into that category, that goes into black.
See, that's a massive investment as well, isn't it? Because usually that kind of thing, forgive me, I may be talking out of class here, but usually these kind of things would be sourced from very much the Far East, from a quality that you wouldn't know the credence of. To do that in the UK must be a massive undertaking, but it's clearly paid off.
Well, what happens though when you've got plastic storage? Actually, if you imagine, plastic is actually related to oil.
Yes.
The Chinese don't have an advantage of buying oil cheaper than the rest of the world.
Right.
And if you imagine the wooden things from China, they grow trees in China. So actually, plastic, I would say that to have plastic products produced in the UK or in Europe is actually all fine there. And so what we're looking at here, it is UK produced, all matching in. It can be the dove grey, it can be the white there, and again it all fits into the room. It would look great in a bathroom as well.
Yeah, oh my word. Yeah, actually, I know you've never been round to my house yet, and we're not far away because I live up in Ripon. But actually, in my bathroom, near the sink and where you need to actually do stuff, no storage whatsoever. It's a lovely, lovely bathroom, got a roll-top bath and all the rest of it, which we inherited, but there's no storage. Something like this would be absolutely perfect because you can keep it clean very, very easily. It blends in very, very nicely as well. I would go for the dove grey as well in my bathroom, completely and utterly. We do have the white available as well if you want it. You can have it in 2 flexis. So very, very quickly, Mike, the difference in size between the left and the right on these is what?
It's the height there, that's the only difference. And actually you've got 5 7 litres and 3 12 litre, so you can see the ratio that there is there.
Do you know, in that bathroom scenario, if you think about it, you've got the extra height in the larger ones, the 12-litre ones. They would go the spare toilet rolls and the bigger shampoo bottles and things like that. And then on the left-hand side, the smaller things, nail clippers, the things that you want out of sight in a bathroom. You don't want people seeing them. That would be a lovely, lovely solution for that.
Don't forget your towels.
Yes, and if you work from home as well, having that next to you, because a lot of people work from home from an armchair with the laptop on their lap, so that's the right height to actually get at things. If you work, they're absolutely brilliant. They seriously are. You're loving these as well. 784-602 is your item number. Let's have a little look at these. Again, they are genius. Everything's going out for you from the 5th of September. Lots of news in the show. Don't forget, everyone's getting your free gift in this hour as well. 1 per customer. You get that wonderful butterfly pen tray for free. Again, coming from really useful boxes, which is brilliant. I love it. All made here in the UK. And don't forget, you've got the white option and the dove grey. The dove grey is 100% recycled plastic, and it's made here in the UK as well. It is tremendous. Right. OK, now one of the best sellers, if not the best sellers throughout the really useful boxes range are these, and they are your 9-litre boxes. And again, is this the first time we're seeing them in the dove grey, or
yes,
we had them?
Yes, the first time you've seen it, and that dove grey, because we sold the dove grey drawers the best the last time. We've just listened to the customers and actually the viewers, and then just produced this wider range there.
So best-selling boxes now in the new dove grey, so it matches all the pieces that we've seen so far. You can go for the clear as well. I mean, if you think about this in every area of your life, these are a really, really handy size. They've got the locking down lids as well, which is absolutely superb. They've got a nice capacity inside, as you can see. And what I'm going to do is I'll show you the picture so we can pass these over to Mike, and Mike can talk us around them. But if you want something that's good and sturdy, I've found, I mean, listen, Mike, I'm going to level with you, and you know this as well. You can go into very, very value retailers and you can buy a very, very thin and flimsy plastic storage box that you might think, oh, brilliant, I've made a really good deal here. It's not expensive at all. But then you realise you get it home and a couple of months later, shatters in a corner and just completely comes apart. And then you realise the lid they gave you doesn't stay on. It comes up at one side or one corner. So actually you end up buying more of those and more of those and more of those and buying more plastic that is single use. And with the one that's broken, what can you do? There's nothing you can do with it. You have to throw it away.
Exactly. Now, what we look at, one of our brand values is value for money. So where the strength of the box comes from is on here. You can see the thick wall section there, so that's where the strength comes in. You've got the ribs on the outside, which actually protects the box as well. You've got the locking mechanism, so it all stands there. They also stacking boxes, so the bottom of the box here goes into the top. So what you've got is if you're transporting them, you can see going round corners, they're not going to be moving. They are, in fact, A4 size. So once again, on the 9-litre, you've got the length here, the wriggle room at the top, easy to remove. But not only for paper, it's brilliant for fabrics again. Christmas crackers, there's all sorts of cracking ideas like that.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yes, and then this leads up. What, if you like, if you can imagine, with it being A4 size, It's great for magazines.
Yeah.
It's it's great to, if you like, on wills. It's great to be a time capsule to keep memories in.
Of course it could.
Memory box.
Do you know that Christmas thing that you were just talking about? I was thinking, like, you've got those glass Christmas ornaments that go on the tree, the weird and wonderful cars with Santa on them, and glass baubles which are treasured. Usually, I'm going to admit it right now, they go in a black sack and they go up in the loft. Same for you. Put them in something like this, they are protected, and do you know what? They're an easy size. No matter how heavy what you have in here, they're an easy size to port around, aren't they? These are the ones that John Lockwood's shopping for right now. As we speak, right now, he's shopping for these. They are absolutely brilliant, and they're really nice and strong, Mike.
So the last time we did the show as well, the pack of 4 was a bestseller there. So it was obviously natural to introduce then the 9 litre, again in Dove Grey, which is 100% recycled plastic, and again on that, so it's exactly the same tooling, lovely flat surface, great for A4 ones there, but again we're helping the environment by reusing the plastic from all our company off-takes there for certain. So what you've got as well, great for UV protection. You've got on there
old photos to keep them from fading.
Old photos, again fabrics. I think it is a best-selling size. When I developed the size, I was looking at what people use for, if you like, for storage. One of those items was a cardboard shoebox. So this really is where I store all the items. So great for shoes in as well. So you've got these in. Now, can we see? Do you want to see some magic?
Go on.
Okay, would you like to pass me that, like the 12
this
litre?
One. Yeah.
That's the one there.
Okay,
so let's see if we can get magic to happen.
There we go.
And then it should actually fit inside the unit there. Look at that magic there. Genius.
Well,
really useful, Derek.
Okay, Mike, watching this, as you can see the other side of the studio, is our John Lockwood, and we can talk to him as well when the ladder moves out of the way. So, John, you're shopping for these, but you now need a tower as well to go with it. What drew you to these?
I love these. I actually have bought 2 sets of the 4 every time they've been on air. Literally, because I'm gonna be honest. This is what I used to use. To bring all my samples and everything in. And these are from that Swedish shop. He says turning it round so you can't see the label.
Yeah, we're not knocking them, but
no, great, they work. But I found these are so much more secure. So this is A4 card, and this is my special card. This is coated, this is touted around in the back of my car. Literally.
Yes.
And the edges should be bashed and everything. It won't even fit in properly to the other boxes. But I can get all my card samples in there. Even these, massive ones, not that I'm showing you a sneak peek for later, but even the massive ones in there really securely. And that, it locks. And they stack. And I use the bigger version as well. So I can stack 4 of these on top of each one of those. So literally, I've now got 16.
And you know that
I have another 8 on the way. Sorry, Sam.
Oh.
Because I wait until you have the show. Obviously, because it's an amazing price. Because I think these now work out about 50 or 60p more than these were. And they're just so much better.
And actually, the other thing about this is, if you were to accidentally trip over with them in your hands, you know that everything's absolutely fine.
Well, I'm known for being clumsy.
Well, I didn't want to say,
if you've ever walked outside and seen all the stuff that's trodden into the dirt, that's from when my trolley went over. Flowers and everything, but literally... nothing. It doesn't damage it. And the thing is, that card... the edges aren't bashed. And I paid good money for it. That's what I absolutely love. Nothing's broken.
Thank God, John, I can't believe you've done that.
But
live TV. You do realise it's live TV.
But the thing is, it is genuinely how I am, and people who know me know that I am very, very clumsy. The back of my car is literally on the A1 is tittering with piles of things. And that confidence means that I know I can bring the samples. The girls have spent hours making them.
Yes, of course.
Literally hours and hours, probably 100,
And we're showing
200
them on
hours
TV.
of work
Yeah.
in each show.
Yeah.
And I can now feel confident that I can actually look after their work.
Well, and I have to tell you, Mike, that John wouldn't say that unless he meant it. This is not a paid stunt or anything.
Yes.
And John's actually using them all the time. And if John says it, absolutely, that's high praise indeed.
And then the other benefit, John, as well. John, when you take them out of your boot of the car to where you're going to present, I should imagine occasionally it might be raining. You know, because occasionally in the UK it does rain.
Yes.
And I'm absolutely certain that you are confident that the insides, the water doesn't come in.
That's a really important point. A few years ago, a very well-known designer lent me some of her samples to bring for a show. And she'd wrapped every box in towels because it was raining. So I'd had to bring every box out of her car into my boot, wrapped in towels.
Yeah.
To stop the cards getting spoilt.
Yes.
Whereas now, I just don't worry slightest about it.
Yeah.
Because, literally, these are completely watertight. And living up north as I do, trust me, it rains a lot when I'm loading my car. As you will know, Derek, it rains a lot for us, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you know as well, Mike, don't you? Because you're in Leeds. It's not exactly the driest place in the world, is it?
Sounds like us Northerners have taken over, but also the wind sometimes. The wind is not going to blow the lids off.
Yeah, yeah.
It's actually... with these, John, it was purposely designed around A4 paper.
Yeah.
The wriggle room at the top. That's why it didn't fit into the other boxes, because it wasn't designed around.
No, it was just a storage generic, wasn't it? Yeah, where this is designed for those sizes.
Exactly.
Listen, John, thank you so much.
Yes,
I know you're
thank
busy
you, John.
preparing for your show as well, but there's no greater testimonial, as you know, than
the users.
Exactly.
The users, people who choose to use
because you're
them.
not necessarily a crafter, Mike, yourself, are you?
No, exactly that. I'm too busy building a business.
Absolutely. Well, and I tell you what, and people are loving you for it. I've just got a couple of emails here as well. Well, I say a couple. They're streaming in. Here's one from F. Porter saying, I love really useful boxes. I've many that I use, not just for crafting. Thank you for the boxes and for considering the environment as well. And I think that's a real strong point, actually. Sometimes when you buy those cheap as chips other options, you have no idea about the credence or the background or the materials or where they're coming from. This email says, I use for more than crafting and can vouch my tower on wheels, which is full. Very easy to roll around. They really are really useful boxes. Anne says, hi Mike and all, after your last show and purchasing yet more storage boxes, my total including today's fab 12-litre grey, which is ideal for my larger spray paints. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, my total is now 185 plus storage boxes of varying sizes. Anne,
Wow.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much, Anne.
I bet life is very much easier for you, Anne, as a result as well. And Terry Kim says, last time Mike was on, I bought the double storage unit and I wanted to say how fabulous the quality is. Also, there's loads of space, especially in the 3 larger drawers. I've just ordered another one and I'm sorting my mounting collection of craft stash, which is built up over the last 6 years of buying from Hochanda and the craft store. Thank you, Terry Kim, and thank you to everyone. Do keep those emails coming in, because even if we don't get to read them, we'll pass them on to Mike. And Mike's back for another hour tonight at 9 o'clock as well, so make sure you are here for that. So listen, if you want these, please make sure, remember you get 4. So you get 4 of them in either the clear or the Dove Grey. I would suggest a lot of people are going to be multi-buying on these as well. You have got a birthday saving there as well, so it should be $32.96, just $22.96. When you work out the price per box, you think actually for the quality you're seeing and the credence, those Dove Grey 100% recycled plastic, polypropylene as well. So they've got that extra strength and those design features, and it's designed for A4 storage. To get those, it's a little over £5 per box. Is ridiculous. It's crazy. 807 301 is your item number for those. Please check out the website's going bonkers right now, so do check your items out as quick as you possibly can. The great thing is, honestly, you've got lots and lots of choices, and do have a look through the website, because we won't be able to, by any means, show you everything that we've got on the show. Let's go back to the towers, Mike, because these are very, very busy. We're talking about the ones on the left. Yes, so, the 8th drawer. The one, the Dove Grey, of course, is absolutely, as we predicted.
Is that still going bonkers?
Absolutely in the lead by a country mile, and I'm not surprised. But lots of people enjoying the clear and indeed the rainbow as well, which is really, really lovely. Would be great for a child's bedroom. Again, just in a nutshell, Mike, what is it about this?
I think what you've got is you've got the additional size. So the great thing is that the 9.5 litres, great for the 12 by 12 inch scrapbooking paper. You can see how it all fits in. But actually, absolutely brilliant for clothes and things of that nature going in. Once again, that's why I put all my ties in, my socks in. Yeah. Everything is so well organised, so it gives me a good idea what I'm doing. So these drawer units is all about organisation. It's so easy to find all those items that you're looking for. The great thing about the Dove Grey, once it's in the home, it blends into it. So we've got the blending in based on the colour, but again, it's hidden away as well. So you've got the best of all worlds with that option made from 100% recycling plastic.
Which is brilliant. And I know that when people want to have a bit of a sort out in their crafting area, there's all sorts everywhere. There's beads, there's bits of scrap, this, that and the other all over the place. And I know cleaning sometimes can be an issue in your craft room because there are corners that you just can't get to until you move out of that house. And it's when you move all the furniture out that you think, oh my God, there's 30 years worth of crafting stuff behind those cupboards and things. With these, you just simply roll them out. And they don't get messy and grubby because they're very, very easy to look after because, you know, a soft cloth, a microfiber cloth, will easily look after these, won't they?
Exactly, and if you need to use water and that's just very liquid.
Yeah.
But I know
other washing up liquids are available.
Yes, well, yeah, indeed.
Is that all right, Mike?
So what you've got there, so easy to clean. It's the hygienic side to it as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's just, you know, it is a great piece of furniture. It's not flimsy. You know, on the top there, you could easily again put a printer onto it. You know, it's a lovely flat surface. You can put anything on there just to build into it, but you've all this organisational space underneath as well.
I love it. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, really, really practical, useful. And can I just say again to you, don't think of just your crafting. I know we are the craft store, and I know, but take this opportunity. Ladies, I know predominantly we will have a female audience, even though we have loads and loads of guys who craft as well. But think about this in every area of your life as well. Don't just think about it in your craft room. Think about it in your home office. Think about it in your garage. Think about it in your potting shed or your greenhouse. It's absolutely brilliant. So practical. You can get so much in these as well. And you've got 3 different options. You don't even have to build the darn thing. It comes to you built. All you need to do is pop the wheels in, and that's the only bit that you need to do. And I have to say, that's brilliant for our postage price as well. Actually, you'd think that would be a lot more to deliver. I'm sure it is for you guys, but...
Well, because of the shape and how it works together, it's a complete unit.
Yeah.
All comes complete, all delivered to the home.
That's amazing.
Ready to unpack, ready to use straight away.
Yeah, so it's not going to take you 20 minutes of swearing with little tools and whatever, having an argument with your other half about putting it together. You literally get it out of the box, pop the wheels on, and that's it. Start using it. It's brilliant. You can break it down into flexes as well. It's superb. Now, we were talking about, we've got another new today now. This is lovely. So this is a 19 litre storage box. So this time we've got the suspension files in it as well. Now, I think quite a lot of people, you know, even these days, even though we do less on paper these days, we all have bits of officialdom that need to be kept. Birth certificates, driving licenses, your V5 for your car, all of those things that you need to keep. It might be the last will and testament, how cheerful. You know, whatever it might be, you've got to keep it. But actually, why are people buying great big huge filing cabinets that are wieldy and only have one function when you can have something like this, which you can pop up into the loft, pop your important bits in there, put them up in the loft, forget about them, knowing that they are completely and utterly protected.
Exactly. So there's different uses. Another good place to put them is at the bottom of the wardrobe. You know, all the important, let's say, papers like insurance documents can be going straight into those. The 19 litre is based on an A4 size, so you can see at the bottom, A4 paper is there.
Yep.
It is designed to
sorry.
have 5 reams of paper, so it is no coincidence it looks like the 5 reams of paper boxes that you get.
Yes.
So again, you can put them in, protect them there. It is for A4 paper. But again, imagine for samples as well there, Derek.
Definitely.
You know, people with samples, easy to go through.
Yeah.
Easy to separate.
UFO projects, because quite a few people have got quite a few different crafts on the go as well, because, you know, people who are card makers suddenly decide, oh, I'm going to have a go at cross stitch, or I'm going to have a go at jewellery moulds, or whatever it might be, and you might have some unfinished projects on the go, so this would be good. Now, you've got a bigger version in front of you.
Right, this is the 35 litre, so we've got it here. Both the 19 litre and the 35 litre come already complete with 10 suspension files. These suspension files are all, if you like, exclusive to us. They are made in Italy, all automated production. So it
Made in Italy, Mike? That's
in Italy,
interesting.
yes.
Wow.
So it is all there. It's a company I've been dealing with for maybe 15 years.
Fabulous.
They found me at an exhibition in Germany, and we've been buying loyally from them since. So I think that is Bertessi, I think is the one that we get them from.
Fabulous. Mike, can I just ask you a quick question? I'm so sorry, I should have asked you 3/4 of an hour ago, because we're meeting for the first time today. It's a great pleasure, and lots of people are watching the show for the first time. Tell us your background in a nutshell. Who are you and where have you come from, and how have we got to today? How did that all come about?
My background, I'm an accountant, is quite obviously looking at me and hearing me. You can tell I'm an accountant.
You're a numbers man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but also I'm that creative accountant. So creative accountant doesn't need to be somebody who cooks the books. It can also be somebody who is creative there.
Yeah.
So what we did is we started the business off, and it was really, as an accountant, I do have storage.
Yes.
And then, you know, it's archival storage. And then I was fed up of using cardboard. I worked for a plastic lighting company in Rotherham. And actually, it was obvious. I knew what plastic did.
Yeah.
So I thought, right, I'll go out and buy a plastic cardboard box. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find one. And two weeks of exhaustively looking, it was like, I can't believe it. All I want is a box, a plastic box to contain all my archival storage.
And how long ago was that?
That was over 20 years ago now.
So you obviously hit the right mark that a lot of people were looking for, and the rest is history.
Well, it was exactly that. But what was happening? So I'm there thinking to myself, I can't believe all I want is a plastic cardboard box.
Yeah.
Then suddenly there was a thunder crack, a flash of lightning, and a finger pointed to me saying, just if you want one, make it yourself.
Yeah.
But exactly is that what I did is I hit on something that, from a user's point of view, all I want is a plastic cardboard box.
Yeah, yeah.
I worked in plastic. I knew what it could do.
Yeah.
So for archiving, you can look through the box. You know that actually you've got your wages records or whatever.
Yes.
But also then it's when you have cardboard in storage, it all it ages very
Deteriorates.
badly.
Yeah.
So it deteriorates.
It's also awkward to carry.
Exactly.
Because once you've got weight in cardboard, after a few years, you know, the weight distribution goes all over the place because the cardboard weakens in certain places, the tape disintegrates, etc.
The problem with, and I better not dish the competition, but if you look, plastic was the right way of doing it. So that's where the idea came from.
Amazing.
I had a need, but it's the necessity is the mother of invention. And I knew that a plastic archiving box is what I wanted. Couldn't find one.
Well, clearly, Mike, you weren't the only one, and so now the legend is here with us, and it's a massive, massive company. We're very, very privileged to have really useful boxes here with us on the craft store. Let me give you the details for this one. I'm going to get the other half of that story. I'll get part 2 of that story in the 9 o'clock hour as well, by the way, because I am genuinely nosy and fascinated, because to go from an accountant to the man behind all of these genius ideas. And again, please don't confine this to just your crafting storage. Yes, of course, you know it's going to give you amazing answers to your crafting storage. But I'm just thinking with everything that we have on the show right now, whether you whether you grow your own, whether you make jam, whether you've got a kitchen that's just a bit overawed and you need just nice, neat, strong storage, then this is definitely the show for you. Don't forget, there's a free gift for everyone shopping in this show as well. We've got these butterfly wonderful pen holders that you'll receive one of, random colours. Even John, you'll get one of those as well, which is brilliant because John Lockwood's shopping in the show as well, who's coming up for you at 6 o'clock. So that'll be a nice little gift. So now we're going to the smallest of the storage that we have seen so far, but there is smaller than this as well. But this is very, very handy indeed, Mike, for just, I guess you were saying priorities earlier, for your immediate priorities, for your manageable, and for those people who want to take their crafting projects away on a little weekend away, these are going to be brilliant.
Exactly, they are. So this is a 4-litre box. The 9-litre was the start of, if you like, of that size and footprint of box. Can you just pass me a 9-litre, please? There.
This one?
Yes, and you can pass me the 19 as well. Gets all exciting. You can see it's the same footprint as the 9-litre. It is a modular system that we've got. You can hear it clicking in. So 19 goes on, 9 goes on, and it's just basically, it's a one-reamed.
Can I just say at this point, could you just imagine and close your eyes and picture how organised your loft could be right now, as well as the areas that you work in right now, your craft room, your kitchen, your pantry, your home office, all of those places under the bed. Could you imagine how tidy and neat and ordered that could be? You could move it all around and clean around it, but can you imagine storing things up in your loft and how much simpler that would be and how much nicer it would all look? I'm just saying. Sorry, Mike, you were saying.
Yeah. And at the last show, your viewers were very kind to send pictures of their existing craft room where it was wall to wall and floor to ceiling, full of really useful boxes. So if any of our viewers have got pictures of that nature, I would love to actually see them as well. So again, it's the same footprint as a 9-litre. It stacks on the top. Great for A4 paper. This was actually a one-ream paper box there. So imagine great if, you know, for copier paper, different colours, etc. But again, you know, I've seen people taking, if you like, you know, the cookies, the buns, the you know, the cakes in these there, yes. And again,
to the fairs and the offices and things like that, yeah, it'd be great.
Exactly. Or just to the cake stand, you know, you know, the jumble sales I remember going to as kids, and you know, the buns that they're there. That was my favourite part of the jumble sale. Was to do it again, to reiterate the plastic that we're using. Certainly the clear boxes that's made from this is made from material that can be used directly in contact with food there. So the clear is great for food contact. Now what we've got again, I don't know if your viewers remember Pilot and Whoa Whoa Whoa, it's magic. And again, you know that this is going to go straight inside a 7-litre. So again, you have got that there going in. So that was how it was also developed. It was developed as for drawers, for boxes there. Great storage unit. So actually, if any of your viewers have got the boxes there, what we've got, the actual, so the 7-litre drawer takes a 4-litre box. You just remove it from it. The 12-litre drawer is great actually for the 9-litre box. Yeah. And then there is also a higher size, and maybe if we do really well at this show, it enables us to bring new modifications. Yeah. And one of the reasons I love to actually come at the show there, Derek, is actually the great communication with your viewers. Yes. You know, great feedback from, was it Terry and Anne, in terms of, you know, basically saying that how much they love the product.
Well, listen, can I just ask you as well, if you have got the storage, because maybe you've shopped in one of the one-day specials or one of the previous shows. If you've got some of the storage, if you don't mind, if you don't mind us showing on the telly as well, would you send in a picture? Send it through to studio@thecraftstore.com. We might not get time to show it in this show, but we've got another show with Mike at 9 o'clock tonight, and I'll be here to see you through that as well. I think I'm going to be doing some shopping myself as well. I know John's been shopping long in advance of this show, but he's been shopping from this show as well, which we won't mention in case Sam's watching, which Sam will be watching. Ha! You've been rumbled, mate. So make sure you come back and join us at 9 o'clock. Now, we're going to go and have a quick look at the website, I think, because everything that we've got in the show, all of the new todays, all of the amazing Dove Greys as well, which is just flying out of the door. I cannot tell you how busy the show is. You can carry on ordering after the hour, but what I would say to you is, while it's in your mind and while you've got the good intentions, a bank holiday weekend is brilliant timing, actually, for thinking, right, come on, we really need to tackle the untidiness that is in the craft room, the utility room, the office, the half bedroom that you've got. You know, now is the time to clear the decks, the bottom of a wardrobe, the dusty bottom of a wardrobe right now, or, you know, the boiler cupboard, or wherever it is that you're just keeping stuff. Could it be done more elegantly? Could it be done more stylishly? And if you're a crafter, how many different types of card have you got? And paper and scissors and embossing powders and dies and wonderful papers coming with John very, very shortly as well. So many of those things. Mike, thank you so much. We will see you again at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, great working with you, Derek. It's been my pleasure there. And
what a joy. What an absolute joy. And we're going to do it again for another whole hour at 9 o'clock. Please do check out your baskets. I'm quite glad I'm off for the next couple of hours, actually, because I'm going to be shopping too. Right, OK, it's time for a brand new one-day special and a fabulous new launch. John next door joins the party and the birthday bonanza.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples and I've been crafting since I was a little girl and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Yes, indeed. Good evening. I hope you're well. I have pulled out the sequin LeBlanc jacket for one final airing of this birthday spectacular for the sheer fact we are going to be busy. You've been buying before the hour already, and you don't even know what we are talking about yet. The first set, I'll tell you now, we are talking John next door. The first set, the Christmas set that we launched only a few months back, has already gone. That will never be coming back again, and it's going to be the same with this as well. Once it has gone, it has gone. Okay, there will be no more. Now, as we're talking birthday, you know, every time we have a brand new show, as it were, you also get a gift we purchase all the way up. So now it's a lucky dip of an embossing folder of one of these. You'll be getting something like one of these embossing folders in with your purchase as well, absolutely free. So you'll be getting one of those into your packaging. Now, he's here, yes, indeed. He has gone with, I'm going to go for the jailer look. I think he's gone with this. He's gone for the jailer look here. Yes, indeed. It's our John. How are you, love?
I'm good, but no, I'm not wearing the hat.
Why not? Come on.
I look so special in hats. It really doesn't work.
I've quite got to like the cowboy
it
hat.
It suits you, it really does.
I enjoy it. I never thought I'd enjoy it. I wear it around the house.
I'm so glad you went for the jacket. It's not as if I emailed in or messaged you and asked you to wear it already.
No, you did.
I did,
Two days ago. Yeah.
2 days ago, we were sat at home going, Adam, sequins, please, on Sunday.
If Blanche has got them, I want them as well. It was his exact words. Right then. 20% stock already gone. I've not even showed you what you're getting, to be honest. 20% of the stock has already gone. It is a why not deal. It is the second part of the Christmas launch. So if you got the first part, it will work all together. If you missed out on that, do not worry, because this is also a stand-alone. That's the big thing I need to get here. Just because we keep talking about the one we released in July doesn't mean, I don't want this. It will work together, and it will also work independently as well. Right, and John, sum it all up for me.
Right, I think you've done a really good job there. What I've done with this collection is it's a slightly smaller one than the first sort of big bang, but what I've done is you've got new snowflakes, you've got this, which is Linda's bauble, which we'll go into in more depth. Then you've got the first Noel. I love Noel. It is my favourite sentiment for Christmas. So again, separate letters in that stencil new format I've done. Then you've got Mark's tree, because last year we had Jane's tree and Peter's tree. So I will explain through the shows who these people are, because they are real people. This is my favourite. I genuinely thought the factory would say no on this pear tree. If you look how fine, if you see the white lines and you see the blue lines of the tree and the pears, that's the die cut. Now, when I sent this off, I actually asked, can you make this design as the die? This is the die. Can you make it as an embossing folder? They said, no, it can't be an embossing folder, it's too fine. So I was waiting for them to say, no, you can't have a die.
But you did.
And they did it. And it's literally so thing. And it comes out, it doesn't get stuck in the die, which I'm amazed about. And then finally, which we've not even got to, you've got the new DL ribbon threader frame. And I've never done, none of my previous ones would do a DL. It's in this board, so you will get to see it.
We will see it. I want to show you the boards rather than the actual dies. For the sheer fact, you can see what they cut out. Save just looking at the dies. You all know what a die looks like. So let's look at the sheets to show you what you can also do. So, your dies will cut out. This is what you're going for with your die. Then you're also going to get the tree. And then in theory, this would be the waist. But I quite like this.
I love that. I really worked hard to make sure that that piece was stable as a piece of waste, because to me that's a beautiful another background die.
Yeah.
That's another piece, and I'll be showing you that through the demos. And that frames perfectly Mark's tree, which, as you can see, I've used... The three sentiments I've used this year in the dies are joy, hope and peace. So you can see through the tree you've got joy, hope and peace wafting across them.
I love it.
With the stars, so it ties in with the stars as well. And again, that looks really delicate, but it is a solid piece, if it makes sense.
Yeah.
You're not sticking it everywhere. It's not got wobbly bits. I really should pill one that I've got cut somewhere and just hold it up, but it's so stable.
What I like as well, though, if you took the stalk off, it looks quite magical. It doesn't look like a tree if you don't want it to be a tree. If you took the star off, I'll cut that with the top of your screen. You could go quite magical-esque.
You could. Well, the actual swirl on that is, I drew that. So I actually drew the swirl, and it's what we call an infinity swirl, in that it sort of carries on and never ends. Goes to the bottom, carries on again.
A quarter of the stock now has already gone. Right then, baubles up next. I've got a lot of boards to get through, not much time to get them through, so let's rattle through baubles.
Right.
Like these.
Linda's bauble. So
Linda's
if your
bauble.
order is packed at Crafts 2, it will be packed by Penny, who had Penny's baubles in the first release, or the lovely Linda, who is this lady, or it will be by Peter, who you've had Peter's tree, or Mark, when we get to, that was Mark, from Mark's tree. So this is Linda's bauble, and the idea is it's got the same shape as one of the baubles in Penny's, but it's larger. So it's a larger bauble. You've got a new insert again, which gives you the stag with the snowflakes as it was in Penny's bauble. But you've got a separate line so that you can actually have a fine outside rim on the bauble, which you couldn't get with Penny's.
Ah, so this one here.
That's that one, yeah. So you've got the extra piece at the bottom. But then you've also got 3 other inserts for this, which will give you a village scene and 2 different tree lines. So you can use the tree lines with the village, or the tree line with the stag, or the tree line on their own, or both tree lines, or one of them.
Oh, my word.
The combinations are endless. I mean, I've got one here that has been made by, and it's going to be really hard to show, by Art Angel. But if you can see here, she's done this with the lights in. You've got the stags going with the trees.
That works.
And that folds completely flat. But when you open it, you see into there, if I get it straight, there we go, you can see in all the trees, all the layers and everything that you can see in it. So you can see there, as the lights go down,
You can see the whole village in the back and
you
stuff.
see the village, you see the snowflakes, you see everything all phrased in the same way. And of course, what I love about this is because it's made with the die cuts,
It's all going to fold flat.
it's all going to fold flat, and she's used the bauble even as the tie on the front, which I just think is so beautiful. Get it in the right place, John.
Absolutely stunning. This is flying out the door. How much has gone now? 30% of the stock now already gone. We are 7 minutes into our first live hour. Then we come to the pear tree. Love this. Look at the detail you are getting on that pear tree. You could also cut it down and go slightly half if you want. If you want to go half a tree.
It's perfectly symmetrical. So you can, if you take half off, the other side is completely symmetrical. So you can actually reverse it on the back.
So it's going to look the same.
So it'll look the same on the back and the front, so you can put 2 together and stitch down it with a sewing machine and things. But I've included a partridge and 2 pears and the pear tree frame, but that is, it looks so delicate to pull out of the die. Honestly, it isn't.
It's down to the smallest of details that you are getting
It's
on
a
this.
millimetre. Some of those connecting lines are a millimetre.
So obviously this is what's going to cut in or cut out your cards, entirely up to you. If you want those card blanks, absolutely beautiful. Then you're also going to get your like little mats and layers that you know they're all going to work. Right then, here we go. We've still got more to do. Right, let's do borders. This time DL cards, very on trend at the moment. DL cards are.
Loads of people have asked for DL. So this is Falling Stars. So in here you've got the falling stars in the middle, which again cut in or cut out. Then you've got the frame, which matches with it, which has stars on it, and it has the ribbon thread. So this, to me, is the first time I've seen a DL ribbon thread.
Yeah, no, it's true.
That you can thread, and you can thread the ribbon through lots of different ways, and it will take a standard 7 or 10 millimetre ribbon. And again, all the different mats and layers you need. There's just so much you can do with this.
I love it. I absolutely adore it. So then you've got that, all in the same bundle. Oh, yeah, you're getting all that. Then we've got Noel that we're talking about now. Now, once again, you can cut in or you can cut out. It's entirely up to you how you... Just like this bit at the bottom. That's like film strips. You put your little negatives in there and things like that of Christmas pictures.
Yeah, you could, perfectly. And notice they're dotted, so it's not just a plain square. Because you could do that with a normal plain square.
That's true.
I've added dots onto that, so you've got detailing in it. And again, cut them out so the letters can cut together. So you get an N, an O, and an E, and an L. So if your name's Leo, you're fine, you're covered.
True.
But also, I gave you a snowflake, which is the same as the Baroque snowflake in the first collection. But you can replace the O with the snowflake. So you've got Noel, as I've done at the top. And because it's 4 separate dies in a strip, lengthways, DL, square, anywhere you want it to go.
And then last but no means least, you've also got your snowflakes as well. Now, obviously, this is what you're going for. This would be your waist, but they both work together. Now, I asked the first question I asked when I saw these, were like, well, do they work with the previous snowflakes you just bought, or are you making me buy more snowflakes? But they do, don't they? These work as an insert to the snowflakes that we've already got.
They do. They're a completely different style, drawing and everything, but they will fit inside the previous snowflakes as an extra layer.
I love them.
But these are based on a circle, and I wanted these to be separate so you could do the spray. And again, if you look, I made sure that the waste that they're cut out from stays in place and is as attractive, if not more, than the actual snowflake.
I love it. 40% now. 40% of the overall stock has now already gone. Once this has gone, it has gone. Freedom price on this, 2 flexible payments of £30.58. Everything available individually as well, should you so want it. But your saving is in that large bundle. It is going to be a die set you reach to every single year because it will not date. And no doubt what John brings us next year will also work with this collection as well. I have so much more new stuff on the show as well. Jump to the website. Everything's on there for you. You'll see them individually. Now, this is the stars that you're seeing here. So that picture there is broke. It's not the right picture. You just got to replace that with the stars that's in there. When you click on it, it is the stars, OK? So that is the stars that you are looking at there for individually. Now, busy on this already. We are so busy. Up next, brand new again for this hour with 2J stamps and also John next door. They work hand in hand together. It's the first time I think I've seen anything like this, to be honest. These are now creating our own sort of stoppers for easel cards. This is an easy way to create those little tags that you find that you can't top presents and things.
Well, I'm well known for making a card and then putting a sentiment on later.
Yeah.
I love to make the card I want to make and then decide who it's for and put the sentiment on. So when it came to Christmas, I wanted to do a set of sentiment stamps that were like the ones that you see in the professional ones.
Yeah, the ones you buy.
You know, the ones you buy with different fonts and things like that. So I drew up all of these together, but I made sure they fitted inside my funky tags, so that you've got a tag die set that cuts them out perfectly. So things like May Your Christmas Be Merry and Bright, you can see in the middle of that it fits exactly in the white with a silver layer that goes around it in the die set. And what we've done is, again, if you've already got the tags, we have made stamps available on their own for you as well.
So it's in choice. The choice is yours. But if you want to go for both of them, £14.98, already a quarter of the stock of this. This is another one it's worth getting hold of. Pop it into that flexible basket with that original, with the one-day special. It's going to work together. Your 2J's A6 Festive Flag Sentiment Stamp Set and John Next Door's Funky Tags that you've got there is your die set. 754782 is your item number on this one. I have got finished samples. I'll do that the next time around because I've got so much to get through. Now, this is another set that I think, first of all, there's two things with this. First of all, that I don't think really anyone's done the maths to this. And then second of all, once this bundle has gone, it has gone. Because if you look at the bottom, just here, £18.99 are just for the pots, OK? If I move that, just for that, OK? So just for those. But how about if I said to you, I will give you the pots that you've got here, the brand new pollen colours that you are looking at here. I'll throw in some of the super special artificial snow, the super fine stuff, the creme de la creme of snow, should I say. I'll also throw in a pot of jewels and gems. I'll also throw in your jewel picker-upper stickers as well for £19.99. So for an extra £2, I'll give you a full bag for an extra £1, sorry. I'll give you a bag of snow, hundreds of gems, and I'll also give you the picker-uppers for £19.99. Or, by all means, go for the glitters at £18.99. Choice is yours. They're there if you want them. If you want to go for the glitters for £18.99, you do that. But for an extra £1, I'll give you all the rest. This can't be right.
No, well, I think this is a birthday deal. I think we did this as your birthday.
Oh, okay.
We normally do something as a birthday deal. I mean, the pollen, that is the price of the pollen. That's what it was going to be, because it's not just a glitter. What we've got in, this is made by a manufacturer in Holland who make our pollen for us. So normally you would find that you've got glitter. Yeah? Not with this. This is mixed. This is 4 or 5 different sizes of glitter along with sand and mica and interference. So what you've got is, you can see there,
look at that,
the sparkle, but it's not everywhere. Does that make sense?
Oh.
The larger pieces are glittering, the smaller pieces are giving colour, and even if I swap this off, that's all your mica. Those bits are your mica mixed in there as well. So instead of being just one level of glitter, it's not. It's glitter with mica, with sand, with different things. So I know on the board you can actually see that it doesn't sparkle everywhere. It doesn't look like, I'm not being awful, it doesn't look like the cheap glitter I used to get from GT News as a kid for 15p in a tub.
No, it doesn't.
Because it's got, you see like the gold one and the blue there, you're not seeing a shine, a solid shine, because you're seeing the little bits of sand and the little bits of interference and the little bits of mica that are in there.
Oh,
and for your flower centres, look how those sparkle.
This works. It just works. And that's just your pollen. How about then if we throw in your artificial snow, your blingy gems and also your gems figures? 30% of the stock has already gone. And once this has gone, it has gone. So what you'll technically see then, once this goes, I reckon it'll just be the glitters on their own. Okay, it'll just be the glitters on their own. 016725 is your item number. I've also got a happy hour deal as well, and already a third of the stock of this has already gone. Not even showed you yet. $9.99 is what you're looking at for your John next door, your poinsettia and poinsettia leaves die set for £9.99 is what you're looking at for this one. A saving of £10. Once again, $19.99 is the original price. The price will go back up. And remember, if you are getting a free gift, and it is limited, okay? It is limited. Once you get that gift, it's limited to one per customer. 520780 is your item number that you are looking at this. We are busy this hour. 1 day special. Busy. Your glitters, your pollen, sorry, are busy. Your new funky tags are busy. I've got cardstock on the show as well. It's busy. We knew we were in for a busy one, but we didn't realise how busy it was actually going to be. Right then, let's see all these new dies in action. If you've got any questions or queries, don't hesitate to email me, studio@thecraftstore.com. I'll put them to John for this hour. Right, John, what are we up to first?
Right, OK, I thought I ought to use Linda's bauble. OK. Because I love Linda. These are real people. Linda is a really good friend of mine. She is more than likely... I'll tell you now, if your order comes through Royal Mail, Linda's packed it.
Oh, Linda.
Linda or Penny, bless them. So, I've named everything after them, and I just love this bauble. And what I want to show you is, that it is slightly different in how it works and how we get the most out of it. So you've actually got, and again, if you watch this, you've got your outside line, which is the standard with the die, but it doesn't quite fit on that card, but, it's an expensive card. But if you actually put it rectangular, it fits on a lot less. So don't try and cut things like that unless you want the aperture.
Yeah.
Cut it that way. So all I do is take the centre, and I'm going to use the village. Take a long piece of tape and pick it up, and you'll notice that the village fits exactly in. And all you do is match up, put this on a line on your board, match up the top, and then it'll be even.
OK.
We take that down that way, and we cut that. Yep, so simple line, and of course what we can actually do is we could just put that over a bauble, cut in another size, and go for it. No problem at all.
Almost 50%, John, of the 1 day special stock has now already gone. Almost 50% of the stock has gone in 19 minutes.
I'm going to have to make some calls to see if there's any way we can release it, or there is any more to release, aren't I?
I think you may have to on this one.
Sorry, I'm not sure that there is, to be fair.
It's bank holiday, and I think all our buyers are now out.
Yes, so I've got that one. Really simple, easy, done. Yeah, but if you look, it's also, because of the way the design is, can you see it's beveled? It's finished off. Not through embossing it or anything. There's
even
detail
the little
in the die. Yeah, and if you want to, these little windows here are actually cut lines, so you can pop each little window out.
Oh, gee.
If you are that OCD. I know we shouldn't say that. If you like that sort of, you want them exactly. I don't. I don't put those out. If you're a perfectionist, they're not debossed, they are cut lines, so it will pop out for you.
Nice.
But obviously we could just stick that on there, and to me, there's the perfect gift tag done.
There it is.
Or put it onto a piece of waterfall.
Oh.
And again, there's a gift tag done.
Look
But
at that.
we've got 2 more layers if we want to use them.
Looks like a rainy night in Georgia.
It does. And with that hat, you should start singing that now.
Oh, rainy night in Georgia, 1981. Thank you, Marcus.
You've got
You're like a walking
2.
jukebox.
Marcus can never be beaten on music.
He's good, you know.
So you've got then. So what I've done is to make it easier. And what I found I was doing at home, honestly, you should see the craft cave on my floor. Literally, I'm sticking to it. There's that many bits on it. Every scrap I'd got of my mirror, satin and waterfall card, because I had to make sure that we'd saved some for this show. So what I've had to do is, Peter, bless him, has put me a certain amount hidden away in the warehouse, so I got
Just
some
for
for
you.
each show for the demos. But every scrap I had, I've been cutting baubles.
Now you can see
Because
why,
then
though.
I can layer it. So all I do now is add the trees to this one. So I've added the trees to this one.
Make nice. Oh, you've done bunting. I was going to say, mate, lovely bunting.
Yeah, it makes really nice bunting.
I've got loads of samples.
I mean, there's beautiful. I mean, there's a box there made by Archangel, just stunning. But it shows you that's tied in with foliage
Oh, look at this.
from last year. So last year's foliage dies from me will fit on the bauble. But you see why we wanted the outside rim and the separate middle, because you can't do a plain middle otherwise.
You think that's good? You actually see that. Oh my word, that is...
It's a work of art, isn't it?
Beautiful. Look at that. It is absolutely even a sparkling fruit. You
And-
crafters, everything sparkles.
I know. That's with the that's with the pollen added with spray glue onto real orange slices.
Is that a card or is it just in the box?
It's a card inside the box. It's probably a book, knowing our
No,
our
I think it's
Archangel.
just. I think it's just a box. I don't want to start pulling it apart. It's beautiful. Thank you, Archangel.
Um,
Thank you, all of you. I will show all your samples as with the show goes on.
I have to say, I will give the names so we can do a flash, because I, across the bottom at some point to say thank you to all the girls, because
stopped at the wrong
Maxine,
point
Leslie, Hazel, Rashan, Jackie, and I've forgotten somebody, and I always do, and I really feel bad, Maxine, that have just loved it. So I've cut in the next one, the next set of trees. So it's really simple. I mean, that on its own, to me, let's put that on its own, just on.
That looks nice.
There's one gift tag, yeah? There's a different gift tag using the same die set. There's your third. Put a piece of vellum behind it. Again, you can put acetate behind. But if I layer them all up, so I'm going to use my usual handy spray glue into, obviously, the box that we have between us.
Box is on the floor. We're all good. We've got a really useful box down here.
Yes. Don't. I'll get shot. If Sam knows I've ordered more, I'll get shot. I promised him I wouldn't use the £6 credit.
Oh, is that what you use your credit on?
No, I did it in 2 orders,
You
so I
didn't
didn't,
use it?
because he's saving the £6 credit, he says.
He's saving it for something special
Yes.
coming up next tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what, but... Well, I do know what, but I'm not going to say because it's not fair, But there we go, look. So, we put those together, can you see?
Oh, look at that.
It's not... Because I've drawn it myself, it's not the standard, oh, look, it goes up there. It's so you can use them separately. So, I've got that. So, we need to finish, don't we, really, on a piece of this.
Yeah.
But I don't want to waste any of that. So, that's the middle from a previous die cut.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you don't need the tag. You don't need the top bit again, do you?
No,
You just need
so,
to fill in.
Spray that. Pop that on. I'm not wasting another layer.
Oh, you
so
imagine
there's
doing
one
this in the
bauble.
green.
Yeah.
The green of the trees, and you've got
Ooh.
the village you could do in the coppers and the pinks that we've got there.
Yeah, it would look beautiful.
It would really work.
What I've done is I've put the card packs together so they're in these stories that we use. So I'm not going to cut the other one. What I'm going to do is I've done the same with the deers, the stag. Yeah. And again, it's held with the Baroque snowflake, but this time I'm just going to simply go onto a mirror card background. But what I've done, I'll show you how I cut this one. If you can see here how it's an inset piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you do is you use the inset along with the piece that goes inside. So you cut those two together, and it gives you an inset to go inside your bauble. So that's a different combination again.
Could we cut into our aperture? So if I wanted to make an aperture card, I could use the stag as my main aperture.
Yes, just as the aperture. And then you can cut the piece I'm using now and the outside bauble. I'll cut those together in a second. That would give you a rim to go over the front of it, which would make it look like you've got a bauble on the front. But I've got a quick demo to do like that at some point during the shows. So, let's take this one out.
Over half the stock. The one-day special now has already gone.
So, you do have to just ease this out. There we go. You see there? So you just have to ease it out. I mean, I could spend... I'm not going to spend hours doing it because it's boring to watch. But that's how you do that. But if I wanted to create sort of, like I said, a rim around it, then I would take that piece that I just used to cut out that. I would take the outside plain frame for the bauble. And if I cut these together, it gives me a beautiful outside bauble rim. And of course I have included size to match, because the crown that's actually in the pennies bauble, obviously these are a different size, won't fit. There is a crown piece die that fits on top as well. So you've even got that included. So I've included everything you can conceivably, hopefully need.
If we were clever enough, which you sort of are, you are, aren't you? You know you are. Would the inserts from things like, I know they've sold out now, but if we've already got things like Sam's bauble, you know, the inserts of those, and we were clever enough, they would fit inside the baubles and...
They will fit inside. The stags that are inside the Advent pop box will fit inside here. So nearly everything I've done, because you've got, this is one of the reasons why, so if I show you there, that's your outside rim bauble now. Yeah. So that's your outside rim. So of course, if I wanted to change, say, that one, I can put that on top and have another colour on top of the village. Yeah?
Oh, that works as well.
Okay. But this die, which makes the middle of it, you can put that over any of the other inserts that I've done for Christmas.
And cut them out?
And cut them out to then fit them in or on your bauble.
So if we had the manger and the wise men, that's the set I'm thinking of.
That will cut and insert to put them into the bauble. So any of the previous die sets that I've got, I've used a scale to the same size to fit with that. So basically, do you want to cover something a couple of minutes? Just while I find the bits and I'll put these together.
Because now remember, because John designs it all, it's all going to work together. So if you've got the trees from this set, you've got your three wise men in the stable, you could have your trees in the background and your three wise men in the foreground, and it all fits in the same bauble. I'm now being told as well, your happy hour, limited stock. Limited stock for your poinsettia and your poinsettia leaves in this one. $9.99 is all you're looking for. $9.99 for John's Next Door styes. What you're looking at, £10 is what you're saving on this, but it's about to go. I've literally got less than 10% left. And once it's gone, it's gone. It's a happy hour deal. Right then, let's leave that back there because I think that's going to bounce. Right then, one day special. So approaching 60% of the stock. A 60%. Let me show you some samples this time. Let me move my boards. And I'll show you some samples, because I've got so many to get through. I'll take one from each top, as it were. You've got your Noel. Love your Noel. Oh, look at that. That's an M&S card, if ever I saw one.
Do you know, when I took a picture of that and I sent it to my friend, Maxine, one of the angels, she said that's an M&S card, and she said that one was a Harrods card.
Look at that for a card. Now they are all beautiful. There you go. Look, there is Selfridges right there.
And there's an Aldi in there, because they make some beautiful cards. I got some lovely ones from last year.
I'm not going to tell you which one's which. That's not for me to do. So there are your Noel cards. I don't want to upset anyone. Then we've got. I like the shadow on this one. Happy hour deal. Well, you look at that. Happy hour deal has now sold out. Well done if you got it. It has now sold out. There is your little Christmas card. Oh, look at this. Something slightly different. Is that a shaker card? I love a shaker card on TV. Do you know why? You just can't see it. Love a shaker card. You could turn it. Then I'm guessing the waist of that turned into that.
And there is a third one that Leslie did as well. I think those are Leslie's. I'm not sure where I've put it.
Oh, look at this.
That's the
Love
one from
the
the front of
balls.
the packaging. They're LeBlanches.
Are they Blanche's balls?
They're Blanche's balls.
Oh!
You know I'm a big LeBlanche fan.
I love LeBlanche. What was her name yesterday? The Cabochon Cowgirl.
Oh, I like that.
And then a Blanche from the Ranch and Sidekick Sam. There you go. Oh, look at that. That bit of quilting in the background. Look at these. I'm picking them all from the same pile. Let me go and get some more from another pile.
This one is my absolute favourite.
Maxine.
This was made by our Maxine, and Sam and I spent an hour with a toothpick trying to work out how this was made. How has she gone from the brown to the green to the gold?
Oh, yeah.
And Sam got it right, I didn't. And basically, she's cut it in green card.
And painted it.
She's then coloured the branch with the Couture alcohol pens, because she had those. And then she's used a gold Posca pen for the pears.
That's clever.
It's just beautiful.
Then there's some of your... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look at that now. Bit of Moulin Rouge.
And if you like the foliage that's on that one and the next one, wait till the end of September.
Oh, you little tease. You little tease. Wait till the end of September.
Well, Leslie's no good at following what comes out when, bless her.
No, she's not.
She actually accidentally put a card out from like the end of September yesterday.
Is this the tree line?
That's the tree line. Doesn't that...
Oh, yeah, it is.
That's the top of the tree line. That's the waste piece from the tree line. But it looks like snow.
Oh, if you like the foliage. I love these. Look at, there's so many. I've got so I have, if I could go up there myself, I would. We have 10-minute queues on the phone at the moment. Jump to the website, tap the apps, the quickest and the easiest way to go. We are trying to get to as many phone calls as we can. We have put extra staff on this evening because we knew this one-day special was coming up, so we've put another person on the phone because we only had one anyway. So just put one on. So we've got two. No, we've got more than that. I jest with you. But we have 10-minute queues on the phone because there are a lot of people ordering a lot of things in this show. Jump on the bandwagon. Jump on the bandwagon. Come on, come and join us. Things are going about to go. I feel if they don't go in this show, they'll go with Derek later at 8 o'clock. Right then. Talking, jump to the website. I'm being told again we are very, very busy. Jump to the website if I was you. Over a third of the stock of this now has already gone. Let me show you some of the samples that we've got this time, because we've seen the sentiments, but let me show you what you can do with them. Things like wonderful time of the year, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, New Year, let it snow, Happy Christmas, merry and bright, have a Merry Christmas, may your Christmases be merry and bright. Oh, I love these. Absolutely beautiful. From that, you then move to things like these. Then, oh, hello, look at that. Is that the snowflake from the previous collection?
That's snowflake from the previous collection. That is the poinsettia, the pinstripe poinsettia from the Happy Hour deal. This year's mini poinsettia, last year's Leslie's twigs, the corners from the limited edition. You can use it separately or everything together. And what I love is if you look at that one, the pink one, it's been kaleidoed. So you've got that really beautiful foiled effect on these sentiments. They're not too fine to foil, which I absolutely love. And again, that's been kaleidoed and foiled as well.
There is so many. And this just proves how well all of the dies work together that you have seen in the past. They all work. Oh, he's one of our Catherine. It all works so well. £14.98. Remember, you're buying into the stamps and you're also buying into the dies as well. Love that little bundle. And now, birthday special up next. A third, tip me out to this, a third of the stock has already gone. What is it, I hear you cry? It is your brand new pollen that you've got. This is absolutely beautiful. It twinkles and it shines that you look there. £19.99 for an extra £1. Okay, I will give you all these. Okay, so I will give you the pollen on its own. There you go, look. Oh,
winner!
I will give you the pollen on its own. I always carry glitter with me. You never know when you need it. I will give you all that for £18.99. But how about if I said, I'll take this, your glitter, for an extra £1, 100 pennies. That's all it is. For an extra £1, what can you get for £1 these days? Trolley, I suppose. You can have, I've got loads of them. You can have the gems. You can have the picky upper sticks. So these are the tipped ends that you stick onto the gems so you can pick and position them. And they'll give you a bag of the artificial snow as well for an extra £1. Once this deal has gone, this deal has gone. It will not be coming back in this configuration. No doubt it'll just be the pollen on its own. Super fine. It's not glitter. It is pollen that you are looking at. Super fine. It's got mica in there. It's got
mica, it's got sand, and it's got 3 different grades of glitter. So it's not like, it's not one size of glitter. There are at least 3 different sizes of glitter in there. There's sand in there, which is what creates the pollen, and there's mica in there. And there is also a little bit of mica interference, which is what gives you that aurora borealis look when you get it in the right light.
I love it.
So, and you can see there, you know, when it's piled up, you can see the bits of glitter, how it's slightly different shades, because they blend it. They don't just go, the company that make it for us in Holland, they don't just go and go, right, let's have, you know, emerald green glitter, 5 different sizes. There's slightly different colours in there, so you get so much more variation. You're really going to struggle putting that back in there, aren't you?
I'm not. £19.99 is what you look at on this one. 016725 is your item number. I've been there before. Right then, John, what are we up to this time?
Right, so what I've done is I've put the baubles together, and what I've actually done is I've put the crowns on top that Hayley and I decided, and I've switched them over. So again, this is just using card from the silver pack, but they just look so different. And I just want to show you now how we're going to put them together. So I've made a background, and this is using the centre of the DL frame of the falling stars. So I've literally just... Oh, I didn't want to do that yet. Oh, well. Hold on. We'll live. So I didn't want to stick that on. So just using that and some of the caviar beads we had on the show a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
But again, it just shows how they work so well together.
Oh, I love
So I'm going to do is foam tape.
I love the background as well.
The background is just using, and I will show this through some of the shows, it's just using the centre panel from the falling stars. And what I've done is cut it and taken the longer one out.
You can make bunting.
But you'll actually see, because I'm kind of doing these not in order. So this is actually the waste from another demo that I've got to show you later on. So you will see it at some point, I promise.
Just in case you were wondering, I did put the glitter back, okay? Anyway, and I did do it.
You did?
Did it on my own. By myself. I used a bit of paper. I was there.
I didn't know Lewis's name was a bit of paper. Is that what you call it?
Well, he likes to be called on a Sunday.
Yeah. So 2 layers on here, so it's just a little bit high. This is what I love about having the separate crown is I can take ribbon through and thread it like a bauble, double it over the other side, and this is where I was supposed to tie it down with the foam tape and then put the background on, but hey ho, we live. So you would do this, then attach your background to the card, unlike I've done. Always do as I say, not as I do.
Still works though.
But just double it over. But to me, by them not being hanging loose, when you see the baubles actually hanging on ribbons, it looks so much more realistic on a card. It misses something.
It's like grounding people.
Yes.
When you have to put the ground in the floor, otherwise they look like they're floating. With a bauble, you sort of do have to hang it in some sort of way.
Yeah, you do. And it just works. But to me, now, it's beautiful, but obviously I want to put a sentiment on. And this is where the sentiments come in, because it's rare that I would sentiment a card, but this is perfect for it. So what I've already done is I have already stamped and, when I find things, so I've stamped and I've already foiled in silver.
Oh, okay, with
the Kaleido, the sentiments.
They're nice those.
Yeah, I love these. I'm going to go with this Merry Christmas and using the tags that match, because this is so easy to do. If you notice, anyone would think that I was instrumental in doing these stamps, wouldn't you, really?
You would think.
Because they actually match the die. So, this is the inside from one of them, but I've also got, for a scrap, here we go, You've got an outside for this.
Of stamps and dies now have already got. They'd also make nice belt buckles, as in like
They
little
would.
Father Christmas cards and stuff on craft card.
Actually, they really would, wouldn't they?
They would. You do them in
this
black
one
and
would.
gold.
Well, this one's quite clever because this die, this just doesn't cut. This doesn't just cut out. This cuts a really fine rim as well. So you can put the rim on top of that to make the belt buckle in a different colour.
I like.
So I do try and think about making them as complex as I can, and again, it's making sure that these sentiments, because people may have these are not a new die, but if you have, it's making sure that 2 years later, the stamps still match. You see here, you get this little rim out as well.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So I could do this in 3 colours if I wanted to. Yeah,
That's nice.
But like you said, Santa's belt buckle there.
Yeah, easily.
So let's just, again, take a little bit of foam tape.
Even like a small miniature. Obviously, drink responsibly. But like if you were going to put
just
around
tied
bottle,
around,
just
yeah.
tied around, saying Merry Christmas or something like that, someone's favourite tipple.
This was sized to match 7 to 10 mil ribbon. So I'm using
perfect.
7 mil here. But that goes onto there. I'm just going to secure it with foam tape because it's easier and quicker.
You imagine that around a bottle?
It would really work, wouldn't it? And again, there's something about the fonts in these that make me think about, and I know, you know, we always talk about things not looking mass-produced, but sometimes it's nice, you see a really nice sentiment and you think, well, you can't get anything in the craft industry that's the same.
Yeah, it's true.
Sometimes we do want things like that. So there you can see,
Look at that.
front and back. You can't see the
Professional.
ribbon going through, but of course that just ties then around the card just there. Or, because we only put 1 layer of foam tape, slip it under.
Oh, look at that.
Wrap it round. And what you would do is, I would tape this down with normal sort of sticky tape. I won't say sellotape because we're not allowed to. So, with normal sticky tape. And then you can put an insert in, and of course, you could print your insert on a laser printer or photocopier and foil it through the Kaleido.
Oh, and then put that on the inside.
And then have a foiled insert on the inside. But there you go. But to me, it works. It's the right size. Everything's the same sort of silver. But that is your mantelpiece pleaser, as I like to call it.
And it all works together. It doesn't look at you and go, yeah, they sort of work together. They all work together.
Yeah.
This is the thing. They all work together. 60% of the one-day special stock now has already gone. What are you getting? So much is what you are getting here. I haven't got that many more left, to be honest. This was meant to last full one-day special. It was meant to last now. It was meant to last 8 o'clock, 8 in the morning, 12 and 4 tomorrow. But I don't think it will be here. Individually, we are very limited on all of them, to be honest. Most of them
are now on individually.
Individually, they're mostly gone because we know everyone's budget is different. The only way really of getting that big old saving now is going for them all together. Become a Freedom member is one of those why not deals. What is a why not deal? The money that you're saving as a Freedom member, you can also become a Freedom member. It pays for itself, to be honest, and it's instant as well. So if you're ringing the call centre now, if you can, jump to the website, pop it in your basket, you can use it straight away. If I was you, they're very, very busy upstairs at the moment. Right then, you're also going to get one of the free gifts. Who knows what it'll be? It'll be a lucky dip of an embossing folder is what you're going to be getting with this one. There's loads. They're all from Crafts 2. You know what you're getting with Crafts 2. You're getting quality. There's so much in here. One of these will be winging their way to you as well. All 33 dies will be coming to you as well if you're starting putting the one-day special into your baskets. 983236 is your item number. £61.15 is the price. Or split the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments of £30.58 today. Right, and John, what are we up to next?
Right, I thought we should do something like this. Actually, we're going to do this-ish, which is using the DL, which is the
nice.
falling stars. So this one doesn't have any ribbon thread through it. So this is just with different coloured gold card behind it.
If you took Merry Christmas off that, you could use that all year.
Well, this is the idea. I mean, I drew this one with my friend Terry in mind. And Terry loves stars. I mean, she's got little tattoos of them. In fact, Sam's got some little star tattoos. She loves stars. And I always try and put something in every year that's got stars on it because she'll use it all year round. At the end of the day, there's nothing in this that screams Christmas.
No, it's not.
You know, if you've got a man's card, don't just think they're hobbies. I mean, how many times do you get golf, football, cricket?
It's true.
And
Racing
the boring
car.
racing car? Or do you get the glass of red wine on the table by the beach with the scene at the back
With
half
the
a chair?
bottle, and it's like you're in an old Beauty and the Beast tavern.
Yes, that's the one, yeah.
I've never
Please
seen that
don't
pub.
just make us nice cards and change the colours. I'd love that as a birthday card.
Oh, I would. I don't drink
But
red.
you
I only drink
can.
red as well.
You don't drink red?
Not red.
Oh, terrible. But
Gives
you
me a
can thread ribbon through in different ways on this. So this, I will show you these. So that's threading, and
nice.
so the ribbon goes behind the stars. Tied as a bow, couple of bells on. Yeah? Or you can do it the other way to cover the stars. And this one I've used organza ribbon so you can see them through.
Oh, that's nice as well.
And really simple. And you can extend the frame. There's a beautiful card on the back, actually, that Hazel made, where she's used the background and cut it along a piece of card.
Oh, look at that.
Along a piece of waterfall card, and then thread a different red and gold ribbon through it.
That works.
But to make the frame really simple. Now, normally I would tell you a long piece of tape, but when we want a frame and we want 3, what you want to do is get your outer frame and tape that down. And if you notice, I'm taping it down. This is using the black satin card from Craft Artist. Yep, so this is on the outside. This might not be on the show, but you might find this one on the website.
Okay, we'll find it on the website. Jump to the website for this
Give
one.
yourself a base. Then we can take... You can tell I like this die because it's got bits
It's got bits in. You've been using it a lot.
Always know. Take your long piece of tape, pick up your inner die. Yeah. Move it along, lets you hover over, get it even. Pick up your middle die. And of course, by doing 2 separate ones, it means that, see how much easier that is when that's taped down?
Yeah, rather than trying to...
Well, I'm trying to get 3 together. But by doing it with these, it means that you can have it without, you can make the frame as wide as you want. You can make the frame as deep as you want by not using that one. Or you can repeat it as Hazel did. So all I need to do is just quickly run this one through.
Is there videos on these?
There is a video for every die set apart from the twinkling snowflakes.
Okay.
Because I said to Sam, should I do a video on the twinkling snowflakes? He said, they are snowflakes.
That is true.
You cut them out and stick them on, or cut them out in a fancy background, and I have some demos prepped. But they all went live on YouTube at 6 o'clock tonight.
So they'll all be there. If you want to go and see them, go and watch them after the... Well, don't watch them after the show. Watch them tonight, about 10 o'clock when we come off air. 10 o'clock tonight, go and find them. Then is the best place to go and find them. I wouldn't go and find them now. They don't get released till 10.
Sam might have done it for 10 o'clock tonight. I did tell him 6, but he might have done it for 10, bless him.
I don't know.
Yeah. He spends hours uploading them. But they're really simple videos, again, just overhead on my hands, no fancy thing. So that's the frame as it stands. Black is not the best choice on TV when you're wearing navy.
It looks good, though.
I just love that as it... I mean, just, 2 or 3 of them together. You can actually do 1, 2, and then 3, 4.
That'd be nice.
You can cut it, put 4 frames together to make a square, which works really nicely. So all I need to do is just take little bits out, and I'm going to show you the different ways.
Be nice invitations.
It would be really nice party invitations,
Like balls,
wouldn't it?
like New Year party, like a prom or a ball, or...
When I made this, when I came up with this sort of black and gold, it actually screamed to me Happy New Year.
Yeah, it does.
And New Year party, New Year party, you could put party in the middle or anything, but of course what I have made sure is that the Noel letters fit in the middle.
Oh, he's clever, isn't he?
So N, O, E and L will fit in the middle, and I've got a demo tomorrow to show you exactly how to get those even.
Fabulous.
So all we would do is ribbon. I'm using, this is 7mm organza. The width of these is designed to take up to straight 10mm, but you can use wider ribbon because it looks beautiful, it just gathers.
Yeah, true.
I mean, Leslie's done one, I can't, somewhere in all of these samples, bless her, and she's used like inch-wide ribbon, and she's just gathered it in to each one and then let it come out a little bit for each
have
part.
like a little ruffle.
Yeah, well, it's perfect. So, in through number 1, out through number 2, back in through number 1 and out through number 2 again. Always easier at home. And that way you get the ribbon behind the star. Yeah?
Yeah.
If you want to cover the star, what you do is come up, and you come up hole number 2 and go back down hole number 1 and then come back up through hole number 1 and go back down hole number 2, and that will cover then the stars completely.
Look at that.
And again, if you're using not an organza ribbon, you're using a non-sort of see-through ribbon, then obviously you won't even see the stars, so you don't even know they're there. So using the second one, that's what we'll get. Nice. But I put gold behind it, and using, oops, sorry, bells, but using it to show the stars, then that's what you get. But what I want to do is show you really a simple way of doing it. So what we want to do is, can you imagine, I now want to cut a gold frame to fit behind this.
Okay.
And so what I have to do is, I have to somehow get this die and this middle die even to the same size as that frame.
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry, life's too short.
It's true.
I'm genuinely, you know, it's just not worth it. What you do is, basically, 2 ways. If you're very precise and you don't like hand cutting, okay, you cut this out, yeah, you glue that on, you drop the die in, and you run it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I've shown before. If, like me, you are even lazier than that and you don't want to bother going through your die machine twice, basically take a piece. All of these strips I'm using I've cut to 4 inches.
Okay.
It's the perfect size, so I get 2 and a bit out of each one. So I literally just run that through. And what I love about doing it this way is it means that it fits through my Kaleido, so I don't have to bother getting my A4 out, because the frame, you have to move it on. I do show you in one of the videos on YouTube how to use the frame die on an A5 machine, because every die will fit through an A5, you just have to move it up a little bit. So don't feel you've got to, you know, splash out on an A4 for any of these dies. So we just do that. We take this, we go into our really useful box for spraying.
Very useful.
Match it in the centre, and because it's dies, because it's die cut, it will match. It's the same piece, and then either drop the die on the outside, or, to be honest, cheat. And just use a pair of scissors and trim it out. Nobody needs to know. Because it's glued on, you've got a ridge, so it's really hard to cut in the wrong place. Because look, you've got a ridge. You're hitting.
Just put your scissors up against it.
Yeah, and that's all I'm doing.
You could use your paper trimmer.
You could use paper trimmer or your guillotine. Really simple.
Remember, we've got the cardstock on the show
And that
as well.
way-
The black one, but we've got all the other colours on the show.
There we go, really simple.
That's nice.
And then, where have I put the pieces? So, shall I do a centre? Ooh, I don't know where I've put my piece of black.
Well,
we
the
got
centre of
time?
black, it's there, isn't it, on the dies?
Sorry? No, I needed a bigger piece, and I don't know where I've put it.
Could you,
lose
though,
things already.
now you've done that, now you've put the gold behind it, there'd be another way around it, though. If you wanted to cut the slots out again, and you wanted to feed ribbon through,
Could you drop the die back in
and then cut those slots back
You'd
through
have
again?
to cut it through, run it through with a shim,
But it would
to
still
go
work.
through, and it should still work. Yeah.
That's a good idea. So you could do the technique we've just done, but if you still wanted the lines, you're running back through again.
What I'd actually do is, to be honest, I would put, if you want a different colour, I'd use paper.
Oh, yeah,
Or something a little bit thinner, like a 180, 190 GSM.
Yeah.
Because you're going to put, you've got to push through the 240, 250 GSM that you've already got.
You just use gold paper.
So if you used a gold paper, but it should work anyway. So there, I've just run that through, cut gold stars.
That's nice.
So that will give you a gold star. But I love the way, and if you notice, these are the same style as I used as the hangers in the pennies bauble.
Yes.
So it ties together with the separate strips in there. But of course, me being me, this card, you know, card's expensive, I'm cheap. Spray glue, used a bit of black from the middle of the frame, because of course that will fit over.
Saving
so there we go.
cards.
So you're saving card again. Well, I'm cheap, like I say. And then Here's one I've already got done with a little bit of foam tape on. Look at me, blue-petered.
I know, this is rare.
I know. I've got another 17 like that down here.
Well, oh, yeah, I can see more back. Oh, look at these.
There are, yeah, there's a lot on there. So again, we just put that on, and then I undercut. And I say this all the time, but don't cut like that. Tilt your scissors. That way, watch, the blades go under the die cut. Yeah.
I like that.
So don't cut straight, undercut. Cut them at, just like the hairdresser when they're, you know, cutting into your hair. So you're cutting at an angle, but watch. Nobody sees the back, so it doesn't matter if that's not even.
Right.
But you don't want to cut your frame at the top. And then we would just put a sentiment on, onto a card, and we're done. But again, that just wants a little strip across it saying party, and then inside all the details of your New Year's Eve party. Or my mini champagne bottle would look lovely on there.
Oh, yes.
Cut in black with gold labels
It's like
on
a black tie event.
Yeah.
If you're going to do, then you could do these for table numbers.
I want to go home now and get my little mini champagne bottle die out and do that.
I love it. I'm going to ask now, over 60%, that blue card that's down there with no one on, it's like 8 o'clock.
That one?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, it's amazing. You wait till you see some of these.
I'll do that one at
8
o'clock then.
Without Terry, I'll be watching it at the car. Over 60% of the one-day special now has already gone in the first live hour. This card will be made with our Derek later on at 8 o'clock. How beautiful is that with the depth that you've got on there as well? Absolutely stunning. Start checking out your baskets. If I was you, you do not want to miss out on what you've got here, because once it's gone, it has gone. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. It was brilliant. And thank you for the Rhinestone Cowboy.
Anytime. If you ever want to hire me,